High above the 9 layers of clouds I sit on a cattail cushion, comprehending the true essence of the Tao. Beyond heaven and earth before the primeval chaos, I am the supreme Lord of teachings. Pangu gave birth to Taiji, from which the 2 forms and 4 symbols followed. I am the leader of the mystic gate, the transformation of the primordial energy, Honghuang. The vast Tao tone spread to every corner of the untainted land. All beings with intelligence heard this sound. The majestic might of the sage caused every creature in the untainted land to bow in reverence. But at the foot of Mount Buzhou, it was a different scene. Inside the Pangu Hall, playing tricks. What rubbish, Honghuang. Our Wu clan only acknowledges Father God Pangu. Gong, the ancestral witch of water, roared in anger. The hall was already filled with mist and hidden waves. Exactly. What leader of the mystic gate? When did our Wu clan ever need to listen to others preaching the Dao? Zhurong, the ancestral witch of fire, had flames erupting around him, his red hair blazing like fire, his temper even more explosive than Gong's. Our Wu clan were born of heaven and earth with the blood of Pangu. Why would we need anyone else to guide us on the Great Dao? The 12 ancestral witches sat around the center of Pangu Hall, each with a different form and soaring aura. Dijiang, the ancestral witch, sat in the host seat. He had 4 wings on his back, a face like a yellow bag, red like cinnabar fire, 6 legs, and 4 wings, a chaotic form without a face. He was the ancestral witch of space and speed, the first among the 12. Now he slowly spoke, his voice echoing in the hall. Honghuang has attained sagehood. The heavenly Tao has manifested. Since he has broadcast his voice across the untainted land, saying he will preach at Purple Firmament Palace, this is the general trend of the heavenly Tao. Big brother, are we really going to listen to some Tao? Gong was displeased. Hutu, the ancestral witch, dressed in yellow robes, her countenance gentle, yet bearing the weight of the earth, said softly, since Honghuang has become a sage, his strength far surpasses ours. If he truly harbors ill intent, the Wu clan is in danger. It's better to go and see, at least to know what the heavenly Tao intends. Xuanming, the ancestral witch, covered with bone spurs exuding chilling cold, spoke icily. Sister Hutu speaks sense. Although the Wu clan is strong, we are not invincible. The Yao clan is growing day by day. Dijuan and Tai are ambitious. If they gain the support of a sage, why fear them? Zhurong slammed the table, the stone table instantly turning into lava. Our Wu clan's warriors, each one can fight 100. Those feathered beasts of the Yao clan, kill as many as come. Sit down, Dijiang said calmly. Zhurong's flames froze for a moment, and he sat down resentfully. Although the 12 ancestral witches shared the same origin, Dijiang was the strongest and had the highest prestige. Dijiang looked around at the ancestral witches. Hutu, Xuanming, you two go to the Purple Firmament Palace this time. There's no need to listen to the Tao, just observe the situation. Our Wu clan does not cultivate the primordial spirit nor comprehend the heavenly Tao. It would be useless to go. But we need to know Hongzhen's attitude and the movements of all forces in the heavens. Hutu nodded. Good. Xianming also slightly inclined her head. Gong snorted coldly. I say we shouldn't go. It would diminish the prestige of the Wu clan. Gong. Dijiang's voice sank. Gong stopped talking, but his face still showed defiance. Hutu stood up, looked out of the hall at the lands of the untainted land, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. The Wu clan was born and raised on this land. They did not revere heaven nor honor the earth, only worshipped Pangu. But now that the heavenly Tao had manifested and sages had emerged, how much longer could the Wu clan's path continue? What she did not know was that at this moment a tiny variable was being born within the Wu clan. In the Kwafu tribe, one of the Wu clan settlements, Wang opened his eyes and found himself lying in a stone room. Beneath him a rough beast hied the air, filled with the breath of the primordial wild. Then memories surged like a flood. A lesser witch of the Kwafu tribe, also named Wang's strength, roughly equivalent to air. Did I transmigrate? And into the untainted land? A lesser witch of the Wu clan. Wang sat up abruptly, instantly drenched in sweat. The Wu clan was divided by bloodline. Below the ancestral witches were the great witches, below the great witches were the lesser witches, and below the lesser witches were the Wu men. Of course, at this point in time, Wu men had not yet been born. Wang was just the lowest of the lesser witches, and even among lesser witches his bloodline was relatively thin. Adjusting his mindset, he quickly sorted through his memories and determined the time point. It was right after Honghuang had broadcast his voice across the untainted land, and the first sermon was about to begin. It's over. Wang's face turned pale. As a fan of untainted land literature, he knew all too well the fate of the Wu clan. The Wu Yao catastrophe, mutual destruction. The Yao clan's heavenly court collapsed. Dijuan and Tai died in battle. Nearly all of the 10 demon saints perished. The Wu clan fared even worse. 11 of the 12 ancestral witches died. Hutu transformed into the cycle of reincarnation just to barely preserve a thread of hope. The great witches were nearly all killed, and the remnants of the Wu clan were driven to the bitter cold lands of northern Julu, forever exiting the stage of the untainted land. More importantly, this was Honghuang's first sermon. Next, the three pure ones, Nuwa, Jian, and Junti, would become sages. The heavenly court would be established. The Yao clan would grow, and then the Wu Yao war, and then the calamity of the Wu clan's extinction. I am mere lesser which can barely survive 3 chapters in such a calamity, even if the author is merciful. Wu Wang lamented tearlessly. A lesser witch of the Wu clan with thin bloodline strength roughly equivalent to early true immortal. This was not even cannon fodder in the untainted land. The Wu clan had no primordial spirit, could not cultivate Dao techniques, and could only temper the physical body. But even tempering the body required methods. Where would an ordinary Wu gain such methods? They relied entirely on their bloodline to absorb baleful energy. The ancestral witches did have the 9 revolutions mystic art, but that was exclusive to them. Great witches only got partial inheritance. Lesser witches, dream on. The most crucial point: time was running out. After Honghuang's 3 sermons would come the Wu Yao war. At most a few 100,000 years, a blink of an eye in the untainted land. If only I had transmigrated as an ancestral witch, or even a great witch. Wu Wang lamented in his heart. Hoi Kwafu Chiyu. These great witches at least had a chance to change their fate. I, a lesser witch, have a bloodline limit locked, and no matter how I cultivate, I cannot break through true immortal. In the later Great War, I don't even qualify to be a background extra. Despair. Deep despair. Wu Wang lay on the beast hide, eyes vacant. In his past life, when reading novels, he always thought transmigrators could defy fate. But now that it was his turn, he realized how cruel reality was. In the untainted land, one's background determined everything. His background was that of a lesser witch with thin bloodline. He couldn't even become a great witch. What was there to talk about defying fate? Wait. Wu Wang suddenly thought of something. Don't transmigrators all have cheat devices? Where's the system? The old grandpa. The innate supreme treasure. He called out in his heart, "System, are you there?" No response. Shalon, add points. No response. Attribute panel. Still no response. Wu Wang's heart sank to the bottom. No way. Even the cheat device didn't come. Was this meant to let him experience the true miserable life of the bottom class in the untainted land? Just as he was in utter despair, a voice sounded in his mind, detected that the host meets conditions. The multi-wife many-children system is activating. System activation successful. This system aims to help the host achieve Honghuang and transcend the untainted land by taking wives and having children. Basic rules: 1. Taking a wife grants rewards. The higher the wife's rating, comprehensive evaluation of background, cultivation, potential, appearance, etc., the more generous the reward. 2. For each child born, a Dao gift is received. The greater the child's potential, the more the gift. 3. When wives and children improve their strength, the host receives corresponding feedback. 4. Achieving specific milestones such as number of wives, number of children, children's achievements, etc., grants additional rewards. Newbie gift pack has been issued. Open it. Wu Wang was stunned for 3 seconds, then ecstatic. System. There really was a system. Although the name of this system seemed a bit improper. Multi-wife, many children. Take wives and have children. Isn't the Wu clan supposed to be unable to bear children? But now is not the time to be picky. A system was better than nothing. Although the Wu clan supposedly can't reproduce, the system definitely has a way. Open the newbie gift pack. Wu Wang urged in his heart. Newbie gift pack opened. Obtained Profound Origin Dao Fruit. 1 Profound Origin Dao Fruit, a fruit manifesting the Great Dao. Consuming it grants manifold mysteries. Effect 1. All paths converge into one, achieving an innate Dao body thereafter, no cultivation bottlenecks. Effect 2. Birth of a primordial spirit, making up for congenital deficiencies, enabling cultivation of all Dao techniques and divine powers. Effect 3. Purify the bloodline, improve background and aptitude. Effect 4. Greatly increase enlightenment, enabling one to observe the origin of the Great Dao. Special note: the Profound Origin Dao Fruit is a manifestation of the Great Dao. Even sages would covet it. Please use it with caution. Wu Wang stared at the mystic Yuan Dao Fruit information flashing in his mind, completely dumbfounded. 3 seconds later, he sprang up from the beast hide, nearly hitting the stone roof. A Great Dao-level treasure. Wu Wang's heart pounded wildly, his breath nearly ceased. In his previous life, when reading primordial era novels, he had thoroughly studied all kinds of settings. The classification of treasures in the primordial world from low to high goes: magic tools, supreme treasures, post-celestial spirit treasures, antecedental spirit treasures, antecedental supreme treasures, heavenly Dao spirit treasures, heavenly Dao supreme treasures, and finally, the great Dao-level treasures from the dawn of chaos. The gap between each level is as vast as heaven and earth. Antecedental spirit treasures were already items worthy only of the top primordial era powerhouses. The Taiji painting Pangu banner and Juxian sword formation in Sanqing's hands were all antecedental supreme treasures. Only a handful existed in the entire primordial world. Great Dao level treasures. Few have existed in the entire history of the primordial world. The Zhaohua Jade Disc counts as half. It was the very foundation of Honghuang achieving sagehood, the proof of the heavenly Dao incarnation. And the true Great Dao level. Wang swallowed. The Great Dao transcends the heavenly Dao. It is the primal rule of the primordial world. A Great Dao level treasure could theoretically make even sages covetous and Honghuang himself tempted. The mystic Yuan Dao fruit of the Great Dao manifest. Wang muttered the words over and over, his hands trembling. Attaining an innate Dao body, no cultivation shackles. Birthing a primordial spirit, completing the congenital lack. Washing the bloodline, elevating innate talent and foundation. Greatly increasing comprehension, observing the source of the Great Dao. Each of these effects taken alone would drive any rival power in the primordial world to fight desperately. All four combined. This is truly heaven-defying. Wang forced himself to calm down. He must not get excited. It was exactly times like this that he needed to stay calm. He paced back and forth in the stone house, his mind racing. What did an innate Dao body mean? It meant his cultivation speed would skyrocket, that he could cultivate any technique or divine ability, that his innate foundation would be maxed out. What did it mean to give birth to a primordial spirit? It meant that as a lowly Wu, he could make up for the Wu tribe's greatest shortcoming. The Wu tribe did not cultivate primordial spirits, which prevented them from practicing Dao techniques and divine abilities. This was the Wu tribe's most fatal flaw. With a primordial spirit, he could practice Dao techniques, wield treasures, and his battle power would double. Washing his bloodline went without saying. His bloodline was currently thin, locking his cultivation ceiling at the true immortal realm. With his bloodline washed, that ceiling would break, and even a mixed Yuan primordial golden immortal would not be a dream. With this mystic Yuan Dao fruit, he could leap directly from a primordial era cannon fodder to the top ceiling. But the next second his smile froze. A special prompt from the system flashed in his mind. The mystic Yuan Dao fruit is a manifestation of the Great Dao. Even sages will covet it. Please use it cautiously. Even sages will covet it. These 6 words were like a bucket of cold water, directly extinguishing Wang's ecstasy. He snapped back to reality. Right, the treasure was good, but the problem was, did he dare to use it? What time was it now? Honghuang had just become a sage. The heavenly Dao manifested. The entire primordial world was under Honghuang's surveillance. Wang's face turned pale. A heavenly Dao sage with his primordial spirit entrusted to the heavenly Dao and fused with it. It could be said that the entire primordial world was the sage's eyes. If he dared to take out the mystic Yuan Dao fruit in the open, Honghuang would sense it instantly. A Great Dao level treasure. Even a sage would covet it. What would Honghuang do? The answer was obvious. He would directly say, "Little one, put down that fateful opportunity." A little Wu, not even an ant, parading a Great Dao level treasure under the sage's nose. Wasn't that just asking for death? I cannot use it. I absolutely cannot use it directly. Wang forced himself to think calmly. The mystic Yuan Dao fruit was in the system space. As long as he did not take it out, it should not be detected. But once he took it out, even for an instant, it might catch the sage's attention. By then, forget about defying fate. He couldn't even save his own life. Wang paced several circles in the stone house, frantically thinking of countermeasures. In the primordial world, there were a few places where the heavenly Dao had no influence. Pangu Hall. Wang's eyes lit up. Pangu Hall was formed from Pangu's heart, containing the remnant will of Pangu. The heavenly Dao's influence there was suppressed to the minimum. The 12 ancestral Wu could freely curse the sages in Pangu Hall precisely because it was absolutely safe there. Wang took a deep breath. But the problem returned. He was a lowly Wu. How could he get to Pangu Hall? Pangu Hall was the sacred ground of the Wu tribe. Normally, only ancestral Wu and a few great Wu could enter. Someone like him with thin bloodline and low status was not even worthy to approach. Wang had a headache. He was now in a situation like a tendon stuck at both ends. The mystic Yuan Dao fruit was in his storage space, unable to be taken out. But if he did not consume the mystic Yuan Dao fruit, he could not make up for the Wu tribe's defect and could not marry and have children. If he could not marry and have children, he could not leverage the system's function. Wang's heart stirred. What if I surrender the system? His eyes grew brighter and brighter. Yes, surrender the system. This was the only way to survive. A treasure that could not be held tightly was a disaster. Rather than holding the treasure and waiting for death, it was better to actively surrender it in exchange for protection. The Wu tribe was one of the 2 overlords of the primordial world. The 12 ancestral Wu were all at the peak of quasi-sage. Though not a match for sages, they were not to be messed with easily. More importantly, the Wu tribe had Pangu Hall and the protection of Pangu's remnant well. If he surrendered the system to an ancestral Wu, they would surely take it seriously. Then he could enter Pangu Hall, and under the protection of Pangus will use the mystic Yuan Dao Fruit. And Wu Wang felt more and more that this path was feasible. The system was a many children, many blessings system. Its core function was to marry and have children. What was the Wu tribe's biggest problem? It was the inability to reproduce. The Wu tribe did not cultivate primordial spirits and could not interbreed with other races. They could only produce offspring by refining blood essence. This meant that strong as the Wu tribe was, their population grew slowly. They simply could not afford a war of attrition. Moreover, the offspring generated from blood essence only grew weaker. If the system could completely solve the Wu tribe's reproduction problem, the ancestral Wu would go insane. Yes, that's it. Wu Wang slapped his thigh and made his decision. Surrender the system, cling to the ancestral Wu's leg, enter Pangu Hall, consume the mystic Yuan Dao Fruit, then lie low and develop. When the Wu Yao tribulation came, avoid it if possible, if not follow Hutu. After all, Hutu eventually incarnated into the 6 paths of reincarnation and was the only one of the 12 ancestral Wu to survive. Perfect. Wu Wang took a deep breath and pushed open the door of the stone house. Outside lay the settlement of the Kwafu tribe. Stone houses scattered in a disorderly fashion, and in the distance Wu warriors could be seen training their roars, shaking the sky. The sky was gray as it always was in the primordial world, carrying a primal untamed aura. Wu Wang looked around and quickly found his target. Kwafu. The chief of the Kwafu tribe, in existence at the Great Wu level, 100 zhang tall, with bulging muscles and a terrifying aura. At this moment, he sat cross-legged on a huge stone in the center of the tribe, eyes closed in meditation. Wu Wang gritted his teeth and walked over. Lord Kwafu. He stood below the giant stone and shouted upward. Kwafu opened his eyes, looked down at Wu Wang, and showed a hint of confusion. Little Wu Wang, what is it? Kwafu's voice was very gentle, not as irritable as other Great Wu. He was known in the tribe for his kindness and cared for his tribe members. I have an important matter that requires an audience with an ancestral Wu. Wu Wang gathered his courage and said. Kwafu paused for a moment, then laughed. An audience with an ancestral Wu. Little one, do you know what kind of existence an ancestral Wu is? His tone was still gentle, but there was clear unconcern in his eyes. Wu Wang's heart sank. It was indeed not that easy. I know, but this matter is very important. It concerns the future of the entire Wu tribe. Wu Wang said through gritted teeth. Kwafu frowned. Concerns the future of the Wu tribe. Little Wu Wang, do you know the consequences of reckless words? His voice dropped, still gentle, but now carrying a sense of pressure. Wu Wang felt it was hard to breathe. The aura of a great Wu was terrifying. Even a trace of pressure was more than he, a lowly Wu, could bear. But he could not back down. If he backed down, it would be over. I am not speaking recklessly. Wu Wang insisted through clenched teeth. I truly have something important concerning the Wu tribe's future. I must see an ancestral Wu. Kwafu stared at Wu Wang for a long while. Wu Wang was covered in cold sweat under that gaze, but he still straightened his back and did not retreat. After a long time, Kwafu withdrew his pressure. You little fellow, you have some guts after all. He stood up, his 100-zhang body towering like a mountain. Very well, I will take you to see the ancestral Wu. But if you dare to toy with the ancestral Wu, I would never dare. Wu Wang quickly replied. Kwafu nodded, waved his hand, and a gentle force lifted Wu Wang. Come, let's go to Pangu Hall. Wu Wang was overjoyed inside. Success. The first step was accomplished. Now it depended on the ancestral Wu's reaction. Kwafu lifted Wu Wang into the air and flew toward Buzhou Mountain. The primordial land sped by beneath them. Wu Wang looked at the enormous pillar that supported the sky in the distance, his heart full of both anticipation and anxiety. Pangu Hall, here he came. Ancestral Wu, here he came. The first step of defying fate begins now. Kwafu carried Wu Wang as they soared through the air, the power of the witch clan's bloodline forming a protective barrier around him. Wu Wang felt the howling wind in his ears, his heart pounding fiercely. After flying for approximately 50 years, the unyielding mountain came into view ahead. The colossal pillar reaching up to the heavens was entirely dark yellow, emanating an aura of primordial chaos. The entire mountain trembled slightly, as if it were breathing, each breath resonating with the pulse of the primordial earth. Wu Wang felt his spirit shaken. This was the unyielding mountain transformed from Pangu's backbone, the pillar supporting heaven and earth, the first divine mountain of the primordial age. Kwafu landed on a platform halfway up the mountain, where an ancient grand hall stood at the edge. The hall doors were tightly shut, with massive beast bones hanging on either side, exuding a terrifying aura of primordial beasts. We've arrived at the Pangu Hall, Kwafu said, retracting his witch power and setting Wu Wang down. Little Wu Wang, when we meet the ancestors, do not speak foolishly. The ancestors are amiable, but if you were to mock them, I wouldn't dare, Wu Wang quickly replied. Fu nodded and raised his hand to push open the hall doors. The hall doors burst open with a thunderous sound, and an overwhelming pressure rushed toward them. Wang felt his breath catch, nearly dropping to his knees. This was the aura of the ancestors' 12 distinct presences intertwining to create a pressure capable of shaking heaven and earth. Fu, why have you trespassed into the Pangu Hall? A commanding voice resonated. Wang struggled to lift his head, seeing 12 figures seated within the hall. At the forefront was the ancestor Dijiang with 4 wings sprouting from his back, his face like a yellow pouch, red as fire, exuding fluctuations of spatial laws. The other ancestors flanked him, each radiating a terrifying aura surrounded by laws. Wang recognized a few of them. The woman in yellow was the ancestor Ho-Tu who governed the earth, her aura as heavy as a mountain. She was looking gently in their direction, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. Next to Ho-Tu was the ancestor Xianming, covered in bone spurs emanating a chilling air, her features cold and beautiful, radiating waves of icy law. The ancestor Zhu Rong had red hair like flames surrounded by roaring fire, impatiently tapping on the armrest. The ancestor Gong Gong was surrounded by mist, his gaze unfriendly. The other 8 ancestors each possessed unique characteristics, their powerful auras swirling within the hall. Fu bowed respectfully, saying, I report to you, ancestors, that the small witch Wang wishes to meet with you regarding an important matter concerning the future of the witch clan. I found this matter suspicious, so I brought him here for your judgment. Concerning the future of the witch clan, Gong Gong snorted coldly. What would a small witch know about the future of the witch clan? Zhu Rong also impatiently remarked, Fu, you are becoming increasingly muddled. Do you take the nonsense of a small witch seriously? Dijiang raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. He looked at Wang, a glint of scrutiny flashing in his eyes. Little witch, raise your head. Wang gritted his teeth and lifted his head, meeting Dijiang's gaze. In that instant, he felt as if everything about him was being seen through his soul trembling. The pressure from the ancestor was too terrifying. Even a single glance from him made Wang feel nearly overwhelmed. But just then a system notification echoed in his mind. Detected high-quality potential partners, 2 generating partner information cards. Wang's spirit jolted. In the next moment, 2 information cards appeared in his mind. Name Ho-Tu, race, witch clan, ancestor, cultivation, peak, semi-saint, potential, earthly saint, overall rating, SSS, top-tier partner, of the primordial age, talent, traits, mother of the earth, SSS level, governs the laws of the earth, with the potential to achieve an earthly saint in the future. Bearer of virtue, SS level, gentle in nature, embracing all, possessing great maternal brilliance. Master of reincarnation, hidden, SSS level, will transform into reincarnation in the future, achieving immortal merit. Life giver, SS level, contains powerful vitality, capable of nurturing top-tier bloodlines. Current status, not eligible as a wife, witch clan, defect, unable to bear offspring. Name Xianming, race, witch clan, ancestor, cultivation, peak, semi-saint, overall rating, SSS, talent, traits, frost queen, SSS level, governs the laws of frost and rain, unparalleled in offense. Ultimate cold physique, SS level, inherently cold body, rapid cultivation speed. Battle intuition, S level, exceptional talent in combat, tempered through countless trials. Heart of ice, SS level, emotions are restrained, unwavering once resolved. Current status, not eligible as a wife, witch clan, defect, unable to bear offspring. Wang was left dumbstruck. SSS and SSS ratings. Ho-Tu can achieve sainthood in the future. Xianming has an ultimate cold physique. Most importantly, the talent traits of these 2 are astonishing. Mother of the earth, master of reincarnation, life giver, frost queen. Each one possesses top-tier talents. If I could marry either of them. Wang's mind instantly filled with countless thoughts. If Ho-Tu becomes an earthly saint in the future, and Xianming possesses peak semi-saint strength, if the system could resolve the reproductive defect of the witch clan, marrying either of them would yield terrifying offspring. Child of a saint. Semi-saint bloodline. Wang felt his heart racing uncontrollably. But in the next moment, the words on the information card doused his fantasies like a cold bucket of water. Not eligible as a wife. Witch clan, defect, unable to bear offspring. Indeed, the witch clan does not cultivate the primordial spirit and cannot reproduce normally. While the ancestors are powerful, they are also constrained by this limitation. Wang suppressed his excitement and regret, knowing this was not the time for such thoughts. First, he needed to manage the matters of the system and the Innate Dao Fruit. As long as he resolved the witch clan's reproductive defect, there might still be hope in the future. Little witch, what are you daydreaming about? Dijiang's voice pulled Wang back to reality. Wang took a deep breath and knelt on one knee, saying, I report to the ancestors, the small witch Wang has important matters concerning the future of the witch clan to report. Oh, the ancestor Ho-Tu's eyes sparkled with interest. Little Wang, please tell me, what is it that concerns the future of the witch clan? Her voice was gentle, carrying a sense of earth-like warmth, which eased Wu Wang's tense heart somewhat. Wu Wang organized his words and solemnly said, "I report to the ancestors that there is a true spirit of the Great Dao residing within me. As long as I marry and bear children, I can receive rewards." The hall fell into silence in an instant. In the next moment, Ancestor Zhu Rong burst into laughter. "True spirit of the Great Dao. Ha, has this kid's brain been burned out?" Gong Gong also sneered. "Would the true spirit of the Great Dao reside in the body of a little shaman?" A joke. The other ancestors displayed expressions of skepticism. Only the ancestors Di Jiang Ho Tu and Xian Ming did not laugh. They stared at Wu Wang, their eyes glinting with contemplation. Wu Wang gritted his teeth and continued, "Esteemed ancestors, everything the little shaman says is true. When the true spirit of the Great Dao descended, it informed the little shaman that it could help the shaman clan solve the problem of reproduction." As soon as these words were spoken, laughter in the hall came to an abrupt halt. Reproduction. These four characters seemed to strike at the pain point of the shaman clan. Zhu Rong ceased to laugh, his expression turning solemn. Gong Gong also withdrew his sarcasm, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. The other ancestors straightened in their seats, their breaths growing heavy. What was the shaman clan's greatest problem? It was not cultivation nor combat power, but the inability to reproduce. The shaman clan could only rely on their essence blood to produce descendants, resulting in extremely slow population growth and the bloodline of descendants becoming increasingly diluted. Over time, the shaman clan would inevitably decline. If there truly was a way to solve this problem. Di Jiang's eyes shone with a glimmer of insight. "Continue speaking." Wu Wang felt a surge of joy. Indeed, the topic of reproduction had struck at the Achilles heel of the ancestors. The true spirit of the Great Dao told the little shaman that to solve the shaman clan's reproduction issue, the little shaman would need to marry and have children. For each wife taken and each child born, the little shaman would receive gifts from the Great Dao. And these gifts would nourish the shaman clan, ultimately helping to remedy this flaw. Ancestor Ho Tu furrowed her brow. "Marrying and having children. Don't say it's just you, a little shaman. Even we ancestors cannot marry and have children." "Exactly," Ancestor Zhu Rong exclaimed. Wu Wang took a deep breath and retrieved a jade box from his bosom. The jade box was warm to the touch, emanating a faint treasure light. "Esteemed ancestors, this is the reward the true spirit of the Great Dao gave to the little shaman, called the Xian Yuan Dao Fruit." Wu Wang opened the jade box. This fruit contains the mysteries of the Great Dao. Consuming it can achieve the innate Dao body, give birth to the nascent soul, cleanse the bloodline, and enhance comprehension. Before he could finish, a terrifying pressure erupted from the box. The entire Pangu hall trembled. The aura of the Great Dao spread out, the Xian Huang Qi descended, and the laws of heaven and earth resonated. The 12 ancestors stood up in unison, their eyes filled with shock. Di Jiang stared intently at the Dao fruit, his voice trembling. "This is a treasure of the Great Dao." Ancestor Ho Tu could hardly believe it. How is this possible? How could a treasure of the Great Dao appear in the hands of a little shaman? Ancestor Xian Ming's cold aura surged, clearly unable to control her breath due to excessive shock. Ancestor Zhu Rong's eyes widened. This kid, is what he said really true? Ancestor Gong Gong was also stunned, the previous sarcasm and disdain all dissolving into shock. Wu Wang felt the ancestors' reactions and was overjoyed. It worked. This first step succeeded. He suppressed his excitement and solemnly said, "Esteemed ancestors, though the little shaman has received this treasure, he understands the principle of a common man. Without guilt, holding a precious item can lead to trouble. Moreover, I am aware that such a treasure of the Great Dao is not something the little shaman can monopolize. Therefore," Wu Wang held the jade box with both hands, raising it high above his head. "The little shaman wishes to offer this fruit to all esteemed ancestors. I only ask that you protect the little shaman and allow him to complete the task entrusted by the true spirit of the Great Dao, helping the shaman clan solve the issue of reproduction." The hall once again fell into dead silence. The 12 ancestors stared blankly at Wu Wang, their eyes filled with even greater shock. This kid, is he really willing to surrender a treasure of the Great Dao? It should be noted that this is a treasure of the Great Dao. There are hardly a few in the entire primordial world. Even ancestors would be tempted upon seeing such a treasure. But this kid, he actually took it out without hesitation. Di Jiang looked deeply at Wu Wang, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. "Little Wu Wang, do you know the value of this Dao fruit?" "The little shaman knows," Wu Wang replied firmly, "precisely because I know I dare not monopolize it. The little shaman is just a little shaman. Holding such a treasure would only lead to disaster. Rather than that, it is better to offer it to the esteemed ancestors in exchange for protection. Furthermore," he raised his head, sincerity shining in his eyes. "Furthermore, the little shaman is a child of the shaman clan. The shaman clan raised the little shaman, and upon receiving the treasure, it is only right to offer it back to the shaman clan. His words were righteous, stirring the heavens and moving the earth. Ancestor Zhu Rong's eyes turned red. Good. What a good child of the shaman clan. Ancestor Gong Gong also felt moved. This kid has guts. No wonder he is one of our shaman clan. The other ancestors nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Wu Wang changing. Ancestor Ho Tu revealed a look of satisfaction. Little Wu Wang, you are doing great. Just then Ancestor Xianming suddenly spoke, her voice cold. Wait. Everyone turned to look at her. Ancestor Xianming fixed her gaze on Wu Wang, coldly stating, you just said that the true spirit of the Great Dao requires you to marry and have children to receive rewards. Wu Wang was taken aback. Yes, yes. Then you offer the Dao fruit to us. What about yourself? Ancestor Xianming continued to ask, if you do not consume this Xian Yuan Dao fruit, how can you ensure that a woman can give birth to a child? As soon as this was said, the other ancestors also reacted. Right? This kid has offered out the Dao fruit. What will he do for himself? Ancestor Ho Tu blinked and suddenly smiled. Little Wu Wang, did you plan this out? Wu Wang's face flushed. The little shaman wouldn't dare. Stop it. Ancestor Ho Tu shook her head with a smile. You little sly one, clearly knowing that this Dao fruit can only be consumed by you, yet pretending to be righteous to deceive us into being moved. The other ancestors were taken aback, then they also reacted. Ancestor Zhu Rong laughed heartily. Good kid. You almost fooled me. Ancestor Gong Gong could not help but laugh. This kid is quite cunning. Wu Wang's thoughts were exposed, and no matter how thick his skin was, he felt somewhat embarrassed. But he quickly put on a thick face and said, what the little shaman says is all sincere. The little shaman is indeed willing to give everything for the shaman clan. All right. Ancestor Ho Tu waved her hand. You little sly one, stop pretending. She looked at Di Jiang. Elder brother, I think what this kid says might be true. Di Jiang nodded. I think so too. He looked at Wu Wang. Little Wu Wang, you should consume the Dao fruit. We will guard you here. If what you say is true, the shaman clan will fully assist you in completing the task entrusted by the true spirit of the Great Dao in the future. Wu Wang was overjoyed in his heart, but still pretended to be anxious on the surface. Thank you, ancestors. Ancestor Ho Tu smiled. Don't be in a hurry to thank. First tell us, who do you want to marry? Wu Wang's face turned red again. The little shaman hasn't thought it through yet. Haven't thought it through. Ancestor Xianming shot him a cold glance. I see you have thought it through, you just don't dare to say it right. Wu Wang felt guilty under her gaze. He had indeed thought it through. His first target was none other than Ho Tu and Xianming in front of him. But could he dare to say that? Wanting to marry an ancestor as a wife, isn't that courting death? Ancestor Zhu Rong boisterously declared. Who cares who he wants to marry? Oh, let's eat the Dao fruit first. This kid has a diluted bloodline. Consuming the Dao fruit should cleanse it. When the time comes, the shaman clan's flaws will be filled, and he'll go kidnap 80,000 women for him to slowly reproduce. How many? Wu Wang's legs suddenly felt weak. Are we being a bit too hasty here? Don't worry about that. You leave the matter of marrying and having children to us. Just eat that fruit first. Wu Wang took a deep breath, holding the jade box. He looked at the Dao fruit radiating Honghuang energy within the box, his heart racing. Finally about to eat it. As long as he consumed this Dao fruit, he could achieve the innate Dao body, give birth to the nascent soul, and cleanse his bloodline. From then on, he would no longer be cannon fodder, but a powerhouse qualified to stand in the primordial world. Wu Wang picked up the Dao fruit and placed it in his mouth. The Dao fruit melted upon entry, transforming into a warm current that surged into his body. In the next moment, terrifying power erupted. The entrance to the Dao fruit instantly transformed into an indescribable warm current, sliding down Wu Wang's throat and into his abdomen. It was not mere energy, but a breath containing the mysteries of the primordial universe. In the next moment, Wu Wang felt as if his body had become a lit powder keg. An unimaginable, terrifying power erupted explosively from his dantian. Boom! A visible yellowish gas wave erupted violently from Wu Wang at its center, expanding outward in all directions. The entire Pangu Hall shook violently, and the laws of space within the hall cracked under this power. Not good. Di Jiang's expression changed. He did not expect the power of this fruit to be so tyrannical. He immediately waved his hand, and a tremendous force of space instantly enveloped Wu Wang, forming an absolutely isolated domain. Yet even so, the aura emanating from it still sent shockwaves through the hearts of the ancestral witches present. This is the aura of Pangu Father God. Zhurong exclaimed in shock, his fiery eyes filled with horror. No, this is not purely the aura of the Father God. It resembles the manifestation of the source of the Tao. Huda's expression was serious. She could feel the earth beneath her feet rejoicing, as if welcoming a power of the same origin. The cold air surrounding Xianming was shattered by the yellowish gas wave, and for the first time her cold beauty revealed a hint of emotion. This power is so pure, so tyrannical. At this moment, Wu Wang, caught in the center of the storm, felt as if he were about to explode. Every inch of his flesh and blood was being crazily washed, torn, and then reassembled by that yellowish warm current. Pain. Inexpressible pain. It felt as if countless ants were gnawing at his bones and countless small knives were scraping his meridians. Wu Wang felt that his consciousness was becoming hazy amidst this excruciating pain. But just when he was about to collapse, a cool sensation was born deep within his mind. It was the primordial spirit. Under the power of the Xian Yuan Dao Fruit, he who should not have possessed a primordial spirit as a witch had forcibly condensed his own primordial spirit from nothing. As soon as the primordial spirit emerged, Wu Wang instantly felt that the entire world had become different. He saw the flowing laws of power within the Pangu Hall, the constantly appearing and disappearing ripples of space beside Di Jiang, the source fire, within Zhurong that seemed capable of incinerating all things, the vibrant earth pulse surrounding Hutu, and the chilling laws of time and space from Xianming. In the past, he could only sense the strength of the ancestral witches, but now he could see the essence of that strength. The birth of his primordial spirit made his perception of pain clearer, yet it also granted him clarity in adhering to his true self. He endured the excruciating pain of his flesh and turned his gaze inward. He saw that his bloodline was undergoing earth-shattering changes. The originally thin and mixed witch bloodline was being cleansed by the yellowish energy, with impurities being gradually removed, and the concentration of his bloodline was rising at an astonishing speed. Deep within that bloodline, the ancient marks originating from Pangu were activated, and a desolate, ancient, and unparalleled aura awakened within him. Roar! Wu Wang could not help but let out a roar as his body began to uncontrollably expand, his muscles bulging and his bones cracking under the immense pressure. Outside the Pangu Hall, the guarding witch warriors stared in shock at the hall. They could feel an aura emerging inside that made their bloodlines tremble, longing to worship. What's happening? What occurred inside the hall? Such terrifying pressure. This aura seems even stronger than the Great Witch. Inside the hall, the faces of the 12 ancestral witches transformed from shock to horror. This kid's bloodline is returning to its ancestral form. Di Jiang's voice had a hint of tremor. He could clearly see that Wu Wang's bloodline was metamorphosing towards its most primal state. Although it was still far from the level of the ancestral witches, this trend was already frightening enough. His physical strength is almost catching up to Kua Fu. Gong stared fixedly at Wu Wang, his tone filled with disbelief. What level is Kua Fu? That was the Great Witch, the pinnacle of combat power in the witch clan aside from the ancestral witches. Wu Wang was previously just a witch with a thin bloodline, lacking even the physique of a true immortal. Now, after eating a fruit in no more than the time it takes to burn an incense, his physical strength was about to catch up to the Great Witch. This completely overturned their understanding. Hutu's eyes sparkled. She was not focused on power, but on the immense vitality within Wu Wang. His life's source is so vigorous. This vitality is already comparable to an ordinary Great Witch. Moreover, I can feel he can now integrate with other beings. As soon as these words were spoken, all the ancestral witches held their breath for a moment. To be able to integrate with other beings. What does this mean? This meant that the curse preventing the witch clan from reproducing truly had hope of being broken. Zhurong's eyes turned red instantly, and her breathing became heavy. Gong also clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Just then, Wu Wang's transformation escalated again. With the purification of his bloodline, his physical strength finally broke through a critical point. Boom! An even more powerful aura shot into the sky, crashing into the space barrier set up by Di Jiang, making it hum. Great Witch! He has become a Great Witch! Zhurong shouted excitedly. From a little witch, he soared to become a Great Witch in one leap. This had never happened in the history of the witch clan. However, this was not the end. Wu Wang's cultivation was still soaring. He reached the realm of the Great Witch. But that yellowish energy still had not exhausted. It continued to transform his body and enhance his bloodline. Wu Wang's primordial spirit immersed in an enigmatic realm. He seemed to see 9 stairways leading to the heavens stretching before him. He suddenly realized what this was. This was the path from the Great Witch to the ancestral witch. The classification of realms in the witch clan is quite vague, distinguishing only between little witches, great witches, and ancestral witches. But now Wu Wang clearly saw the future ahead. Above the great witches, there were 9 heavenly chasms, 9 heavy barriers. He named it, the 9 steps to ascend to heaven. One step is one heavy sky. Taking the first step is the first realm of the Great Witch, with a physique comparable to that of a true immortal. And now, propelled by the terrifying medicinal power, his cultivation surged forward. The first step taken. The first realm of the Great Witch. Physical strength comparable to the pinnacle of true immortal. The second step taken. The second realm of the Great Witch. Physical strength comparable to the Xian Immortal. The third step taken. The third realm of the Great Witch. Physical strength comparable to the Golden Immortal. My heavens, it's still increasing. Zhurong didn't know what to say anymore as she felt her mind was a bit overwhelmed. The medicinal power of this Dao fruit is too terrifying. Gong murmured. Di Jiang and Hutu exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They knew Wu Wang's future had completely changed. This was not merely an enhancement of cultivation, but a transformation of his foundation. In Wu Wang's consciousness, he was still climbing upward. The fourth step. Tai Golden Immortal. The fifth step. Tai Golden Immortal Pinnacle. When he took the fifth step, the residual medicinal power of the Xian Yuan Dao fruit finally began to weaken. Wu Wang's cultivation ultimately settled at the fifth realm of the Great, which possessing a terrifying physique comparable to the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. And his bloodline had completely stabilized, though it could not compare to the ancestral witches. It had far surpassed all the great witches including Kwa Fu and Hui. The concentration of his bloodline had nearly reached the limit just beneath the ancestral witches. A profound depth settled within him. After a long while, the violent aura within the Pangu Hall finally began to calm down. Wu Wang opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were they? Clear and profound, as if containing the stars and the universe. In his left eye, a yellowish aura swirled faintly, while in the depths of his right eye, Dao runes seemed to appear and disappear. The aura around him had completely retracted. He looked like an ordinary young witch, but only the ancestral witches present knew the terrifying power contained within this seemingly ordinary body. How do you feel? Hutu's voice was laced with cautious probing. Wu Wang moved his muscles and bones, feeling the roaring power surging within him along with the exceptionally clear primordial spirit in his mind. He had a feeling that if he wished, he could shatter an ancient divine mountain with a single punch. He stood up and respectfully saluted the 12 ancestral witches. Thank you, esteemed ancestral witches, for your protection. His voice was steady and powerful, no longer filled with the previous unease and tension of a little witch. Strength is the foundation. Zhurong strode over her palm as large as a fan, lightly patting Wu Wang's shoulder, resulting in a muffled thump. Wu Wang remained motionless while Zhurong's own hand tingled slightly. Good boy. Zhurong's eyes widened. Instead of being surprised, she was delighted. Your physique is tough. Harder than that, Kwa Fu. The ancestral witches exchanged glances and then smiled in unison. The fruit was real, which meant Wu Wang's words were also true. Wu Wang smiled. Di Jiang looked at Wu Wang with complex eyes. He slowly spoke. Little Wu Wang, how do you feel now compared to before? Wu Wang pondered for a moment and replied seriously, reporting to you, Di Jiang Ancestral, which I am now a great witch. My physical strength is approximately at the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. My bloodline has also been purified, and most importantly, he paused, speaking clearly and deliberately, I have given birth to a primordial spirit. Moreover, I feel that the deficiencies of the witch clan can now be remedied. A Yuan Shun primordial spirit has been born. There is a way to mend the Wuzu's reproductive defect. Those two proclamations detonated like twin chaotic divine thunders within Pangu Dian, leaving the 12 Zhu dazed and ringing in their minds. A Yuan Shun. You truly have given birth to a Yuan Shun. Di Jiang's voice for the first time carried urgent intensity. He stepped forward and in an instant stood before Wu Wang, his majestic divine sense sweeping without restraint into Wu Wang's sea of consciousness. Wu Wang offered no resistance. The next moment, Di Jiang froze. Within Wu Wang's mind atop the chaotic sea of consciousness, a diminutive figure identical to him sat cross-legged. Although small and frail, its aura was pure and aligned with the Dao, undeniably the Yuan Shun. Really a Yuan Shun. Di Jiang murmured, his gaze filled with a tangle of emotions no words could neatly define. There was astonishment, envy, and even a sliver of jealousy. They, the ancestral Zhu, were born mighty masters of law, their flesh nigh invulnerable. Yet their greatest regret was the absence of a Yuan Shun. Without a Yuan Shun, one cannot comprehend profound laws, cannot wield spirit treasures, nor cultivate those subtle Dao techniques and arcane arts. This shortcoming often cost them dearly in conflicts with the Yao clan. The Yao possessed Hichu and Luoshu of Di Jun Tai's Hundun Bell, mystic legacies, while the Zhu had only their fists. Now a Wuzu youth, a junior in their eyes, had obtained what they had longed for in dreams. Brother, what is it? Zhurong asked, impatience sharpening his words. Di Jiang withdrew his divine sense, fixed Wu Wang with a long look, and slowly breathed two words, it is real. The hall erupted as if an unseen cauldron had been overturned. Laughter and cheering filled Pangu Dian. Excellent. At last someone of our Wuzu can cultivate a Yuan Shun. Zhurong danced in unrestrained joy. May Father God bless our Wuzu. Gong Gong flushed with excitement. His usually austere face broke into a smile like that of an enormous child. The other ancestral Zhuwu displayed unbridled elation as well. What did a Wuzu with a Yuan Shin mean? It meant the Wuzu could study Dao arts. It meant they could forge spirit treasures of their own. The Wuzu's greatest weakness would be remedied. But aside from the Yuan Shin, another question weighed even heavier on their minds. Ho Tu fixed her bright eyes on Wu Wang, her voice trembling slightly. Little Wu Wang, you just said. The Wuzu's reproductive flaw can be remedied. Every ancestral Zhuwu's gaze snapped to Wu Wang. That was their most urgent concern, the question that struck at the very soul of their people. A Yuan Shun was indeed momentous, but reproduction touched the Wuzu's very survival. Facing 12 scorching stares, Wu Wang solemnly nodded. Yes, Ho Tu Zhuwu. The moment I swallowed the Dao fruit, and my lineage transformed, I felt it. My bloodline is no longer as it was. It has acquired the capacity to conceive and nurture offspring. To bolster his claim, Wu Wang continued, the Great Dao Spirit's prompt appeared again. It told me that if I marry and bear children, my progeny will inherit Yuan Shun, as well, breaking free from the shackles of barrenness. A collective intake of breath rippled through the hall. This meant that if Wu Wang sired enough children, the Wuzu could one day field an army of Yuan Shin-bearing kin. At present, the Wuzu could already stride across the Honghuang world by virtue of their flesh alone. Imagine if every Wuzu also possessed a Yuan Shun. Yet Wu Wang's present cultivation remained too meager. Furthermore, producing offspring through union with women required time. Time above all was what the Wuzu lacked now. What a pity. If only we could produce another like Wu Wang. Di Jiang inhaled deeply and made a fateful declaration. Little Wu Wang, hear me. From this moment on, your safety shall be jointly borne by us 12 Zhuwu. Any plea of yours, so long as it serves the grand plan of Wuzu proliferation, we will marshal the strength of our clans to fulfill. Such an oath weighed like a mountain. The 12 Zhuwu, overlords of the Honghuang, had pledged together. Wu Wang's heart soared, but he knew this was no time for celebration or for pressing demands. Feigning modesty, he bowed and said, I am grateful for the Zhuwu's magnanimity. This little Wuzu will serve the clan to death. But, regarding the matter of marriage. That is easy. Zhu Rong waved carelessly. Who have you set your sights on? Speak. Be it a phoenix princess or a dragon, maiden, I'll snatch her back for you this instant. If you haven't chosen, I'll seize 80,000 from the Honghuang lands. Every race represented, so you'll be spoiled for choice. Wu Wang's face darkened. 80,000. Was Zhu Rong obsessed with the number? Seize and snatch. If they truly did that, would the Wuzu not become the common enemy of Honghuang overnight? He hurriedly waved his hand. Zhu Rong, Zhuwu, wait. This matter cannot be handled rashly. What, too few? Zhu Rong glared. No. Wu Wang hastened to explain. The Great Dao Spirit's prompt is not satisfied by marrying just any woman. To secure the best reward and truly resolve the problem for the Wuzu, my bride must be rooted, blessed with long fortune, and possess extraordinary aptitude. He paused, then revealed the crucial detail. Furthermore, my system of this Great Dao Spirit seems to resonate with certain special women and will generate information cards. Only those women who manifest an information card are the most suitable choices for me. He had to clarify the mechanism of the system. If Zhu Rong were allowed to snatch 80,000 ordinary women, there would be no place left for his grief. Information cards. The Zhuwu exchanged puzzled looks. It was clear they did not understand. Wu Wang steeled himself and explained the Great Dao Spirit will analyze a woman's roots, cultivation, and potential, then produce a comprehensive evaluation. The higher the evaluation, the greater the benefits after marriage and childbirth. Oh, there is such a thing. Di Jiang pondered. Ho Tu blinked and suddenly seemed to recall something. She looked at Wu Wang with a faint knowing smile and asked, Little Wu Wang, when you first entered the hall you stared for a long time. Was that when you saw those information cards? Wu Wang's heart skipped a beat. He had forgotten that awkward moment. He had indeed been stunned when he saw the profile cards of Ho Tu and Xianming. Seeing the embarrassed expression on his face, Ho Tu understood without further words. Her smile deepened, and she pressed, Tell us, whose cards did you see? Xianming Zhuwu cast a cold glance. Though silent, his look plainly warned that lying would bear consequences. Wu Wang felt his scalp prickle. How to confess? Say that he saw the two of them, and that one score was SSS and the other SSS, both the most exalted matches in Honghuang, and that he had half wanted to take them home. If those words escaped his lips, Zhu Rong's fiery fists and Gong Gong's water spears might very well fall upon him then and there. Look at you shivering. Zhu Rong had no patience for his timidity. Is it not just that you saw Ho Tu's sister and Xianming's sister? What is there to be afraid of? We Wuzu lads must speak boldly what we dare to think. Wu Wang was dumbstruck. Zhu Rong, you are handing me a blade. He looked to Di Jiang for rescue, hoping his steady elder brother would smooth things over. But Di Jiang merely stroked his chin and regarded him with more amusement than sympathy. Ho Tu's cheeks flushed faintly, yet she composed herself and said graciously, "Little Wu Wang, you may speak freely. Am I and Xianming's sister recognized by your great Dao spirit?" There was no escaping it now. Wu Wang gritted his teeth and chose to leap into the abyss. Yes. He lifted his head and, meeting the gaze of every ancestral Zuwu, declared with reckless candor, "When I entered Pangu Jian, the great Dao spirit did indeed give a prompt. The two Zuwu, Ho Tu Zuwu and Xianming Zuwu, are the highest-rated matches I have yet encountered." After speaking, he bowed his head, bracing himself for the storm. But the expected fury never came. Pangu Jian fell into an odd silence. After a long while, Zhu Rong burst into a snorting laugh that swelled into thunderous guffaws. "Ha ha ha. Brave boy. You actually dared to set your sights on our sisters. Ha ha ha." Gong Gong laughed as well. This kid's courage has swelled fat. The other Zuwu watched with expressions that promised entertainment. Wu Wang was bewildered. This was the wrong reaction. Shouldn't they be raging and hoist him up for punishment? He stole a glance at Ho Tu and Xianming. Xianming remained icily composed, yet a faint flush crept at the base of his ears. Ho Tu, by contrast, smiled openly. She stepped forward, bent slightly, her luminous eyes upon him, as she asked softly, "Then, how highly did my evaluation rank?" Wu Wang. Looking into the seemingly speaking eyes of Ho Tu, Wu was momentarily at a loss for words. This reaction was utterly beyond his expectations. He initially thought that after uttering such rebellious words, he would either be killed on the spot or suffer severe consequences. After all, as someone who had just risen from a minor shaman, daring to covet a primordial shaman was tantamount to courting death in any hierarchical clan. However, the Wu clan was precisely a race that did not play by the rules. They revered strength and respected the powerful, but they valued contributions to the clan even more. In simpler terms, it was about unity, absolute unity. In the face of the monumental task of ensuring the Wu clan's reproduction, status and identity seemed to lose their significance. What? Not brave enough to speak? Seeing Wu's awkward demeanor, Ho Tu's smile grew wider. Wu gritted his teeth, steeling his resolve. Having come this far, what was there to fear? He answered honestly. In response to the primordial shaman, Ho Tu, the evaluation from the Dao's true spirit is SSS. The commentary is a top partner of the wilderness. He glanced at Xianming, who still wore a cold expression, but whose ears were growing red, and quietly added, "The evaluation from the primordial shaman Xianming is SSS level." The Pangu Hall fell silent once again. The teasing smiles on the faces of the primordial shamans gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. SSS, a top partner of the wilderness. Although they did not understand what SSS truly meant, they comprehended the significance of the words top partner of the wilderness. This meant that in the eyes of that mysterious Dao's true spirit, Ho Tu was among the most suitable women to become a partner in the entire wilderness world. Now, this is interesting. Di Jiang stroked his chin, his eyes flickering. Kid did that system. The Dao's true spirit mentioned any benefits of marrying our sister. Zhu Rong set aside his carefree demeanor and earnestly asked. This question hit the nail on the head. Wu sorted his thoughts. He knew that what he said next would determine the Wu clan's level of investment in this matter. Yes. Wu answered confidently. The system of the Dao's true spirit said that the higher the score of the wife, the richer the basic rewards I will receive. And the potential of the offspring will also be greater, leading to more Dao gifts for me. He paused, dropping a heavy bombshell. Moreover, I have discovered a possible hidden reward. Hidden reward? Di Jiang's interest was thoroughly piqued. Yes. Wu's expression turned serious. After my nascent soul was born, I had a faint sense of the heavenly secrets. That is the first publicly recognized marriage in the wilderness world acknowledged by the heavens will bestow immeasurable merits from the Dao. Merits from the Dao. The mere mention of those words made even Di Jiang's breath grow heavier. What are merits? They are the hard currency of the wilderness world. They have endless uses. They can be used to enhance cultivation, to refine merit's spiritual treasures, and most importantly, they provide protection, resisting all forms of harm, even the malevolent energy of calamities. Why did Honghuang preach after becoming a saint? Was it not for merits? Of course, this was the thought of the primordial shamans. But Wu knew the deeper meaning behind Honghuang's preaching. In the past, the Wu clan did not cultivate the nascent soul and did not revere the Dao, so they had no thoughts on merits and could not obtain them. But now it was different. Wu had the nascent soul. He could absorb merits. If Wu could acquire a vast amount of merits, it would be like acquiring an invincible protective talisman for the Wu clan. In the original timeline, it was precisely Di Jun, the emperor of the Yao clan, who married the moon goddess Shi He and Chang, she following the way of Yin and Yang, announcing it to the wilderness, establishing the marriage rites, which garnered the merits from the Dao, causing the luck of the Yao clan to surge. This is the heavenly marriage. Wu thought for a moment and said, Di Jun has the river map and the Luo book capable of deducing heavenly secrets. He must have calculated this point too. If we can complete this first heavenly marriage in the wilderness before the Yao clan does, then that merit will belong entirely to my Wu clan. Not only that. Wu's voice rose a pitch, his eyes gleaming with ambition. The significance of the heavenly marriage is not just about merits. It's about reputation. It is about occupying the moral high ground. Once we succeed, it will be tantamount to announcing to the entire wilderness that my Wu clan is the true orthodoxy of heaven and earth, that even the rites of marriage and family are initiated by my Wu clan. This will immensely strike at the pride of the Yao clan and elevate the fortune of my Wu clan with immeasurable benefits. After he finished speaking, the entire Pangu hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The 12 primordial shamans were all stunned by the blueprint Wu had laid out. Seizing the opportunity from the Yao clan, snatching the merits from the Dao, establishing the Wu clan as the true orthodoxy of heaven and earth. This kid's ambition was even greater than that of these primordial shamans. Zhu Rong felt his blood boiling. He slammed his fist against a nearby stone pillar and shouted excitedly, Let's do it. Damn it, we must do it. Snatch from those damned Yao clan. Those heavenly marriage merits must belong to my Wu clan. Yes, we cannot let Di Jun and that three-legged crow gain the advantage. Gong Gong also excitedly chimed in. Di Jiang's eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. He had been contemplating how to respond to the rise of the Yao clan and the changes brought about by Honghuang becoming a saint. The Yao clan had the heavenly court, the great array of the Zhou Tian stars, 2 innate supreme treasures, and a vast number of Yao subjects. Meanwhile, the Wu clan, apart from their powerful individual strength and the great array of the heavenly gods, was at a disadvantage in other aspects. Especially in terms of fortune and moral reputation, they had always been overshadowed by the Yao clan. Now Wu had given him a breakthrough idea. A brilliant plan that would strike directly at the Yao clan's vital point. If they could indeed complete the heavenly marriage before Di Jun and seize that merit and reputation, it would be an incredibly heavy blow to the Yao clan. Little Wu, Di Jiang looked at Wu with burning eyes. What conditions are needed to complete the heavenly marriage you mentioned? For instance, the object of marriage. Finally, asking the crucial question, Wu shook his head. Not necessarily, but it must be a woman with a sufficiently high score. The evaluations of the primordial shaman Ho Tu and the primordial shaman Xianming are the highest. If I can unite with these 2 primordial shamans, the chances of success will also be the greatest. But, he shifted his tone, showing a troubled expression. But if Sister Ho Tu and Sister Xianming have not consumed the Xianyuan Dao Fruit and lack the ability to give birth, then perhaps. You have a point, Di Jiang pondered. If you can obtain more Xianyuan Dao Fruits in the future, then marry Ho Tu and Xianming. Zhu Rong was anxious. What should we do then? Are we just going to watch this opportunity slip away? No. Di Jiang's eyes flashed with determination. The 12 of us primordial shamans will accompany Wu to traverse the wilderness, to find the most suitable candidates for him. The 12 primordial shamans, all mobilizing to help find a wife. Was this a bit too scary? But this approach was indeed very Wu clan-like. Wu was already calculating in his mind. First, find a high-scoring foreign woman to marry, complete the novice task, obtain the heavenly marriage merits and system rewards, then come back to marry the 2 top bosses Ho Tu and Xianming. Yes, little shaman will comply with the decree of the primordial shaman Di Jiang. Wu respectfully accepted the order. Ho Tu looked at Wu with a gentle smile and said, Little Wu, you need not feel too much pressure. Regardless, being able to solve the reproductive issues of my Wu clan, you are our greatest contributor. As for the rest, just let it unfold naturally. Xianming also rarely spoke, her voice still cold, but with a hint of warmth. Indeed, you only need to focus on your own matters. The rest we will handle. Wu felt warmth in his heart. He knew that from this moment on he had truly integrated into the core of the Wu clan, becoming the most favored one in this domineering yet protective group. Good. No time to lose. Zhu Rong couldn't wait any longer. He waved his hand and shouted grandly, Let's go, everyone. Let's accompany our little Wu to snatch wives in the wilderness. Wu could almost foresee the scene when the 12-peaked Quasi saints surrounded him at some celestial mountain or blessed land, and then Zhu Rong shouted, Your daughter has caught the eye of our little Wu. That scene would surely be magnificent. It turned out that Wu Wang's premonition was correct, perhaps even somewhat conservative. Gong Gong rubbed his fists together and said, Indeed, it's time to show the sincerity of our Wu clan to all the races of the primordial world. We shall personally go to propose marriage. How impressive. Chang Liang, the ancestral shaman of thunder, a tiger-headed human with long hooves and elbows, said in a deep voice, Once we find a suitable one, we will directly bring her back to Pangu Palace and take our time for a few 100 million years. I don't believe we won't be able to produce a match. Tian Wu, the ancestral shaman of wind with 8 heads and a human face, a tiger body, and 10 tails, chuckled. If the other party disagrees, we will help them agree. Wu Wang felt his eyelids twitch. Everyone quiet. Di Jiang scolded, glaring at Zhu Rong and Tian Wu. Do you want to scare away little Wu Wang's future wife? He turned to Wu Wang, his tone softened considerably. Little Wu Wang, don't listen to their nonsense. This matter concerns the grand plan of our Wu clan and the merits of heavenly marriage. We must not act recklessly. Although we will accompany you, how we proceed will depend on the situation. Can your Dao true spirit sense the approximate location of a suitable candidate? This question was crucial. The primordial world was vast and boundless. Without a target, even the ancestral shamans would struggle to find anyone. Wu Wang quickly calmed his mind and communicated with the system in his mind. System prompt: finding a high-quality partner requires the host to personally traverse the primordial world and connect with the flow of heaven and earth's fortune. Only then is there a chance to trigger the partner information card. No fixed location hints. Wu Wang opened his eyes and shook his head helplessly. Report to Di Jiang, ancestral shaman, the Dao true spirit, did not provide a specific location. It merely said, I need to walk more, observe more, and when the opportunity arises, I will naturally meet them. Is that so? Di Jiang pondered for a moment, then a hint of dominance flashed in his eyes. All right. Then we will accompany you and traverse this primordial land from east to west, from south to north. I want to see what kind of blessed land can nurture a woman worthy of our Wu clan's heavenly marriage. Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong and the others immediately cheered. Great. Let's do it. It just so happens I've been idle for so many years that my bones are almost rusted. Oh, let's go for a stroll. While we're at it, well, check out those newly emerging races. If any are disobedient, we can give them a lesson. Hutu and Xianming also nodded in agreement. For them, this was also a good opportunity to understand the current situation of the myriad races in the primordial world. Since the Honghuang Great Calamity, the Wu and Yao clans have risen, spending most of their time near the Buzhou Mountain, and they had not learned much about the changes in the outskirts of the primordial world. Thus, an event that would leave a significant mark in the history of the primordial world was hastily decided in Pangu Palace. The 12 ancestral shamans began their heavenly tour. 3 years later, at Buzhou Mountain, 12 towering figures appeared surrounding a somewhat small youth outside Pangu Palace. A terrifying pressure surged like a tsunami from the peak of Buzhou Mountain, instantly covering millions of miles of mountains and rivers. The great powers who were quietly cultivating in various parts of the primordial world felt something at the same time and looked towards Buzhou Mountain in shock. East Sea Janeo Island. A Daoist in a black robe suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of sword intent passing through. Wu clan. The 12 ancestral shamans are all out. What do they want? Are they planning to start a calamity early? Tong Tian teacher frowned, sensing an extremely excited meaning from the 12 auras. Kunlun Mountain Yushu Palace. Yuan Shi Tianzuan sat on a cloud bed, the 3 treasures jade rui in his hand trembled slightly. He calculated with his fingers, but found the heavenly secrets chaotic, stirred by an unparalleled malevolent aura. The uncivilized ones, unaware of the heavenly numbers, recklessly act. They will bring about their own destruction sooner or later. Yuan Shi Tianzuan snorted coldly, but a hint of seriousness was also present in his gaze. Shouyang Mountain Buying Palace. Dao Tianzuan still appeared indifferent, but a trace of surprise flashed in his seemingly murky old eyes. He glanced at the alchemy furnace beside him, shook his head, and continued to close his eyes and rest. In the heavenly court of the Yao clan Lingxiao Treasure Hall. Dong. The chaos bell in Dong Huang Taiyi's hand rang out on its own, without wind, emitting a distant bell sound that suppressed the restless fortune of the entire heavenly court. Wu clan. They are too much. Dijun suddenly stood up from his throne, his face pale. The river map and Luo Shu above his head spun wildly, trying to deduce the intentions of the ancestral shamans, but like Yuan Shi Tianzuan, he could calculate nothing. Big brother, this group of barbarians has come out in full force. They must be up to no good. Dong Huang Taiyi's golden robe billowed, his battle intent soaring. Why not gather our Yao army and have a showdown with them? Calm down. Dijun raised his hand to suppress Taiyi's anger, but his eyes were equally filled with murderous intent. The 12 ancestral shamans leaving Buzhou Mountain at the same time is no small matter. Send out orders, and the heavenly court will enter the highest state of alert. At the same time, send by Zhang Zhao and others to closely monitor their movements. If there is any unusual activity, report immediately. He stared intently at the direction of Buzhou Mountain, filled with confusion. What do these muscle-bound beings who do not cultivate their primordial spirits intend to do? Little did they know this group of barbarians in their eyes was currently discussing with great enthusiasm where to go first. Big brother, let's head east first. I heard that is the territory of the Dragon Clan. Ooh, after the Honghuang Great Calamity, those longworms have declined, but a dead camel is larger than a horse. Perhaps there are some treasures hidden there. Zhu Rong proposed. What's good about the east? Just a bunch of damp crawlers. Gong Gong immediately retorted. If we go, let's go west. I heard that it is very barren there, but recently a guy named Jean and another named Junie have been going around begging for alms. It's a bit interesting. Let's go take a look and let them know who is the true boss of the primordial world. The west is too far. How about we go south? I heard there are many volcanoes there, and the Phoenix clan's nest is located there. Perhaps we can find a few pure-blooded fire phoenixes. North. The north is filled with malevolent energy suitable for our cultivation. The ancestral shamans erupted into a heated discussion, each with their own ideas. Wu Wang, caught in the middle, felt his head spinning. He realized that this was not about helping him find a wife. It was clearly a team-building activity for the ancestral shamans, with him merely serving as a good luck charm. In the end, it was still Di Jiang who made the final decision. No need to argue. He looked around and said in a deep voice, "We will set off from Buzhou Mountain, heading east, crossing the eastern wilderness and reaching the shores of the East Sea. Then we will turn south toward the southern border, afterwards move west, traversing the western continent, and finally head north, returning to Buzhou Mountain. Thus we will cover the main territories of the primordial world." Little Wu Wang's opportunities should manifest. This plan was simple and straightforward, but very much in line with the Wu clan style. Great. Let's do it. Zhu Rong was the first to agree. The other ancestral shamans also nodded in agreement. Di Jiang looked at Wu Wang and asked, "Little Wu Wang, what do you think?" What could Wu Wang say? He could only nod. I leave it to Di Jiang, ancestral shaman, to decide. Great. Then let's set off. Di Jiang laughed heartily, and the laws of space surged as the four wings behind him gently flapped. In the next moment, an incredible scene occurred. Wu Wang felt the scenery before him blur, and the 12 ancestral shamans, along with himself, seemed to be wrapped in an invisible force, instantly disappearing from their original spot. When he looked around again, they had already appeared on a vast plain millions of miles away. One step, a million miles. This was the speed of the space ancestral shaman Di Jiang. Wu Wang was astonished. He knew the ancestral shamans were strong, but he had not expected them to be this powerful. Such a method of moving through the heavens and earth was simply unfathomable. And this was just the beginning. The 12 ancestral shamans began their heavenly tour in such a domineering manner. Wherever they passed, the terrifying pressure of the ancestral shamans merged into one, like a moving natural disaster. Countless celestial mountains and great formations were stirred by this pressure, the protective mountain formations flashing with light. Countless beings who were in closed-door cultivation were awakened from their practice, looking up at the sky in shock. They saw 12 giant forms resembling deities and demons crossing the sky, swaggering past them, with a small figure trailing behind. Heavens! It's the 12 ancestral shamans. What do they want? Are they going to annihilate the world? Quick! Activate the great formations for defense. Don't make a sound. Whatever you do, don't provoke them. The entire eastern primordial world instantly fell into chaos. Wu Wang followed behind, watching the trembling beings below and the protective mountain formations flashing with light, his mouth involuntarily twitching. He now seriously doubted that even if he encountered a suitable partner, would they dare to open the door. The 12 ancestral shamans stirred up towering waves on the primordial earth. They moved eastward, their presence unabashed, leaving a trail of silence and submission among all races. Some unwitting races or rogue cultivators attempting to provoke them were reduced to ashes by Zhurong's South Ming fire before they could come close, or turned to pus and blood by Gongong's weak water. Simple and brutal. Wu Wang followed behind, his heart racing as he gained a deeper understanding of the Wu clan's dominance. In the Wu clan's view, there were no convoluted paths. Submit or die, it was that simple. They boldly traversed the entire eastern primordial land over the course of several centuries, arriving at the shores of the Eastern Sea. Standing on the coastline, feeling the salty sea breeze hit his face, Zhurong pouted in disappointment. What's this? The Eastern Sea isn't anything special. It's just water, and I can't even find a decent opponent. Throughout their journey, the Dragon Clan, as the nominal rulers of the Eastern Sea, didn't dare to show their shadows. Clearly terrified by the ancestral shaman's imposing presence, they had long hidden in the Crystal Palace, afraid to come out. Wu Wang's system was also unresponsive. It seems there are no suitable candidates here in the Eastern Sea. Di Jiang glanced at Wu Wang and said, "That's fine, but it saves us from dealing with those longworms. Let's turn south." Thus the team changed direction and began to cruise along the coastline to the south. The terrain gradually rose and the air became increasingly hot. Enormous volcanoes erupted from the ground, frequently spewing thick smoke and molten lava. This was once the territory of the Feng clan. Upon arriving here, Zhurong felt as if he had returned home, brimming with excitement. He occasionally grabbed a handful of volcanic lava and chewed on it like a snack. Wu Wang could only watch with his eyes twitching. However, just like the Eastern Sea, they had nearly traversed the entire southern volcanic region, encountering many bloodlines of decent firebirds and fire crows, even spotting a few pure-blooded phoenixes clinging to life. Yet Wu Wang's system remained eerily silent. This is strange. Zhurong scratched his head. Not even the phoenix bloodline is good enough. Kid, your standards for candidates are too high, aren't they? Wu Wang was equally helpless. What could he do if the system didn't provide any hints? Huta comforted him. No worries, take your time, there's no rush. The primordial world is vast. There must be suitable candidates. Perhaps the fates do not lie in the east or south. Thus, the grand procession turned once more, heading toward the western continent. Compared to the resource-rich east and the vibrant south, the first impression of the western continent was poverty. The spiritual energy was thin, the earth veins exhausted, with bare mountains and deserts everywhere. This was all due to the self-destruction of Luoho, which ruined the earth veins of the west. Bah, what a lousy place. Gong spat disdainfully. In such a desolate region, what good girls can there be? Don't say that, Gong. Hutu felt a hint of compassion as she sensed the barren ground beneath her feet. The beings here have it tough too. At that moment, two streaks of light flew from afar, stopping a great distance from the ancestral shamans, revealing two figures. One was gaunt and troubled, as if everyone owed him hundreds of spiritual treasures. The other had a dignified appearance, yet a lingering bitterness shadowed his brow. They were the future masters of the western continent, Jian and Zhuanti. I am Jian, and this is Zhuanti. We greet the esteemed ancestral shamans. The two bowed respectfully from afar, their demeanor exceedingly humble. They felt troubled within. Having barely managed to gather a team in the barren west, and preparing to showcase their ambitions, the 12 calamity stars of the Wu clan arrived uninvited. Who can withstand this? Zhurong glanced at them disdainfully. You two are the ones who are always lamenting your poverty. You look unlucky. Jian's face grew even more troubled, while Zunti's mouth twitched, yet they maintained their smiles. We are unaware of what esteemed ancestral shamans seek in our western land. If there is any way we can serve you, please command us. Di Jiang cast a casual glance at them and said, we are merely passing through, exploring the primordial world. You need not be alarmed. After finishing, he gave Jian and Zhuanti no chance to respond, leading the procession to soar past them. The terrifying pressure nearly forced Jian and Zhuanti to kneel right there. Only when the ancestral shaman's figures vanished into the horizon did they let out a long sigh of relief, exchanging glances that reflected mutual relief. Brother, these shamans are too domineering, Zhuanti said, still shaken. Jian sighed, his expression deepening with bitterness. What can we do when we are outmatched? I only hope they leave the west quickly. We cannot withstand their chaos. Little did they know these calamity stars had indeed found their target in the west. The procession continued westward, delving deeper into the heart of the western continent. This area was even more desolate than the outskirts, with continuous mountain ranges displaying a metallic hardness, the malevolent aura intertwining with the energy of gung metal, making it impossible for ordinary beings to survive here. Just as everyone thought this journey would end in vain, Wu Wang's mind suddenly resonated with a long-dormant system that chimed with a ding. High-quality potential partner detected. Generating partner information card. Wu Wang's spirit lifted. It's here. Finally here. He suppressed his excitement and immediately checked the information card that appeared in his mind. Name by Ji race, by Hu clan, innate divine beast cultivation, early Tai golden immortal, overall rating S rank, talent attributes bloodline of the White Emperor S rank, inheriting part of the source bloodline of the Western sacred beast, by who naturally controls the laws of gung metal, unparalleled in killing with immense potential. Body of gung metal S rank, perfectly aligned with the laws of gung metal, refining killing techniques, is twice as effective. Battle maniac A rank, naturally combative, grows stronger with each battle, possessing a tough disposition. Fortunate wife A rank, pure luck, providing a strong luck enhancement effect for partners. Current status available as a marriage candidate. Wu Wang was so excited he could hardly contain himself. S rank. Though it couldn't compare to Hutu and Xuanin's SSS rank, this was already the highest rated foreign woman he had encountered so far. Moreover, that talent attribute was simply dazzling. Bloodline of the White Emperor S rank. This meant she had the potential to become the sacred beast by Hu, naturally controlling the laws of gung metal, unparalleled in combat. Body of gung metal. Battle maniac. She was a woman born for battle. The most critical attribute was the last one, fortunate wife. A rank fortunate wife attribute. While not as eye-catching as the preceding S rank, it was an absolute divine skill for Wu Wang at this moment. What he needed most was luck enhancement to complete the heavenly marriage and seize merits. Moreover, her cultivation was at the early Tai golden immortal stage, not far from his current realm, making them a perfect match without the issue of being suppressed. Perfect. I found her, Wu Wang exclaimed. 12 gazes instantly turned toward him. Found her. Where? Hurry up and tell us. Which family's girl is it? Wang pointed to the tallest mountain ahead and said right in that mountain. The Dao True Spirit hinted that there is a woman from the Baihu clan there very suitable. Baihu clan. Jiang looked at the mountain with a glint of understanding in his eyes. So it's over there. That is the ancestral land of the Baihu clan Wanjin Mountain. I didn't expect that after the decline of the Qilin clan the Baihu clan managed to see some opportunities and rise in this barren western land. Rise. In front of my Wu clan, they dare to call it a rise. Let's go. Check it out. Wait. Wang quickly called out to them, esteemed ancestral shamans, can we be a bit more civilized this time? Civilized? How can you be civilized when proposing? Zhurong glared at him. Listen to me, we should just barge in and say we have our eyes on their daughter, tell them to wash her up, and send her over. Wang. Hota couldn't stand it anymore and shot Zhurong a glare. If you keep talking nonsense, just stay here. Little Wang is right. This matter concerns the heavenly marriage and must be approached with courtesy to show our Wu clan's sincerity and invoke the heavenly path. We should first assess the situation without alarming them. I agree with Hudu. Jiang nodded. I will use the laws of space to conceal our presence and approach quietly. Little Wang, are you certain it's in that mountain? Absolutely. Wang nodded confidently. Good. Jiang said no more. The laws of space surged, and an invisible wave completely enveloped the 13 individuals. In the next moment, their figures and presence vanished completely from this realm. The 13 transformed into an almost imperceptible ripple in space, silently flying toward Wanjin Mountain. Wang's heart raced as they drew closer. Baihu clan. Was my first wife about to be found here? The spatial laws of Jiang are indeed unfathomably marvelous. 13 individuals silently descended at the foot of Wanjin Mountain, and the entire Baihu clan remained utterly oblivious. Wanjin Mountain truly deserves its reputation as a gathering place for the essence of metal. The entire mountain resembles a sculpture of white jade, incredibly hard. Between the rocks, sharp streams of metal sword chi occasionally burst forth, leaving stark, white traces in the air. Though the spiritual energy here is thin, the essence of metal is exceedingly dense, making it a supreme holy land for beings who cultivate the metal laws. Such a rich aura of slaughter. Zhurong clicked his tongue. The beings here must have quite a temper. No matter how bad their temper is, can it match your Zhurong's explosiveness? Gong unceremoniously dismantled the stage. What did you say? I'm talking about you. As it seemed the two were about to argue again, Jiang shot them a glare, and they immediately wilted. What should we do now, Xiao Wang? Ho2 asked softly. Should we go straight up, or? Wang pondered for a moment, feeling that it was best to first show courtesy before taking action. He directed his energy towards the mountain gate, raising his voice. Wang of the Wu clan has urgent matters to discuss with the Baihu clan's leader. I hope you can convey this message. His voice, empowered by magic, traveled far and echoed in the valley. However, after a long wait, there was no response from the mountain. Wang felt somewhat awkward. Zhurong immediately grew impatient. I told you being polite is useless. Watch me. Without waiting for Jiang to intervene, he removed the spatial concealment and revealed his towering true form, engulfed in raging flames, illuminating half the sky in crimson. He stepped forward, causing the mountain to tremble, and then bellowed at Wanjin Mountain with a voice that shook the heavens. Listen up, little Baihu cubs. I am Zhurong, the ancestral shaman of fire. Quickly send your clan leader out. Our Xiao Wang has taken a liking to one of your girls. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and send her down clean, otherwise I'll burn your mountain to the ground. Wang, Ho2, Xianming, and the other 10 ancestral shamans. Silence. A deathly silence. Wang covered his face, feeling as if he had carved a Pangu hall with his toes inside his shoes. It's over. All over. What he had envisioned was to approach politely, have someone from the Baihu clan engage in courteous exchange, showcase his extraordinary abilities and potential, and ultimately, with the gentle support of the ancestral shamans, naturally settle the marriage proposal. What a perfect script. But now, Zhurong's shout had directly torn the script to shreds and tossed it into the fire. This is not a proposal at all. It's like a mountain bandit descending to seize a bride, and it's a top-tier villain threatening to burn down the mountain if they don't comply. Ho2 held her forehead, looking utterly helpless. She knew that bringing Zhurong along would inevitably lead to trouble. Jiang's expression darkened. It wasn't that he felt Zhurong was wrong, rather he thought it was too direct, devoid of any finesse, lowering the dignity of the ancestral shamans, who would make threats the moment they arrived. Shouldn't they wait until they got inside to say such things? Zhurong's roar instantly ignited the entire Wanjin Mountain. Virum. A pillar of white light shot up from the mountain peak, and the protective array instantly activated, enveloping the entire Wanjin Mountain. Countless sharp streams of metal sword chi circulated on the erased light curtain, exuding a chilling aura of slaughter. Bold ruffians! How dare you run wild on my Wanjin mountain? Wu clan, so formidable are we. Bullying people too much. Burning our mountain. What audacity! Brothers, grab your weapons. Let's fight them. Angry roars echoed from the mountain, and numerous powerful figures appeared at the summit, each glaring with fierce, bloodthirsty eyes. Leading them was a middle-aged man in white battle armor, his demeanor imposing, wielding a massive white axe. His aura had reached the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. He was Bai Xiaotian, the current clan leader of the Baihu clan. Beside him stood several equally powerful elders, all at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Bai Xiaotian looked at the terrifying figure before him, resembling a flame demon, and his expression turned extremely grim. The ancestral shaman of fire, Zhu Rong. How did he come here? As his gaze swept past Zhu Rong, spotting the terrifying divine beings emerging one after another, his pupils suddenly constricted. The ancestral shaman of water, Gong Gong. The ancestral shaman of space, Di Jiang. The ancestral shaman of earth, Ho Tu. The ancestral shaman of ice, Xian Ming. 12 of them. Not a single one missing. They all came. Bai Xiaotian felt as if his heart was about to stop beating. What? What is happening? Is the Wu clan preparing to make a move against the Baihu clan and declare war on the entire demon race? But that shouldn't be the case. The Baihu clan has always kept a low profile, hiding in this broken place in the west, having no enmity with the Wu clan and even rarely intersecting. How could they provoke these disastrous stars? Zhu Rong, what does your Wu clan intend to do? Bai Xiaotian suppressed the shock within him and shouted sternly. What do we intend to do? Zhu Rong scratched his ear, looking impatient. I just said it. Our Xiao Wu Wang has taken a liking to one of your girls. We're here to propose. Bai Xiaotian nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Propose? Is that what you call proposing? Have you ever seen a proposal where 12 Quasi-Saints block the door, threatening to burn the mountain if they don't comply? You are bullying us too much. An explosive-tempered elder of the Baihu clan trembled with rage, pointing at Zhu Rong and cursing. Oh, you're not satisfied? Gong Gong sneered, stepping forward. In an instant, the aura of the source of water spread out, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a mighty stream of weak water coalesced into a black dragon swirling above Wanjin Mountain, exuding a terrifying aura that could corrode everything. The elder was overwhelmed by the aura of weak water, feeling his soul tremble, and he retreated repeatedly, unable to utter a single word. So powerful. Is this the strength of the ancestral shamans? Just a single aura made him a peak Tai Golden Immortal feel the threat of death. Bai Xiao Ocean's complexion turned pale. He knew that today's matter was unlikely to end well. Not to mention 12 ancestral shamans, even just Zhu Rong and Gong Gong could flatten the Baihu clan. Resist? With what to resist? He took a deep breath, searching among the 12 ancestral shamans, and finally landed on the young man, who stood out awkwardly in the center. The young man appeared to have merely the cultivation of a Tai Golden Immortal, yet his aura was steady, and he remained unperturbed in the face of the pressure from the 12 ancestral shamans. Are you the Wu Wang who wishes to marry my daughter? Bai Xiaotian asked in a deep voice. Wu Wang steeled himself and stepped forward, cupping his hands towards Bai Xiaotian. I am Wu Wang, here to see Bai clan leader. We have indeed come for a marriage proposal. Bai Xiaotian stared hard at Wu Wang, then glanced at the 12 deities behind him, his mind racing. This scene did not seem like a joke. But why? How could a little fellow from the Wu clan warrant such a grand display from 12 ancestral shamans? This defied logic. Could it be that this young man had some special identity? A marriage proposal? Bai Xiaotian sneered. The women of my Baihu clan are all exceptional talents. Are they just something you can take at will? Which of my clan's girls have you set your sights on? Wu Wang was about to mention Bai Ji's name when Zhu Rong interjected loudly. Who else could it be? Of course, it's the one with the purest bloodline in your clan, the one called Bai Dis descendant. Bai Ji, right? Yes, that's her. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaotian and all the elders of the Baihu clan turned pale simultaneously. Bai Ji. This name acted like a detonator, instantly igniting the fury of the entire Baihu clan. What did you say? You want to marry Bai Ji? Bai Xiaotian roared in outrage. The massive axe in his hand erupted with blinding white light, unleashing the terrifying aura of a great Luo Golden Immortal, which forcefully resisted some of the ancestral witch's pressure. The elders behind him all had their eyes turning red, their murderous intent boiling. Foolish delusion. You are insulting my Baihu clan. Want to marry Bai Ji? You will have to step over our corpses first. In an instant, the crowd was incensed. The bloodthirst of the entire Wanjin Mountain intensified several-fold, as if it had taken on a tangible form. Wu Wang was taken aback by this sudden and intense reaction. What was going on? It was just a marriage proposal. Why such a huge reaction? It was as if he was trying to dig up their ancestral graves. He looked at Ho-Tu in confusion, who also frowned slightly, clearly not expecting the Baihu clan's response to be so extreme. Zhu Rong did not care about this, raising an eyebrow and growing angry. What's the matter? Not happy? You think you have been given face? It is a blessing from your 8 generations to have our witch clan interested in your girl. How dare you bare your teeth at me? Zhu Rong, Di Jiang called out in a low voice, stopping him. Di Jiang's gaze fell on the furious Bai Xiao Tian, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Bai Xiao Tian, why such a strong reaction? Does my witch clan's proposal insult her? In Di Jiang's eyes, their 12 ancestral witches personally coming forward to propose to Wu Wang had already granted the Baihu clan an immense honor. Let alone a girl from the Baihu clan, even a princess of the demon clan would be worthy of this occasion. Bai Xiao Tian gasped for breath, his crimson eyes fixed on Di Jiang. He spoke each word deliberately. Di Jiang, your witch clan is strong, the overlord of the primordial earth. But my Baihu clan is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed. Baiji is our clan's ancient millennium Qilin girl, the bloodline that inherits the essence of the sacred beast Baihu the most. She is the future hope of my Baihu clan, destined to lead our clan to revive the glories of the ancient times. You want her to marry a nameless kid from the witch clan? That is impossible. This is the greatest humiliation to our clan. Bai Xiao Tian's words were resolute and filled with undeniable determination. This statement made Wu Wang and the ancestral witches understand. It turned out that the girl named Bai Ji held a status in the Baihu clan equivalent to Wu Wang's current standing in the witch clan, being the hope and treasure of the entire clan. To marry her off, especially to a small, which they had never heard of, was nothing short of a great shame for the Baihu clan, akin to handing over their future hope. Wu Wang rubbed his nose, feeling a bit enlightened. It was like 2 companies discussing a partnership. On his side, the chairman, accompanied by 12 CEOs, personally visited, wanting to marry the most promising core technical personnel from the other company. Upon seeing such a setup, the first reaction would surely not be happiness, but vigilance and anger. Are you trying to swallow our company? Are you trying to steal our talent? Aspiring for the holy seat? Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong sneered disdainfully with her. A little girl who isn't even a great Luo golden immortal dares to speak of the holy seat. Bai Xiao Tian, are you confused? You? Bai Xiao Tian was rendered speechless by rage. Indeed, the holy seat was elusive, not something easily attained. But Bai Ji's talent was something they had witnessed firsthand, their only hope. Seeing this, Ho-Tu stepped forward, emanating a gentle aura of the laws of the earth, slightly calming the tense atmosphere. She spoke softly. Bai clan leader, you need not be angry for now. We come in peace. Perhaps you have some misunderstandings regarding our young Wu Wang. Bai Xiao Tian snorted coldly, remaining silent, but his attitude made everything clear. Misunderstandings. What kind of misunderstandings could there be? A mere kid from the witch clan at the Tai golden immortal level, no matter how talented he was, could he possibly compare to their Bai Ji, who inherited the essence of the sacred beast? Ho-Tu was not angry as she smiled at Wu Wang and said, young Wu Wang, since Bai clan leader does not understand you, why don't you let him know a bit better? Wu Wang understood her intention. This was a signal for him to showcase his strength. He stepped forward, leaving the protection of the ancestral witches, standing alone before the entire Baihu clan's protective mountain formation and the overwhelming bloodthirst. He addressed Bai Xiao Tian at the mountain's peak, neither servile nor overbearing. Bai clan leader, I know that mere words may not earn your trust. I also understand that Miss Bai Ji is your clan's hope, and I would not dare to insult her. But I am also the hope of my witch clan, and our union pertains to a monumental merit, a chance capable of altering the primordial landscape. This marriage for the Baihu clan is not a humiliation, but a tremendous fortune. Fortune? Huh? Bai Xiao Tian seemed to have heard the greatest joke. Even if my Baihu clan is in decline, we do not need to rely on a woman's marriage to exchange for fortune. Kid, put away your rhetoric. If you want to marry Bai Ji, there is only one way. He pointed his axe at Wu Wang, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Defeat me. As long as you can win me fairly, I, Bai Xiao Tian, will take charge and promise Bai Ji to you. If you cannot, then take your people and roll out of the west. The moment these words were spoken, the elders of the Baihu clan were startled. Clan leader, no. After all, he is from the witch clan, and behind him stand 12 ancestral witches. Bai Xiao Tian raised his hand, silencing the elders' pleas. He knew the consequences of injuring or even killing Wu Wang, but he also understood that the dignity of the Baihu clan could not be trampled upon. He was gambling, betting that the witch clan also cared about their reputation. A great Luo golden immortal challenging a Tai golden immortal. If the witch clan allowed the ancestral witches to intervene, the witch clan's reputation would be ruined. Moreover, he had absolute confidence that he could easily crush this kid named Wu Wang. As long as he beat the kid half to death before the 12 ancestral witches, they would naturally retreat. This is called retreating by advancing. Di Jiang looked at Bai Xiao Tian, his eyes narrowing slightly. He saw through Bai Xiaotian's thoughts. Interesting. This little white tiger has a bit of courage and calculation. Di Jiang thought to himself. Zhu Rong was about to explode. Damn it, a great Luo golden immortal challenging a Tai. Does he have no shame? Big brother, let me squash him. Wait. Wu Wang spoke up. He looked at Bai Xiaotian, who was radiating ferocity from the mountaintop, and instead of fear a smile appeared on his face. He was just worrying about not having an opportunity to showcase his strength. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he couldn't ask for more. All right. Wu Wang raised his head, his voice clear, echoing throughout Wanjin Mountain. Bai clan leader, I accept your challenge. What? Now not only the Baihu clan members, but even Zhu Rong Gong Gong and the other ancestral witches were dumbfounded. Kid, are you crazy? Zhu Rong exclaimed urgently. He is a great Luo golden immortal. You just reached Tai, that's a whole level apart. Aren't you looking for death? Yes, young Wu Wang, don't be impulsive. Ho Tu also looked worried. Wu Wang shook his head, gazing at Di Jiang, his eyes filled with confidence. Ancestral, which Di Jiang, please trust me. Di Jiang looked deeply at him. From Wu Wang's eyes, he did not see recklessness and impulsiveness, but calmness and immense confidence. Recalling Wu Wang's unfathomable background and bloodline potential rivaling that of the ancestral witches, a thought stirred in Di Jiang's heart. Perhaps this kid could truly create a miracle. It was just right. He also wanted to see how strong Wu Wang had become after consuming the Xianyuan Dao Fruit. Very well. Di Jiang slowly nodded, his voice resonating across the land. Since this challenge was accepted by our witch clan's own son, we shall not intervene. His gaze turned cold as he looked at Bai Xiaotian. However, Bai Xiaotian, remember this. This is merely a spark, keep it to that. If my young Wu Wang loses even a single hair, I assure you from today onwards, there will be no Baihu clan in the primordial world. His calm tone concealed a murderous intent that could freeze souls. Bai Xiaotian's heart trembled slightly, but he soon sneered. Keep it to that. Fine. He would only beat him half to death as long as he did not take his life. A deal is a deal. Bai Xiaotian shouted loudly, retracting the protective mountain formation, wielding his giant axe, and leaping down from the mountaintop, landing heavily 100 feet in front of Wu Wang, stirring up clouds of dust. Kid, make your move. Let me see what gives you the audacity to speak so boldly. Little Wu Wang catch. Just as Wu Wang was about to make his move, Di Jiang's voice suddenly resounded in his heart. In the next instant, 12 radiant specks of light, each exuding a distinct aura of law yet originating from the same source, ignored the distance of space and instantly submerged into Wu Wang's body. Those were 12 drops of ancestral witch's essence blood. Boom. The moment the 12 drops of essence blood entered his body, Wu Wang felt as if 12 primordial divine mountains had detonated within him. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, lightning, time, space, weather, earth. The 12 most fundamental law forces, like 12 ferocious dragons, rampaged and roared wildly through his limbs, bones, and the depths of his bloodline. Act. Even with a physique now comparable to a peak Tai golden immortal, Wu Wang could not suppress a pained groan under the impact of this terrifying power. On the surface of his skin, lines of blood-colored patterns lit up, his own witch clan bloodline being forcibly activated to resist this external, overwhelmingly immense power. Calm your mind and refine it. Di Jiang's voice rang out again, carrying a soothing force. This is a drop of our 12 ancestral witches' origin essence blood, containing our insights into the laws. Your foundation has been transformed by the Xianyuan Dao Fruit enough to bear it. After refining, your bloodline will evolve further, and your physical strength will briefly surge to a whole new level. It's enough to deal with that little white tiger. Wu Wang's heart warmed. Good heavens. The origin essence blood of the 12 ancestral witches. What a grand gesture. Each drop of this stuff, if taken out, would make even Dayuo golden immortals fight over it. A single drop of essence blood represented a portion of an ancestral witch's origin and law insights, an ultimate treasure for any witch clan member. Now the 12 ancestral witches, one drop, each had all given it to him. This regard, this expectation weighed heavily. Thank you, ancestral witches. Wu Wang expressed his gratitude in his heart. He hesitated no longer, immediately circulating his entire blood and chi actively guiding the 12 torrents of violent power to scour his physical body. His primordial spirit sat high in the sea of consciousness, clearly seeing from a new perspective how deep, within his bloodline, those ancient imprints originating from Pangu were being lit up one by one under the stimulation of the 12 ancestral witches' essence blood. The bloodline, which had already reached the 5th realm of a great, which began to boil and evolve once again. Crack, crack. His bones issued brittle sounds of strain, then reassembled under even more abundant life essence, becoming tougher and shimmering with a jade-like luster. His muscle fibers snapped one by one and regenerated one by one. Each rebirth was more condensed than before, containing explosive power. Outside, everyone watched Wu Wang in shock. He stood on the spot with waves of Zhu and Huang-colored qi interweaving with 12-colored divine light on the surface of his body. A terrifying aura far surpassing that of a Tai golden immortal and even beginning to approach a Daluo golden immortal was frantically rising within him. His form did not grow larger, but the feeling he gave off was like an awakening ancient divine mountain, massive, majestic, and unfathomable. What is happening? His aura is growing stronger. How is that possible? The elders of the White Tiger clan were all dumbfounded. A breakthrough on the battlefield. No, this wasn't a breakthrough at all. It was taking drugs, and divine drugs at that. Bai Xiaoshan's originally slightly contemptuous gaze had now turned extremely solemn. He could sense that the pressure exerted by the Wu clan boy opposite him was increasing at an extremely terrifying rate. From an ant at the start to somewhat interesting now to the point where he even felt a hint of threat. Big brother you all. Zhu Rong looked at Di Jiang, his face full of shock. He naturally knew what Di Jiang had given Wu Wang. Di Jiang remained expressionless, only transmitting his voice calmly. Little Wu Wang is the future of my Wu clan, and he cannot be lost, nor can he be humiliated. Since that little white tiger wants to fight, then let him know how heavy the hope of my Wu clan truly is. Ho Tu Xianming and the other ancestral witches looked at Wu Wang, their beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. Such strong bloodline potential to be able to simultaneously accommodate the essence blood power of the 12 of us. Xianming's clear, cold voice carried a note of admiration. His bloodline is approaching ours. Perhaps this is the sixth step of ascending the 9 heavens. Ho Tu felt the increasingly pure aura of Pangu within Wu Wang. Her heart stirred with excitement. In just a short moment, the storm within Wu Wang's body gradually subsided. He slowly opened his eyes. 2 beams of divine light flashed and vanished, leaving 2 visible traces in the void. He clenched his fists, feeling the unprecedented, terrifying power within him, as if he could shatter a star with one punch, and his heart surged with immense pride. The 6th realm of the Great Witch. Under the forced catalysis of the 12 drops of ancestral witch essence blood, his cultivation had been forcibly pushed up another step. Although this was only temporary, and he would fall back to the 5th realm once the essence blood's power was exhausted. But for now, his physical strength had definitely reached the threshold of a Daluo golden immortal. Wu Wang raised his head, looked at Bai Xiaodian 100 zhang away, and broke into a battle-filled grin. Chief, I am about to strike. The words had barely left his mouth when his figure vanished from the spot. There was no spatial fluctuation, no profound law. It was purely explosive physical power reaching an extreme speed that simply tore through the air. Bai Xiaoshan's pupils contracted. Almost by battle instinct, he crossed his giant axe in front of his chest. Clang! A deafening sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the 10,000 gold mountain. Wu Wang's seemingly ordinary fist smashed solidly onto the axe blade of Bai Xiaoshan's giant axe. A terrifying force erupted. Bai Xiaodian felt an indescribable colossal force transmitted from the axe blade, as if he had been struck heated by an ancient star. His burly frame was uncontrollably sent sliding backward for dozens of zhang by this single punch, his feet plowing 2 deep furrows into the hard Gingjin ground. How is this possible? Turbulent waves surged in Bai Xiaoshan's heart. He was a Daluo golden immortal. His body had been tempered thousands of times. How terrifying was his strength? To actually be driven back in a pure contest of strength by a Tai golden immortal. Was this kid a monster? On the opposite side, Wu Wang, having landed a punch, did not pause at all. He stomped the ground violently, causing the earth to crack, and his figure once again turned into an afterimage closing in. Using his left foot as a pivot, he spun his body abruptly, and his right leg, like a steel whip with a howling sound that tore the air, lashed fiercely toward Bai Xiaoshan's waist. Bai Xiaodian had just steadied himself when a sense of crisis enveloped him again. Without time to think, he could only raise his giant axe to block at his side. Bang! Another dull, heavy crash. Bai Xiaodian felt a piercing pain shoot through his arm, and his entire body was sent flying sideways by this whip kick. It's not over yet. Wu Wang, pressing his advantage, kicked off the ground and shot forward like a cannonball, instantly appearing above the airborne Bai Xiaodian. He raised his arms high, muscles bulging, gathering all his strength into his fists, and like a heaven-splitting giant hammer, he smashed down fiercely onto Bai Xiaodian below. At this moment, all spectators, whether from the White Tiger clan or the ancestral witches, were completely stunned. Was this really a Tai golden immortal fighting a Daluo golden immortal? To the eye, it looked like a Daluo golden immortal was brutally beating a Tai golden immortal. Except the one getting beaten was Bai Xiaodian. With a roar facing Wu Wang's thunderous strike that descended from the heavens, Bai Xiaodian, hanging in midair, finally unleashed the full might of a Daluo golden immortal. He let out an earth-shaking tiger cry. Gungjin metal chi surged wildly through his body, forming an impenetrable white shield. At the same time, the great axe in his hands rose from below, carrying the force to cleave mountains and split the earth as it met Wu Wang's twin fists. He would meet force with force. He could not believe that he, a Deluo golden immortal with laws and power fully opened, would be defeated by a Tai realm youth. With a thunderous crash, fist and axe collided in midair. In that instant, it was as if a million thunderclaps exploded at once, blinding white light intertwined and clashed with the dark yellow force of vital blood, annihilating into a visible shockwave that radiated crazily in all directions. Crack, crack. Around Wanjin Mountain, countless peaks toppled like falling blocks, collapsing and shattering in great swathes beneath that dreadful impact. The earth tore open into deep, bottomless chasms. The entire western continent could feel the violent trembling. Bai Xiaodian spat a mouthful of golden blood, his figure like a kite, with its string severed, brutally slammed toward the ground. Wu Wang in midair was also shaken by the enormous backlash, his qi and blood surging, but he forced down his injury, swayed only briefly, and then steadied himself. The outcome was plain to see. "Chief, this is impossible." The elders of the Baihu tribe cried out, their faces drained of color. Their proud chief Bai Xiaodian of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm had lost in a direct duel, lost so decisively. Zhu Rong Gong Gong and the other ancestral shamans twitched at the corners of their eyes. "My word, this boy is ferocious," Zhu Rong exclaimed. "After absorbing our essence blood, how many times has his combat power multiplied?" Di Jiang's gaze was full of astonishment. His body, remodeled by the Xinyuan Dao Fruit, was already flawless. Our essence blood merely drew out that potential ahead of time, combined with those unheard-of combat techniques. He is a monster born for battle. Ho Tu and Xian Ming watched with eyes shining in rare admiration. They perceived more than the other ancestral shamans. In Wu Wang's attacks, they saw not only pure power, but a Dao, the consummate application of force. Those relentless strikes and that precise grasp of an enemy's flaws were utterly unlike the customary fighting style of the shamanic people. Is this the advantage bestowed by a Yuan Shan? I refuse to believe it. Amid the ruins, Bai Xiaodian struggled to his feet, hair, disheveled, blood staining the corner of his mouth, his white robe in tatters, a pitiable sight. Yet the fighting spirit in his eyes had not diminished, but intensified, edged now with a hint of madness. "I am of the Bai Di bloodline, Lord of Gengjin, retribution unmatched among equals. How could I possibly lose to a stripling like you?" He roared, his aura surging once more. Behind him, a colossal white tiger specter towering, as if supporting heaven and earth, slowly materialized. The samphagic form of purest Gengjin killing chi. Baihu killing domain. At his command, the vast white tiger opened its mouth, and a pale domain instantly spread out, enveloping Wu Wang. Within that realm, the air teemed with endless Gengjin sword chi. Each blade of chi could effortlessly rend the flesh of a Tai golden immortal. The entire domain was a gigantic meat grinder. This was by Xiao Ocean's secret trump, the domain's sorcery, befitting his status as a Deluo golden immortal. "Perfect," Wu Wang said with a smile from the heart of the killing realm. Feeling the bone-chilling cold and slicing forces converge from all sides, he was not alarmed, but pleased. He could feel countless hair-thin sword chi nicking his skin, sending stings of pain, yet such attacks could not break through the defense he now wore, comparable to that of a Deluo. "Let me show you what one force can do against 10 techniques." Wu Wang drew a deep breath and abandoned every cultivated trick. He rooted his feet, muscles swelling as his chi and blood erupted like a volcano. He chose no target. Simply with his back, he charged hard into that endless storm of Gengjin sword chi. The collision felt like the opening of heaven by Pangu, like sacred mountains toppling. Boom. The entire Baihu killing domain shuddered violently from that impact. Countless strands of Gengjin sword chi were smashed by his raging ki-blood, reverting to raw Gengjin metal chi and dissipating into the air. The white tiger specter gave a plaintive cry, and its image dimmed. Not finished yet. Having landed the blow, Wu Wang twisted his body at an impossible angle, his right fist clenched as he struck again at another section of the domain wall. His fist shot out like an arrow, power like a million June. Bang! A clear fissure split the domain barrier. Again, Wu Wang flickered through the cramped, killing realm. Every punch and kick carried the terrifying force to shatter mountains and split seas, battering every corner of the domain with brutal certainty. He was like a beast trapped in an iron cage, using the most savage and direct means to smash that cage to pieces. Crack, crack, boom. Finally, under Wu Wang's ceaseless, furious onslaught, the Baihu killing domain could no longer hold. Like a broken mirror, it detonated and collapsed. With the domain shattered, Bai Xiaodian was grievously wounded once more. Under the strain, he coughed up a great mouthful of blood, his face draining of color. He staggered backward, eyes filled with disbelief. His own domain had been truly shattered by the opponent's sheer physical force. Is this the shamanic way? It's over. Wu Wang appeared like a wraith before Bai Xiaotian. He did not strike again, he simply extended his right hand, splayed his fingers, and lightly pressed them to Bai Xiaotian's chest. An irresistible surge of force came through. Bai Xiaotian felt his bones groan, his legs went weak, and with an uncontrollable thud, he dropped to one knee. From his kneecap, a spiderweb of cracks spread across the ground for hundreds of zhang. Wu Wang looked down at him with a cool, flat voice. Chief, Bai, you have lost. A dead silence fell over the place. All the members of the Baihu tribe stared blankly at their leader kneeling and pinned by Wu Wang's single hand, unable to move. Their minds were a blank. He had lost. The chief, a Deluo Golden Immortal, had truly been defeated by a Tai Golden Immortal youth of the shamanic clan. And it was a crushing defeat. At last, a trace of satisfaction curled on Di Jiang's face. This battle had produced precisely the effect he desired. Not only had it displayed Wu Wang's potential before the Baihu tribe, it proclaimed to the whole Honghuang that the shamanic clan had produced a prodigy capable of confronting a Deluo. Bai Xiaotian knelt, breathing heavily. Physical wounds were one thing, the blow to his spirit was far more deadly. He had fought all his life and met no equal among his peers, harboring the supreme pride of the Bai Di bloodline. But today that pride was utterly shattered by a younger man of a lower realm using the most direct and violent methods. He raised his head to Wu Wang's calm countenance, his eyes full of complex emotion, unwillingness, shame, but above all a deep, sincere awe. After a long while he rasped, I have lost. He closed his eyes slowly. When he spoke again, his voice bore a finality. By the agreement, Bai Ji may marry you. But you must agree to one condition. Oh. Wu Wang released his hand, watching him with interest. Speak. Bai Xiaotian rose, straightened his spine, and the bearing of a clan chief returned to him. He looked at Wu Wang and enunciated each word. You must marry into my Baihu tribe. Matrilocal marriage. Wu Wang was stunned at the two words. Behind him, the 12 Ancestral Witches were equally taken aback. Zhu Rong was the first to leap up, pointing at Bai Xiaotian's nose and cursing. You wretched Bai Xiaotian. You lost the fight, yet dare to make demands. You want the hope of our witch clan to become your Livian son-in-law. Have the gung gold chi rusted your brain. Gong Gong's face darkened as well. It seems your hide is itching again, and you want us to loosen your bones for you. Instantly, the tension that had just subsided flared once more, sharp as drawn swords. Bai Xiaotian, pale under the oppressive pressure of the 12 Ancestral Witches, gritted his teeth and insisted, Bai Ji is the future hope of our clan. She can never marry out. This is the last bottom line of our White Tiger clan. To send away the clan's hope was more agonizing than death itself. Thus he had devised this compromise. Wu Wang's potential was extraordinary. If he could be bound to the White Tiger clan's war chariot, it would be a tremendous boon for them. Bottom line, Dijong sneered. Before our witch clan, your White Tiger clan has no right to speak of bottom lines. A terrifying aura descended once again. Bai Xiaotian felt as if a divine mountain were crushing him, his bones creaking. Wait. At that moment, Wu Wang spoke again, halting Dijong. He looked at the stubborn Bai Xiaotian and suddenly smiled. Clan leader, Bai, have you misunderstood something? What? Bai Xiaotian asked with difficulty. My marriage to Bai Ji is not me rising above your White Tiger clan, or rather your clan is gaining an immense advantage. Wu Wang's tone was calm, yet carried an unshakable confidence. He glanced up at the sky and continued, the union between Bai Ji and me is ordained by fate. It will initiate the first heavenly marriage of the primordial era, bringing boundless heavenly Dao merits. These merits will suffice to elevate your White Tiger clan's fortune and free it from its current plight. Heavenly marriage. Heavenly Dao merits. Bai Xiaotian was bewildered, clearly unfamiliar with the terms. Wu Wang offered no explanation. Instead, he extended his hand toward the deepest part of the 10,000 gold mountains, where a cave dwelling exuded the fiercest aura of slaughter, and said clearly, Lady Bai Ji, I know you can hear me. This marriage concerns the paths of both you and me, as well as the future of the Witch clan and the White Tiger clan. Are you willing to marry me? His voice pierced through layers of barriers, reaching the cave with clarity. Inside the cave, a young woman in a white combat suit, lithe, stunningly beautiful, yet radiating an icy, unapproachable aura, abruptly opened her eyes. She had snow-white hair cascading like a waterfall and golden pupils that seemed to hold boundless sharpness. She was Bai Ji. She had perceived everything that had transpired outside with absolute clarity. When she saw her father, a man she had revered as a god, defeated by the Witch clan youth named Wu Wang with a single punch and kick, a tempestuous wave surged within her heart. Shock, utter disbelief. And now, hearing Wu Wang's question that seemed to pierce her very soul, her heart pounded uncontrollably. Heavenly marriage. Heavenly Dao merits. Though she did not fully comprehend them, she felt a primal joy and longing stirring deep within her bloodline. the essence of the white tiger's sacred beast, at the mention of heavenly marriage. It was as if this union held an irresistible allure for her. After a moment of silence, a voice, cold yet trembling, emerged from the cave. "I am willing." Bai Zhit. Bai Xiaodian grew frantic upon hearing her voice. But at that instant a sudden change occurred. Rumble. The entire primordial sky darkened abruptly. Boundless clouds of dark yellow merit gathered from the 9 heavens, shrouding the entire western continent. The aura of the heavenly Dao had descended. A grand majestic voice devoid of any emotion resonated in the hearts of every primordial being. Wu Wang of the Witch clan and Bai Zhi of the White Tiger clan, in accordance with heaven's will, and the hearts of the people become Dao companions. This is the first divinely ordained union of the primordial era, named the heavenly marriage. The heavenly Dao bears witness and bestows boundless merits to manifest their virtue. As the voice faded, the infinite clouds of merit transformed into a colossal golden pillar of light descending from the sky and splitting into 3. The largest portion, about 70%, fell directly upon Wu Wang. A smaller share, roughly 20%, landed on Bai Zhi deep within the 10,000 gold mountains. The remaining 10% turned into a golden rain scattering across the ancestral land of the White Tiger clan. Instantly, the primordial world was shaken. At the 3 Pure Ones Hall on Mount Kunlun, Taishang Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, who had been meditating with eyes closed, simultaneously opened them. Heavenly marriage. Someone has beaten the demon emperor Diju to it. Yuan Shi Tianzhen's face was full of surprise. Wu Wang of the Witch clan. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of him? Tong Tian Jiaozhu calculated on his fingers, only to find the heavenly mechanism shrouded in chaos, yielding nothing. Taishang Lao Jun gazed at the soaring golden merit light in the west and sighed softly. The Witch clan is about to produce an extraordinary figure. The primordial world will soon face upheaval. At the demon clan's heavenly court, in the Lingxiao Palace, a loud crash sounded as Demon Emperor Diju shattered the jade table before him, his handsome face twisted with rage and resentment. Heavenly marriage. Damn it. The Witch clan has beaten us to it. For countless years he had schemed for these heavenly marriage merits, even humbling himself to prepare for marrying Shi He and Chang Shi of the Tying Star. But now everything had turned to dust. Wu Wang of the Witch clan. Whoever you are dead. Daijin's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Meanwhile, before the 10,000 gold mountains, everyone was stunned by the sudden celestial phenomenon. Bai Xiaodian looked up at the vast golden merit light, feeling the rising fortune within his clan's land, utterly dumbfounded. So, everything he said was true. This was truly a great blessing. And I just moments ago had wanted such a figure to become a matrilocal son-in-law. It was utterly foolish. His gaze toward Wu Wang had completely transformed, from unwillingness and awe to fervor and gratitude. Bathed in the golden light of merits, Wu Wang felt a warm glow throughout his body, his primordial spirit becoming clearer. Yet unlike others, he did not directly absorb these merits to enhance his cultivation. System store all the merits, he murmured inwardly. These merits offered limited improvement for him. Better to save them for forging a supreme treasure to stabilize fortune. The Witch clan still lacked a primordial supreme treasure to anchor their fate. Ding. Heavenly marriage merits have been stored. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the marriage to your first wife's rank. Rewards are being calculated. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Primordial Dao Embryo. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 9 Revolutions Mystic Art. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Primordial Gung Gold Divine Iron. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Earth Vein Grand Array Diagram. A cascade of system notifications made Wu Wang's heart skip a beat. Good heavens. The system had truly exploded with rewards this time. The Primordial Dao Embryo. When Wu Wang saw this object in the system space, his breath quickened slightly. It was a fruit the size of a fist, shimmering in a purple-golden hue, pulsing gently like a heart. Surrounding it were wisps of primordial purple energy emanating a profound Dao rhythm. Although it could not compare to the Xianyuan Dao fruit he had consumed earlier, it was undoubtedly of the same caliber. Primordial Dao Embryo, the innate spiritual root primordial tree born during the initial division of the Primordial Chaos, blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit every 3,000 years, and matures after another 3,000 years, containing a trace of primordial essence. Consuming it can reshape one's foundation, cleanse the primordial spirit, and significantly enhance affinity with the Dao. For those yet to be born with a primordial spirit, there is a high probability it will aid in the condensation of their primordial spirit. A good treasure. This is definitely a good treasure. Wu Wang could no longer use it himself, as his foundation had already been maximized by the Xianyuan Dao fruit. However, his gaze instinctively drifted towards Ho Tu, who was not far away. Among the 12 ancestral witches, only Ho Tu, in the original trajectory of fate ultimately transformed through reincarnation condensing her primordial spirit with great merit to become Lady Pingxin. This indicates that her soul essence or potential is the closest among all the ancestral witches to giving birth to a primordial spirit. If she were to consume this primordial Dao embryo, Wu Wang's mind instantly became lively, and the 9 transformations mystic art made him overjoyed. This is the most elite body refining technique in the primordial era. After Pangu opened the heavens, his primordial spirit transformed into the 3 pure ones, and his essence blood became the 12 ancestral witches. The remaining 9/10 of his flesh transformed into the vast land of the primordial era. This 9 transformations mystic art is a supreme method evolved from Pangu's flesh, sharing the same origin as the orthodox teachings of the 3 pure ones and the true body laws of the 12 ancestral witches. Although it is currently difficult for him to comprehend its essence, it is enough to elevate his combat power to a new level. As for the innate Gung metal divine iron and the earth vein great formation map, they are also treasures of immense value. The former is a top-tier material for refining postnatal treasures, while the latter has endless applications. The earth veins of the western continent were detonated by Luo, who during the Dao Magic War, and have remained barren ever since. If this great formation map could be used to reorganize the earth veins of the west, what great merit would that bring? It would be a divine artifact for accumulating merit. This time he truly struck it rich. Just as Wu Wang was pondering in his heart, the golden light of merit in the sky finally dispersed. A white figure flew out from the depths of the Wanjin mountain and landed before Wu Wang. It was Bai Ji. At this moment, after absorbing 2/10 of the merit, her cultivation had broken through to the late stage of Tai Golden, immortal, her aura becoming increasingly sharp, yet possessing an added softness. Her ice-like exquisite face bore an unnatural blush, and her golden pupils glanced at Wu Wang somewhat evasively. I am Bai Ji. She spoke softly, her voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. Wu Wang looked at the spirited and somewhat proud, yet shy white-haired beauty before him, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. With strength rating and a fortune-attracting attribute, she is his first wife in this world. White tigers are great. I really like white tigers. He stepped forward and naturally took Bai Ji's hand. Bai Ji's body stiffened for a moment, wanting to retract her hand, but was held tightly by Wu Wang, unable to succeed. Her face turned even redder. From now on you will be my wife, Wu Wang, he said with a smile. Bai Ji squeezed out a word from her throat, nearly burying her head in her chest. This little girl demeanor formed a stark contrast with her previous cold and distant aura, making Wu Wang feel a delightful itch in his heart. Ahem. Zhu Rong's loud voice rang out at an inopportune moment. I say, can you two lovebirds wait until you get home to be affectionate? There are so many people here watching. As he spoke, he winked at Wu Wang, and Bai Ji causing a burst of laughter from Gong Gong and the other ancestral witches. Bai Ji's thin skin made her even more embarrassed at their laughter, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide. At this moment, Bai Xiaotian also walked over, bowing respectfully to Wu Wang. Lord Wu Wang, I apologize for not recognizing your greatness before. I hope you will forgive my offenses. There's no need for such formalities. Clan leader Bai Wu Wang waved his hand. From now on we are family, no need to be so distant. Just call me Wu Wang. I wouldn't dare. Bai Xiaotian repeatedly shook his head. After all, this is a person capable of attracting heavenly marriage merit, the hope of the Witch clan, and now he is the son-in-law of the White Tiger clan. How could he dare to act like a senior? Emperor Zhang looked at the harmonious scene and nodded in satisfaction. He stepped forward and said to Wu Wang, all right, since the engagement has been settled, we should head back now. Bai Ji, you should also return to Buzhou Mountain with us. Yes, Bai Ji obediently nodded, glancing at her father. Although Bai Xiaotian felt reluctant, he knew this was the best outcome and quickly said, of course. It is our White Tiger clan's honor for Bai Ji to marry Lord Wu Wang. With matters settled satisfactorily, everyone prepared to set off home. Just as they were about to leave, Wu Wang suddenly called out to Ho Tu. Sister Ho Tu, wait a moment. What is it, little Wu Wang? Ho Tu looked at him gently. Wu Wang chuckled and mysteriously pulled her aside, then opened his palm to reveal the primordial Dao embryo, radiating primordial purple energy. What is this? The moment Ho Tu saw this Dao embryo, her heart and mind were captivated by it. She could feel her soul yearning for this object. It's a good treasure, right? Wu Wang said proudly. It's called the Primordial Dao Embryo, a reward I just received. I believe it will be useful for you, so I'm giving it to you. As he spoke, he directly placed the Primordial Dao Embryo into Ho Tu's hands. Holding this warm Dao embryo, feeling the vast essence within, Ho Tu was momentarily at a loss. This is too precious. Oh, I can't accept it, she quickly declined. What, precious or not precious? Wu Wang firmly grasped her hand, preventing her from pushing it back, and spoke smoothly. You are my preordained second wife, my future wife. Isn't it only right for me to give you something? You? What nonsense are you talking about? Ho Tu's face flushed bright red, glaring at him in both embarrassment and anger. This kid is getting bolder, daring to say such things. I'm not talking nonsense, Wu Wang said seriously. My Dao spirit has said that your rating is SSS, the top candidate for a partner in the primordial era. I'm determined to marry you in this life. If you keep talking nonsense, I won't pay attention to you anymore. Ho Tu felt her face burning intensely, her heart racing uncontrollably. Not far away, Xian Ming observed this, seeing a subtle smile flashing across his cold face. Meanwhile, Zhu Rong Gong Gong and others wore expressions of I can't bear to look at this. What a lad, just married one, and already eyeing our Ho Tu. He's really bold. Emperor Jiang couldn't help but chuckle, though he did not intervene. If Ho Tu could truly unite with Wu Wang, it would be a tremendous blessing for the witch clan. In the end, Ho Tu could not resist Wu Wang's persistence and reluctantly accepted the primordial Dao embryo. Looking at this treasure that could determine whether she could give birth to a primordial spirit, she glanced at Wu Wang's mischievous grin, her heart filled with mixed feelings. This little guy seems to have truly ensnared himself. Returning to Buzhou Mountain at the Pangu Palace, the entire Wu clan was engulfed in celebration due to the success of the heavenly marriage. The 12 Ancestral Witches personally took action to escort the Qilin child of their clan to marry the celestial maiden of the White Tiger clan, even invoking the merits of the heavenly marriage. This achievement would certainly be recorded in bold strokes in the annals of the Wu clan. This was not only the glory of Wu Wang, but also the glory of the entire Wu clan. Di Jiang immediately ordered a grand banquet at the Pangu Palace for 3 days to celebrate Wu Wang's wedding. Countless young men from the Wu clan rushed in from various places in the wilderness, singing and dancing, creating a lively scene. As the protagonist Wu Wang dealt with the circle of grand witches coming to toast him, he was smilingly pushed into the new room prepared for him by Ho Tu and Xian Ming. The new room was situated in a side hall at the back of the Pangu Palace, transformed by Ho Tu with great magical power, filled with a warm atmosphere contrasting sharply with the traditionally rugged style of the Wu clan. Inside the hall, red candles flickered, exuding joy. Bai Ji was seated at the bedside, dressed in a splendid red wedding gown adorned with a phoenix crown and cloud robe. The intricate and luxurious wedding gown worn by this spirited white-haired beauty did not seem cumbersome. Instead, it added a breathtaking elegance. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, her body trembled slightly and her hands unconsciously tightened around the hem of her gown. Wu Wang entered, closing the door behind him and shutting out the noise from outside. He gazed at that stunningly beautiful face, which could express both joy and anger under the candlelight. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback by her beauty. Usually Bai Ji was like a sharp sword, sharp and cold. Yet at this moment, she resembled a red plum quietly blooming atop a snowy mountain, exuding a striking beauty mixed with a hint of endearing shyness. Ahem. You're back, Bai Ji said, her cheeks flushing as she noticed him staring at her, breaking the silence first. Yes, I'm back. Wu Wang approached her smiling as he said, my wife is truly beautiful. Who is your wife? Don't say that, Bai Ji retorted, but her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, lacking any force. Her golden pupils flickered, unable to meet his gaze. A typical tsundere. Wu Wang found it amusing, but chose not to expose her, sitting directly beside her. As soon as he sat down, Bai Ji instinctively shifted slightly away, maintaining a small distance. Wu Wang didn't mind. He picked up the marriage wine from the table and offered a cup to Bai Ji, saying, come, let's go through the necessary procedures. Bai Ji hesitated for a moment, but still accepted the wine cup. The two intertwined their arms and drank the fine wine in one go. After finishing the drink, the atmosphere seemed even more ambiguous. Wu Wang looked at Bai Ji's slightly flushed cheeks and moist lips, feeling parched. He leaned closer and softly said, it's getting late, shouldn't we? Rest. Bai Ji's body tensed up instantly like a startled kitten. I'm not sleepy. Not sleepy. Wu Wang's lips curved into a mischievous smile. I'm quite sleepy. Besides, we have more important matters to attend to. What? What important matters? Bai Ji asked nervously. Of course. Wu Wang deliberately prolonged his words, whispering in her ear, to propagate the future of our Wu clan and the White Tiger clan. Boom. Bai Ji's mind went blank in an instant. She felt a surge of warmth rushing from her soles to the crown of her head, her entire face turning crimson. You rogue, she exclaimed, both shy and angry, reaching out to push Wu Wang. However, her little strength felt like mere tickling in front of him. Wu Wang took the opportunity to grasp her hand, pulling her into his embrace, then flipping her over onto the soft bed. I only act rogue towards my wife. Wu Wang looked down at the flustered beauty in his arms, his gaze filled with tenderness and desire. You let go of me. Bai Ji struggled, but her body felt soft, Her heart raced rapidly, both nervous and frightened, yet deep down there was a trace of indescribable anticipation. After all, she was from the White Tiger clan, inherently attracted to strength. Wu Wang had defeated even her father at Mount Wanjin with his Tai form, showcasing an unmatched prowess that had long been etched deeply in her heart. Before such a strong figure, she could not muster any thoughts of resistance. Wu Wang watched her, trying to appear calm despite her evident anxiety, feeling affectionate in his heart. He did not use force, but instead lowered his head and gently kissed her lips. Baiji's body stiffened suddenly, her eyes widening in astonishment. However, under the tender assault, her tense body slowly relaxed, and her tightly clenched teeth were pried open as she awkwardly responded. The red candles flickered, casting a hazy light. Clothes shed, the room blossomed with spring. The next day, when the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window into the hall, Wu Wang slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the stunning beauty still sleeping beside him, and a satisfied smile unconsciously appeared at the corners of his mouth. Baiji lay on her side, curled up like a well-behaved kitten, her long snow-white hair spread across the pillow, a few mischievous strands sticking to her smooth cheek. Without her usual coldness and sharpness, she appeared exceptionally serene and beautiful in her sleep. As if sensing Wu Wang's gaze, her long eyelashes fluttered, slowly opening her eyes. Their eyes met. Memories of the previous night's passion surged to the forefront of their minds. Baiji's face immediately flushed bright red, and she quickly pulled up the blanket covering her head, letting out a muffled, embarrassed sound. No peeking. Wu Wang laughed heartily, not teasing her further. He could feel that after the harmony of yin and yang last night, the blood and spirit within him had gained significant nourishment, making his cultivation even more stable. Baiji's aura had also become more rounded. The sharpness of her killing intent was softened by a gentle energy, making her appear less aggressive and more feminine. This was the benefit of dual cultivation. Wu Wang was in a good mood as he lifted the blanket, preparing to get out of bed. Just then, Baiji beneath him suddenly let out a painful groan. "What's wrong?" Wu Wang hurriedly asked. "My stomach. It hurts a bit." Baiji's voice was laced with weakness. Wu Wang's heart sank, and he quickly used his spiritual sense to probe Baiji's body. When he probed, he was taken aback. He saw a remarkably vibrant life essence rapidly gathering in Baiji's lower abdomen. This essence, half originating from him and half from Baiji, perfectly fused together, forming a small vortex of life. This means she's pregnant. No way. Just one night. Is it really that efficient? What is happening to me? Baiji felt something unusual within her body, her complexion pale, and her voice tinged with a hint of panic. Although she was a Tai golden immortal, she was utterly naive when it came to matters of men and childbirth. The sudden surge of uncontrollable life energy in her body made her instinctively uneasy. Don't be afraid, it's a good thing." Wu Wang came back to his senses and quickly reassured her, his face brimming with uncontrollable joy. "A good thing?" Baiji looked puzzled. You're going to be a mother," Wu Wang said excitedly. "A mother?" Baiji was momentarily stunned, but soon realized her charming face turning as red as the dawn. She instinctively covered her abdomen, her golden pupils filled with disbelief, shyness, and a hint of joy at becoming a mother. I. She stammered, unable to articulate a complete thought for quite some time. Seeing her adorable expression, Wu Wang couldn't help but burst into laughter, scooping her up along with the blanket into his arms and planting a passionate kiss on her flushed cheek. "This is wonderful. I, Wu Wang, will have descendants. Our witch clan will have successors." He was simply too excited. This was not just his first child, but also represented a crucial step towards breaking the witch clan's inability to reproduce. At that moment, the system's notification sound like a heavenly melody echoed in his mind. Ding. Detecting that the host's wife, Baiji, has successfully conceived, evaluating offspring potential. Evaluation complete. Offspring bloodline, innate witch tiger body, merging witch clan bloodline with the white emperor bloodline, potential level S. Ding. Detecting offspring quantity 2. Twins. Double offspring, double joy. Congratulations to the host for triggering a super critical reward. Reward processing. Twins. Wu Wang's eyes nearly popped out when he heard the system's prompt. Good heavens. His efficiency is astonishingly high. Not only a swift conception, but also a double delight. The agreed prosperity trait of Baiji was indeed not to be underestimated. This was simply a divine level talent. Super critical reward distribution. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the 9th realm of the Great Witch, 9 steps to heaven. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 drop of Pangus essence blood. Congratulations to the host for receiving a Dao furnace replica. Congratulations to the host for receiving an innate Rin water peach tree. Boom. As the system rewards were released, an indescribable, terrifying energy erupted from Wu Wang's body in an instant. His cultivation soared like a rocket. Great Witch 6th realm. Great Witch 7th realm. Great Witch 8th Realm. Ultimately, amidst Baiji's astonished gaze, Wu Wang's aura surged, breaking through the final barrier of 9 steps to heaven, stabilizing at the peak of the 9th realm of the Great Witch. Just 1 step away from transcending his physical body and ascending to the level of Deluo Golden Immortal. Although he was still at Tai in terms of realm, his physical strength was already infinitely close to that of the Ancestor Witch. At this moment, if he were to face Bai Xiaodian again, he could probably crush him effortlessly with just a finger. This. Baiji felt somewhat breathless under the terrifying aura emanating from Wu Wang, staring blankly at her husband, as if looking at a monster. How could his strength have increased so dramatically in just one night? Wu Wang, feeling the explosive power within him, was equally thrilled. The 9th realm of the Great Witch. This is the limit beneath the Ancestor Witch. And this was just one of the rewards. Pangu's essence blood. Wu Wang's consciousness plunged into the system space, and when he saw that drop of blood floating in the air, exuding a terrifying aura of creation, his heart skipped a beat. The pressure that originated from the deepest part of his bloodline was unmistakable. This was definitely something countless times more advanced than the primordial essence blood of the 12 Ancestor Witches. With this, he might be able to glimpse the mysteries of the Ancestor Witch realm ahead of time. And then the Dao Furnace Replica. Dao Furnace Replica, a replica crafted from the Chaos Treasure Dao Furnace. Though it cannot refine chaos or replicate the powers of earth, fire, water, and wind, it can refine all things, return to the origin, and extract their essential essence. A divine tool for refining artifacts. Wu Wang's eyes lit up. What does the Witch clan lack most? In addition to the primordial spirit, it is magical treasures. Especially treasures that can suppress fortune. He had previously accumulated so much merit from heavenly marriage and was worried about not having a place to use it. Now, with this Dao Furnace combined with the innate gung metal, divine iron, and other materials in his possession, he could completely attempt to refine a postnatal merit treasure belonging to the Witch clan. The last item, the innate Rin Water Peach Tree, is even better. This is a treasure of the Golden Mother of Yaoqi, and the peaches it bears can enhance cultivation and prolong life. Although this one is just an ordinary innate spiritual root, not comparable to the top-notch one in Yaoqi, it is still a first-rate spiritual root in the wilderness. It can be transplanted to the ancestral land of the Witch clan, serving as the foundation for their heritage. This reward is incredibly bountiful. So bountiful that Wu Wang could hardly believe it. It seems that the more children, the more blessings this system offers. The more children born, the higher their quality, the more terrifying the rewards. This is just the first wife, the first pregnancy, and it has already given such a great surprise. What if in the future? Wu Wang's gaze couldn't help but heat up. Don't look at me like that, Baiji protested softly, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze. Hee. Wu Wang chuckled mischievously, leaning down to kiss her forehead. My dear wife, you truly are my lucky star. He carefully helped Baiji lie down, speaking gently. Now that you are pregnant, you must rest well. Whatever you want to eat or do, just tell me, and your husband will take care of it. This is a precious gem carrying twins, she must be well taken care of. Baiji looked at Wu Wang's careful and affectionate demeanor. Her heart warmed, and the previous tension and unease dissipated. Leaning in Wu Wang's embrace, feeling his strong heartbeat, she revealed a reassuring smile. Perhaps marrying him was the best decision of her life. Wu Wang's power surged, and Baiji successfully conceived. These two pieces of news instantly caused a tremendous stir within the Pangu Hall. When the 12 ancestors of sorcery sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Wu Wang, which was infinitely closing in on them, they were all left speechless in shock. The Great Witch's 9th realm. It has only been a day. Zhu Rong stared wide-eyed, circling around Wu Wang several times as if trying to see what kind of monster he truly was. Little Wu Wang, what on earth is going on? Hutu also had a look of disbelief on her face. She could feel that Wu Wang's bloodline concentration had reached an unfathomable level. Naturally, Wu Wang could not tell the truth and could only attribute everything to the rewards of the Dao True Spirit. Perhaps it is because Baiji is pregnant and the Dao True Spirit out of joy bestowed additional rewards. He scratched his head, wearing an innocent expression that seemed to say, I don't know why either. Although this explanation was absurd, the ancestors of sorcery could only accept it. After all, the miracles surrounding Wu Wang were already numerous enough, one more would not matter. Compared to Wu Wang's power enhancement, the news of Baiji's pregnancy thrilled and elated them even more. Really? She is pregnant. Wonderful. Our Wu clan finally has offspring. Are they twins? Ha ha ha, double happiness. Double happiness indeed. The more boisterous ancestors of sorcery, such as Gong Gong and Chong Liang, were even more excited as they gazed skyward, releasing their joy into the air. The problem of the Wu clan's inability to reproduce felt like an enormous mountain pressing on their hearts for countless years. Now this mountain had finally been pried open a corner by Wu Wang. They seemed to envision a future where countless newborns of the Wu clan endowed with powerful souls and bloodlines would run and play across the vast primordial land. That was a prosperous future that the Wu clan had never experienced before. Di Jiang immediately ordered countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures to flow into Wu Wang's palace specifically to help Bai Ji maintain her pregnancy. The entire Wu clan regarded Bai Ji and her 2 unborn children as the most precious treasures. After settling Bai Ji, Wu Wang sought out Hutu once again. In the garden of the rear hall, Hutu was lost in thought, gazing at a pond of lotus flowers. After receiving the primordial Dao embryo, she had not consumed it. This treasure was too precious, and she always felt unworthy of it. Sister Huda, what are you thinking about? Wu Wang's voice came from behind her. Huda came back to her senses, saw Wu Wang, and smiled gently. Thinking of you, our clan's great hero. He am no hero. Wu Wang walked to her side and pointed at the primordial Dao embryo. Sister, why haven't you eaten it yet? It would be a waste to let it sit there. Little Wu Wang, this is truly too valuable. Huda tried to refuse. Oh, what's so valuable about it? Wu Wang interrupted her directly, placing the Dao embryo into her hand, his tone turning serious. Sister, Huda, listen to me. This is not merely a fruit. It pertains to your path, and more importantly, to the future of our Wu clan. What does our Wu clan lack the most right now? It is the soul. It is the wise one who can deduce the heavenly secrets and strategize. The 12 ancestors of sorcery possess immense combat strength, yet they are always at a loss against the endless schemes of the demon race, only able to passively respond. And you, Sister Hutu, your soul's essence is the most unique among all ancestors, and the one most likely to give birth to a soul. As long as you possess a soul, our Wu clan will fill in the final gap. At that time, what could that scruffy bird from the heavenly court possibly use to compete with us, eh? Wu Wang's words struck Huda's heart like heavy hammers. She looked at the primordial Dao embryo in her hand, her gaze turning resolute. Indeed, what do personal gains and losses matter for the future of the Wu clan? All right, I will eat it. She no longer hesitated, raising her head to look at Wu Wang, and said solemnly, That's more like it. Wu Wang was overjoyed, immediately saying, I will protect you. The 2 of them headed to a secret chamber deep within the Pangu Hall. Di Jiang and the other ancestors hurried over upon hearing the news, their expressions tense as they guarded outside. Whether Hutu could give birth to a soul was of immense significance to the Wu clan. Inside the secret chamber, Hutu sat cross-legged and swallowed the primordial Dao embryo in one gulp. Boom! The Dao embryo melted upon entering, transforming into a vast and boundless source of primordial power, instantly rushing towards her sea of consciousness. Huda's body shook violently, and a look of pain appeared on her delicate face. The Wu clan was born without souls, and their sea of consciousness was a chaotic void. The power of the primordial Dao embryo was like a divine axe of creation, forcefully carving out a clear space for the divine soul amidst this chaos. This process was akin to creating heaven and earth, and the pain was beyond description. Sister Huta, hold on to your spirit. Wu Wang shouted nearby while extending his own soul power, carefully guiding the raging energy. Time passed second by second. Outside the secret chamber, Zhu Rong paced anxiously. Why is it not done yet? Is something going to happen? Shut up. Xianming shot him a cold glare. With little Wu Wang inside, nothing will happen. However, even so, her tightly clenched hands revealed her inner tension. Just as everyone was filled with anxious anticipation, a mysterious and wondrous rhythm of the Dao suddenly spread from the secret chamber. It was a wave, belonging to the divine soul. Is it successful, eh? Di Jiang's body trembled, and unprecedented brilliance erupted in his eyes. Boom! The door of the secret chamber suddenly burst open. Huta slowly walked out from within. Her appearance had not changed, but her entire demeanor had undergone a revolutionary transformation. If the previous Hutu was the gentle and solid Mother Earth, then at this moment there was an additional glimmer of wisdom in her eyes, as if she could see through worldly affairs and pierce through the illusions. A faint mark of the soul appeared on her brow, flickering in and out of sight. The soul had been formed. I can see now. Hutu extended her hand, looking at her palm with a tone of novelty and shock. I can see the trajectory of the laws. I can feel the wandering chi between heaven and earth, and I can deduce a glimpse of the future. Wonderful. Sister Hutu, you really have a soul now. Heaven bless our Wu clan. Zhu Rong Gong Gong and the other ancestors of sorcery could no longer contain their overwhelming joy, each rushing forward to surround Hutu, and Wu Wang excitedly stumbling over their words. Huta's gaze crossed over her excited brothers and landed on Wu Wang. Her eyes were so tender they seemed capable of dripping water. She knew that her current fortune was all thanks to the man before her. This was the little man who had repeatedly claimed he would marry her. Little Wu Wang, thank you, she said sincerely as she walked up to Wu Wang. For what? We are family. Wu Wang smiled broadly, then lowered his voice to a whisper only they could hear. So how does it feel, my fiancé? Don't you think marrying me is worthwhile? Hoda's cheeks flushed with a charming rosy hue. She did not refute him, only gently nodded. This simple nod spoke volumes more than 1,000 words. Hoda successfully condensed her primordial spirit, which finally put Wu Wang's mind at ease. With the Wu clan gaining their first wise one, the path ahead would be much smoother. In the following days, Wu Wang enjoyed a rare period of leisurely time. Each day, besides accompanying Bai Ji during her pregnancy, he studied the 9 revolutions mystic art or tinkered with the Great Dao furnace, living a fulfilling and pleasant life. The 2 little ones in Bai Ji's womb were brimming with vitality, absorbing vast amounts of heaven and earth's primordial energy every day. Fortunately, the Wu clan's wealth was abundant with a steady supply of various celestial treasures, otherwise it would have been hard to sustain them. Bai Ji's temperament also underwent significant changes after becoming pregnant. The icy, murderous aura she once carried had almost completely receded, making her much gentler. Although she still occasionally acted stubborn and proud before Wu Wang, she had fully taken on the posture of a delicate woman. One day, as Wu Wang was accompanying Bai Ji to bask in the sun in the rear hall, the long-absent voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Long-term mission released: expand the clan and revitalize the Wu. Mission description: as the sole hope for the Wu clan's propagation, the host bears the heavy responsibility of expanding the clan. Marrying more high-quality Dao companions and bearing more high-potential offspring will yield generous rewards. Current mission progress 1. Mission hint: traveling the primordial wilderness to seek fated individuals is the best way to complete the mission. Wu Wang looked at this mission and stroked his chin. The system was urging him to go out and continue his matchmaking. Indeed, with his greatly increased strength and the protection of the heavenly marriage merit, it was time for him to venture out. He couldn't stay holed up in Buzhou Mountain forever. Moreover, relying solely on the heavenly marriage merit was far from enough to completely resolve the Wu clan's fortune issues. He had to forge a supreme treasure to stabilize the Wu clan's destiny. However, refining such a treasure required immense materials and vast amounts of merit. These things wouldn't come to him while staying in Buzhou Mountain. He had to go out and seek them himself. What are you thinking about? Bai Ji asked softly, seeing him silent for so long. I'm thinking about finding my second wife, Wu Wang replied half-jokingly. Bai Ji rolled her eyes at him upon hearing this, but unlike before, she didn't get angry. She only said wistfully, go if you must. I can't stop you anyway. Just be careful out there, and don't forget that I and the children are waiting for you at home. Wu Wang's heart warmed, and he pulled her into his arms, saying softly, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Once I've earned enough for our future, it'll come back to you. After comforting Bai Ji, Wu Wang informed the 12 Ancestral Witches of his plan to journey through the primordial wilderness again. What? You're leaving again? Zhurong was the first to object. No way. It's too dangerous out there now. Those feathered beasts of the demon clan are definitely watching you. What if you get ambushed going alone? Indeed, little Wu Wang, your status is different now. It's safest to stay in Buzhou Mountain, Hutu added with concern. Wu Wang shook his head and said, staying in Buzhou Mountain forever won't allow me to grow. Besides, the last time all 12 of you acted together, it caused such a commotion that it stirred up the entire primordial wilderness, and even Dao ancestor Honghuang might have been displeased. This time I want to go alone. With his strength at the 9th realm of the Great Wu, a physical body comparable to a Daoyuo, and a primordial spirit capable of discerning fortune and avoiding disaster, he was more than capable of protecting himself. Dijiang pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, an eagle must eventually leave its nest. With your current strength, you can certainly protect yourself in the primordial wilderness, but still be cautious in all things. Since Dijiang had agreed, the other ancestral witches could say no more, only repeatedly urging him to be careful. Thus Wu Wang bid farewell to everyone and quietly left Buzhou Mountain. Walking alone across the vast lands of the primordial wilderness, he began to contemplate his next goal. The system hinted at finding a fated person, but the primordial wilderness was so vast, it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. I need a general direction, Wu Wang mused. According to the original primordial storyline at this point in time, which renowned top-tier female immortals are there. Queen Mother of the West, Yao Qi, worth considering. She was born from innate metal qi with deep roots, and as the future leader of the Heavenly Court's female immortals, she has enduring fortune. But she spends her time in West Kunlun close to the 3 pure ones, probably hard to win over. Yuan Feng. No. After the Dragonhan calamity, the Phoenix clan retreated to the immortal volcano, and Yuan Feng sealed herself away. I didn't even trigger the information card when I walked to the edge of the immortal volcano before. Shi He Chang Shi. At the thought of these 2 names, Wu Wang's heart beat a little faster. They were the goddesses of the Tying star, among the most beautiful in the primordial wilderness. And they were the future empresses of the demon emperor Dijuan. By the heavens, if he could steal them away, the fun would be immense. Being a homewrecker didn't seem so bad. Moreover, the Taiyin star governs Yin and the Sun star governs Yang. If he could marry the Taiyin goddess, combining her energy with his own Pangu masculine bloodline, the offspring born from the union of Yin and Yang would have absolutely heaven-defying potential. It's settled. Next target, Taiyin star. Wu Wang the homewrecker. No, Wu Wang resolved in his heart. However, he knew this couldn't be rushed. The Taiyin star was far beyond the 9 heavens, protected by a grand formation and not easy to reach. More importantly, Dijuan and Taiyi, those 2 golden crows, had surely already set their sights on Shi He and Changxi. If he went now, he might end up confronting them directly. Wait. Dijuan and Taiyi. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Wu Wang. I recall Honghuang's first sermon is about to begin, right? Soon Dijuan and Taiyi will set off for the Zhixiao Palace to listen. That would leave the Taiyin star empty, wouldn't it? While they attend the lecture, he'll sneak into their home. The more Wu Wang thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. However, there was still some time before Honghuang's sermon. He couldn't afford to be idle during this period. I'll wander around the primordial wilderness first and see if I can stumble upon any opportunities. Also, I'll pay a visit to the future ancestor of Earth Immortals. An image formed in his mind, a figure with an immortal air holding a horsetail whisk with flowing sleeves and a graceful demeanor. Zhen Yuanzi. This future ancestor of Earth Immortals was a well-known, good-natured figure in the primordial wilderness with friends everywhere. More importantly, Wu Wang was very interested in 2 things he possessed. One was the ginseng fruit tree, one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots. The other was the supreme defensive innate treasure reputed to be the best in the primordial wilderness, the Earth Book. The Earth Book is formed from the membrane of the primordial wilderness and is connected to the Earth veins. If I can befriend him and use the Earth vein grand array diagram I have as a lead, I might be able to scheme something great. Wu Wang's target was the shattered Western continent. During the Dragon Han calamity and the battle between Dao and Demon Luohao's self-destruction had ruined the Western Earth veins. That place was now the most desolate corner of the primordial wilderness, with thin spiritual energy and rare celestial treasures. This was why Jane and Zhuanti, those 2, would stoop to any shameless means to revitalize the West. If he could repair the Western Earth veins, that would be immense merit. And he couldn't do it for free. He had to make those 2 old baldies, Jane and Zhuanti, pay a heavy price and fleece them thoroughly. Having made up his mind, Wu Wang oriented himself and transformed into a streak of light, speeding towards Mount Longevity and the Wuzhuang Temple. Mount Wanshou was a place of exquisite beauty where spiritual energy coiled and immortal mist drifted, a stark contrast to the desolate and treacherous lands that scarred much of the primordial wilderness. Auspicious clouds adorned the peaks, radiant light streamed forth in countless strands, and celestial birds and spirit beasts roamed in tranquil contentment, painting a scene of utter peace. At the summit, an ancient Taoist temple flickered in and out of view, the renowned Wuzhuang Temple. Wuan descended at the mountain's base, but did not intrude recklessly. Instead, he straightened his robes and began the ascent on foot, a gesture of profound respect. Who goes there? At the temple gate, 2 clear-eyed and handsome young acolytes, upon seeing Wuan approach, immediately demanded with caution. The Wu clan's reputation in the primordial wilderness was far from favorable, often synonymous with brutality, belligerence, and irrationality. Though this man before them did not bear the menacing aura typical of the Wu, the restrained, yet overwhelmingly potent blood vitality emanating from him still put the 2 acolytes on high alert. Wuan of the Wu clan comes specifically to pay respects to the great immortal Zhen Yuanzi. Wuan clasped his hands in a humble salute. The 2 acolytes exchanged glances, both equally surprised. A member of the Wu clan displaying such courtesy. Wait here. I shall announce your arrival, one of the acolytes said, not daring to be negligent, before turning and hurrying into the temple. Before long, the acolyte returned, followed by a Taoist clad in a red robe with a kind and jovial countenance that radiated an almost festive cheer. Wu An's primordial spirit stirred faintly. This man's aura was pure and authentic. It was the red cloud Taoist, the first crimson cloud of heaven and earth to attain the Dao, the future, kind-hearted soul of the primordial wilderness. This humble Taoist red cloud greets you, fellow Taoist Wuan. Red cloud chuckled, offering a Taoist salute. You being a distinguished talent of the Wu clan, what brings you to my friend's Wuzhuang temple today, eh? He was a close companion of Zhen Yuanzi and often lingered here. Hearing of a Wu clan visit had piqued his curiosity. I have heard that the great immortal Zhen Yuanzi is a paragon of virtue in the primordial wilderness, and my heart yearned to meet him. Hence I came to pay my respects. Wuan returned the bow with neither arrogance nor servility. Seeing his measured speech and conduct entirely devoid of the Wu's characteristic boorishness, Red Cloud immediately felt a surge of goodwill and laughed, fellow Taoist, please enter. Brother Zhen is waiting inside. As he followed Red Cloud into Honghuang Temple Wu and was immediately struck by a profound, steady aura of the earth that washed over him. The temple's interior was simple and elegant, every detail exuding a natural resonance that seemed to merge seamlessly with heaven and earth. In the main hall, an old Taoist with a childlike face, but hair as white as snow, wearing a purple gold crown and a carefree crane cloak, was smiling as he watched their approach. In his hand, he held a scroll. His very being was fused with Mount Wanshou and the earth beneath their feet. This was Zhen Yuanzi, the ancestor of Earth Immortals. A young friend from the Wu clan graces my humble abode. I have failed to welcome you from afar. Zhen Yuanzi said, his voice warm and gentle like a spring breeze. The younger generation Wu and pays respects to the great immortal Zhen Yuanzi. Wu bowed once more. Zhen Yuanzi studied him, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. A pinnacle golden immortal wielding the earth book, his perception was incredibly sharp. This Wu clan member before him possessed a physical body so formidable it already rivaled that of an ordinary golden immortal. Within his bloodline flowed a sense of ancient nobility and dignity that even Zhen Yuanzi found startling. But what astonished him most was the faint yet undeniably real fluctuation of a primordial spirit he sensed from Wu. Had the Wu clan birthed a primordial spirit? This discovery sent shockwaves through Zhen Yuanzi's heart. This was an event with the power to reshape the entire primordial wilderness. Young friend, no need for such formality. Please be seated. Zhen Yuanzi suppressed his inner turmoil and gestured to a nearby cushion. Host and guest took their seats, and an acolyte served clear tea. Wu did not mince words, cutting straight to the point. My purpose in coming here is twofold. First, to pay my respects to you, great immortal, and second, to forge a bond of goodwill with you. As he spoke, he turned his palm over, and 3 crystalline fruits appeared, exuding a refreshing and intoxicating fragrance. These fruits were a profound, deep blue, their surfaces shimmering with starlight, as if containing an entire galaxy. A rich aura of primordial North Sea chi and life essence instantly filled the air. This is the primordial North Sea flat peach. Zhen Yuanzi and Red Cloud both cried out in shock, leaping to their feet. Their eyes locked onto the fruits in Wu An's hand, their breathing becoming ragged. Who were they? The most eminent powers of the primordial wilderness, men of vast experience. Yet the grade of this fruit and the purity of its spiritual energy were in no way inferior to Zhen Yuanzi's treasured ginseng fruit. In some aspects, it even surpassed it. This was undoubtedly the fruit of a top-grade, primordial spiritual root. Even they had only heard of such treasures and legends. A humble gift unworthy of your esteem. Please do taste them, Wu said with a smile, sliding 2 of the peaches towards Zhen Yuanzi and Red Cloud. Red Cloud stared at the peach before him, his Adam's apple bobbing. He was a good-natured and straightforward man, but he knew this item was far too precious. Zhen Yuanzi, however, looked at Wu with a complex expression. He took a deep breath, slowly sat down, and said, Young friend, this gift is far too valuable. One cannot accept rewards without merit. It would trouble my conscience. His mind was in turmoil. Who was this Wu clan youth? He had assumed that Wu An's birth of a primordial spirit was the Wu clan's greatest secret and trump card. Now it seemed that might only be the tip of the iceberg. This Wu clan member was destined to be a pivotal figure for his people, perhaps even as important as the 12 Ancestral Witches. Great immortal, you flatter me, Wu laughed. Treasures belong to heroes, and spiritual roots suit the virtuous. To me, this is merely a bit of food. But offering it to you and fellow Taoist Red Cloud marks the beginning of a good relationship. My Wu clan are direct people. We dislike empty formalities. A good relationship in my eyes is far more precious than a few fruits. His words were filled with heroic spirit. Red Cloud's eyes sparkled. This temper was exactly to his liking. Zhen Yuanzi was silent for a moment, but eventually nodded and accepted the peach. He knew that refusing would be an insult to the other party and would sever this budding connection. In that case, I shall reluctantly accept, Zhen Yuanzi sighed. Young friend, I shall remember this kindness. If ever you require my aid, as long as it does not defy the heavenly Dao, I shall not refuse. It was a weighty promise. This was precisely what Wu had been aiming for. He smiled, steering the conversation towards its true purpose. In truth, I came today to discuss a matter with you, great immortal. This matter concerns the earth veins of the primordial wilderness and a monumental fortune of merit. Oh, Zhen Yuanzi's interest was piqued. Please, young friend, elaborate. Wu An's gaze drifted, looking far into the west. Upon hearing Wu Wang's words, Zhen Yuanzi's expression immediately turned solemn. As the ancestor of Earth Immortals, he wielded the Earth Book, and his path of cultivation was intimately connected to the vast lands of the primordial era. Any shift in the primordial Earth's veins directly affected his very foundation. Moreover, the concept of merit held an irresistible allure for golden immortals of the Great Way like himself. Young friend, do you refer to the Western Earth veins? Zhen Yuanzi, a figure of great insight, instantly grasped the crux of the matter. Across the entire primordial era, the only land with problematic veins was the Western continent, shattered during the conflict between Dao and Demon. Wang nodded. Precisely. The Western Earth veins are broken, spiritual energy is depleted, and resentment festers. It has become a festering wound upon the primordial era. To restore it and revive the West would be an act of boundless merit worthy of heaven's reward. Honghuang, listening nearby, nodded repeatedly. Indeed, indeed. This is a benevolent endeavor. If successful, it would benefit all beings of the primordial era. Yet Zhen Yuanzi stroked his beard and slowly shook his head, a wry smile upon his face. Young friend, your words are true, but this task is far from easy. In ages past, when Lu self-destructed, he triggered the extinction of all Western spiritual veins. Their foundations were destroyed, and resentment and demonic energy have intertwined for eons, penetrating deep into the Earth's core. To repair this requires immense power, unwavering resolve, and extraordinary destiny. He paused, then continued, to be honest, young friend, I once harbored this thought myself. I once took the Earth book to explore the West. The Earth veins there were like shattered porcelain, riddled with cracks and tainted by a destructive demonic will, making them impossible to mend. I labored for centuries, not only making no progress, but nearly suffering harm, as my own cultivation was corroded by that demonic will. From then on, I abandoned the idea. That place is a hopeless mess. Whoever touches it invites disaster. Zhen Yuanzi understood well that the merit of restoring the Western Earth veins was tempting, but it was also an abyss without end. It would require not only a vast expenditure of heavenly treasures, but also constant struggle against Luhis' lingering demonic will. One misstep would lead to eternal doom. The two Taoists, Jane and Zhuanti, had worried themselves nearly bald over this matter, yet they had achieved nothing. Upon hearing this, Wang revealed a confident smile. Great Immortal, I am well aware of these concerns. Without a foolproof plan, I would not dare to boast before you. He looked Zhen Yuanzi in the eye and spoke deliberately. I happen to possess something that might resolve this predicament. As his words fell, he opened his palm, and a scroll of ancient beast hide materialized out of thin air. The moment it unfurled, a vast, profound aura, as old as the dawn of creation, filled the entire main hall. Upon the scroll were not ordinary mountains and rivers, but a network of golden lines crisscrossing like the meridians of a human body. These lines intertwined, forming a complete and complex system radiating from Buzhou Mountain to the four poles and 8 wastelands of the primordial era. Each golden line seemed like a living divine dragon. The moment Zhen Yuanzi saw this scroll, he froze as if struck by lightning. The Earth book in his hand hummed and floated up on its own, emitting a hazy, earthy yellow glow that resonated with the golden lines on the scroll. This is the master map of the primordial Earth veins. Zhen Yuanzi's voice trembled, and an unprecedented light blazed in his eyes. He stared fixedly at the map, his breathing growing heavy. As the ancestor of Earth immortals, he understood its value better than anyone. The Earth book allowed him to harness the power of the primordial Earth, granting unmatched defense. Yet this harnessing was vague and macroscopic. He knew where the Earth's power lay, but could not control every fraction of it with the precision of his own limbs. The scroll before him was a high-definition portrait of the Earth itself. It depicted every detail of the primordial Earth veins, their courses, nodes, strengths, weaknesses, and attributes. If he could merge this map with his Earth book, Zhen Yuanzi's heart raced as a breathtaking thought surged within him. This would mean he was no longer merely borrowing the Earth's power, but becoming the true master of the primordial Earth veins. From then on, as long as he stood on the ground, he would merge with the entire primordial Earth. Striking him would be akin to attacking the entire primordial Earth. What a terrifying realm that would be. True absolute invincibility. This map was more important to him than any primordial treasure. It was the foundation of his path to enlightenment. Young friend, this map, where did you obtain it? Zhen Yuanzi swallowed, hard, his voice hoarse. This is an heirloom of my Wu clan, the Earth Vein Grand Array map. Wang fabricated casually. With this map, we can identify every broken point in the Western Earth veins. Then with great power we can guide and mend them, tracing their roots one by one. Though the task is monumental, it is not impossible. Zhen Yuanzi's gaze shifted from the map to Wang's face, his eyes growing deeply complex. Now he finally understood why the young man dared to claim he could restore the Western Earth veins. With this divine map as guidance and his Earth book in coordination, the chance of success was at least 50%. This young man was bargaining with his own path to enlightenment. Young friend, what do you wish of me? Zhen Yuanzi's voice had regained its calm, but the slight tremor in his fingertips betrayed his inner turmoil. Simple. Wang smiled. We will cooperate in restoring the Western Earth veins. Great Immortal You provide the manpower and the Earth Book to mend the veins. My Wu clan provides the map and the expertise to oversee the planning. But where will the boundless resources for the restoration come from? Honghuang interjected. This was the greatest challenge. The treasures needed were astronomical. A mischievous grin curled at the corner of Wu Wang's mouth. Every child must be claimed by its parent. The West is the homeland of Jane and Juanti. If they wish to revive it, they must pay a price, don't you think? Jin Yuanzi and Honghuang instantly grasped Wu Wang's intent. He was going to bleed Jane and Juanti dry. Young friend, you mean to make them the fools who provide labor and bear the burden? Jin Yuanzi felt his heart race again. Precisely. Wu Wang nodded. This endeavor brings boundless merit. They have no reason to refuse. But how much they must pay depends on how sharp our knives are. My Wu clan may lack many things, but we have strength and we excel at reasoning in such matters. Zhen Yuanzi looked at Wu Wang's amiable smile, and for some reason felt a pang of pity for Jane and Juanti far away on Mount Simaru. Once targeted by this young man, those two Western Taoists would likely be skinned alive. Yet, at the thought of the Earth Vein Grand Array map and the unparalleled prospects of merging it with the Earth Book, any sympathy in Zhen Yuanzi's heart evaporated instantly. Excellent. Zhen Yuanzi slammed the table, his resolve firm. I am in. Young friend, tell me what you need me to do. It was done. Wu Wang rejoiced inwardly. With Zhen Yuanzi, the primordial era's top technical expert and master of the earth, joining there, caused the plan to restore the Western Earth veins and extort Jane and Juanti was half accomplished. Just as the three were smiling at one another and preparing to discuss the details, the space above Honghuang temple suddenly rippled like water disturbed by a thrown stone. The next moment, a rift appeared out of nowhere, and an overwhelming, domineering aura of spatial mastery emanated from within. Zhen Yuanzi and Honghuang's faces changed drastically as they leaped to their feet on high alert. This aura was all too familiar. It was the foremost of the 12 Ancestral Witches, the spatial ancestral witch, Dijiang. What was he doing here? Within the spatial rift, a figure slowly emerged. He was tall, with an ancient, weathered face, and 4 wings sprouted from his back. His aura was perfectly fused with the spatial laws around him, as if he were space itself, and space was him. It was none other than Dijiang, the foremost of the 12 ancestral sorcerers. The moment Zhen Yuanzi and Honghuang sensed Dijiang's presence, their spiritual power involuntarily surged, bracing themselves as if facing a great enemy. The personal arrival of an ancestral sorcerer was no trivial matter, especially Dijiang as the leader of the ancestral sorcerers. His appearance often represented the will of the entire sorcerer clan. Had their conversation with Wu Wang somehow touched upon some taboo of the sorcerer clan? A torrent of thoughts raced through Zhen Yuanzi's mind as he prepared to activate the Earth Book and initiate the formation of Mount Longevity at any moment. However, contrary to their expectations, Dijiang's gaze did not linger on them. Instead, it fell directly upon Wu Wang. On that eternally stoic face, there was even a trace of helplessness. Wu Wang, you sure ran fast, kid. Come back with me. Dijiang said, his voice steady, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Great ancestral sorcerer, Dijiang. Wu Wang was equally stunned. Why are you here? I only just left home a short while ago. A shiver of unease ran through him. He had just made contact with Zhen Yuanzi, ready to pull off something big, and now an elder from home was already hunting him down. Could it be that Hutu or Baiji was worried and had sent Dijiang to drag him back? Zhen Yuanzi and Honghuang watched from the side, utterly dumbfounded, their minds struggling to keep up. What was going on? The supreme leader of the ancestral sorcerers, Dijiang, whose spatial speed was unmatched in the primordial world, had personally torn through space and traveled billions of miles just to catch a junior and bring him home. Just how highly was Wu Wang regarded within the sorcerer clan? They had previously guessed that Wu Wang was a key figure in the sorcerer clan's future, but it now seemed their speculation was far too conservative. This was no mere key figure. He was the very apple of the sorcerer clan's eye, the cherished treasure of the 12 ancestral sorcerers. Zhen Yuanzi and Honghuang exchanged a glance, both seeing the profound shock in each other's eyes. They instantly realized that the cooperation they had just forged with Wu Wang might be worth far more than they had imagined. To be deeply bound with someone so highly valued by the sorcerer clan promised immeasurable future benefits. Greetings, ancestral sorcerer Dijiang. Suppressing the turmoil within, Zhen Yuanzi stepped forward and offered a respectful bow. Regardless, the other party was a direct descendant of Pangu, a sovereign of the primordial earth, and proper etiquette could not be omitted. Only then did Dijiang turn his gaze to Zhen Yuanzi, nodding slightly as a return of courtesy. Zhen Yuanzi, your Honghuang temple is indeed a place of tranquility. I came to fetch a junior of my clan. My apologies for the intrusion. You flatter me, ancestral sorcerer, Zhen Yuanzi quickly replied. Young friend Wu Wang is a dragon among men. We took an instant liking to each other and have been discussing the Dao within the temple. He deliberately emphasized the word, discussing the Dao, hoping to show Dijiang that Wu Wang's level was already sufficient for equal exchange with established sages like themselves. Dijiang made no comment, merely looking at Wu Wang and saying, enough discussion. Come back with me. There's important business. What important business? Is it that urgent? Wu Wang asked, puzzled. A rare peculiar expression flickered across Dijiang's face. He glanced at Xinyuanzi and Honghuang, seeming somewhat reluctant to speak. After a moment of silence, he transmitted his voice to Wu Wang alone. That fellow Honghuang has found you a new Dao companion. Upon hearing this, Wu Wang nearly spat out his tea. Honghuang, that hot-tempered brute, actually playing matchmaker. Was the sun rising in the west? What reliable match could he possibly find? Wu Wang transmitted back, his tone dripping with skepticism. I don't know how he stumbled upon this either. Dijiang's transmission was equally baffled. The other party is a primordial divine being with extraordinary origins cultivating in seclusion on Mount Buzhou. That idle fellow Honghuang went for a stroll. Annoyed by the formation at the entrance of her cave dwelling, he tried to dismantle it, but ended up being beaten back by her. What a... Wu Wang was genuinely shocked this time. Who was Honghuang? The water ancestral sorcerer. One of the top powerhouses among the 12 ancestral sorcerers, commanding all the waters of the world, an existence whose wrath could shatter Mount Buzhou. Someone had actually managed to beat him back. And on Mount Buzhou, the very stronghold of the sorcerer clan, was such a terrifyingly powerful being hidden on this mountain. Is she a chaotic demon god? That was the first thought that crossed Wu Wang's mind. No, Dijiang denied. Her aura is very pure, without any chaotic, baleful energy. In short, she specifically asked to see you. She said she would only decide whether to marry after meeting you. We discussed it and felt this opportunity couldn't be missed. So you must come back with me. Wu Wang listened, utterly bewildered. What was all this nonsense? However, a primordial divine being capable of repelling Honghuang would undoubtedly have top-tier origins and strength. The system's evaluation would probably be no lower than S rank. This murky affair seemed worth a try. All right, I'll go back with you, Wu Wang decided. He stood up, cupped his hands in an apologetic gesture towards Xinyuanzi and Honghuang, and said, my apologies, fellow Taoists. An urgent matter has arisen in my clan, and this junior must take his leave. Regarding the matter of the West, I shall return to discuss it in detail with you, great immortal, once I have settled the clan affairs. Please go ahead, young friend. Xinyuanzi quickly waved his hand. He no longer dared show any displeasure. After all, the leader of the ancestral sorcerers had personally come to fetch him. This was no small matter. Safe travels, young friend Wu Wang. Honghuang added with a smile. Wu Wang nodded, and together with Dijiang stepped into the still open spatial rift. Light and shadow shifted, and the next moment they had returned to the Pangu Hall. Inside the hall, the other 11 ancestral sorcerers were all present, their faces brimming with curiosity and excitement. You're back? You're back. Zhurong's booming voice was the first to ring out. Wu Wang, lad, get ready. We're going up the mountain to propose marriage right now. Exactly. Honghuang took a loss, and we have to get that face back. Xiangli fanned the flames from the side. Steal his wife away and see if he still acts so arrogant. Honghuang stood nearby with a dark face, grumbling in a low voice. I was holding back. I was going easy on her. Wu Wang looked at these ancestral sorcerers who seemed to relish chaos and felt a headache coming on. Great ancestral sorcerers, what exactly is going on? Who is she? Hoda walked over and explained gently, we don't know her specific origins either. We only know that she has been cultivating in seclusion atop Mount Buzhou for many years with her elder brother Fuxi. Her Dao name is Nuwa. Nuwa. At the sound of that name, Wu Wang's mind went blank, a loud buzz drowning out all thought. Nuwa. These two words thundered within Wu Wang's mind. He was utterly stunned. How could it be her? Having once been a denizen of Blue Star, the name Nuwa stirred within him a profound sentiment rooted in bloodline and civilization. She was the sacred mother who created humankind. She was the being of boundless merit who mended the heavens and saved the world. It was precisely for this reason that in the mental list of potential brides he had conjured, he had subconsciously excluded Nuwa. It was a reverence bordering on instinct, one that had never allowed any profane thought to take root. Yet now the primordial witches were telling him that Honghuang had selected his next marriage candidate, and it was Nuwa. This joke was far too grand. What's the matter, boy? Scared witless. Zhurong, seeing Wu Wang's dazed expression, burst into loud laughter. A woman who can beat Honghuang away. Don't you find that thrilling? She's more than enough for a brat like you. Wu Wang snapped back to reality, the corner of his mouth twitching as a wave of helplessness washed over him. Thrilling? Was this even a question of being thrilling? Marrying the sacred mother of humanity as a wife. If they had children, the child would call him father and Nuwa mother. What would that make the human race? His own descendants. Hotu, observing Wu Wang's complex expression, asked Wu Wang, do you know this Taoist friend Nuwa? I don't. Wu Wang shook his head and gave a bitter smile. Di Jiang made the decision whether you know her or not, since she has specifically requested to see you. We must make a visit. Come, all of you, follow me up the mountain. I want to see just what kind of divine being dares to lay a hand on my witch clan's primordial witch on our own territory. Di Jiang's tone carried an unyielding dominance. Although Gong Gong had been beaten because of his own loose tongue, the news spreading would still disgrace the entire witch clan. This score must be settled. The best way to do so was to invite that Nuwa back to become Wu Wang's wife, and thus a spectacle worthy of the primordial era unfolded. All 12 primordial witches without exception surrounded Wu Wang and marched in a grand procession toward the summit of Mount Buzhou. They did not fly using their magical powers. Instead, they climbed the mountain step by step. The immense coalescing aura of slaughter they emitted caused the entire Mount Buzhou to tremble. Countless creatures within the mountain, regardless of their cultivation level, all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear, not daring to lift their heads. Caught in the middle, Wu Wang felt like a minor thug being escorted by 12 underworld bosses to collect protection money. The pressure was immense. Soon they arrived at the peak of Mount Buzhou. Here, fierce astral winds howled and chaotic energy permeated the air, making it difficult for even ordinary golden immortals to linger for long. On a flat stretch of the summit, an ordinary-looking thatched cottage stood quietly. Outside the cottage, a layer of seemingly fragile barrier light, imbued with the principles of creation, isolated all the astral winds and chaotic energy. "It's here." Gong Gong pointed at the thatched cottage, his face dark. Zhu Rong, with the hottest temper, stepped forward to act. "Watch me burn this shabby barrier to ashes." "Stop!" Wu Wang hastily blocked him. "Are you kidding? This was the future sage's Dao field. Burning it down would incur a massive karmic debt." Steeling himself, he walked up to the barrier and declared in a clear voice, "Wu Wang of the Witch Clan, by order of the Primordial Witches, hereby seeks an audience with Taoist friend Nuwa." As his words fell, the barrier light rippled like water, silently parting to either side, revealing a passage. A gentle, melodious voice, as if containing all the beauty of heaven and earth, emerged from within. "Taoist friend, please enter." Wu Wang took a deep breath and stepped inside. The 12 Primordial Witches followed closely behind. Once through the barrier, it was a world within a world. A small courtyard, a few green bamboo stalks, a stone table, 2 stone stools, simple yet elegant. Seated by the stone table was a woman. She wore a simple yet elegant palace gown, her features exquisite. Not a breathtaking beauty, but a gentle, compassionate one, as smooth and warm as jade. Her eyes were clear and serene, as if holding the wisdom to create all things. Standing beside her was a man in a Bagua Taoist robe with handsome features and deep eyes, her elder brother Fu Shi. Fu's eyes gaze swept over the 12 entering primordial witches, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly before finally settling on Wu Wang, who was surrounded in the middle, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. But Nuwa's gaze from beginning to end rested calmly only on Wu Wang. "You are Wu Wang." She spoke softly, her voice like a heavenly melody. "Indeed I am." Wu Wang clasped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, Taoist friend Nuwa." "Taoist friend Fu Shi." "Umph." Gong Gong snorted discontentedly from the side. "Nuwa, you injured me without cause today. You must give my witch clan an explanation." Nuwa turned her gaze to Gong Gong and said calmly, "Taoist friend, before my cave dwelling you spoke disrespectfully and even attempted to forcibly dismantle my protective formation. I acted to cool your temper. What fault is there in that?" Gong Gong was left speechless, his face turning the color of a pig's liver. For everything Nuwa said was the plain truth. Fu Shi spoke up at this moment. He bowed slightly to Di Jiang, neither humble nor arrogant primordial, which Di Jiang, my sister, is of a tranquil disposition and dislikes conflict. The previous matter was initiated by Primordial, which Gong Gong's provocation, my sister, merely administered a light punishment. I hope you will not take offense. His stance was clear, the fault lay with them, they had acted in self-defense. Di Jiang glanced at the guilty Gong Gong and found it difficult to press the issue further. He redirected the conversation, fixing his gaze on Nuwa with an unyielding tone. "Enough idle talk. This junior of mine, Wu Wang, is an orthodox descendant of Pangu, bearing immense fortune. Since you have met him, I propose a marriage for him today. Are you willing to marry into my witch clan?" The words were blunt and straightforward, full of the witch clan's characteristic style. Fu's eyes face darkened instantly. The phantom image of his primordial 8 trigrams diagram flickered around him, and a vast pressure radiated outward. But Nuwa raised her hand, signaling her brother to calm down. Her gaze returned to Wu Wang, scanning him from head to toe, a peculiar light flashing in her eyes. She could sense within Wu Wang's bloodline a surging vitality, supremely young and upright, which subtly attracted her own Dao of creation. Yet as an innate divine being, her heart was as still as an ancient well. She shook her head and parted her lips slightly. "I thank the primordial witch for the kind intention. But Nuwa's heart is set solely on the Dao, and I have no intention of marriage at this time. She refused. Wang showed little reaction. It was within expectations. Marrying Nuwa was possible, but not now. After all, his system was called Blessings of Many Children, and Nuwa's greatest skill was creating humans. So this matter should be taken slowly. It's fine. Wang spoke, cutting through the tense atmosphere. Since the Taoist friend has no intention, we will not force the matter. Matters of fate and marriage are after all a matter of mutual consent. His words surprised both Fu Shi and Nuwa. A glint of approval flashed in Fu's eyes. This which was far more reasonable than those 12 brutes. Wang smiled and clasped his hands. To have met Taoist friends Nuwa and Fu Shi today is truly my fortune. How about we? Fu Shi gently shook his head, interrupting him. Taoist friend Wang, esteemed primordial witches. My sister and I are about to depart immediately for the Xiao Palace beyond the 33 heavens to attend the ancestral master's sermon. I'm afraid we must take our leave here. The implication was clear. You may go now, and we must be on our way. To the Xiao Palace. Wang's eyes lit up. He immediately turned to the primordial witches behind him. Esteemed primordial witches, we should also set out. It would be perfect to travel alongside these two Taoist friends. At this, Zhu Rong became displeased. He pouted and grumbled in a deep voice, "Go where? That old Honghuang sermons are a bunch of gibberish. Can't understand a word. Going there is just an invitation to nap. No fun." Exactly. Gong chimed in, rubbing his still aching shoulder. Listening to his sermons means owing him a karmic debt for nothing. My witch clan stands tall and proud. Why should we owe anyone any debt? The other primordial witches also looked reluctant, clearly lacking any enthusiasm for going to the Xiao Palace to listen to sermons. Esteemed primordial witches, you are mistaken. Wang, however, put on a serious expression and said in a tone that took it for granted, our witch clan is the descendant of Father God Pangu. The entire primordial world was created by Father God. You could say the whole primordial world owes us a tremendous karmic debt. Going to listen to a sermon now is just collecting interest. How could it be considered incurring a debt? At these words, all 12 primordial witches were stunned. Even Fu Shi and Nuwa, who were about to depart, paused mid-step, their faces twisting into extremely strange expressions. Wang continued, besides, didn't all you primordial witches say you can't understand it? If you can't understand, then it's as if you didn't listen. And if you didn't listen, naturally you don't owe any karmic debt. Our purpose in going is just to join the fun, grab some good seats, and show the creatures of the primordial world the might of our witch clan. Isn't that good? This string of twisted logic left the 12 primordial witches utterly dumbfounded. They mulled it over carefully, and it seemed to make sense. We are Pangu's descendants. The primordial world owes us. Going to listen is doing Honghuang a favor. It's collecting interest. Since we can't understand it anyway, not understanding means we don't owe any karmic debt. Good lad. Di Jiang slapped Wang on the shoulder, roaring with laughter. Your twisted logic may be one thing after another, but this primordial witch loves to hear it. Well said. Come on, all of you, follow me to the Xiao Palace to collect interest. Let's go. Let's go collect interest. Zhu Rong and the other primordial witches suddenly perked up, rolling up their sleeves and strutting with a swagger, as if they were heading not to a sermon, but to a plunder. Fu Shi and Nuwa watched from the side, utterly dumbfounded, the corners of their mouths twitching in unison. The siblings exchanged a glance, both seeing a profound sense of speechlessness in the other's eyes. And so the spectacle of the primordial era played out once again. With Fu Shi and Nuwa wearing expressions caught between laughter and tears, the 12 primordial witches with Wang in tow set off on the path to the Xiao Palace with formidable momentum. After deciding to head to the Xiao Palace together, the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Although Zhu Rong and Gong, among others, were somewhat dissatisfied that they couldn't capture Nuwa on the spot, they couldn't say much since it was the decision of Wang and Di Jiang. They could only glare at Fu Shi with some resentment. Fu Shi remained oblivious to this. As the future heavenly emperor, he was deep-minded and would naturally not stoop to the level of these simple-minded Wu tribe members. After a simple preparation, this team, arguably the most luxurious and unique in the history of the primordial world, set off in grand procession. 12 ancestors of the Wu. The future holy mother of the human race, the Taoist Saint Nuwa. The future heavenly emperor Fu Shi. And Wang, regarded as a treasure by the ancestors of the Wu. Wherever this team passed, even gods and demons would avoid them, and all beings bowed in submission. The ancestors of the Wu's unabashed, overwhelming aura converged into a blood-red cloud, shrouding the sky. Nuwa and Fu Shi were surrounded by auspicious energy and innate Dao rhythm. One represented righteousness, the other evil. One was demonic and the other righteous, creating an extraordinarily bizarre, yet powerful aura. On the vast primordial land, any sentient being that sensed this aura from afar was terrified to the core and hurriedly hid in their caves, activating great formations, fearing that they would be affected by this group of seemingly world-destroying calamities. Some powerful beings also preparing to head to Xixiao Palace to seek Dao saw this team from a distance, their faces turning pale, hastily taking a detour and not daring to approach even a bit. The Wu tribe has come out in full force. Are they also going to Xixiao Palace? My heavens, who are those two walking alongside them? Such harmonious Dao rhythm. They seem to be two top innate saints. The Wu tribe mixed with innate saints. This world is too crazy. Wang walked in the middle of the team, sensing the astonishment and fear in the probing divine senses around him, and couldn't help but chuckle. This spectacle was indeed overwhelming. Dao friend Wang, Fushi took the initiative to walk beside Wang, casually asking, "May I ask where your master is from? How could you gain such importance from the 12 ancestors of the Wu?" He was deeply curious. A Wu tribe member who had birthed a nascent soul was itself a subversion of common understanding. Moreover, the attitude of the 12 ancestors towards him exceeded mere importance. It was an almost unconditional protection. Something monumental must be hidden within. My Wu tribe only reveres the Pangu Father God and has no master to speak of. Wang smiled, answering without a hitch. As for why the ancestors value me, perhaps it is because I can bring them something they need. This answer was quite vague, yet Fushi grasped its deeper meaning. What could be so necessary that it could command the attention of the 12 ancestors? Was it the secret of birthing a nascent soul? Or something else? Fux's eyes flickered. He did not press further, but his evaluation of Wang rose another level. This person was not only mysterious, but also possessed a steady mind. He was surely no ordinary figure. The group traveled swiftly and soon left the primordial land, entering the boundless starry sky, flying towards the Xixiao Palace beyond the 33 heavens. Beyond the 33 heavens lay the boundary between chaos and the primordial world, where spatial turbulence raged, and earth, fire, water, and wind surged. Even great Luo golden immortals had to tread carefully here. However, this team completely disregarded these dangers. Di Jiang, as the ancestor of space, had all spatial turbulence around him become as docile as sheep. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, one controlling fire and the other controlling water, pushed away the raging elements of earth, fire, water, and wind far and wide. The other ancestors of the Wu displayed their divine powers, forcibly carving out a completely safe passage in this chaotic zone. Nuwa and Fushi followed behind, secretly astonished. The Wu tribe's physical strength was formidable, and their laws were domineering. In such harsh environments, they were like fish in water. In terms of individual combat power under the same realm, it was doubtful if anyone could match the ancestors of the Wu. However, as they flew for several days and were nearing the legendary area of the Xixiao Palace, an unexpected occurrence arose. The space ahead suddenly became distorted and elusive, the originally clear trajectories of the stars starting to become chaotic, as if the entire space had been disrupted and reconstituted into a gigantic maze. Moi. Di Jiang furrowed his brow first. As the ancestor of space, he felt his control over the surrounding space being suppressed by a greater force. He could tear apart space, but could not discern the right direction. They were lost. What is going on? Where is the Xixiao Palace? Zhu Rong exclaimed loudly. The laws of space have been disrupted. It seems we are trapped in a formation. Xuanming's cold voice echoed. Everyone came to a halt, their expressions grave. To set such a grand formation beyond the 33 heavens, one that could trap the 12 ancestors of the Wu throughout the entire primordial world, it was likely only that one person could achieve it. Wang's divine sense spread out immediately, sensing a vast, boundless will that unified with the heavenly Dao enveloping this area. This will bore no malice, but carried a sense of rejection. He instantly understood. This was the intervention of Hongjun Daozu. Wang's mind was as clear as a mirror. Hongjun did not welcome the Wu tribe. No wonder. The Wu tribe did not cultivate nascent souls, did not revere the heavenly Dao, and only respected Pangu. To let them listen to the profound and mysterious Dao was akin to playing music to a cow. Moreover, all 12 ancestors of the Wu were top-level troublemakers, exuding overwhelming malice. If they truly entered the Xixiao Palace, wouldn't they just wreak havoc on the place? More importantly, the Wu tribe bore the merits of opening up the heavens and the karma of Pangu. Although Hongjun was a saint, he could not directly act against them. Thus, he could only use this ghost wall method to keep them out. It is Hongjun. Di Jiang also grasped the key point, his face darkening. He does not want us to listen to the Dao. What a... Zhu Rong's anger instantly erupted. On what grounds does he prevent us from going? He announced to the primordial world, but he never said our Wu tribe could not go. Isn't he toying with us? Too much. Gong Gong also roared, water vapor surging around him. The ancestors of the Wu were all furious, their terrifying malice beginning to uncontrollably leak out, stirring the surrounding chaotic energy into a frenzy. Niwa and Fushi exchanged glances, seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. The intervention of a saint was indeed extraordinary. Just as Zhu Rong was about to smash this void with a punch, Wang stepped forward once more. Dear ancestors, please remain calm. He looked at the endless chaotic space before him, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Since the Dao ancestor does not allow us in, if we force our way through, we are likely to reap no good results. Then what do you suggest? Are we just to slink back? Zhu Rong said, unwilling to yield. Return? Of course not. Wang chuckled, revealing a smile that even made Fushi feel a bit unnerved. Since the Dao ancestor does not adhere to the rules, then let us not be polite. He doesn't want us to enter and listen, does he? Then very well. Let us guard this place. No one shall enter to listen. As Wang's words fell, the 12 ancestral witches, who were previously filled with rage, fell silent in an instant. They stared blankly at Wang, seemingly processing the meaning of his words. A few seconds later. Good. This idea is excellent. Zhu Rong responded, slapping his thigh and erupting into a thunderous laugh. That's right. Since Honghuang won't let us listen, we will just block the entrance and prevent everyone from hearing. I want to see where that Dao ancestor will put his face. Wonderful. Marvelous. Exactly. Gong also praised loudly, his anger dissipating, replaced by a sense of excitement akin to finding amusement. We will set up a checkpoint right here in the chaos. Anyone wanting to pass through will have to ask our fists for permission. What was that saying? All right, my brother Wang taught me this. If you don't let me have it easy, I will make it difficult for your whole family. Chang Liang spoke in a deep voice, his face full of agreement. The ancestral witches were increasingly excited, looking at Wang as if he were some kind of extraordinary treasure. How did this kid come up with such ideas that suit their witch clan's temperament? They couldn't storm the sage's dojo, but blocking the door and causing trouble was their specialty. Fushi watched, his eyes twitching. He looked at the excited 12 ancestral witches and then at Wang, who proposed this brilliant idea, and his understanding of the witch clan was once again reshaped. This was no longer a matter of recklessness. This was pure lawlessness. Blocking the sage's door. Only this disrespectful witch clan could dare to do such a thing. And that Wang, who appeared so refined, turned out to be even more wicked than these ancestral witches. Niwa also looked helplessly at Wang, gently shaking her head, but deep within her gaze was a hint of inexplicable amusement. It's settled then. Di Jiang declared decisively, clearly agreeing that this plan was quite good. Everyone spread out and surround this area for me. Remember, only allow entry, not exit. Oh no, I mean not passing through. Anyone wanting to go to Xixiao Palace must be stopped. All right. The 12 ancestral witches responded in unison, excitedly dispersing and occupying their respective spaces. They unleashed their ancestral witch avatars, 12 terrifying demonic deities that instantly sealed off this chaotic area. The overwhelming malevolent aura intertwined to form a visible barrier. Any divine sense that probed would be shattered in an instant. A chaotic toll station formed by the 12 ancestral witches opened grandly. Wang, Niwa, and Fushi remained in the very center. Taoist Wang, is this really all right? Fushi asked, worriedly observing the ancestral witches, who seemed to be hyped up. After all, this is offending the sage. What is there to fear? Wang shrugged indifferently. The law does not blame the masses, especially not with 12 ancestral witches. The Dao ancestor can't possibly kill us all, can he? If he were to do that, then his status as a sage would be over. The karmic repercussions from Pangu the Father God are not something to be taken lightly. He firmly grasped Honghuang's mindset. Honghuang, aiming to unite the Dao and maintain the operation of heavenly principles, feared the large-scale conflicts between the Witch Clan and the Monster Clan, or any deep enmity with a clan like the Witch Clan that bore great fortune. Therefore, as long as the Witch Clan did not engage in earth-shattering acts, Honghuang would have to endure. Blocking the door might be annoying, but it still fell within Honghuang's tolerance. Soon the first wave of guests arrived. They were several extraordinary Deluo golden immortals cautiously navigating through the chaos. When they saw the 12 terrifying ancestral witch avatars ahead, they were so frightened they nearly turned around and fled. Stop! What do you want? Zhu Rong's booming voice sounded like thunder. The several Deluo golden immortals trembled, and the leader, an old Taoist, replied timidly, We are here on the Dao ancestors' orders, heading to Xixiao Palace to listen to the Dao. Listen to the Dao, eh? Zhu Rong grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp, white teeth. This road is mine, this tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll. He was quoting the lines from the story that Wang had once told them. The several Deluo golden immortals were nearly in tears. Heavens! How did they encounter a witch clan robbery in the chaos? And it was all 12 ancestral witches mobilized. They dared not resist, and quickly pulled out a few decent innate spirit treasures, handing them over respectfully. Get lost. Zhu Rong impatiently waved his hand after accepting the treasures. The Deluo golden immortals fled as if pardoned, rolling away in panic. Of course they ran back. They dared not go to Zhixiao Palace. With the first one there came a second, then a third. In an instant this chaotic area became chaotic. Anyone wanting to go to Zhixiao Palace was stopped without exception. Those who were sensible left behind treasures to preserve their lives. Those who stubbornly attempted to force their way through were directly used by the Ancestral Witches for practice. Just as the Ancestral Witches were having a grand time, 3 streams of clear energy surged in, instantly arriving before the checkpoint. The leading Taoist held a crutch embodying the essence of nature. The middle Taoist held a jade rui, his expression solemn. The last Taoist carried an ancient sword on his back radiating sharpness. They were the 3 pure ones transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, Taishang Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. Which clan? What are you doing here? Why are you blocking our path? Yuan Shi Tian Izun frowned tightly, looking at the 12 ancestral witch avatars, exuding overwhelming malevolence with disdain. He had always looked down on these barbarians who practiced physical cultivation without refining their primordial spirits. Di Jiang's massive avatar turned its head, its voice booming like distant thunder. Since Hongjuan won't let us and we shall wait here for him to explain. If you want to pass, that's fine. I'll wait until we pass first, then you can go. Impudence. Yuan Shi Tianzun shouted angrily. How dare you cause a ruckus while the Dao ancestor is lecturing? Taishang Lao Jun, however, remained silent, quietly observing, as if calculating something. Tong Tian, on the other hand, was keenly interested in examining the 12 ancestral witches, his eyes filled not with disdain, but with a fighting spirit. Haha, interesting. Di Jiang, since Hongjuan won't let you in, you block the door to prevent everyone from entering. I like that temperament. However, the Dao must still be listened to. How about this? Let's have a bout. If you can defeat me, I will join you in waiting here. If I win, you will let a path open. How about that? Tong Tian was a battle fanatic, and seeing so many experts made his hands itch. Di Jiang's eyes were also filled with fighting spirit. The 3 pure ones were transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, while the 12 ancestral witches were transformed from Pangu's essence blood. Both sides could be considered brothers from the same root, but neither would submit to the other. As a colossal battle was about to erupt, a vast and dignified will suddenly descended upon this space. Enough! A voice, ethereal yet clear, resonated deep within everyone's primordial spirit. All of you come in. It was Hongjuan. He could no longer sit still. If the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestral witches fought here, the commotion would be too great. His first lecture had yet to begin and would turn into a farce. As his words fell, the twisted and chaotic space instantly returned to normal, a grand pathway paved with starlight leading straight to an ancient, quaint palace floating amidst the chaos. Above the palace, the 3 ancient Taoist characters, Zhixiao Palace, radiated boundless Dao rhythm. Wang smiled, knowing that his trickster tactics had succeeded. As the voice of Hongjuan Daozu fell, the starlit path leading to the Zhixiao Palace clearly presented itself before everyone. Zhuhong let out a cold snort of delight, retracting his Dharma form. The other ancestral witches also restrained their auras, wearing victorious smiles. Wang's plan had achieved great success. Not only had they forced the saint to concede, but they also seized numerous valuable items, truly a double joy. The expression of Yuan Shi Tianzuan darkened slightly. He had intended to reprimand the witch clan, but upon glancing at the battle-ready Tong Tian and the calm Taishang, who seemed unaffected by recent events, he ultimately held back. He understood that since Hongjuan had spoken, continuing to press would be disrespectful to the saints. Let's go, Taiji said quietly, taking the lead onto the starlit path. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian followed closely behind. We shall go too. Di Jiang waved his hand, leading the witch clan members along with Nuwa and Fushi to follow in a grand procession. While walking in the procession, Wang was rapidly calculating in his mind. They had entered, but the situation was far from over. Inside the Zhixiao Palace, the real game was just beginning. The 6 mats represented the 6 future sanctified positions, symbols of the great will of the heavenly Dao. Hongjuan could not allow the witch clan, this troublemaker, to occupy them. The greatest role of their group entering was to act as a qualified disruptor. How to leverage this identity to procure maximum benefits for the witch clan was the key. Soon everyone arrived at the front of the Zhixiao Palace. The palace was ancient and unadorned, yet it emanated an imposing aura, instilling a sense of reverence. As the grand doors opened wide, the vast interior space seemed to create its own realm. The hall was empty except for a mat placed on the high platform at the front, clearly intended for Hongjuan's teachings. Below the high platform, 6 purple mats were lined up side by side. These mats, made of special materials, radiated profound Dao rhythms, indicating they were certainly not ordinary items. Strangely, as the people at the front entered the hall, their gazes seemed not to notice those 6 mats as they walked straight ahead, intending to find random spots to sit. Seeing this, Wang smirked coldly. As expected, Hongjuan was employing another trick. Those 6 mats represented the opportunity for sanctification visible only to the fated. Using saintly methods, Honghuang obscured the heavenly secrets, rendering those who entered first unable to see the 6 seats evidently waiting for the fated ones he had designated. Due to the obstacles posed by the witch clan, most were blocked at the entrance. Yet some early arrivals were left, thus Honghuang applied his methods to conceal the mats. He intended to exclude the greatest variable, the witch clan. Unfortunately, he overlooked one detail. Just because others couldn't see did not mean Wang couldn't. Wang possessed a primordial spirit. More importantly, he was a transmigrator who already knew of the existence and significance of those 6 mats. Wait a moment. Wang suddenly spoke, causing the 3 pure ones to halt, looking at him in confusion. Ignoring them, he directly addressed the ancestral witches beside him, saying, "Esteemed ancestors, those 6 positions ahead look excellent, with good feng shui, close to Daozu, and easy to hear the teachings. Let's go sit there." Upon his words, everyone was stunned. Ahead, wasn't that just an empty space? Where could there be seats? Everyone followed Wang's gesture, but what they saw was still an expanse of emptiness. Wang, are you seeing things? Where are the seats ahead? Zhuhong scratched his head, looking puzzled. If I say there are, then there are. Wang's tone brooked no dissent. Don't question it, follow me. Saying this, he took the lead, striding towards the direction of those 6 mats. Although the 12 ancestors could not see them, they had an almost blind trust in Wang. Since Wang said there definitely were. Let's go. Di Jiang waved his hand, following without hesitation, with Zhuhong, Gong, and others in tow. Under the uncertain gazes of all the powerful beings in the hall, Wang led the 12 ancestors to the empty space. Then Wang pointed to the 2 purple mats on the far left, saying to Di Jiang and Hutu, "Elder brother, sister, Hutu, you 2 sit on these." Di Jiang and Hutu exchanged glances. Although the area before them was empty, they still complied, slowly sitting down on that space. At the moment they sat, a miracle occurred. Buzz! The entire Xiao Palace trembled. A profound Dao rhythm spread out from that empty space. On the ground, which had originally been devoid of anything, 6 purple mats suddenly appeared, clearly manifesting before everyone's eyes. Di Jiang and Hutu were securely seated on the 2 mats on the far left. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed throughout the Xiao Palace. Everyone was stunned by the scene before them. Seats. There really are seats there. Heavens! What kind of mats are those? Why could we not see them before? Those are opportunities. It is the opportunity left by Daozu for the fated. The witch clan. The witch clan actually got there first. The expressions of the 3 pure ones instantly changed. Taishang's previously indifferent expression finally showed a hint of fluctuation. Yuanqi's eyes filled with regret, while Tongtian slapped his thigh, his face displaying a clear "what the hell" expression. They finally understood that the saints had obscured their perception, while this witch clan lad, using some unknown method, had seen through the saints' tactics and seized the opportunity. The expressions of Dijuan and Tai darkened, almost dripping with water. The 2 brothers prided themselves on being destined for the heavens, the future protagonists of the Heavenly Lord. This opportunity for sanctification was rightfully theirs. Yet now it had been snatched by the very witch clan they despised the most. The atmosphere in the entire Xiao Palace became incredibly tense and eerie at that moment. All eyes were fixated on the 2 ancestral witches sitting on the mats, and the seemingly unremarkable Great Witch Wang. Standing beside the mat, Wang felt the gazes from all directions and was delighted beyond measure. "Hongjuan, old man, are you trying to play tricks on me? You're still too green. You didn't want us to sit, yet we insist on sitting. And we're sitting on 2 of them. Are you angry yet?" He could imagine that at this moment Hongjuan, monitoring everything from behind the scenes in the Xiao Palace, must have an incredibly fascinating expression. They had seized the seats. But whether they could maintain their position was another matter. Within the violet firmament palace, a deathly silence reigned. All eyes were fixed upon Di Jiang and Hutu and the 2 purple cushions beneath them that emanated a profound Taoist aura. Envy, greed, resentment, and venomous spite intertwined within the hall. These were seats of sainthood, the very opportunity to become a saint. And they were taken by 2 uncultured brutes of the Wu clan who cultivated neither primordial spirit nor understood the heavenly Dao. How could any of the proud and self-proclaimed profound beings present be reconciled to this? Wu clan, you neglect the primordial spirit and fail to grasp the heavenly Dao. To occupy such sacred seats is a sheer waste of divine providence. Rise at once. A shrill voice shattered the stillness. All turned to see the speaker was the demon master Kunping. He had taken the form of a young man with a feminine visage, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Wang and the others. As his words fell, Emperor Jun of the demon court also spoke coldly. "Fellow Taoist, Kunping speaks truly. Sacred seats and opportunities belong to those with virtue. The Wu clan lacks such virtue and should yield their places." Tai was even more direct. the chaos bell in his hand vibrated faintly, emitting an aura that suppressed heaven and earth. If you do not rise, do not blame us for our discourtesy. The demon clan's preemptive strike immediately drew echoes from many. Indeed, Wu clan, get up. You cannot comprehend the Great Dao. As sitting there is but a waste. In an instant, the Wu clan became the target of public censure. Zhurong and Honghuang, among the ancestral sorcerers, could not stomach this affront and were about to erupt, their terrifying baleful aura surging once more. All of you shut up. Wu Wang stepped forward and bellowed, his voice shaking the entire hall. His gaze cold as ice swept over Emperor Jun Tai Kunping and the others. He met their stares without a trace of fear. What do you mean by lacking virtue? The seats were here all along. You were too blind to see them, and now that we have taken them, you claim we are unworthy. Is that how the world's logic works? Let me tell you, in this primordial wilderness, might makes right. We saw these seats with our own ability and sat down by our own power, so they are ours. You disagree? Then come and test your mettle. My 12 ancestral sorcerer brothers are here. Let us see if your tongues are sharper or our fists are harder. Wu Wang's words were supremely domineering and arrogant, brazenly flaunting his disregard for reason. Emperor Jun and Taiyi's faces turned ashen with rage as the chaos bell hummed ominously. Yet facing the 12 ancestral sorcerers with their overwhelming baleful aura, they dared not strike. To start a melee with the Wu clan here, setting aside whether they could win, Dao ancestor Hongjuan would be the first to show them no mercy. Thus the standoff persisted. Wu Wang knew well that brute force alone could not secure their position. Hongjuan would certainly not allow the Wu clan to claim the sacred seats. Rather than wait to be driven away by Hongjuan himself and lose face, it was better to cash in on these seats immediately, to sell this hot potato for a good price. His gaze roamed the hall and soon fixed upon two targets. In a corner stood two gaunt, sallow-faced Taoists dressed in tattered robes, looking as if they had not eaten their fill in millennia. They were none other than Jane and Zhuanti, who had journeyed from the barren western lands. Their eyes burned with an insatiable longing for the 6 cushions, a desire that even surpassed that of Emperor Jun and Tai. For others, the sacred seat was an opportunity to ascend to a higher realm, but for them it was the sole hope of revitalizing the West. It was the only path to fulfill their grand vows and attain sainthood. They needed this seat more than anyone. You two are the ones. A smile flickered in Wu Wang's heart as he transmitted his voice to them. Fellow Taoists, do you desire these seats? Jane and Zhuanti, lost in their intense yearning, were jolted by the sudden voice in their minds. They shuddered and raised their heads, staring at Wu Wang in disbelief. Zhuanti hastily transmitted back, his voice trembling. Fellow Taoist, what do you mean by this? It's simple. Wu Wang's transmission carried a hint of mockery. I can sell you this seat. It just depends on whether you can afford the price. Sell a seat. Jane and Zhuanti were utterly dumbfounded. This was the Violet Firmament Palace. To conduct a transaction for the opportunity of sainthood here. What was this Wu clansman thinking? But after the brief shock, boundless ecstasy flooded their hearts. They feared not Wu Wang naming a price, but rather that he would refuse to sell. May I ask, fellow Taoist, what price would you require to relinquish one of these cushions? Jane suppressed his excitement and inquired cautiously through transmission. Wu Wang smiled. The fish had taken the bait. I have heard that the Western lands are fractured, their spiritual energy exhausted. Our Wu clan, being kind-hearted, cannot bear to see the beings of the primordial wilderness suffer. I possess a method to restore the Western lands' veins. Your West must provide the manpower and resources to cooperate with us in this restoration. What say you? Wu Wang directly laid out the plan he had previously discussed with Zenyuanzi. Jane and Zhuanti nearly spat blood upon hearing it. What did he mean by you provide the method, we provide the labor and materials? Restoring the Western lands' veins would require an unfathomable amount of heavenly treasures. If they two brothers could have mustered such resources, would they be here pleading poverty? And with them providing the manpower and materials, he would take the lead and claim the lion's share of the resulting merit. Wasn't this a pure loss-making deal? Fellow Taoist, this matter is truly beyond our Western strength. Zhuanti transmitted with a mournful face. No matter, we can take it slow. I am not in a hurry. Wu Wang's transmission came unhurriedly. Then here is the second condition. If our Wu clan has 10 matters requiring assistance in the future, the West must act unconditionally. Of course, nothing that would send you to your death. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances, their expressions darkening further. Wasn't this an indenture? 10 times serving as free muscle for the Wu clan. This is too expensive. Wu Wang's transmission turned cold. Then forget it. I believe Emperor Jun and Tai would be more than willing to pay a higher price. This single sentence struck Jane and Zhuanti at their weakest point. They had no doubt that once Wu Wang made the offer, Emperor Jun and Tai would spare no expense to buy the seat. And then their West would truly never see the light of day. No, Fellow Taoist. We agree. We agree. Xuanti transmitted frantically. Jane closed his eyes in anguish and nodded with great difficulty. For the West, for sainthood. Even if it were 100 tasks they would have to accept. Very well. Wu Wang laughed inwardly, his face betraying nothing. Then swear a vow by the heavenly Dao. Jane and Xuanti dared not delay. Before the assembly, they immediately swore a heavenly Dao vow to perform 10 tasks for the Wu clan and gather resources to restore the Western land's veins. The onlookers were utterly bewildered, unable to fathom what the three were plotting. With the vow established, Wu Wang nodded in satisfaction. He walked over to Hutu and said in a low voice, Sister Hutu, rise. We have sold this seat. Hutu smiled gently and rose without hesitation. She had never been interested in the sacred seat. Whatever Wu Wang said, she followed. Wu Wang gestured to Jane. Please, fellow Taoist. This seat is now yours. Jane trembled with excitement. He bowed deeply to Wu Wang, then amidst countless envious glares, he strode forward and sat down upon the purple cushion. It was done. Feeling the warmth emanating from the cushion, he was moved to tears. The others in the hall stared in utter disbelief. It had truly been sold. Everyone thought the Wu clan and Wu Wang were utterly mad fools of the highest order. Only Wu Wang himself and Xinyuanzi far away in 5 villages temple knew the immense benefits that lay behind those 2 vows. Now one cushion remained in the hall, occupied by Dijiang. Once again, all eyes converged upon the last seat. To whom would this one be sold? Inside the Zhixiao Palace, the atmosphere grew strangely tense once more. All eyes shifted from the contented Yijing to Dijiang, who remained immovably seated upon his meditation cushion. One seat remained. Dijun and Tai Yi's gazes blazed with fervent intensity. They had been utterly bewildered moments earlier by Wu Wang's audacious maneuver, never imagining such a ploy was even possible. Now, having regained their composure, they burned with bitter regret. Had they known seats could be traded, their vast Yao clan would have spared no price. Yet the 2 destitute Western cultivators had seized the advantage first. Of the 6 seats, 3 were occupied by the 3 pure ones, 1 by Yijing, 1 by Nuwa, and 1 by Dijiang. The 3 pure ones were untouchable. Behind Yijing stood Junti. Beside Nuwa loomed Fu, she watchful and unyielding. As for Dijiang, there was no need for elaboration. The 12 ancestral Wu were even more formidable than the 3 pure ones, who dared challenge him for his seat. Yet it was evident the 12 ancestral Wu had come solely to disrupt, not to claim divinity. Lacking nascent spirits, they sought only spectacle. Thus this was undeniably the final opportunity. Dijun immediately sent a private transmission to Wu Wang, his tone earnest, and humble Dao friend Wu Wang, we acted rashly just now. For this last meditation cushion, our Yao clan offers 3 supreme, innate spirit treasures. We beg only your benevolent consent. 3 supreme, innate spirit treasures, a gesture of staggering magnitude. Few in the entire Honghuang realm possessed even one. Dijun had staked everything. Yet Wu Wang did not so much as lift his eyelids. His mind was crystal clear. The Yao and Wu clans were sworn fated enemies, an immutable decree of the heavenly Dao. Granting the Yao a sacred seat would be tantamount to nurturing a father who would one day devour him. His head had not been crushed beneath a door. Wu Wang's gaze drifted slowly across the hall, searching for the next buyer. As it swept through the Zhixiao Palace, it unexpectedly met the eyes of Xinyuanzi and Hongyun. Noting their eager expressions, Wu Wang shook his head faintly and transmitted, friends, please remain calm. This seat brings you no blessing. It invites only calamity and mortal peril. Hongyun and Xinyuanzi both froze at his words. Xinyuanzi remained impassive, but Hongyun suddenly felt an icy chill crawl up his spine and instinctively probed the deeper meaning behind Wu Wang's warning. Moments later, he broke into a cold sweat. Though he could not foresee the precise disaster, he promptly drew Xinyuanzi aside and transmitted to Wu Wang, Dao friend, your timely warning is deeply appreciated. I shall remember this kindness always. Wu Wang nodded, accepting the gratitude without pretense. Hongyun, the eternal paragon of goodwill, was admirable in every way save for being too kind. Should this seat fall to him, catastrophe would inevitably follow. Yet even if Wu Wang intervened now to shield Hongyun from immediate doom, he would merely postpone the tribulation. As the sole inheritor of 1/10 of the creation merit, the heavenly Dao could never permit him to roam freely across the Honghuang realm. At that very moment, a soft chime resonated within Wu Wang's mind. The system's notification. Ding. High-quality companions detected in proximity. System profile card successfully loaded. SS rank companion, Shi, sovereign of the moon star, overflowing with auspicious fate. SS rank companion Chang, Shi, sovereign of the moon star, younger sister of Shi, he pure-hearted and profoundly rooted in primordial essence. SSS rank companion, Wang Mu, sovereign of the western Kunlun Mountains, incarnated from primordial Inchi, sovereign arbiter of celestial justice, foremost among all female immortals. SSS rank companion Yao Qi, attendant maiden of Dao ancestor Honghuang, born alongside the Kunlun mirror, destined to become queen mother of the heavenly court. SSS rank companion Kuan Peng, sovereign of the northern sea, master of the Yin-Yang, Dao, gender fluid by nature. A cascade of system alerts sharpened Wu Wang's focus. Shi He Chang, Shi Wang Mu, Yao Qi. These were targets he had long coveted. Their profile cards appearing was entirely expected. But, Kuan Peng. Wu Wang blinked, stunned. System, are you certain? Kuan Peng. Isn't he male? Ding. Kuan Peng coalesced from the primal Yin-Yang Qi at the dawn of chaos, and cultivates the supreme Yin-Yang Grand Canon. His true form possesses no fixed gender, shifting freely in accordance with his will and profound insights into the Dao. Current state, Yin dominant, Yang suppressed, gender manifesting as female. Hearing the system's explanation, Wu Wang glanced toward Kuan Peng, standing nearby cloaked in brooding shadows, and instantly grasped the truth. So that was it. No wonder ancient legends described Kuan Peng as so mercurial, possessing both heaven-defying ambition and petty vindictiveness, emotionally volatile and unforgiving to the smallest slight. Wu Wang's gaze turned sly and calculating, an SS strength potential far surpassing Bai Ji's. Moreover, Kuan Peng was already one of Honghuang's supreme cultivators, unrivaled in speed. If she could be brought into the Wu clan, this deal was exceedingly profitable. Wu Wang's resolve crystallized. Scanning the hall, he confirmed that aside from Dijun and Tai Yi, none coveted the seat more fiercely than Kuan Peng. She had leapt forward first to challenge the Wu clan, hoping to leverage collective pressure to drive them out and seize the seat herself, only to be rebuffed by Wu Wang's razor-sharp rhetoric. Now watching Yijing settle onto the seat, her eyes flared crimson with fury. Excellent. It shall be you, little Kuan Peng. With that decision made, Wu Wang dismissed Dijun's anxious transmissions entirely and sent a private message directly to Kuan Peng. Dao friend Kuan Peng, do you desire that seat? Same words, same method. As Kuan Peng writhed in jealousy and frustration, Wu Wang's voice echoed in her mind, and she jolted upright, startled. She whirled toward him, eyes sharp with suspicion and wariness. What trick do you intend now? Her transmission cut like frozen steel. No need for such hostility, Wu Wang replied lazily. Let us dispense with pretense. I am willing to sell you the final seat. The terms are quite simple. A flicker of interest stirred within Kuan Peng. Suppressing her ire, she demanded what terms. Wu Wang's lips curved into a subtle smile, and his next transmission sent her into instant outrage. Marry me. Become my Dao consort. That seat shall be your betrothal gift. You seek death. A bone-chilling murderous intent, like the eternal ice of the northern sea, erupted from the Kunping, surging straight toward Wu Wang. The temperature within the entire Zixiao Palace dropped several degrees. All were startled by this sudden change, turning their gazes toward the murderous Kunping and the composed Wu Wang, wondering what trick they were up to now. Wu Wang, how dare you humiliate me like this? The Kunping's mental transmission seethed with fury and indignation. Who was she? The sovereign of the northern sea, a great power among the primordial beings. Proud and arrogant, she held herself in high esteem. Now this insignificant member of the Wu tribe dared to use a mere seat as a betrothal gift, demanding she marry him. This was no mere insult, it was trampling her dignity into the dirt. Calm down, calm down. Wu Wang's transmission remained unhurried, as if discussing a trivial matter. I am helping you and helping both our tribes. Think about it. You gain the seat, I gain a Dao companion. With the Wu tribe and the Northern Sea forces united, who in the primordial world could stand against us? Those two little birds. Or those two paupers from the west. Besides, Wu Wang looked over the Kunping's icy face. You're not bad-looking either. I'm not losing out. You? The Kunping trembled with rage. If not for being within the Zixiao Palace, she would have torn Wu Wang to shreds. She, the esteemed Kunping, had never been spoken of so frivolously regarding her appearance. Yet amidst her fury, the Kunping's heart, spurred by Wu Wang's words, began to pound uncontrollably. This seat was undoubtedly extraordinary. It was the supreme opportunity she had dreamed of. For this chance, she would sacrifice anything. But the price was herself. The Kunping's heart waged a desperate war. On one side lay the supreme Dao, on the other her dignity and freedom. Wu Wang saw her hesitation and pressed on. Fellow Taoist Kunping, think carefully. Miss this chance, and it's gone forever. If I sell this seat to Dijun, would you be content? If I sell it to another, you gain nothing, watching another ascend while you struggle in the mire. Would you be content? Marry me, and you not only gain the seat, but the entire Wu tribe as allies. Each of Wu Wang's words struck the Kunping's heart like a hammer. She was not content. Of course not. She the Kunping who devoured heaven and earth and roamed the northern sea freely, how could she bear to be subservient? The Kunping glanced at Wang, then at the 12 ferocious-looking ancestral Wu behind him and felt a chill. Would she have any freedom if she married into this? She feared being devoured by these brutes. Her expression shifted, uncertain and volatile. After a long silence, as if making a decision, she gritted her teeth and transmitted, "Marry you. Impossible. But I can give you a chance to court me. If you can win me over, I'll acknowledge you as my Dao companion. Consider this seat a token of your pursuit." This was the greatest concession she could make. She would secure the seat, preserve her pride, and keep control in her hands. As for courtship, it was merely a stalling tactic. Once her power grew, wouldn't this Wu tribe brat be easy to manipulate? However, Wang saw through her schemes clearly. Agreed. It's a deal. Wang accepted with surprising alacrity, without a moment's hesitation. The Kunping was momentarily stunned, having prepared for further bargaining. She had no idea what was going through Wang's mind. Court you? Ha, naive girl. Wang sneered inwardly. To deal with a hypocritical little wench like this, the best method was to tie her up, lock her in a room, and train her properly. Courtship. Dream on. Once the sermon ends, I'll have my 12 brothers and sisters bundle her up and take her away. Make the rice cooked before she knows it. Then let's see if the Kunping can still be stubborn. Thinking this, Wang's gaze toward the Kunping involuntarily took on a predatory, possessive edge. The Kunping, caught by his naked stare, felt her heart skip a beat, and a blush uncontrollably crept across her cheeks. Furious and embarrassed, she shot him a glare before quickly turning away, unable to meet his eyes. "Big brother, get up. The deal is done," Wang said with a smile to Dijiang. Dijiang laughed heartily and stood up without hesitation. He had never cared about this wretched seat anyway. It was uncomfortable to sit on. Trading it for a sister-in-law was a fantastic outcome. Under the stunned gazes of everyone, the Kunping took a deep breath, suppressing her chaotic emotions, and strode forward. Amid countless envious and hateful stares, she sat down on the cushion. Within the Zhixiao Palace, as the 6 cushions found their owners, the clamor and conflict temporarily subsided. Taiching, Yuanshi, Tongtian, Yua Jian, and Kunping. These 6 were the fated ones seated in the front row for this sermon. The other great powers in the hall, like Dijuan, Tai Fushi, and Honghuang, could only find seats in the back. Especially Dijuan and Tai, who glared at the Kunping on the cushion with dark, grim faces. Just then, Yuanshi Tianzuan, seated on the second cushion, slowly opened his eyes. He first glanced at his composed elder brother Taiching, then at his indifferent younger brother Tongtian, and finally his gaze fell on Jian and Kunping at the rear. When his eyes landed on the Kunping, Yuanshi Tianzan's brow instantly furrowed, his expression revealing undisguised disgust and contempt. "Oomph." A cold snort echoed through the hall. Yuanshi Tianzuan, born from the primordial spirit of Pangu, possessed noble origins and considered himself orthodox. He had always looked down upon beings not born from innate sacred transformations. Now, seeing that those seated beside him on the sacred thrones included a barbarian from the west like Jane and a demon like the Kunping, his pride could no longer be contained. A sermon by a saint is a sacred event. How can you, born of moisture and eggs, draped in fur and bearing horns, with what virtue and ability, sit alongside us, the true descendants of Pangu? You defile this sacred ground. Yuanshi Tianzan's voice was not loud, but it was filled with lofty arrogance, reaching every ear clearly. A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. Boom. The entire Zhixiao Palace erupted. "Yuanshi, what do you mean by that?" Dijuan stood abruptly, solar, true fire flickering in his eyes. He himself was a 3-legged golden crow, one of those born of eggs. Yuanshi's words not only insulted the Kunping, but also pointed a finger at the entire demon race. Tai's chaos bell hummed ominously, radiating murderous intent. The Kunping was even more enraged, her demonic aura churning. Already seething from Wang's extortion, being publicly humiliated by Yuanshi drove her to the brink of explosion, old and new grievances merging. Within the hall, countless demonic great powers rose to their feet, glaring at Yuanshi Tianzuan. Though not all were of noble origins, most fell under Yuanshi's description of born of moisture and eggs, draped in fur and bearing horns, offending at least half of those present. Wang watched from behind, thoroughly amused. This old man Yuanshi was truly a master of blanket statements, dealing area damage with every word. No wonder Chan and GSX would clash so bitterly later. With this personality, it was no surprise he'd be isolated. Wang laughed inwardly. Still, he enjoyed the spectacle. Dogs biting dogs, all fur and feathers. He hoped they'd fight, the fiercer the better. Just as tensions peaked, an unforeseen change occurred. Zhuanti Doran, who had been watching eagerly from not far behind Jane, a sudden glint flashed in his eyes. Opportunity. Everyone's attention was drawn to the conflict between Yuanshi and the demons. The Kunping was on the verge of rage, her mind in turmoil. Now was the time. Juanti Daoran cried out in his heart, launching himself like an arrow from a bow, charging, without warning, toward the Kunpeng's seat. His usually bitter face now brimmed with resolve. For the West. For the Great Dao. What was face worth? Fellow Taoist, you are not fated for this seat. Yield it to me. With a great shout, Juanti Daoran had already reached behind the Kunpeng, sweeping his 7 treasures tree toward her back. The Kunpeng, glaring at Yuanshi with all her focus, never expected an attack from behind. And within the sacred grounds of a saint. She felt a sharp pain in her back, a tremendous force, sending her flying off the cushion involuntarily. By the time she realized what happened, a gaunt, sallow-faced Taoist had already settled firmly onto the cushion she had traded her freedom for. It was Juanti. Juanti sat down immediately, assuming a solemn, dignified expression, as if he belonged there, murmuring, "Good, good. This seat is fated for the West." Puffed. The Kunpeng nearly spat blood at the sight. "Juanti, you shameless scoundrel. How dare you ambush me? Steal my seat." The Kunpeng went berserk, letting out a piercing shriek as she transformed into a black shadow, surging with monstrous demonic aura toward Juanti. Fellow Taoist, calm your anger. Jane, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them and waved his hand, sending a golden light to block the Kunpeng's attack. "My junior brother sitting here is the will of heaven. Why force it?" Jane said with a sorrowful expression. "Will of heaven? Screw your will of heaven." The Kunpeng cursed. "I traded for this seat from the Wu tribe. You two shameless thieves, give it back." Just then Yuanshi Tianzuan, who had been denouncing the demons, suddenly spoke. "A demon is a demon so crude and vulgar. Fellow Taoist, Juanti sitting here is in accordance with heaven's will far better than letting a creature born of eggs occupy it." Taiching Laozi remained silent, but gave a slight nod, tacitly agreeing with Yuanshi. The 3 pure ones were openly siding with Jane and Juanti. The Kunpeng's heart sank to the depths. She understood now. In the eyes of the 3 pure ones, the true descendants of Pangu, both she and the 2 paupers from the West were outsiders. But compared to Juanti, she as a demon was even more objectionable to them. So they preferred that shameless little man Juanti sit there rather than her. This was an unbearable outrage. An absolute humiliation. The Kunpeng looked at the smug Juanti, the sorrowful Jane, and the arrogant Yuanshi, and her hatred surged like the towering waves of the northern sea. She knew she would not reclaim this seat today. With the 3 pure ones and Jane protecting him, even if she fought to the death, she would gain nothing. Good, good, good. The Kunpeng laughed in fury, her eyes brimming with venom. Juanti, Jane, 3 pure ones. I Kunpeng will remember this debt today. We will meet again. With that, she turned to leave this place of humiliation. Just as she was about to step through the gate, a lazy voice echoed through the silent hall. "Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, where are you going? The Dao ancestor is about to begin his sermon. What a shame to miss such a fine opportunity." It was Wang. All eyes instantly focused on the young shaman of the Wu tribe, sitting amidst the ancestral remains, wearing an expression of amusement. Kunpeng's footsteps came to a halt. She turned her head, her cold gaze locking onto Wang, transmitting a thought: "My seat has been taken. Our business ends here. Don't think you can entangle me any longer." In her view, Wang's words were merely an attempt to use their previous agreement to humiliate her. However, Wang's next move left everyone astonished. He patted the empty space beside him and flashed a radiant smile at Kunpeng. "If you have no place to sit, why not take a seat here? There's plenty of room." Wang gestured to the vast area surrounding himself and the 12 ancestral shamans, extending an invitation. The powerful figures in the Xiao Palace were momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, they had been blackmailing him. Now Kunpeng was having a rough time, and instead of kicking her while she was down, he invited her to sit beside him. Moreover, to sit among the 12 ancestral shamans. That place was filled with ominous energy resembling a slaughterhouse. Not only Kunpeng, who was already intimidating, but even they, the great Luo golden immortals, felt uneasy being close. To let Kunpeng sit, there was nothing short of torment for her. Kunpeng was also taken aback. She completely failed to comprehend Wang's intentions. Help me. Could he truly be so kind? Her heart was filled with caution and doubt. This young shaman was full of tricks. He certainly had no good intentions. As she hesitated, Wang spoke again. "What's the matter? Afraid to come? Scared I'll eat you? Let me tell you, having your seat taken is just a small matter. If you leave now in such a dejected state, your reputation as Kunpeng will be trampled into the ground, and you won't be able to lift it again. If you stay and sit beside me, it will show everyone, especially Juanti and the 3 purities, that although I was ambushed, I am unbothered. I found a stronger ally. My Wu tribe is your new support. What do you think is more face-saving? To leave like a defeated dog, or to sit tall and proud in the camp of the future protagonist of the heavens?" Wang's words instantly shattered Kunpeng's final psychological barrier. Indeed, if I leave now, am I not just fulfilling their desires? They will ridicule me, mock me, and treat me like a complete failure. But if I stay and sit with the Wu tribe, Kunpeng's gaze swept over Zunti's smug face, Yuanqi's contemptuous eyes, and the complex expressions from Dijuan and Tai. The hatred and unwillingness in her heart were suddenly replaced by a stronger thought: revenge. She would stay. She would slap their faces hard in front of everyone. She wanted everyone to know that Kunpeng was not to be trifled with. Even without a seat, she had found a new and more powerful ally. With this thought, the bit of disdain and fear she had towards the Wu tribe was suddenly cast aside. Under the incredulous gazes of all the powerful beings present, Kunpeng scoffed coldly and withdrew her foot that was heading toward the exit. She turned around and walked straight to Wu Wang's side amidst the complex gazes. She said nothing, just maintaining a cold expression, sitting cross-legged 3 feet away from Wu Wang. Though her body stiffened for a moment due to the overwhelming aura of the Wu tribe, she straightened her back, adopting an expression that conveyed, "I'm not happy about this, but I'm sitting here regardless." A mouth that says one thing and does another. Wu Wang wanted to laugh at the sight, but held it in. Zhu Rong Gong Gong and the other ancestral shamans looked at Kunpeng, who had sat down, with peculiar expressions. This foul bird who had just been yelling for a fight with Wu Wang, how did she sit down in the blink of an eye? But since it was Wu Wang's intention, they were too lazy to interfere. At that moment, the great door of the Xixiao Palace rumbled and slowly closed. On the high platform, lights and shadows danced, and a vague figure that seemed to embody the ultimate truths of heaven and earth quietly appeared. Honghuang Daozu had arrived. An indescribable vast pressure enveloped the entire hall, making all the noise, anger, and schemes dissipate in an instant. Everyone held their breath, their expressions solemn. Hongzhun's gaze swept indifferently across the crowd. His eyes passed over the 6 individuals on the mat without any surprise. Then his gaze fell upon Kunpeng, who stood out among the Wu tribe's members, and finally rested on Wu Wang's face. Wu Wang could feel that gaze as if it penetrated all his secrets. Yet he stood unafraid, meeting the sage's eyes with composure. Hongzhun's gaze lingered on Wu Wang for a mere fraction of a moment before shifting away. He slowly spoke, his voice devoid of emotion, yet it seemed to represent the only truth in the universe. The Dao has 3,000 paths, all can prove the primordial chaos. Today I will teach you the Dao. The Dao that can be spoken is not the eternal Dao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The sage's lecture had officially begun. As Hongzhun preached the Dao, heaven and earth fell silent. It was not language, but a resonance of Dao rhythm. Every syllable seemed to elucidate the origin of a fundamental law. In an instant, the entire Xixiao Palace was filled with extraordinary phenomena. Celestial flowers rained down, golden lotuses sprang from the earth, purple qi stretched for 30,000 li, and profound Dao runes appeared and vanished in the air, taking the forms of dragons, phoenixes, and qilins, dancing gracefully. The 3,000 guests in the hall reacted differently. Those seated on the 6 frontmost cushions reaped the greatest gains. Above Taking's head appeared the Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda of heaven and earth, rendering him immune to all spells, and he entered a state of non-action. Above Yuanqi's Qingyun, the 3 flowers gathered atop his head, and Dao rhythm flowed. Tan Tian was even more direct, his sword intense soared into the sky, as if it could tear through the void at any moment. Nuwa Jane and Zhuanti also wore solemn expressions, immersed in the Great Dao, each gaining something. Those behind, however, fared far worse. Fuxi traced the 8 trigrams with his hands, his brows sometimes furrowed, sometimes relaxed. Dijuan and Tai were surrounded by rising solar, true fire, striving to comprehend the mysteries within the saint's words. As for the Wu clan, the scene was entirely different. Who? Zhurong was the first to give in. His head drooped little by little until he leaned against Jumong, fell asleep, and began to snore loudly. Gonggong was not much better. He crossed his arms, eyes tightly shut, brows knitted into a knot, clearly understanding not a single word. Among the other ancestral witches, except for Hutu, who could barely grasp some basics due to her nascent soul, the rest were all swaying and drowsy. For these rough men who cultivated only their physical bodies and laws, ignoring the soul, listening to Hongzhun's profound and mysterious Dao was more torturous than a 300-year battle. Within the entire Wu clan camp, 3 individuals stood out the most. One was Kunpeng. Though she loathed being there, the saint's sermon was a genuine opportunity. She endured the discomfort from the surrounding baleful qi, striving to memorize and understand every note of the Dao. Her true form was born from the yin and yang qi, giving her an extraordinary understanding of the yin-yang Dao. Listening now, she gained much, and her aura subtly rose. Another was Hutu. She had obtained the Hongmeng Dao embryo and condensed a nascent soul. Though her foundation was shallow, her starting point was extremely high. Listening to Hongzhun's sermon now was like a baby just learning to walk, suddenly discovering a vast new world. The nascent soul within her sea of consciousness greedily absorbed these Dao insights, growing at a visible rate. But the most astonishing of all was Wu Wang. He sat cross-legged with a solemn and majestic appearance, his entire being like a bottomless black hole. The Tao preached by the saint was a sumptuous feast for him. He possessed the top-tier technique, 9 revolutions mystic art, awarded by the system, a solid foundation from the Innate Dao Fruit, and more importantly a complete and powerful soul. Every word Honghuang spoke might take others millennia to comprehend, but he understood almost instantly and could even draw inferences and cross-reference with his own knowledge. So that's it. The path of the soul refining essence into chi refining chi into spirit refining spirit and returning to emptiness. It shares the same subtlety as the 9 revolutions mystic art, but Honghuang's version is more aligned with the heavenly Dao, not as grand as the 9 revolutions. Yin-yang 5 elements, space-time. These laws are innately mastered by the ancestral witches, but they know the how without the why. Honghuang, however, explains from the principle, analyzing from the origin. If I can combine the two. Wang's mind raced. In his sea of consciousness, his soul sat cross-legged, surrounded by countless Dao runes. The 9 revolutions mystic art within him operated on its own, furiously refining these Dao insights into his purest essence. His cultivation was already at the peak of the 9th realm of the Great Wu, with physical strength nearing that of an ancestral witch. Now, under this baptism of the Dao, his soul expanded rapidly, and the growing soul, in turn, nourished his physical body. His body underwent a subtle, wondrous transformation. Every inch of flesh began to be inscribed with profound Dao patterns, as if evolving from the mere extreme of power to a higher level combining power and law. A faint yet pure Dao rhythm emanated from Wang. This Dao rhythm was entirely different from the overwhelming baleful qi of the ancestral witches and the demonic aura of the demons. It was a pure aura belonging to the Dao. At first no one noticed, but as time passed, the Dao rhythm around Wang grew stronger, even forming a faint clear light around him. Honghuang, who was preaching, suddenly paused. His saintly heart, usually as calm as an ancient well, now stirred with a ripple. His gaze pierced through space, landing directly on Wang. My. Honghuang's brow twitched almost imperceptibly. His first reaction was astonishment. A soul. This Wu clan boy actually possessed such a powerful soul. Moreover, the purity of his soul and his speed in comprehending the Dao were no less than that of the 3 pure ones on the cushions. How was this possible? Honghuang was a heavenly Dao saint who nothing in the primordial world could escape his calculations. He knew well that the Wu clan were born from Pangu's essence blood, inherently strong in body and close to the laws, but also limited by this. Born without souls, unable to cultivate. This was a fixed number, an inherent flaw of the Wu clan. Yet this Wu clan member, named Wang, not only had a soul, but its strength and comprehension were utterly astonishing. He was like an anomaly, a variable that should not exist in this world. Honghuang's gaze swept over Hutu again. Another one. Though immature, it is indeed a soul. Variables. The Wu clan's fortune has seen such a great variable. Honghuang's certainty about the future of the Wu and Demon clans wavered. In the original script, he and the heavenly Dao had laid out the Wu and Demon clans were destined for a war that would leave both crippled, making way for the rise of the human race. But now the Wu clan had produced a prodigy like Wang. What did a Wu with a powerful soul and extraordinary comprehension mean? It meant the Wu clan's greatest weakness, lack of intellect, had been compensated. With a Wu clan that was both brave and cunning, capable of fighting and scheming, would they still follow the path to destruction? Honghuang's gaze grew deep. Interesting. His voice remained calm, but the content of his sermon subtly became more abstruse. He wanted to see just how far this Wu clan anomaly could go. 5,000 years in time during the sage's teachings is but a fleeting moment. As the last note of the Great Dao fell from Honghuang's lips, the infinite wonders within the purple cloud palace slowly dissipated, and everyone awakened from their profound state of enlightenment. This lecture has come to an end. 3,000 years from now, I shall return here to commence the second lecture of the Great Dao. Honghuang's indifferent voice echoed in the hall. Just as everyone thought the Dao ancestor was about to depart, a figure stepped forward, rising from the mat, and swiftly approaching the center of the hall, bowing deeply to Honghuang on the high platform. It was none other than Dong Wanggong. Disciple Dong Wanggong, I dare to implore the Dao ancestor to stay for a moment. His voice was loud and filled with excitement and reverence. The Dao ancestor's compassion opening the supreme Dao in the purple cloud palace blesses the beings of the wilderness. We are fortunate to hear the holy words, all of us disciples under the Dao ancestor people of the Xianmen. From today onwards, the wilderness shall honor the Xianmen. As these words left his mouth, the hall erupted into chaos. Among the 3 pure ones, Yuanshi, Tianzuan frowned tightly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. They were transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, holding themselves in high regard. How could they be willing to be ranked alongside these 3,000 guests? Dong Wangong's act was clearly an attempt to bind everyone to the Xianmin chariot, his intentions deserving of condemnation. On the side of the Wu clan, Zhu Rong snorted dismissively, "What is the Xianmin? We only revere our father Pangu." Meanwhile, Zhuanti and Jane exchanged glances, both catching the spark of ambition in each other's eyes. Although they also felt that Dong Wangong was stealing the limelight, the name Xianmin hinted at the taste of fortune for them. Wu Wang observed coldly, secretly amused. What a cunning Dong Wangong, truly adept at flattering. He intended to use the Dao ancestors' influence to unify all listeners, positioning himself as the leader. Unfortunately, without the virtue to match his position, forcing himself into the limelight would only lead to his downfall. On the high platform, Hongjun's face remained calm, yet a ripple seemed to form as he looked at the prostrate Dong Wangong and slowly spoke, "Well done." The single word "well done" sent Dong Wangong into a frenzy of joy. Hongjun flicked his finger, and a staff radiating the essence of primordial yang flew to Dong Wangong's side. The top of the staff bore a vividly lifelike dragon head exuding immense authority. "Since you possess this intent, I shall comply with heaven's will. This is the primordial spiritual treasure, the dragon head staff. By heaven's decree, I appoint you as the leader of male immortals. Wield this staff and govern all male immortals. I hope you take this seriously." Dong Wangong trembled with excitement, his hands shaking as he accepted the dragon head staff, bowing again. Disciple. Disciple accepts the decree. I will not disappoint the Dao ancestors' great expectations, dedicating myself to the Xianmin until death. Immediately after, Hongjun's gaze shifted to another female immortal, Shi Wangmu. Under the influence of fortune, where there is yang, there must be yin. Shi Wangmu said nothing, but due to her connection with Dong Wangong's fortune, she was also compelled to step forward. "Shi Wangmu, you shall be the leader of female immortals, assisting Dong Wangong in managing the immortal way." Shi Wangmu, also known as Jinmu, frowned slightly upon hearing this. She was originally a manifestation of primordial gold energy, favoring tranquility, and had no interest in such matters of power. However, under the Dao ancestors' decree and the overwhelming trend of heaven, she could not refuse, and could only rise coldly, responding, "I shall obey the Dao ancestors' decree." Dong Wangong and Shi Wangmu, one male and one female, one yin and one yang, were to manage the immortals of the world, yet an undercurrent of opposition had already begun to form. Once the words fell, Hongjun's figure vanished like a fleeting shadow from the high platform. "We bid farewell to the Dao ancestor." The 3,000 guests in the hall, each with their own thoughts, stood up in unison and bowed. After the ceremony, the entire Purple Cloud Palace returned to its noisy state. Alas, the Dao ancestor spoke too quickly. "There are many parts one did not comprehend. You're better off." "Oh, by the end my mind was a complete muddle. Ha ha ha, I feel my bottleneck loosening. If I retreat and meditate for a while, I will surely break through." Some were joyful while others were troubled. On the side of the Wu clan, Zhu Rong rubbed his eyes and yawned broadly. "Finally done. I thought I would suffocate. This was even more exhausting than fighting." Exactly. Gong also stood up to stretch, babbling on, not understanding a word. "Oh, I might as well go back to sleep." They looked towards Wu Wang, only to find him still sitting cross-legged. Wu Wang's gaze flickered briefly, landing on Shi Wangmu, not far away, imperceptibly nodding in goodwill before retracting his gaze. Dong Wangong was not a concern, but this female immortal could indeed foster a good relationship. "What is wrong with Wu Wang?" Zhu Rong asked curiously. Huda's face bore a hint of joy as she softly said, "Wu Wang seems to have gained a lot. His aura is now far more unfathomable than before." She had condensed her own primordial spirit and also gained significantly from hearing the teachings, but compared to Wu Wang's current state, it was like a minor achievement in comparison. She could sense that Wu Wang's primordial spirit power had undergone a tremendous transformation over the millennia. Just then Wu Wang slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes, it seemed as if the sun, moon, and stars were being born and extinguished, and Dao runes were flowing. Just a glance caused Zhu Rong and Gong, who were closest, to feel their hearts race. "Who?" Wu Wang let out a long breath. That breath transformed into a sword of energy in the air, flying several feet before slowly dissipating. Refreshing. So refreshing. This time, hearing the teachings, his gains were beyond imagination. Although his cultivation did not directly break through, his foundation had been solidified countless times, and his primordial spirit power surged by more than tenfold. The first layer of the 9 turns mystic art had been thoroughly integrated. He felt that his control over power and laws had reached an entirely new realm. He even felt that as long as he wished, he could trigger the ascension of his bloodline, breaking through to the level of an ancestral witch. However, he forcefully suppressed this impulse. Now was not the time. The firmer the foundation laid, the higher the future achievements. Just as Wu Wang was feeling the changes within himself, a roar filled with murderous intent shattered the atmosphere in the hall. "Zhuanti, Jane, you two shameless thieves, come out. It was Kunpeng. As soon as she finished hearing the teachings, she immediately stood up, her eyes blood red, staring fiercely at the duo from the west. A millennium of teachings did not calm her, instead it intensified her hatred. She could feel at every moment that the opportunity that should have belonged to her was being stolen by that shameless thief. Zhuanti stood from the mat wearing a compassionate expression, yet deep within his eyes hid a hint of smugness. After a millennium of teachings, he had gained immensely and was more convinced than ever that this position was destined for him. Kunpeng, why must you be so stubborn? Everything is ordained by heaven. To hell with your ordained fate. Kunpeng roared, her overwhelming demonic aura transforming into a colossal claw, fiercely clawing towards Zhuanti. Jane immediately stepped forward, raising a treasure to shield Zhuanti. Yuanshi Tianzuan merely snorted, clearly pleased with the turn of events. Another battle was about to break out. Kunpeng knew she was no match for them alone. Her commotion today was merely to vent her anger and to declare to the entire wilderness that she would not rest until she had dealt with the duo from the west. After venting her frustration, she prepared to leave immediately. As long as the Green Mountains remained, there would be no fear of running out of firewood. Once she returned to the North Sea gathering millions of demon soldiers, she would settle the score with you all. She swayed, ready to transform into a streak of light to escape. However, just as she was about to flee, a loud voice like thunder on a clear day exploded in everyone's ears. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Attack! It was Wang. At his command, the 12 Ancestral Witches who had just been watching instantly revealed ferocious smiles. All right, we've been waiting for you. Want to run? No way. Di Jiang was the first to strike, slicing through the void with his right hand, instantly solidifying the entire space. Kunpeng felt the surrounding space turn as solid as steel. Her rapid divine abilities could not be unleashed at all. Immediately following Zhu Rong's raging flames, Gongong's endless weak water, Zhu Meng's deadly vines, and Chang Liang's thunderous might, 12 powers representing the most primordial laws of the wilderness surged from all directions, enveloping the horrified Kunpeng. The scene was not just an arrest, it was as if they intended to dismember her on the spot. Kunpeng was utterly dumbfounded, her mind filled with only one thought. It's over. Wang, you have no integrity. The Kunpeng, firmly locked by the power of 12 laws, let out a terrified and furious shriek. She simply could not comprehend how Wang, who had just moments ago invited her to sit beside him claiming he would be her protector, could so suddenly turn against her and seek her utter destruction. Wang stood in place, dug a finger into his ear, and said lazily, "How have I broken my word? Our deal was that you would give me a chance to court you, and the seat was a token of goodwill. Now the seat has been taken, the token is gone, but the chance to court still remains. Right now, am I not courting you?" Wang grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "The way of my Wu tribe to court is just this, passionate and unrestrained, straight to bringing you home. Are you moved? Moved by your grandpa?" The Kunpeng was so enraged, she nearly spat blood again. She now finally understood that she had been toyed with from start to finish by this Wu tribe brat. What courtship, what protection? It was all a lie. His goal from the very beginning was to bind her and take her back to the Wu tribe. Roar. At this critical juncture of life and death, the Kunpeng could no longer afford to hesitate. She let out a bellow, her body suddenly swelled, and in an instant she revealed her true form. A colossal bird unimaginably vast materialized within the Xixiao Palace. Its wings were like clouds hanging from the sky, and its back stretched for thousands of miles. It was none other than the northern sea giant beast, the Kunpeng. She flapped her wings, stirring up an endless gale of chaotic astral winds, attempting to break free from the law seal of the 12 Ancestral Witches. That force was so immense that many of the surrounding golden immortals could not maintain their footing and staggered backward. Still trying to flee, Di Jiang sneered, unleashing the power of space laws once more. Hold! The space around the Kunpeng was compressed and folded layer upon layer. Her vaunted unmatched speed in the presence of the space ancestral, which was like a fly trapped in a web. The more she struggled, the tighter she was bound. Zhurong, Gongong, stop playing around and finish this quickly. Catch this bird alive for me. Wang shouted commands from behind. Got it. Zhurong and Gongong exchanged a glance, and in a rare moment of accord struck simultaneously. Fire and water are naturally incompatible, but at this moment, under the control of the 2 ancestral witches, 2 torrents of law, one blue and one red, eerily intertwined, transforming into a terrifying chain of intertwined water and fire that snaked toward the Kunpeng's neck. If that chain were to catch her with the power of the ancestral witches, even the Kunpeng, with all her immense abilities, would never break free. Meanwhile, everyone else in the Xixiao Palace watched in utter shock. Madness. The Wu tribe has truly lost its mind. Kidnapping openly outside the sage's dojo. Do they have no respect for the Dao ancestor? So reckless. So utterly unreasonable. This Wu tribe is nothing but a lawless band of brigands. The siblings Nuwa and Fushi watched dumbfounded and twitching at the corners of their mouths. They were now somewhat regretting coming along with this group. Yuanshi Tianzhen's face turned livid with anger. In his eyes, this was a desecration of the Holy Land. Yet he found it hard to intervene, for this was a conflict between the Wu tribe and the Yaozu. Having just offended the entire Yaozu, he could hardly step in to defend them now, could he? As for Tongtian, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he shouted, reveling in the chaos. Fight. Hit her hard. Don't damage the wings. Save them for roasting. At this critical moment within the Yaozu camp, Dijuan and Tai could no longer sit idly by. Big brother, we can't wait any longer. Tai urgently transmitted his voice. If the Kunping is truly captured by the Wu tribe, we will not only lose face, but also a powerful ally. This is the perfect chance to win her over. A sharp gleam flashed in Daijan's eyes, and he made his decision in an instant. Save her. Wu tribe. Do not be so insolent. Tai roared, and the chaos bell in his hand swelled with the wind, transforming into a colossal bell that reached the heavens and earth, crashing fiercely toward the chain of water and fire. Dong! A bell toll powerful enough to shatter the primordial spirit of a golden immortal resounded throughout the Xiao Palace. In that moment, time and space itself seemed to stand still. Under the suppressing force of the chaos bell, the chain of water and fire shattered inch by inch. The law seal of the 12 Ancestral Witches also showed a momentary crack. A perfect chance. The Kunping being who she was seized this fleeting opportunity in an instant. She flapped her wings with all her might. Whooshed. Her figure instantly became ethereal, and with a speed that transcended both space and time, she vanished directly. She had escaped. Damn it. Golden crow birds, you seek death. Seeing his prize slip away, Zhurong flew into a rage and immediately lunged at Dijuan and Tai. Daring to ruin our plans. Today we'll pluck every last feather from your hides. Gongong's killing intent was equally palpable. An even more chaotic battle erupted instantly in the 33rd heaven outside the Xiao Palace. Dijuan and Tai joined forces against 4 ancestral witches, Zhurong, Gongong, Qiangliang, and Shibishi. Though Dijuan wielded the Hichu Luoshu and Tai the Chaos Bell, facing 4 ancestral witches of immense power, they could gain no advantage. The battle raged on, darkening heaven and earth with laws flying wildly, and the entire 33rd heaven shook violently. Watching from behind, a mysterious smile crept across Wu Wang's face. The Kunping had escaped, but Dijuan and Tai were now tied down. Thus, his true target would face no further interruptions. Wu Wang's gaze quietly shifted toward 2 breathtakingly beautiful figures. Those 2 women were like the bright moons in the 9 heavens, cold and noble. They were the goddesses of the Taiyin star Shiha and Changxi. Inside the Xiao Palace, chaos reigned. Boom! Zhurong swung a fist, and the South Ming Li fire transformed into a roaring fire dragon charging straight at Daijan's face. Dijuan dared not take it heed and hurriedly activated the Hichu Luoshu, conjuring a starry formation to trap the fire dragon. On the other side, Tai wielded the chaos bell, clashing with Gongong's rule of weak water. The bell's sound echoed, suppressing time and space, yet it could not completely subdue the endless weak water that seemed capable of corroding all things. Dijuan, Tai, you 2 feathered beasts, if I don't beat you to a pulp today, I Zhurong will write my name backward. Return my sister-in-law. The ancestral witches scolded while fighting fiercely. They were genuinely angry as they were on the verge of capturing an SS-level sister-in-law, only to have their plans thwarted by these 2 birds. How could they tolerate that? Dijuan and Tai were at a loss for words. They initially thought that rescuing Kunping would earn them a favor, while simultaneously curbing the witch clan's ambitions, a win-win situation. However, they never expected that these brutish witches would actually dare to attack them with deadly intent inside the Xiao Palace. Moreover, it was 4 against 2. Though the Chaos Bell was a supreme treasure of creation, both offense and defense, Tai's cultivation had yet to reach the saint level, preventing him from unleashing its full power. Faced with the frenzied siege from the ancestral witches Gongong and Qiangliang, he could only barely defend himself and continued to retreat steadily. Dijuan was in an even more dire situation. Although he was protected by the Hichu Luoshu, Zhurong and Shibis attacks were exceptionally cunning, with flames and toxins infiltrating every possible gap, leaving him flustered, and his luxurious imperial robe had burned several large holes. Bang! In a moment of carelessness, Dijuan was struck by Shibis' poisonous mist, half of his body turning a sickly purple as he was sent flying, crashing into a pillar of the Xiao Palace. Big brother! Tai exclaimed, hurriedly shaking the chaos bell to repel Gong, trying to rush to his aid. But Zhurong would not give him the chance, grinning as he punched the bell's wall. Dong! A tremendous sound echoed. Tai felt his spirit shake violently, his blood surging, and his grip on the chaos bell nearly faltered. Uffed. He spat out a mouthful of golden blood, his face instantly turning pale. Let's go. Dijuan knew that if they continued fighting they might truly meet their end here today. Suppressing his injuries, he shouted fiercely, the Hichu Luoshu, glowing brightly, swirling Tai up, transforming into a streak of light as they desperately fled the Zixiao Palace. Want to escape? Not so easy. Zhu Rong and the others aimed to pursue, but were intercepted by Dijiao. Do not pursue a desperate enemy. The Dao ancestor is still present. Let's just give them a lesson this time, Dijiao said indifferently. These two foul birds got off too lightly. Zhu Rong spat, unwilling to concede. Although they couldn't keep Dijuan and Tai behind, beating them black and blue and forcing them to flee in disgrace was still a satisfying release of pent-up frustration. The ancestral witches felt rejuvenated. After this battle, the powerful beings of the Honghuang realm had come to a clear realization. The witch clan was truly not to be trifled with. These fellows not only possessed terrifying strength, but acted without restraint, resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement, even daring to cause chaos in the sacred grounds of saints. In the future, it would be better to avoid them. Although Dijuan and Tai had been thoroughly humiliated, they didn't feel too bad inside. Big brother, are you alright? After escaping back to the heavenly court of the demon clan in the 33 heavens, Tai supported Dijuan, asking with concern. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Dijuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming. Although we took a beating, we successfully rescued Kunpeng and thwarted the witch clan's plot. Kunpeng owes us a huge favor and will definitely be of use to our demon clan in the future. This round we didn't lose. Tai felt this made sense, and his previous gloom lifted, even feeling a bit happy. What Big Brother said is right. Letting that group of brutish witches go home empty-handed is quite satisfying to think about. They believed themselves to be the ultimate winners. However, they were unaware that while they were fiercely clashing with the ancestral witches, their true target had already been targeted by others. Outside the chaotic Zixiao Palace, amidst the endless chaos, Wu Wang's figure, like a transparent shadow, leisurely followed behind two stunning figures. It was the goddesses of the Taiyin star Shiha and Changxi. Clearly startled by the chaotic battle within the Zixiao Palace, the moment the Dao ancestor disappeared, they immediately paired up to leave, eager to return to their own sanctuaries. Wu Wang gazed at their retreating figures, his heart aflame. Kunpeng was merely an appetizer used to attract fire. You two are the true targets of my visit to the Zixiao Palace. His plan from the very beginning was not to capture Kunpeng. Kunpeng is inherently cunning and the fastest in the world. Capturing her is exceedingly difficult. Wu Wang merely used her to create chaos. Firstly, it was under the pretense of capturing Kunpeng that the ancestral witches could justifiably unleash their fury on Dijuan and Tai, releasing their pent-up frustration, while also demonstrating the power of the witch clan to the myriad races of Honghuang. Secondly, it was to use this chaotic battle to divert everyone's attention and create a perfect window for his upcoming actions. Now Dijuan and Tai had been driven away, busy healing at home while celebrating their victory. The ancestral witches had had their fill of fighting and were on their way back to the Buzhou mountain. Everyone's gaze remained focused on the recent battle. No one would notice that this little great, which had quietly followed the moon goddess preparing to steal home. Wu Wang concealed all his aura, suppressing even his divine sense fluctuations to the minimum. Thus, like a ghost, he traversed the endless starry sky, following the cool moonlight, silently flying towards the Taiyin star, which hung above the Honghuang sky, radiating eternal brilliance. The Taiyin star, one of the most beautiful yet solitary celestial bodies in the primordial world. The entire star is enveloped in a layer of silver radiance, with endless Taiyin power converging here, creating a terrifyingly low temperature capable of freezing the magical powers of ordinary true immortals. Above the star there stands a solitary palace, the plaque inscribed with 3 cold characters, Pangu Palace. Surrounding the palace is an endless grove of osmanthus trees exuding a timeless fragrance. Shiha and Changxi, the two sisters, transformed into streams of light and landed in front of Pangu Palace. You scare me, sister. Those Wu clan members are too barbaric, fighting right outside the Dao ancestors' palace. As soon as they landed, Changxi patted her chest, still shaken. She was lively by nature, but the scene they just witnessed had frightened her greatly. Zai's expression was also solemn as she glanced at her sister and warned, "Did you see that? Keep your distance from those Wu clan members, especially that one named Wu Wang. He seems refined, but in reality he is more cunning than anyone, with a heart full of malice." Changxi stuck out her tongue and muttered softly, "But I think he looks quite handsome, and he's so powerful, managing to command all 12 ancestral witches." Before she could finish her words, Zai's stern gaze stopped her. "No nonsense." She has sighed, a hint of worry crossing her face. "Although our Taiyin star holds a revered status, we are ultimately weak. In this era of great strife, it is exceedingly difficult to remain unscathed. As the two sisters were speaking and preparing to enter the palace, a gentle male voice suddenly echoed in the vast and quiet osmanthus grove. That's correct, our remaining unscathed is indeed difficult. Therefore finding a powerful ally is the wisest choice. Hua, Shiha and Chang's expressions changed dramatically as they turned abruptly. They saw a young man in a dark robe leaning against a massive osmanthus tree, a faint, enigmatic smile on his face as he looked at them. It couldn't be that Wang, could it? It's you. Zai's eyes instantly filled with vigilance, tying power converging around her, transforming into a crystalline ice sword aimed at Wang. You have some nerve. How dare you trespass on our Tying Star? Changxi also nervously hid behind her sister, but her curious eyes couldn't help but steal glances at Wang. How did he follow us? We didn't notice at all. Wang ignored the ice sword capable of fracturing space, slowly stepping out from beneath the tree, spreading his hands innocently as he said, "Ladies, please don't misunderstand. I mean no harm. I simply felt that there were too many people at Xixiao Palace and some things were inconvenient to discuss. So I followed you here, hoping to find a quiet place to talk with you both." "We have nothing to discuss with you," Shiha replied coldly. "Leave this place immediately, or don't blame me for being rude." Wang seemed to ignore her threat and continued, "I come here with sincerity. I want to propose a marriage to you both." What a... Even Shiha with her cold demeanor was momentarily stunned by this statement, and then an uncontrollable fury surged within her. "A marriage proposal? You, a member of the Wu clan, come to propose to us on our Tying Star? Are you insulting us?" Chang's mouth dropped open, looking at Wang in disbelief. "This person is far too bold. I do not mean to insult you." Wang's expression turned serious. "I am being sincere. I believe that our union is a match made in heaven, a true harmony of yin and yang." He looked at Shiha, speaking each word clearly. "People believe that the Tying Star should unite with the Sun Star. That is why Di Jun and Tai, those two golden crows, covet you so fiercely. But they are mistaken. The Sun Star represents the yang of heaven. We, the Wu clan, are transformed from the essence of Pangu's blood, rooted in the primordial earth, representing the yang of the earth. The heavenly yang is fierce, while the earthly yang is substantial. Only by combining the ultimate yin power of your Tying Star with the ultimate yang form derived from the earthly turbidity of my Wu clan can the most perfect balance be achieved. This is the true Great Dao. By uniting with me, you gain not only a partner, but also the friendship and fortune of the entire Wu clan. I can use the endless resources of the Wu clan to strengthen the origin of your Tying Star. I can provide you with innate spiritual treasures for protection, ensuring your safety during this great calamity of heaven and earth." Wang spoke eloquently, laying out his advantages and the benefits he could provide. Both Shiha and Changxi were left in stunned silence. They had never heard such an unorthodox theory. The earthly yang of the Wu clan. The combination with the ultimate yin power of the Tying Star. This seems to have a hint of reason to it. Especially the mention of the Wu clan's fortune and innate spiritual treasures sent a shock through Zai's heart. She knew very well that the Wu clan's fortune was currently soaring, recognized as the next main character of the heavenly realm. If they could ally with the Wu clan, it could indeed resolve the predicament of the Tying Star being weak. But, marry him. Shiha looked at the man speaking so confidently before her, her heart filled with conflict. This man, although from the barbaric Wu clan, possessed wisdom and courage that rivaled anyone. He was dangerous, yet also exuded a deadly allure. Just as Zai's mind was in turmoil, Wang dropped another bombshell. "Moreover, I can help you resolve a significant hidden danger." Wang's gaze turned towards the depths of Honghuang Palace, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. "For instance, that toad that has been stubbornly lingering in your home, which you can't seem to drive away." Toad. Changxi was momentarily taken aback, not understanding what Wang meant. However, Shihi's expression instantly darkened. She knew who Wang was referring to. On the Tying Star, aside from her sisters and a few transformed spirits of osmanthus trees, there resided another being. A primordial being that had been born alongside Tying Star since its inception, the Moon Palace's Jade Toad. That toad was immensely powerful, already a great Luo golden immortal, and its tough skin made it extremely difficult to deal with. Most importantly, it had always harbored ill intentions towards Shihi and Chang, she frequently harassing them, with lewd remarks, taking advantage of their shared origins from Tying Star and becoming their greatest source of anxiety. However, this matter could never be known by outsiders. How did he know? Watching Wang smile, which seemed to hold all the answers, a chill swept through Shihi's heart for the first time. This man was terrifying. It was as if he could see through everything. Who exactly are you?" Shihi's voice trembled slightly. "My name is Wang." Wang's smile softened. "I am a man who wishes to marry you and has the ability to protect you." His tone changed. If his previous proposal had carried a hint of negotiation, now it was an undeniable declaration. "Goddess Shihi, you are a wise person. You should understand that the current situation in the primordial world is no longer one where your Tying star can remain independent. Wang stepped forward, a tremendous aura enveloping the entire Honghuang Palace, faint yet palpable. It was not the overwhelming malice of the ancestral shaman, but a far heavier sense of power. This was the supreme pressure produced after the perfect integration of body and nascent soul through the cultivation of the 9 turns mystic art. Under this pressure, she felt her Tying laws operating sluggishly. She was horrified to discover that the man's strength was far more terrifying than what she had witnessed in the Zhixiao Palace. He was perhaps not weaker than the ancestral shamans. Jun and Tai will soon come knocking. They will use the entire fate of the demon clan to pressure you. At that time, will you comply or resist? If you comply, you will be vassals of the demon clan, mere tools for their brothers to consolidate power. Your Tying star will become the vanguard of the demon clan. Your fate will no longer be in your own hands. And if you resist, then you will face the wrath of the entire demon clan. Can the two of you sisters withstand that? Wang's words left Shihi unable to retort, as they were all facts. But if you choose me, if you choose the shaman clan, then everything will be different. Wang's voice was filled with temptation. Marry me, and you will not be vassals, but my equal Dao partners. The shaman clan will not interfere in any matters of the Tying star. Instead, we will become your strongest support. Anyone who dares to harm, you will be opposing the entire shaman clan. As for that toad, Wang scoffed, I could easily crush it for you, turning it into fertilizer for your osmanthus trees. With both coercion and persuasion, Shihi's heart was thrown into disarray. She looked at this overbearing man who analyzed everything so astutely, and a deep sense of powerlessness arose within her. She knew that she probably had no choice. To refuse him would mean that the Tying star would immediately fall into an irretrievable abyss. Facing either the demon clan or the shaman clan, they had no power to resist. Changshi was also terrified, her face pale, as she tightly grasped her sister's sleeve, unsure of what to do. After a long while, Shihi took a deep breath, as if expending all her strength to make a final decision. I cannot marry you. Shihi spoke with difficulty, but upon seeing Wang's gaze turn cold, she quickly added, at least not now. I can arrange a marriage alliance between the Tying star and your shaman clan. However, you must prove that you can protect us and respect us as you claim. Shihi looked at her younger sister, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. If you truly wish to ally with the Tying star, you may first marry my sister Changshi. Sister, Changshi exclaimed in surprise, not expecting her sister to make such a decision. Shihi had calculated it very precisely. This was a form of delay as well as a test. By allowing her sister to marry him first, she could observe Wang and the shaman clan. If Wang truly treated Changshi well and fulfilled his promises, then her marrying him later would not be unacceptable. If Wang turned out to be a fraud or a brute, she would have time to find a way to rescue her sister. This was the best plan she could come up with. Wang looked at Shihi and instantly understood her thoughts. He was not angered, instead he smiled. All right, he nodded in agreement. Let's secure one first. As long as Changshi marries him and becomes his, Shihi as her sister would have no way to escape. However, the dowry cannot be lacking. Wang changed his tone. What else do you want? Shihi gritted her teeth. This guy was simply insatiable. He was asking for more. He was already getting her sister, and now he wanted a dowry. Wang gazed at the entire Tying star, a smirk appearing on his lips. It's simple. I want this entire Tying star to bear the name of my shaman clan from now on. 3 months later, a piece of news exploded throughout the primordial world. The shaman clan proclaimed to the primordial world, the great shaman Wang will marry the goddess of the Tying star, Changshi, in a century beneath the Mount Buzhou. The betrothal gifts include the shaman clan refining the origins of the Tying star and using the ancestral shaman's power to set up a protective formation. As for the dowry, it is the entire Tying star declaring itself as the eternal ally of the shaman clan. Once the news broke, all the clans were shocked. Boom. In Jun and Tai's minds, it felt as if billions of thunderclaps had simultaneously erupted. Their smiles instantly froze. Wang. A surge of uncontrollable rage erupted from Tai. The terrifying true fire of the sun reduced the phoenix tree trunk beneath him to ashes. Dong. The chaos bell floated above his head, emitting a sound filled with endless killing intent and rage, shaking the entire sun star violently. Just moments ago, they were still gleeful about thwarting the shaman clan's plan to capture Kunpeng, but now they turned around only to find their own backyard was raided. A great humiliation. A great humiliation indeed. Kunlun Mountain, Yujing Peak. The 3 pure ones gathered once more, their expressions varied. Yuan Shirtian Zun snorted coldly, his face filled with disdain. Humph, the barbaric ones, unaware of etiquette, resorting to such coercive means truly unworthy of respect. The Lady of the Moon was also confused. How could she submit to such a crude person? Tong Tianjiao master laughed heartily, appearing quite interested. Interesting, truly interesting. This Wu Wang kid is even more troublesome than I imagined. First the White Tiger tribe, then the Lady of the Moon, this renowned goddess of the wilderness. Is she not going to be captured by him in one fell swoop? I find myself appreciating him more and more, daring to act and take responsibility far better than some hypocrites. Yuan Shi Tianzun sensed the underlying meaning in his words, and his expression immediately soured. Taiching Laozi maintained an appearance of nonchalance, but a hint of seriousness flickered in his otherwise calm eyes. He slowly spoke, "This matter is of great importance. The union of Wu Wang and Bai Ji is a heavenly marriage. Now with the union with Chang, Shi one represents the son of the earth, and the other the master of the moon. This is known as an earthly marriage. Both heavenly and earthly marriages belong to one person. The fortune of the Wu clan is likely to completely overshadow that of the demon clan. There are increasingly more variables." North Sea Yaoshi Palace. Kuanping sat on the cold throne listening to the reports of his subordinates, his sinister face reflecting a complexity of emotions. Anger, unwillingness, humiliation, but more than that, an inexplicable bitterness and regret. She now fully realized that she had been used as a pawn by that Wu Wang kid from the beginning to the end. Wu Wang's true goal was never her. He used her to create chaos in the Zhixiao Palace, attracting everyone's attention, especially drawing the firepower of Dijun and Tai Yi. Then he quietly sneaked off to the moon star, delivering this fatal blow. Meanwhile, she was still celebrating her escape. In the end, he turned around and brought the new bride home. She felt like a complete clown. Wu Wang. Kuanpeng gritted her teeth as she uttered his name, her eyes filled with murderous intent. But then she felt a wave of helplessness. The current Wu clan was no longer something she could easily provoke. That Wu Wang with schemes as deep as the sea and unfathomable strength, plus the protection of the 12 Ancestral Witches. She suddenly had a ridiculous thought. What if she had agreed to his conditions back in the Zhixiao Palace, now standing by his side, enjoying the attention of the entire wilderness? Wouldn't that be her? Once this thought emerged, it could not be dispelled. As the entire wilderness buzzed about this earthly marriage at the peak of Buzhou Mountain, the heavenly Dao once again revealed an anomaly. Unlike the last heavenly marriage, this time, there was no shower of golden light, but rather an endless silver moonlight intertwined with the heavy earthy aura transforming into a beam of merit light descending from the heavens. This is the merit of the earthly marriage. As the merit light fell, 70% flowed into Wu Wang's body, 20% merged with Changxi, and the remaining 10% transformed into a shower of light raining down on the entire moon star, causing that lonely star to radiate unprecedented vitality. Wu Wang still did not absorb the merit, but let the system store it all. At the moment the merit descended, the long-awaited system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has successfully married the S-grade destined Dao partner, Lady of the Moon Changxi. Earthly marriage established, yin and yang intermingled, fortunes connected, triggering super critical reward. Reward distribution in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a drop of Pangus Essence Blood, perfect grade. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Honghuang, Liang Tianqi. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a source of innate gung metal. A series of prompts made Wu Wang's heart skip a beat. He could hardly believe his eyes. Pangus Essence Blood. And its perfect grade. The value of this thing is simply immeasurable. What the ancestral witches possess is merely transformed from Pangus Essence Blood. After countless years, it has long ceased to be pure. But this drop is the true most primal Pangu power. With it, can he not break the shackles the Wu clan was born with, and become the legendary 13th Ancestral Witch? And there's the complete 9-turn mystical art. Honghuang Liang Tianqi. This is a postnatal treasure of merit, killing without entanglement, with boundless power. Innate gung metal source. One of the 5 elemental sources. It can be used to enhance one's understanding of the 5 elemental laws, or to refine supreme killing treasures. Wu Wang trembled with excitement. He gazed at the drop of golden blood hovering before him, exuding boundless chaotic aura, as if containing the essence of a vast world, his eyes burning with intensity. A breakthrough is to happen today. In the depths of the Pangu Palace, Wu Wang sat cross-legged, enveloped by dense killing intent and spiritual power, forming a massive vortex. The 12 Ancestral Witches stood at 12 positions, personally guarding him. Each of their faces bore an unmistakable excitement. Wu Wang was about to break through. Moreover, he was going to attempt something unprecedented, even overturning their understanding, trying to break into the realm of the Ancestral Witch. Eldest brother, do you think that Wu Wang kid can really make it? Zhu Rong lowered his voice, transmitting to Di Jiang. His voice held excitement, but also a hint of unease. The ancestral, which is transformed from Pangu's essence bloodborne, as 12 in number corresponding to 12 laws. This is the decree of the heavenly Dao. Since its birth there has never been a change. Cultivating postnatally, even the strongest can only reach the realm of the great, which with flesh strength infinitely approaching that of the ancestral witch, but that threshold is like a chasm no one can cross. Di Jiang did not answer, only gazing intently at the meditating Wu Wang. He too did not know, but perhaps Wu Wang could create a miracle. Just watch. Di Jiang's voice was steady and powerful. Regardless of success or failure, he is the greatest hope of our Wu clan. Other ancestral witches fell silent, focusing all their attention on the protection. Inside the palace, after Wu Wang adjusted his state, he hesitated no longer. With a thought, the drop of perfect Pangu essence blood flew out from the system space, hovering before his brow. This drop of golden blood was only the size of a fingernail, but the energy contained within was more terrifying than a star. It floated silently there with the surrounding space constantly shifting, as if unable to bear its weight. Just looking at it, Wu Wang felt his Wu clan bloodline boiling, roaring, craving. Come on, Wu Wang shouted lowly, opening his mouth to suck in, directly swallowing that drop of Pangu essence blood. Boom! The moment Pangu essence blood entered his body, an indescribably terrifying power erupted within him. It was as if it were the first strand of power from the beginning of creation, violent, grand, filled with the breath of creation and destruction. Wu Wang's body at that moment felt like a balloon blown to its limit, instantly swelling up. Countless blood-colored cracks surfaced on his skin, golden blood seeping from the cracks, exuding an immortal aura. The intense pain made Wu Wang unable to suppress a hoarse roar. His flesh was being destroyed and reshaped at the most primal level by that violent power. Bones broke inch by inch, and in an instant were reformed with even tougher material. Meridians were torn apart, and then widened 100 or 1,000 times in the blink of an eye. Flesh was ground into the smallest particles, then rearranged in a more mysterious manner. This was a process of destruction leading to reconstruction. He endured the excruciating pain that tore at his soul, desperately running the 9-turn mystical art. The technique operated like a massive millstone, beginning to slowly refine that Pangu power. A thread of the purest primal power was peeled away from the Pangu essence blood, and then infused into every corner of his body. His body was undergoing a tremendous transformation. Outside the Pangu Palace, the expressions of the 12 ancestral witches also changed dramatically at the same time. This is, Huda sensed at first, suddenly standing up, looking at Wu Wang's face in disbelief. Bloodline resonance. It is the bloodline of the Father God resonating. Di Jiang's voice trembled. At that moment, all 12 ancestral witches distinctly felt that the ancestral witch source within them was producing a mysterious connection with that newly born power inside the palace. It was a feeling of shared roots and bloodlines. The 13th ancestral witch's aura. How is this possible? Gong Gong exclaimed in shock, his face filled with horror. The decree of the heavenly Dao is 12. This is the imprint etched deepest in their bloodlines. Yet now they truly sensed it. The 13th ancestral witch was being born. The decree of the heavenly Dao has been broken. Zhu Rong muttered to himself, then burst into wild laughter. Decree. To hell with the decree. Our Wu clan is about to have the 13th ancestral witch. Father God above. Father God has not abandoned our Wu clan. Shebi sure the ancestral witch who controls the weather was also overwhelmed with emotion, tears in her eyes. Inside the Pangu Palace, Wu Wang's transformation had entered the most critical moment. His body was no longer swelling, instead it began to slowly shrink, becoming more solid. The cracks on his skin had disappeared, replaced by a faint golden glow with countless mysterious Dao patterns circulating. His aura was rapidly rising. Peak of the 9th realm of the Great Witch. Bottleneck. Broken. A terrifying aura surpassing that of the Great Witch, rooted in the same source as the 12 ancestral witches, yet carrying a distinctly different charm, erupted from him. At that moment, his flesh officially stepped into the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. And more importantly, with the complete elevation of his bloodline, a brand new innate primal law slowly awakened within the depths of his soul. It was not gold, wood, water, fire, or earth, nor wind, rain, thunder, or lightning, nor time, or space. It was a law that embraced all things, as if it could open up a world and evolve countless realms. The 13th ancestral witch, ancestor of the realms, mastering primal laws, world laws. Wu Wang suddenly opened his eyes, 2 beams of golden light shooting forth, piercing 2 dark holes in the space ahead. He slowly raised his hand, clenched his fist. An unprecedented sense of power filled his limbs and bones. He felt that with one punch he could shatter an ancient star. This is the power of the ancestral witch. He looked within himself, discovering that deep in his dantian it was no longer a simple ocean of spiritual power, but a chaotic singularity had appeared. As long as he focused his mind, this singularity could instantly evolve into a small world. This is his primal law, world law. The physical body has already broken through. Next, it's time for the primordial spirit. As his physical body stepped into the realm of ancestral Wu, Wang did not pause for a moment. He immediately sank his mind into his sea of consciousness, preparing for the next breakthrough. A pure, ultimate, mysterious energy like the Milky Way of the 9 heavens pouring down instantly filled his entire sea of consciousness. If the breakthrough of the physical body was a violent destruction followed by rebirth, then the breakthrough of the primordial spirit was a sublime and profound ascension. Wu Wang's miniature primordial spirit sat cross-legged in the center of his sea of consciousness. Under the scouring of this energy, it began to expand at a visible rate, growing increasingly solid and radiant. At that moment, his consciousness seemed to break free from the shackles of his flesh, soaring upward without limit. He saw a surging vast river. The river had no known beginning and no known end, threading through the past, present, and future of the entire primordial world. Within its waters were the fate trajectories of countless beings. Each ripple represented the life of a single creature. This was the river of time. Without achieving Deluo, one remained an ant. For as long as one dwelt within the river, they could be capsized by a single wave at any moment, their body destroyed and their true spirit extinguished. To break through to the Deluo golden immortal realm was to leap completely out of this river. Break for me. Wu Wang's primordial spirit let out a roar, and propelled by the surging energy, it leaped upward with all its might. With a crisp sound that seemed to come from the depths of his soul, his primordial spirit successfully leaped free of the river of time's constraints. In the instant he leaped out of the river, Wu Wang felt an unprecedented sense of freedom and power. He saw his past from the moment he traversed into the primordial world as a minor shaman, step by step to where he was today. He saw his present self seated cross-legged in the Pangu Hall, his physical body having become an ancestral Wu and his primordial spirit having attained Deluo. He even saw countless possibilities of the future, each tributary representing a different outcome. The past, present, and future at this moment were completely connected, merging into one. From now on, unless a being above the quasi-sage realm used supreme power to erase him from the very roots of the river of time, he would be truly immortal and indestructible. This was the Deluo golden immortal. With a hum, Wu Wang's primordial spirit slowly descended, returning to his sea of consciousness. Now the primordial spirit was no longer an ethereal miniature figure, but was as solid as substance, flowing with an immortal Dao resonance. Behind its head, a golden wheel of merit flickered faintly, rendering it invulnerable to all spells. A physical body of an ancestral Wu, a primordial spirit of Deluo. The two were perfectly fused, forming an unprecedented state of immense power. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. That breath of turbid air transformed into a small, unstable world in the air before slowly dissipating. With a creak, the doors of the Pangu Hall were pushed open. 12 figures had long been waiting outside the doors. When they saw Wu Wang emerge, even the mighty ancestral Wus were momentarily stunned. The Wu Wang before them seemed unchanged in form, yet his entire aura had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Standing there silently, he seemed to be the center of the entire world. Every move he made pulled at the invisible laws, emanating a supreme pressure that was of the same root as theirs, yet more encompassing and profound. You succeeded. Ho Tu's voice carried a tremor. She could clearly sense that the bloodline within Wu Wang had now stood on the same level as theirs. Wu Wang looked at his elder siblings who cared for him, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. He said nothing, merely moving his mind. With a roar that shook the 9 heavens, a towering Dharma image slowly materialized behind him. This Dharma image was different from those of the 12 ancestral Wus. It had no ferocious visage or peculiar form, just a simple human shape. But around its body swirled the phantom of a vast, unstable macrocosm, as if it were bearing the weight of all realms. The 13th ancestral Wu, Wu Wang, the ancestral Wu of realms. He really succeeded. Our Wu clan has a 13th ancestral Wu. Zhu Rong charged forward with a laugh, embracing Wu Wang, tightly excited as a child. Good lad, you did not disappoint us. Gong Gong also stepped up, heavily patting Wu Wang's shoulder, his eyes slightly reddened. The blessings of Father God. The great rise of our Wu clan is within sight. The 12 ancestral Wus could no longer contain their ecstasy. They all gathered around, crowding Wu Wang at the center. They were too thrilled. The fixed number of ancestral Wus was a heavenly decree, a shackle hanging over the Wu clan, meaning their top combat strength would forever be only 12, diminishing with each loss. But now Wu Wang had broken this fixed number. This meant the fate of the Wu clan was no longer predetermined. They had the possibility to change the future. At that moment, 2 strikingly beautiful figures flew over from a distance, landing before the Pangu Hall. They were by Ji and Chang, she drawn by the commotion. When they saw Wu Wang surrounded by the 12 Ancestral Witches and exuding an aura that made their hearts tremble, the two women reacted quite differently. Bai Ji's eyes were filled with pride and honor. Look, this is my man. The unique, unprecedented 13th Ancestral Wu since the dawn of the primordial world. Changxi, however, had her mouth wide open, her face a mask of shock. She was only now truly realizing what kind of being she had married. Earlier on the Tying star, she only thought Wu Wang was strong and cunning. But now, personally feeling this ancestral wheel-level pressure, she understood this was beyond mere strength. He was a monster capable of making the entire primordial world tremble. The small reluctance and pride in her heart were washed away in an instant, leaving only reverence. No, such a great joy must be known by the entire primordial world. Di Jiang made a snap decision and declared loudly, "Pass my order. The grand wedding of Wu Wang and Chang, she will be held early. I want to host the most magnificent wedding in the history of the primordial world. I want everyone to know that our Wu clan has birthed a 13th ancestral Wu." The news that the Wu clan would hold a grand wedding for the newly appointed 13th ancestor Wu Wang and the goddess of the moon Chang, she once again swept across the entire Honghuang. The significance of the 13th ancestor. This news carries more weight than 10 earthly weddings combined. It signifies that the Wu clan has broken the predetermined fate of the heavenly Dao, opening up infinite possibilities. The Wu clan, represented by Wu Wang, is no longer just a rising star, but an entity that truly stands at the pinnacle of the Honghuang pyramid. In an instant, the eyes of the entire Honghuang focused on Buzhou Mountain. Countless forces began to reassess their relationships with the Wu clan. Before the wedding day, numerous powerful beings arrived to congratulate and present gifts. On this day, two auspicious clouds came from the horizon, landing at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. It was Zhen Yuanzi from the 5 palaces of Wanshou Mountain and his friend Honghuang Daoist. Dao brother, the fortune of this Wu clan is truly unfathomable. Honghuang gazed at the magnificent divine mountain before him, feeling the fortune that had surged to at least 10 times its previous strength, and couldn't help but sigh. Zhen Yuanzi stroked his long beard, his eyes filled with emotion. He never expected that his initial intention to form a good relationship would lead him to grasp such a powerful ally. The 13th ancestor. This was something he never dared to imagine. He now felt immensely grateful for his decision back then. Let us go, for now Wu Wang is already a figure of the ancestor. We must pay our respects and follow the proper etiquette. The two ascended the steps and were soon respectfully welcomed into the Pangu Hall by the patrolling warriors of the Wu clan. "Ha, Dao friends Zhen Yuanzi and Honghuang, it is indeed a rare pleasure to have you here." Wu Wang had long been waiting for them. Now an ancestor, he still maintained sufficient respect for these two future allies. "Congratulations, Dao friend Wu Wang, for achieving the path of the ancestor and gaining freedom between heaven and earth." Zhen Yuanzi bowed deeply, his attitude very serious. He could sense that the Wu Wang before him, although his aura was restrained, carried a presence that was not beneath his own, especially his eyes, which seemed to contain a world so profound that he found it hard to see through. "You're too polite, Dao friend Wu Wang. This is just a small token of my esteem." Zhen Yuanzi produced a jade box and offered it forward. Wu Wang opened it to find a vibrant green branch lying quietly within, still bearing 3 tender leaves, exuding a refreshing fragrance and abundant spiritual energy. "This is the branch of a ginseng fruit tree." Wu Wang was somewhat surprised. This was no ordinary branch, but one containing the root essence of the ginseng fruit tree. While it could not grow into a complete ginseng fruit tree again, it could still nurture a top-grade acquired spiritual root. "This gift is far too precious. Now that you have a flourishing family business, you surely need some spiritual roots to adorn your home, and this is just right for that," Zhen Yuanzi said with a smile. This generous gift was both a congratulation and a way to further solidify their alliance. Wu Wang was not polite about it, accepting with a smile. "Then, I thank you, Dao friend." Just as the conversation was lively, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the hall. A brazen voice boomed, "I am the East King, the head of the male immortals, personally appointed by the Dao ancestor. I have come to preside over the wedding of the Wu clan. You all should quickly announce my arrival, and let the groom Wu Wang come out to greet me." Wu Wang, Zhen Yuanzi, and Honghuang all frowned. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong stepped out from a side hall, looking displeased. "What is this? The head of the male immortals?" Zhu Rong rubbed his ears, glancing sideways at the group outside, wearing luxurious Daoist robes, surrounding a middle-aged Daoist, holding a dragon head staff. "I've never even heard of this before. When did my brother Wu Wang's wedding require an outsider to officiate?" The one who came was indeed the East King. Ever since being appointed the head of the male immortals by Honghuang at the Xixiao Palace, he had become extremely arrogant, establishing a celestial court in the East Sea, gathering a large number of loose cultivators, and issuing orders daily full of authority. Upon hearing of the Wu clan's grand wedding, he felt that his opportunity had arrived. The Wu clan was powerful, but they had never respected the heavenly Dao or honored the Dao ancestor. If he could preside over this wedding in the capacity of the head of the male immortals and bring it into the orthodox system of the Xuanmen, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance the Dao ancestor's favor towards him while also providing a chance to suppress the arrogance of the Wu clan. Thus he brought a large group of subordinates and came in grand style. He approached the hall, saw Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, and instead of tempering his demeanor arrogantly raised his head, pointing with his dragon head staff at them impudence. Upon seeing me, why aren't you paying your respects? I am acting under the Dao ancestor's decree, overseeing all male immortals. Wu Wang of the Wu clan is also a male immortal, so naturally his wedding should be presided over by me in accordance with the principles of the heavenly Dao. He believed that by invoking the Dao ancestor, he could suppress these barbarians. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. Gong Gong looked at his smug expression and suddenly smiled, asking Zhu Rong beside him, Zhu Rong, does this head of the male immortals have any authority over you? Not at all. Zhu Rong shook his head. Gong Gong then asked, does he have authority over me? Zhu Rong shook his head again. Not over you either. Then that settles it. A person who doesn't have authority over us, what right do they have to manage our brother of the Wu clan? Before the words finished, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong exchanged a glance revealing sinister smiles. In the next second, they charged at the East King like cannonballs. The East King was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that the Wu clan would resort to violence so quickly, and he hurriedly raised his dragon head staff to defend himself. Bang! Zhu Rong's fist struck directly against the dragon head staff. The top-grade innate spiritual treasure emitted a wail, and the dragon's head nearly got flattened. The East King felt an irresistible massive force surge towards him, sending him flying backward. Before he could land, Gong Gong had already appeared behind him, kicking him in the backside. Oh! The East King let out a cry of despair, transforming into a shooting star, and was directly kicked out of the territory of Buzhou Mountain, disappearing into the horizon. The subordinates he brought were all stunned, standing frozen in place like wooden chickens. And you all? Zhu Rong glared. Do you want to leave on your own, or shall we send you off? Get lost, get lost, get lost. We are leaving at once. That group of immortals fled Buzhou Mountain in a panic, as if granted a reprieve. Inside the Pangu Hall, Honghuang watched with wide eyes, muttering this. They just started fighting. That was far too direct. Jin Yuanzi, however, stroked his beard and smiled, his eyes filled with admiration. This is the Wu clan I appreciate. Swift in vengeance, unafraid of the powerful. Wu Wang shook his head, addressing Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, you were too lenient. Next time remember to break that staff of his as well. 100 years, a fleeting moment. The day of Wu Wang and Chang Zai's grand wedding has finally arrived. On this day, the entire Buzhou Mountain is immersed in a festive atmosphere. From the foot of the mountain to the peak, colorful ribbons woven from innate spiritual root branches are hung, and the ground is covered with carpets made from the gathering of Tintha spiritual flowers. In front of the Pangu Hall, a flowing banquet stretches for miles, with tables adorned with rare treasures and exquisite wines from the primordial era. Countless powerful beings from the primordial era have come to witness the ceremony. Whether they are here to sincerely congratulate or to probe, without exception, when they step onto the Wu clan's territory and feel the overwhelming aura that is 100 times stronger than before, as well as the faint pressure from the 13th ancestral, which all that remains in their hearts is awe. Deep within the North Sea, in the Yaoshi Palace, Kunpeng gazes coldly through a water mirror, observing the grand scene on Buzhou Mountain. Her nails dig deeply into the armrest of the throne, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Watching Wu Wang surrounded by the 12 Ancestral Witches and receiving the homage of myriad immortals, a mix of emotions swirls within Kunpeng. She hates Wu Wang's scheming, yet cannot deny that this man's means and courage far exceed those of Di Jun and Tai Yi. If she had chosen him back then. This thought resurfaces, causing Kunpeng's heart to feel restless. No, I am the ruler of the North Sea. I will never submit to others. Wu Wang, Wu clan, you will regret this. The humiliation of today I will repay 100-fold in the future. On the Tying Star, two figures fly out from the Guanghan Palace, heading towards Buzhou Mountain. It is Shi He and Chang Shi. Today Shi He will personally deliver her sister into Wu Wang's hands. Throughout the journey, Shi He's mood is incredibly complex. She looks at her sister, who is shy yet filled with tension and anticipation, feeling both comforted and worried. The comforting part is that so far Wu Wang and the Wu clan have indeed shown sufficient sincerity and strength. Her sister's marriage will be at least safe. The worrying part is that the conflict between the Wu and Yao clans has already formed, and a shocking battle is bound to occur in the future. Whether being tied to the Wu clan's war chariot is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. When they arrive at Buzhou Mountain, even the usually composed Shi He is shaken by the sight before her. The soaring aura, the terrifying pressure from the 13 ancestral witches that seems to loom in and out of sight, the grand scene of myriad immortals coming to pay homage, all showcase the current strength of the Wu clan. She gazes at the man standing before the Pangu hall dressed in wedding robes, his posture straight as a divine sword, and suddenly feels a strange sensation in her heart. This man in just a few thousand years has grown from an obscure pawn to a giant capable of stirring the winds and clouds of the primordial era. He seems to possess a magical power that can transform decay into the miraculous. The wedding ceremony is grand and solemn. Under the witness of the 12 ancestral witches and myriad immortals, Wang takes Chang Zai's hand and completes the ritual to pay homage to the Pangu Father God. At the moment they complete the rites, the entire primordial realm can feel the destiny of the Tying Star and Buzhou Mountain being irrevocably intertwined. At the banquet, cups clink and laughter abounds. As the groom, Wang is naturally the center of attention, being pulled by the likes of Zhu Rong and Gong Gong to drink in turns. He is invited aside by Ho Tu and Bai Ji. She looks at the Bai Hu clan woman nearby, whose belly is prominently swollen and whose face radiates happiness, and understands that this is Wang's first wife, Bai Ji. Beside Ho Tu, she also sees a cold woman with an aura like that of ancient ice. It is the ancestral witch Xianming. These women will all be competitors for her sister in the future. Shi's heart grows heavier. Halfway through the banquet, Wang excuses himself to change clothes temporarily, escaping the enthusiastic brothers. He does not go elsewhere, but heads straight to the corner where Shihi is. Goddess Shihi, I hope for your understanding regarding today's reception at Buzhou. Wang says with a smile. Shihi looks at him, her expression cool, ancestral, which Wang is being polite. I entrust my sister to your care from now on. Her tone carries a hint of distance and vigilance. Wang is unbothered. He waves his hand to set up a soundproof barrier, his expression turning serious. Goddess Shihi, I know what you are worried about. The demon clan is establishing a heavenly court, and the Wu and Yao clans are at odds. A great calamity is approaching. You worry that the Tying Star will be caught in this vortex and face utter devastation. But have you ever considered, in this great era of conflict, who can truly remain aloof? The Tying Star seems exalted, but in reality it is like a rootless floating weed. Without strong protection, whether it falls into the hands of the demon clan or attracts the greed of other powerful beings, it is merely a matter of time. I marry Changxi not only for myself, but also to give the Tying Star an opportunity for choice. She falls silent. Wang's words are harsh, but factual. And what about the demon clan? She finally asks. Di Jun and Tai are ambitious and possess treasures like the He Tu and Luo Shu, as well as the Chaos Bell. Can your Wu clan be sure to surpass them? Hearing this, Wang laughs. That smile carries a confidence that looks down on the world. The demon clan. They are merely a rabble. Di Jun has the demeanor of a formidable hero, but lacks the spirit of an emperor. Tai is brave, but without strategy. Their greatest reliance is merely the great trend of the heavenly way and the covert support of Honghuang. But they do not understand. Wang's gaze deepens as he looks towards the skies, as if he can see the Zixiao Palace. The heavenly way is the heavenly way. Honghuang is Honghuang. And this primordial land was ultimately opened up by the Pangu Father God. The heavens are too high. If they want to grasp the heavens, let them. My Wu clan is born from the earth and thrives in it. As long as we guard this land, we shall stand undefeated. The demon clan is like clouds in the sky, seemingly blocking the sun, but a gust of wind can scatter them. My Wu clan is like the mountains beneath our feet, eternally unyielding. Wang's words leave Shihi in shock. She has never heard such rhetoric. While everyone else reveres the heavenly way and vies for destiny, this man has firmly rooted his gaze in the earth. He is not merely contending with the demon clan, he is walking an entirely different path. Looking at the man before her, Shihi suddenly feels that her sister's choice may indeed be the right one. Wang observes the wavering expression on her face and speaks again, his voice filled with temptation. Goddess Shihi, Changxi alone appears rather lonely. The Tying Star lacks a true mistress. After saying this, he turns to leave, leaving Shihi standing there, her heart in turmoil. As night deepened, the clamor on Mount Buzhou gradually subsided. Wang, slightly inebriated, pushed open the door to the newly prepared bridal chamber for himself and Changxi. Inside the room, red candles burned brightly, arranged festively yet warmly. Changxi, adorned in a phoenix crown and bridal attire, sat nervously on the edge of the bed, her hands twisting the corners of her dress, her face obscured by a red veil. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, her body visibly trembled. Wang smiled and approached, gently lifting her red veil. Beneath the veil was a breathtakingly beautiful visage. Her skin was as fair as snow, her features delicate, as if painted, the coolness of the moonlight merging perfectly with the shyness of youth, creating a unique allure. I. Changxi blushed under his gaze, unable to utter a word. My bride is truly beautiful. Wu Wang exclaimed sincerely. He picked up the cup of wedding wine from the table and handed one to Changxi, saying, "A moment in spring night is worth 1,000 gold. Shouldn't we get down to business?" Changxi accepted the cup, taking small sips, too shy to look at him. Wu Wang drank it all in one gulp and then sat beside her, gently wrapping her in his embrace. Changxi's body stiffened instinctively, wanting to resist, but the scent of alcohol, mixed with Wu Wang's masculine aura, caused her to soften involuntarily. "Don't be afraid," Wu Wang's voice whispered in her ear, carrying a hint of temptation. "We are husband and wife, destined partners in this life. Our union is a harmony of yin and yang, a principle of the Great Dao." He lowered his head, kissing her slightly cool lips. Changxi's mind buzzed instantly blank. She felt an overwhelming gentle force sweep through her senses. From initial resistance to tentative response, and ultimately to complete surrender. The red candles flickered, casting a romantic ambience. The power of the moon and the earth's impurities, the ultimate yin and yang, achieved a perfect fusion within this small bridal chamber. Wu Wang sensed that the source of the lunar essence within Changxi was fervently nourishing his shamanic body, rapidly stabilizing his newly breakthrough ancestral shaman realm. Simultaneously, the mighty Pangu bloodline within him was enhancing Changxi, solidifying her somewhat superficial cultivation, even hinting at signs of a breakthrough to the midstage of the great Luo golden immortal. This is the benefit of dual cultivation. Meanwhile, in another palace, Baiji gently caressed her prominent belly, feeling the vibrant life of two little beings within, a tender smile gracing her face. Yet her gaze occasionally drifted toward the direction of Wu Wang's bridal chamber, tinged with a barely perceptible sense of grievance and jealousy. Although rationality told her that a man like Wu Wang could not possibly have only one woman, emotionally she still felt a pang of loss. "Babies, you must grow up quickly. In the future, help your mother, keep an eye on your father," she murmured softly. The twins in her womb seemed to understand her words, moving joyfully and sending a pure life energy back, warming Baiji all over. Suddenly, she felt no more worries. With these two precious treasures, her position was as stable as a mountain. What could that newcomer possibly compete with her for? Meanwhile, in the guest room prepared for Shiha, the lunar goddess could not sleep a wink. She stood by the window, gazing at the moon star that shone several times brighter than usual, her heart in turmoil. She felt at ease knowing her sister had found a powerful haven, yet worried for the future fate of the moon star. What troubled her further was Wu Wang's last words before departing. "Changxi alone seems lonely. The moon star lacks a true mistress. This scoundrel." Zai's cheeks flushed uncontrollably. She found that the more she tried to resist, the clearer the image of that man became in her mind. His dominance, his wisdom, his confidence, his gaze that seemed to see through everything. She had irritably shook her head, trying to shake these distracting thoughts from her mind. Yet she knew that a seed named Wu Wang had quietly been planted in her heart. Inside the bridal chamber, the clouds parted and the rain ceased. Changxi curled up like a kitten in Wu Wang's embrace, drifting into a deep sleep. A satisfied blush still lingered on her face. Wu Wang held the warm and soft beauty, yet his mind was pondering another matter. He felt that during the recent dual cultivation, the 12 dormant law imprints from his ancestral shaman bloodline within him seemed to have been activated. They flowed slowly within him, as if yearning for something. "System, what is happening?" Ding. The host's union with the lunar goddess has harmonized yin and yang, awakening the dormant Pangu bloodline power within you. The 12 ancestral shaman law imprints within you are now in an activatable state. Once activated, you will be able to begin condensing law seeds. Wu Wang's eyes lit up. Law seeds? This was the new path he had envisioned for himself to transcend the ancestral shaman and prove the Dao with power. Unexpectedly, the dual cultivation with Changxi brought about such a delightful surprise. He looked at the sleeping beauty in his arms and couldn't help but plant a kiss on her smooth forehead. This wife was not taken in vain. Just as Wu Wang was immersed in the tender moments of his marriage, the entire situation in the primordial world was undergoing earth-shattering changes. On the Sun Star today, nearly all the powerful beings of the demon race gathered here. Emperor Jun, clad in a golden solar emperor robe and wearing a celestial crown, sat on the highest throne, his authoritative gaze sweeping over the assembly. To his left was the imposing Honghuang Tai, wielding the chaos bell. To his right was the composed Fuxi. Below them was the stunningly beautiful Nuwa, surrounded by the aura of creation. And in the corner sat Kunpeng, his expression dark and silent. After being outwitted by Wu Wang last time and rescued by Emperor Jun and Tai, Kunpeng ultimately chose to join Emperor Jun and Tai's ranks after weighing the pros and cons. She needed to leverage the luck and power of the demon race to take revenge on the shaman race and the Western duo. Emperor Jun looked at the powerful demon beings gathered below, filled with ambition. He knew the time was ripe. The shaman race's powerful rise, particularly with the birth of the 13th ancestral shaman, brought him immense pressure, but also provided him with the perfect excuse to unite the entire demon race. Ladies and gentlemen, Emperor Jun stood up, his booming voice echoing throughout the Lingxiao Palace. Surely you have all seen that the shaman race is currently powerful and rampant. They claim to be the descendants of Pangu, disrespecting heaven and earth, treating all beings as mere grass. First, they forcibly seized the sacred position in the Xixiao Palace, and then they bullied the male immortals at Mount Buzhou. Their audacity is simply beyond measure. We, the demon race, are the leaders of all creatures in the primordial world, born with the responsibility to educate all beings and govern the primordial realm. How can we tolerate such barbaric beings bringing disaster to the world? Emperor Jun's voice was impassioned and highly persuasive. Many demon kings below were stirred, shouting in agreement. That's right. The shaman race is too arrogant. Drive the shaman race away. Restore a clear sky to the primordial world. Emperor Jun nodded in satisfaction and continued, however, although our demon race is numerous, we are like a pile of loose sand, each acting independently, which has given the shaman race an opportunity. Today I, Emperor Jun, earnestly request all of you to unite the demon race, establish the heavenly court, align with the will of heaven, and bring peace to all beings. We will establish heavenly laws, delineate the stars of the cosmos, organize the order of heaven and earth, manage wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, ensuring that the entire primordial world thrives under the order of our demon race. Thus we will not only seek the eternal foundation for our demon race, but also strive for great merit for the entire primordial world. As his words fell, a powerful imperial aura surged from Emperor Jun. Fuxi glanced at Nuwa beside him, seeing her slightly nodding, so he stood up as well, gently plucking the strings of the Fuxi zither, evoking boundless heavenly mysteries. Heavenly mysteries reveal that the demon race shall establish the heavenly court. This is the great trend of the heavenly Dao. Fuxi's words acted as a calming pill, solidifying the resolve of all the demon powers who were still hesitant. If even the preeminent diviner Fuxi said so, it must be correct. We are willing to honor His Majesty Emperor Jun as the Celestial Emperor. We are willing to honor His Majesty as the Celestial Emperor. Instantly, the entire Lingxiao Palace erupted in a deafening roar. Emperor Jun watched this scene, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He had waited too long for this day. Good. Emperor Jun shouted, "Today I hereby vow to the heavenly Dao in the name of the billions of lives of the demon race. I, Emperor Jun, vow to establish the heavenly court, to serve as the celestial emperor, governing the stars of the cosmos and educating all beings of the primordial world. May the heavenly Dao witness this. I, Tai, vow to be the eastern sovereign, assisting the celestial emperor, suppressing the four corners of heaven and earth, and protecting our demon race for eternity. May the heavenly Dao witness this. May the heavenly Dao witness this. I, Fuxi, vow to be the western sovereign, assisting the celestial emperor, divining heavenly mysteries, and establishing eternal strategies for the demon race. May the heavenly Dao witness this. I, Nuwa, vow to be the earth sovereign, assisting the celestial emperor, creating all things, and strengthening the foundation of our demon race. May the heavenly Dao witness this. I, Kuanpeng, vow to be the demon master, assisting the celestial emperor, imparting teachings and educating the youth of our demon race. May the heavenly Dao witness this. As the vows of the 5 great leaders fell, the skies above the 9 heavens changed color and thunder rumbled. A colossal cloud of merit gathered in the skies above the sun star, then transformed into 5 beams of light that descended into the bodies of Emperor Jun, Tai, Fuxi, Nuwa, and Kunping. The demon race's heavenly court was officially established. Celestial Emperor Emperor Jun, Eastern Sovereign Tai, Western Sovereign Fuxi, Earth Sovereign Nuwa, Demon Master Kunping. This news spread instantly throughout the primordial world. From henceforth, the primordial world officially entered the era of confrontation between the shamans and demons. One race governs the heavens, the other governs the earth. The clash of the 2 great overlords was now inevitable. Above the Lingxiao Palace, Emperor Jun felt the surging luck and merit within him, his gaze piercing through the endless void, looking toward Mount Buzhou that stood tall at the center of the primordial world, his eyes cold and resolute. Shaman race, your time has come to an end. The news of the demon race establishing a heavenly court soon reached Buzhou Mountain. Within the Pangu Hall, the atmosphere was exceedingly tense. Wang, the newly ascended boundary ancestral, which gathered together with the other 12 ancestral witches. How outrageous! Those feathered beasts dare to call themselves the heavenly emperor. Are they worthy? Zhu Rong slammed the table and rose his fiery temper, making him want to rush to the sun star and burn the so-called Lingxiao Hall to ashes. Exactly. Big brother, give the order. Let's attack the 33 heavens now and show them who truly rules the primordial world. Honghuang also had a murderous look on his face. Several other warlike ancestral witches, such as Chang Liang and Tian Wu, likewise volunteered for battle. In their eyes, the demon race's actions were a blatant provocation, a challenge to the Wu clan's dominant position, and utterly intolerable. "All of you sit down." Di Jiang frowned and rebuked. Although he was equally furious as the leader of the 12 Ancestral Witches, he had to remain calm. Now is not the time for impulsiveness. Di Jiang's gaze swept across the crowd and finally settled on Wu Wang. "Wu Wang, what do you think?" Ever since Wu Wang became the 13th Ancestral Witch and displayed extraordinary wisdom, he had gained significant influence in the Wu clan's high-level decisions. Wu Wang did not answer immediately. He pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "Brothers, I understand your anger. But now is indeed not the optimal time for an all-out war with the demon race." "Why, oi?" Zhu Rong asked in confusion. "We now have 13 Ancestral Witches with unprecedented strength. Are we afraid of them?" Wu Wang shook his head and analyzed. "In terms of strength, we are naturally not afraid. But this time the demon race's establishment of the heavenly court follows the grand trend of the heavenly Dao, and they are blessed with merit and fortune. If we attack now, we would be going against heaven suppressed by the heavenly Dao, achieving half the results with twice the effort. More critically, there are Nuwa and Fuxi." Wu Wang's expression grew grave. "These two, one is a future sage, the other a top-tier, great power skilled in divination. Their joining the demon race greatly increases the variables for the demons. Especially Fuxi, his divination arts can peek into celestial secrets, posing a tremendous obstacle to our actions." Upon hearing the word sage, even Zhu Rong and the other ancestral witches' fervor diminished somewhat. Although they did not revere the heavenly Dao, they were well aware of the sage's power. That was a level comparable to Dao ancestor Hongzhu and far beyond what they could currently contend with. However, why was Wu Wang so certain that Nuwa would become a sage in the future? The ancestral witches were puzzled, but did not question him. Trust was sufficient. "So we just watched them grow stronger," Honghuang said unwillingly. "Of course not." Wu Wang smiled. "If the demon race wants to rule the heavens, let them. Matters of the heavens are none of our concern, and we have no interest in them. We just need to mind our own affairs and guard our territory. What I mean is, our main task now is not to compete with the demon race for temporary gains, but to continuously strengthen ourselves." As he spoke, a glint of sharp light flashed in Wu Wang's eyes. "Brothers and sister, ever since I merged with Pangu's essence blood and ascended to Ancestral Witch, I have discovered a brand new path." All the Ancestral Witch's attention was instantly drawn. Wu Wang extended his hand, and in his palm 12 faint imprints of laws appeared. "These are the imprints left in my body after I absorbed the essence blood from each of you. After I ascended to Ancestral Witch and comprehended the world law, I realized that I could use my world law as a furnace to refine these law imprints into true law seeds." "Law seeds?" Di Jiang and the others heard this term for the first time. "Exactly," Wu Wang explained. "Ancestral witches are born to command laws, knowing the how, but not the why. We can wield laws, but we cannot truly possess or understand them. A law seed, however, is to completely refine the origin of a law and integrate it into oneself. Once the seed is successfully condensed, that law becomes a part of my own power, as obedient as an arm to the body with no barriers. I have a premonition that if I can gather all 12 law seeds and merge them into my world law, perhaps I can forge a path unprecedented, a true path of proving the Dao through power." Wu Wang's words left all the ancestral witches in deep shock. Proving the Dao through power. That was the path taken by Father God Pangu. That was the strongest and most difficult path to enlightenment in legend. They had always believed that path was long severed. Yet unexpectedly, Wu Wang had found a new possibility. "You mean?" Di Jiang's voice was somewhat hoarse. "You need the original essence blood from all of us." "Yes." Wu Wang nodded, his gaze falling on Hutu. "And I plan to start with Sister Hutu's earth law." Hutu, without any hesitation, stood up and looked at Wu Wang tenderly. "Everything I have is yours." In the secret chamber of Pangu Hall, only Wu Wang and Hutu remained. "Sister Hutu, it might hurt a little. Oh, please bear with it." Wu Wang looked at the gentle woman before him, somewhat reluctant. Extracting the original essence blood would also be a considerable drain on an ancestral, which requiring a long time to recover. But Hutu shook her head with a smile, extending her jade-like wrist to Wu Wang. "It's nothing. For you, for the Wu clan, what is this loss?" Since condensing her primordial spirit, her emotions had become more delicate, and she no longer hid her feelings for Wu Wang. A warmth surged in Wu Wang's heart, and he said no more. He formed his fingers into a sword and carefully made a small cut on Hutu's wrist. A drop of golden blood exuding a profound and majestic aura slowly seeped out and floated in the air. This was the original essence blood of the Earth Ancestral Witch. Hutu's face instantly paled, but she still managed a reassuring smile for Wu Wang. Wu Wang quickly took out a 9,000-year flat peach and placed it in Hota's hand. Sister, take this quickly to restore your vitality. After settling Hotu, Wu Wang focused all his mind on the drop of essence blood before him. He took a deep breath and swallowed the drop of essence blood. Boom! A law force heavy to the extreme, as if bearing the weight of the entire primordial earth, exploded within his body. Wu Wang immediately sat cross-legged, and with a thought the world law within him began to operate. In his inner vision, the chaotic singularity in his dantian instantly expanded, transforming into a hazy minor world. And that drop of Hota's essence blood floated in the center of this minor world. 9 revolutions mysterious art refined. Wu Wang muttered softly, using the 9 revolutions mysterious art as the method and the world law as the furnace, frantically refining this drop of original essence blood. Threads of the purest earth law origin were stripped from the essence blood. During the refinement, Wu Wang's consciousness seemed to merge with the drop of blood. He witnessed Hota's birth. She was conceived from Pangu's essence blood derived from the earth law and was innately bound to the primordial earth. She could feel every breath and pulse of the earth. She could command mountains and rivers, control earth veins, and turn oceans into mulberry fields with a single thought. The earth was her mother and her source of power, bearing all things with virtue, tranquility, and far-reaching. This was the true essence of the earth law. Wu Wang immersed himself in this profound enlightenment, his understanding of the earth law deepening at an incredible speed. After an unknown time, the drop of original essence blood was completely refined. In the center of his inner world, a walnut-sized seed, dark yellow in color and covered with countless mysterious Dao patterns, was slowly rotating. This seed seemed to resonate mysteriously with the entire primordial earth. Each pulse matched the frequency of Buzhou Mountain and the millions of miles of mountains and rivers in the primordial world. The earth law seed was formed. With a thought, the law seed turned into a stream of light and merged into his primordial spirit. At that moment, he felt as if he had become the primordial earth itself. He could clearly see the direction of every earth vein beneath Buzhou Mountain, sense the barrenness and lament of the western lands, and touch the moisture and vitality of the eastern seas. As long as he wished, he could now mobilize the power of the entire primordial earth for his own use. Although not yet matching Hota's innate control, it was certainly not far off. Huff! Wu Wang slowly opened his eyes, a glint of understanding and joy flashing within. He had succeeded. This path was feasible. He looked at Hotu, who had already regained some color, and showed a grateful smile. Thank you, Sister Hotu. Hotu looked at him and could also sense that his aura now carried a trace of the same profound steadiness as her own. She smiled gently. Between us, do we need to say thank you? Wu Wang gazed into her tender, watery eyes. His heart stirred, and he couldn't help but step forward and gently embrace her. Hota's body stiffened at first, then softened, burying her head in his chest. Once I condense the 12 law seeds and walk this path through, I will marry you, Wu Wang whispered in her ear. He didn't finish, but Hotu understood his meaning. Her cheeks flushed as if they would bleed. I will wait for you. A reply as light as a mosquito's hum, yet heavy as a mountain, echoed in the secret chamber. Wu Wang's heart swelled with pride. He looked at his hands as if seeing the path ahead. Hotu was only the first. Next there were 11 more. After condensing his first seed of law, Wu Wang did not rush to seek out the next primordial witch. Refining the origin blood essence was equally taxing for him, and each enlightenment required time to settle. Over the following centuries, he stabilized his cultivation realm, familiarized himself with his newfound power, and savored a rare period of leisure. The twin dragons in Baiji's womb grew stronger in life, forced their birth approaching. Wu Wang spent hours each day by her side, using his world laws to cleanse the meridians of his unborn children, laying the firmest foundation. Chang, she had long shed her initial shyness and restraint. Under Wu Wang's nurturing, the moon goddess radiated brilliance, her aloofness now tinged with a hint of allure. Though she and Baiji occasionally bickered over trivial matters, it was merely playful rivalry that never harmed their sisterly bond. One day Wu Wang sought out Xian Ming, the most taciturn and coldest of the 12 primordial witches. Xian Ming, who commanded the laws of rain, snow, and ice, dwelled at the northernmost reaches of the North Sea, surrounded by a frozen wasteland for 10,000 li, forbidding all approach. Sister Xian Ming, Wu Wang greeted with a smile as he entered the palace carved from 10,000 rolled ice crystals. Xian Ming sat cross-legged on a bed of ice, opening her eyes slowly. Eyes like the purest frozen gems, devoid of emotion. What is it? Her voice was cold enough to freeze one's soul. Yet Wu Wang felt a pang of pity for this reclusive sister. He knew that beneath the extreme cold lay profound loneliness. Without further words, he produced a jade box. Opening the box, within lay a Dao embryo radiating purple mist of chaos. This was one of the rewards from the system inferior to the perfect Dao embryo, given to Ho-2 yet sufficient to allow any being to form a nascent soul. This, a chaos Dao embryo. A flicker of surprise crossed Xian Ming's eternally icy visage. She knew its value well. It was with this that Ho-2 had condensed her soul and become the second wise one of the witch clan. A gift for you, sister, Wu Wang said. The witch clan needs more wisdom to face the coming calamity. Sister Ho-2 alone cannot bear the burden. Xian Ming gazed at the embryo, then at Wu Wang, a complex light flickering in her frozen eyes. Why me? Because your heart is the calmest of all, Wu Wang replied simply. Xian Ming fell silent. After a long while she spoke. If I accept, I will owe you a great debt. We are family. Say no more. Wu Wang pushed the jade box toward her. Sister, take it. I will guard you. With Wu Wang's aid, Xian Ming ultimately swallowed the Dao embryo. Like Ho-2, after enduring agony akin to the creation of the world, she opened a divine soul space within her sea of consciousness, forming a nascent soul, still tender but genuine. Thus the witch clan gained a third being with a soul. When Xian Ming opened her eyes again, the bone-chilling cold seemed to have dissipated, and a spark of human vitality gleamed in her icy gaze. Thank you, she whispered, her voice softer than ever before. Just then a mysterious bell toll echoed across the primordial world. The sound seemed to come from beyond the 33rd heaven, resonating in the hearts of all cultivators above the golden immortal level. The second sermon of Dao ancestor Honghuang was about to begin. The entire primordial world stirred once more. Inside the Pangu Hall, Wu Wang received the news. He found Ho-2 and said, Sister Ho-2, when I return from the Xiao Palace this time, I will formally ask our brothers for your hand in marriage. Ho-2, now with a complete soul and richer emotions, blushed deeply at his words, but her heart overflowed with sweetness. She nodded shyly, accepting his promise. Beyond the 33rd heaven in the Xiao Palace, Dao ancestor Honghuang sat high on a cloud platform, gazing down with an indifferent expression. Wu Wang becoming the 13th primordial, which the establishment of the heavenly court by the demon clan, the merits of earthly marriage. All events of the past centuries were within his sight. He could feel his control over the grand trend of the primordial world being steadily eroded by an unknown force, especially that which named Wu Wang. He was like a variable appearing out of nowhere, repeatedly disrupting his designs. A faint cold glint flashed in Hongzhen's eyes. It seemed he must hasten his pace. Gazing at the 6 empty purple cushions below, he had made his decision. In this sermon, he would teach the method of severing the 3 corpses. He would quickly foster several sages to wield the heavenly Dao on his behalf and suppress these unstable variables. He wanted to see, when the era of sages arrived, how much trouble a mere primordial, which could still stir. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain, Wu Wang gathered the 12 primordial witches. Brothers, sisters, the time has come, he said with a smile. Time to attend the Dao ancestors' lecture. Ha, good. Let's see who dares block our way this time. Zhu Rong cracked his knuckles, brimming with excitement. Last time they had blocked the gate and charged admission, forcing even the 3 pure ones and the Dao ancestor to compromise. A thrill greater than winning a great battle. Let's go. Dijiang waved his hand, tearing open space. The 13 primordial witches, along with Nuwa Fushi, Baiji Changxi, and Shiha, formed a procession even more magnificent and terrifying than before, advancing grandly toward the Xiao Palace beyond the 33rd heaven. A grand procession imbued with an aura powerful enough to tear through chaos descended before the Xiao Palace, 33 heavens away. This time the scale of the procession was even more terrifying than the last. The 13 ancestral witches, each exuding a terrifying pressure capable of collapsing the ancient sky, especially the newly ascended 13th ancestral, which Wu Wang, whose aura was as deep as an abyss, as if it contained a vast world being born within, leaving those who dared to gaze upon him in a state of disarray, unable to look directly. Nuwa and Fushi, the brother and sister, followed closely behind, their auspicious aura intertwining with overwhelming malevolence, forming a bizarre tableau that was both contradictory and harmonious. The 3 goddesses, Baiji Changxi and Shiha, were surrounded in the center like stars encircling the moon, their primordial powers of the moon and white tiger circulating, utterly priceless. When this procession appeared, the mighty beings of the primordial world, who had long been waiting outside the Xiao Palace, felt a wave of suffocation. Hiss! Has the witch tribe truly gone mad this time? Another stunt like this. The 13 ancestral witches. My heavens, the rumors were true. The witch tribe has indeed broken the heavenly order and birthed the 13th ancestral witch. That must be Wu Wang, right? His aura, so strange, possessing both the tyranny of an ancestral witch and a kind of all-encompassing Dao rhythm, truly unheard of. It's over, the entire witch tribe has mobilized, and they've brought their families along. Is this a gathering to listen to the Dao or a demolition crew? A group of great Luo golden immortals discussed fervently, their eyes filled with awe and trepidation as they looked towards the witch tribe. Especially those mighty beings who had previously spoken ill of the witch tribe, who now wished they could find a crack in the ground to hide in, fearing that the few wrathful ancestral witches might overhear. Emperor Jun and Tai had grim expressions as if they could drip water from their faces. The demon clan had just established the heavenly court, their fortunes at a peak, and they thought they could overshadow the witch tribe, but unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, the witch tribe had produced a 13th ancestral witch, which was a resounding slap to their faces. Brother, that Wu Wang's aura. I find it somewhat unfathomable. Tai gripped the chaotic bell in his hand, his expression grave. He has broken through, and both his physical body and nascent soul have reached the great Luo realm. Emperor Jun's voice was filled with bitterness. The witch tribe has produced an extraordinary prodigy, and our troubles have multiplied. At that moment, Wu Wang cast a glance over, a playful smile gracing his lips. He did not speak, but the meaning in his gaze was clear. You two ran quite fast last time, didn't you? Emperor Jun and Tai felt a chill in their hearts, forcibly suppressing their anger as they turned their heads away. They knew that now was not the time to clash with the witch tribe. Everything had to wait until Dao Ancestor delivered his teachings. However, Wu Wang clearly had no intention of letting them off easily. He cleared his throat and spoke aloud. Dear friends, it has been 3,000 years since we last met. I hope you are all well. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure how to respond. Yet Wu Wang seemed oblivious to their awkwardness, continuing, last time was rather hurried, and I did not have the chance to clarify some rules with everyone. Today, with my witch tribe's return, it is just the right time to re-establish these rules. Upon these words, the crowd was in an uproar. Establishing rules. In front of Dao Ancestors' Xiao Palace. The witch tribe is being too arrogant. Wu Wang, you must not be so arrogant. Yuan Shi Tianzun could no longer contain himself, as he was the most concerned with etiquette and propriety, and he had long disapproved of the witch tribe's brazen behavior. This is the holy land of Dao Ancestor. How can you run wild here? Yuan Shi, your words are mistaken. Wu Wang smiled cheerfully at him. When Dao Ancestor imparts teachings, he does so without distinction. We have come to listen to the Dao, and we are naturally guests. However, within this chaos, dangers abound, and there are always some unseeing things that might offend esteemed guests. As the true successors of Pangu, the first sons of the primordial world, my witch tribe naturally has the obligation to maintain some order for Dao Ancestor, lest any rabble come in and pollute Dao Ancestor's tranquility. These words, though grandiloquent, were laced with barbs, scolding everyone present except the witch tribe. Yuan Shi Tianzun's face turned iron blue with anger, yet he could find no reason to refute. Ha ha, well said. Zhu Rong stepped forward, his voice booming like a thunderclap. I think this rule is excellent. Anyone wanting to enter the Xiao Palace must first pass through the inspection of my witch tribe. Let's see if they're not some treacherous characters. That's right. Gong Gong chimed in. Those with too low of cultivation shouldn't enter and embarrass themselves, lest they fail to comprehend the profound principles Dao Ancestor speaks of and doze off inside. That would be the greatest disrespect to Dao Ancestor. The 12 Ancestral Witches echoed in unison, their overwhelming malevolence instantly enveloping the entire chaotic region. All the mighty beings changed their expressions. They understood that the witch tribe was once again employing the same old trick, blocking the entrance and charging fees. Moreover, this time, it was even more excessive, directly using the banner of maintaining order to conduct inspections on everyone. This was an unspeakable humiliation. Which one present was not a prominent figure in the primordial world? When had they ever endured such disgrace? Which tribe? You go too far? Do you truly think we are easy to bully? Everyone, let's go together. I refuse to believe that these 13 can withstand 3,000 of us. The crowd was incensed, and it seemed a great battle was about to break out. At that moment, Di Jiang, who had remained silent, suddenly opened his eyes. He spoke not a word, merely taking a step forward. Boom! An indescribable, terrifying pressure akin to the collapse of the heavenly order instantaneously bore down on everyone's hearts. The power of spatial laws transformed into an invisible cage, completely sealing off the chaotic area outside the Xiao Palace. Everyone felt as if their bodies were suppressed by countless divine mountains, making even the movement of a single finger exceedingly difficult. The space had solidified. This was the full force of the ancestral, which Di Jiang at work. In an instant, all clamoring ceased, replaced by boundless fear and astonishment. They suddenly recalled that standing before them were the most elite powerhouses of the primordial world, madmen who dared to defy even the heavenly order. Now, does anyone have any objections to the rules set by our witch tribe? Di Jiang's indifferent voice echoed in everyone's ears. No one dared to respond. In the face of absolute power, all anger and resentment seemed so pale and powerless. Wu Wang nodded in satisfaction. This was the effect he desired. He wanted everyone to know that the witch tribe was the true master of the primordial world. He surveyed the surroundings finally, setting his gaze upon Jie and Zhuan. My friends, long time no see. Wu Wang approached with a smile. Do you still remember the agreement from last time? Jie and Zhuan's faces instantly turned to that of bitter melons. Jane and Zhuan looked at Wu Wang, who was approaching with a smile, feeling a sense of despair in their hearts. Last time, for a holy positions mat, they had made a heavenly oath, with Wu Wang owing the witch clan 10 opportunities to act, and were also responsible for repairing the Western Earth veins. This was simply a contract of servitude. Wu Wang, my friend, Zhuan forced out a smile that looked worse than crying. My brothers and I naturally remember the agreement from last time. I wonder, what instructions do you have, my friend? It's not really an instruction. Wu Wang patted Zhuan's shoulder, appearing as if they were good buddies. It's just that our witch clan is a bit tight on resources lately, and I'd like to ask the two of you for a small favor. Jane and Zhuan's hearts sank. They knew that Wu Wang was definitely not coming for no reason. Please speak, my friend. Jane forced himself to ask. I've heard that the Buzhou mountain is transformed from Pangu's backbone, and at the peak there is a divine object known as the Nine Heavens Breath Soil, which is the essence of the earth and has boundless miraculous uses. Wu Wang said leisurely. I wish to obtain some to set up a great protective formation for my witch clan. However, our ancestral witches carry a malevolent aura, and if we recklessly ascend the mountain, we may tarnish that divine object. Therefore, I would like to ask the two of you to make the trip for me. Upon hearing this, Jane and Zhuan turned pale. Nine Heavens Breath Soil. That was a legendary innate spiritual object, a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Its preciousness even surpassed some ordinary innate spiritual treasures. Wu Wang was actually asking them to fetch the Nine Heavens Breath Soil. This was not helping with a small task, it was clearly asking them to risk their lives. Buzhou Mountain soared to millions of feet, with immense pressure on its summit. The higher one went, the greater the pressure became. The peak was even a remnant of Pangu's will, and even a great Luo golden immortal would find it impossible to approach, let alone retrieve the Nine Heavens Breath Soil. My friend, this may be a bit difficult, Zhuan said with a troubled expression. Only a saint can ascend Buzhou Mountain. My brothers and I, with our shallow cultivation, are afraid. Ah, you are mistaken. Wu Wang interrupted him. How could such a trivial Buzhou Mountain possibly hinder your steps? Besides, this is your first opportunity to repay the witch clan. If you cannot even handle this small matter, I might begin to doubt your sincerity regarding the next 9 tasks. Although Wu Wang's tone was relaxed, the threat in his words was unmistakable. Jane and Zhuan exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness and frustration in each other's eyes. They knew that today they had to retrieve the Nine Heavens Breath Soil whether they wanted to or not. All right, Jane gritted his teeth and said solemnly, this matter, my brothers, and I will accept. However, we need some time to prepare. No problem, Wu Wang readily agreed. The Dao ancestor has been preaching for 3,000 years, which is enough time for you to make a round trip. I will be waiting for your good news at Buzhou Mountain. After saying this, Wu Wang no longer paid attention to the two, turning back to the witch clan's camp. This scene was also witnessed by all the powerful beings present. They were all astonished in their hearts. Wu Wang could actually command Jane and Zhuan, 2 future saints, to do his bidding. What other hidden cards did the witch clan still possess that they were unaware of? In an instant, the crowd's wariness towards Wu Wang deepened. At that moment, the gates of the Purple Cloud Palace creaked open slowly. A profound Dao aura wafted out from within the door, causing everyone who sensed it to feel their divine spirit become clearer, as if their understanding of the Great Dao had deepened slightly. The Dao ancestor has opened the palace. The crowd perked up quickly, calming their minds in preparation to enter the palace. However, the witch clan blocked the entrance, showing no intention of yielding. Zhurong, carrying a massive flaming axe, glared with bulging eyes and boomed, form an orderly line one at a time. If you wish to enter, pay the toll first. The crowd could only respond with silence. Would it happen again? Was the nightmare from last time about to repeat itself? Just as everyone dared not voice their anger, an overwhelming will descended upon the front of the Purple Cloud Palace. You may enter, came the voice of Honghuang Daozu. The voice was indifferent and devoid of any emotion, yet it contained the supreme principles of the heavenly Dao, making it impossible for anyone to harbor even a hint of resistance. Zhurong, who was blocking the entrance, felt an irresistible force push him aside, forcing him to yield a path. Di Jiang's expression changed slightly. He could feel that his spatial blockade was as fragile as a thin paper in the face of this will. The might of the saints was terrifying. Wu Wang's expression also grew serious. He understood that this was Hongmeng trying to establish dominance over them. Let's go, we shall enter, Wu Wang said to the ancestral witches. Since Hongjuan had already taken action, it was meaningless to continue blocking the entrance. The group marched majestically into the Purple Cloud Palace. Inside the palace it remained as ancient and spacious as ever, with 3,000 mats arranged neatly. The 6 purple mats at the front still emanated a noble aura. The 3 pure ones, Nuwa, Jian, and Juni, sat down without hesitation. This time no one dared to raise any objections regarding their seating. Wang, along with the 12 Ancestral Witches and his 3 wives, boldly took the central position in the first row, completely occupying the places that originally belonged to Di Jun and Tai Yi. Di Jun and Tai Yi's faces turned extremely ugly, but they could only endure and sit in the second row. Once the 3,000 guests were seated, the figure of Hongjuan Daozu quietly appeared above the cloud platform. He scanned the entire hall with a detached gaze, finally lingering on Wang for a moment. Wang could feel an invisible pressure weighing down on him, as if he were being thoroughly scrutinized. He sneered inwardly and activated the laws of the world, forming an invisible barrier around his body that isolated that probing force. A flicker of barely perceptible surprise flashed in Hongjuan's eyes. He could not see through this witch clan. This discovery heightened his vigilance towards Wang to the utmost. Today I will explain to you the path to becoming a saint. Hongjuan began slowly, his voice reverberating throughout the purple cloud palace. The path to becoming a saint. Upon hearing this, everyone became excited, their breaths quickening. This was the Great Dao they had longed for. There are 3 methods to attain sainthood. Hongjuan's voice was devoid of any ripple. First, to prove the Dao with strength. This method emulates the Pangu great deity opening up the heavens and the earth, utilizing supreme might to attain the Great Dao. This method is the strongest. Once successful, one can transcend the heavenly Dao and live freely. However, this method is also the most difficult. What cultivation level did the Pangu great deity possess? In the end, he also met his fate of becoming one with all things. This path is untraversable. Hongjuan's casual remark cast the path of proving the Dao with strength into a dead end. The crowd below nodded in agreement, deeply convinced. Even the Pangu great deity failed. How could they possibly succeed? However, Wang in his heart was sneering. Hongjuan, you old silver coin, you're trying to deceive people again. What Pangu attained was the Great Dao that transcends the heavenly Dao. Failing would naturally lead to becoming one with all things. Yet the sainthood you speak of is merely to attain the position of a saint within the heavenly Dao. The 2 concepts are fundamentally different. Proving the Dao with strength to enter the primordial unity is indeed difficult, but it is not impossible. What you are saying is merely to prevent others from taking this path, thus threatening your own position. Second, to sever the 3 corpses to prove the Dao. Hongjuan continued. Within a person's body there are the 3 corpses of good, evil, and attachment, which are the root obstacles to our pursuit of the Dao. If one can find an innate spiritual treasure, sever the 3 corpses, place them upon it, and then unify the 3 corpses, one can attain the fruit of the primordial Dao and achieve the position of a saint. This method is my way. As he spoke, auspicious clouds rose above Hongjuan's head, and 3 figures emerged from the clouds representing the good corpse, evil corpse, and the attachment corpse. The aura of the 3 corpses had reached the peak of quasi-saints, and once united with Hongjuan, they radiated an overwhelming pressure that surpassed all. Everyone was overwhelmed by this pressure, their hearts filled with longing for the method of severing the 3 corpses. Third, to attain the Dao through merit. Hongjuan's gaze swept over Nuwa. If one can establish great merit and contribute significantly to the primordial world, the heavenly Dao will bestow immeasurable merit to assist you in achieving the position of a saint. This method is the most opportunistic, but the foundation is unstable. Among the 3 methods, it is the weakest. After explaining the 3 methods, Hongjuan did not say more and began to formally explain the specifics of severing the 3 corpses. In an instant, within the purple cloud palace, flowers rained down from the heavens and golden lotuses erupted from the earth as the sound of the Great Dao resonated, immersing everyone in the comprehension of the saintly Dao. Wang, however, was not interested in the method of severing the 3 corpses. The path he wanted to take was the strongest path of proving the Dao with strength. He closed his eyes and began to sort out the laws within his body. The laws of the world served as the foundation, and the laws of earth had already coalesced. Next, he needed the remaining 11 ancestral witch laws. As long as he gathered all 12 law seeds, he was confident he could carve out a supreme path unseen by predecessors or successors. However, at that moment, Hongjuan's voice rang out again. The Great Dao has 50, the heavenly cycle has 49, and 1 is taken away. This is a thread of life, and also the supreme variable. Today I will take out the creation jade plate, which records the 3,000 Great Daos. How much you can comprehend depends on your own fate. As soon as the words fell, a broken jade plate flew out from Hongjuan's head, hovering above the purple cloud palace. A more profound and vast Dao aura instantly enveloped the entire hall. The creation jade plate. The moment the creation jade disc emerged, the atmosphere within the entire Xixiao Palace was instantly propelled to a climax. Upon that fractured jade disc swirled 3,000 profound and arcane runes, each representing a complete law of the Great Dao. Space-time, yin and yang, the 5 elements, causality, reincarnation. The 3,000 Great Daos, encompassing all phenomena, presented the ultimate principles of the entire chaotic universe before everyone's eyes. Every person was utterly shaken by the sight before them. Their eyes widened as they strained with all their might to commit the Dao runes on the jade disc to memory. Yet how could the 3,000 Great Daos be anything less than profoundly arcane? Even the 6 future sages seated in the front row could only barely comprehend a few Daos aligned with their own origins. The other laws appeared to them as tangled threads utterly beyond their grasp. Taiching Laozi, who cultivated the Dao of non-action, fixed his gaze upon the Daos of purity, non-action, and yin-yang. Yuanshi Tianzuan, who expounded the heavenly Dao, focused his attention on order, heaven and earth, and creation. Tantian Jiaozhu, who seized a sliver of life from the heavens, naturally concentrated on slaughter and the sword Dao. Niwa comprehended life, Fuxi deduced the celestial patterns, and Jane and Zhuanti perceived the Buddhist path to liberate all beings. Each person following their own Dao sought the laws that suited them. The great cultivators seated in the back rows were even more bewildered, their minds reeling and heads throbbing. All they could do was forcibly memorize some runes that seemed pleasing to the eye, hoping to slowly comprehend them in the future. As for the 12 ancestral witches, aside from Hotu and Xuanming, who possessed primordial spirits and could faintly grasp laws related to their origins, the others stared at the 3,000 Dao runes as if reading a celestial script. Zhurong was so enraged that he nearly summoned his true fire to burn that wretched disc. Gongong was so drowsy that if Dijiang hadn't been watching him, he would have already started snoring. The entire Xixiao Palace presented a tableau of myriad living beings. Honghuang, seated high upon the cloud terrace, took in the entire scene, a faint, imperceptible smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This was precisely the effect he desired. He had brought out the creation jade disc, not truly to let these people comprehend the 3,000 Great Daos. In a mere 3,000 years, let alone full comprehension, grasping even a sliver of the surface would be a sign of unparalleled genius. He did this firstly to demonstrate the means of a sage and instill awe in their hearts. Secondly, it was to make them realize how insignificant their own cultivated Daos were compared to the complete 3,000 Great Daos, thereby compelling them to wholeheartedly follow the path of beheading the 3 corpses that he had arranged for them. However, when his gaze fell upon Wu Wang, the smile on his lips instantly froze, for he witnessed a scene that shook even his sage's heart. Wu Wang sat cross-legged with a solemn and majestic countenance. Behind him, a hazy phantom of a world had materialized. Within that world, earth, fire, water, and wind surged yin and yang, and the 5 elements flowed as if undergoing an evolution akin to the creation of the universe. The creation jade disc floating in the air descended 3,000 beams of divine law light, all of which vanished into the world phantom behind him. Wu Wang's body was like a bottomless black hole, frenziedly devouring the Dao resonance of the 3,000 Great Daos from the creation jade disc. How is this possible? Hongjun was utterly astounded. He saw clearly that Wu Wang was not comprehending one or even several Daos, but was simultaneously comprehending all 3,000 Great Daos. Although he only grasped a sliver of Dao resonance from each Great Dao, the qualitative change produced by the convergence of these 3,000 resonances was immensely terrifying. What baffled him even more was how Wu Wang's body could withstand the impact of the 3,000 Great Daos. He knew that conflicts exist between laws. Fire and water are incompatible, light and darkness are opposed. Ordinary cultivators practicing a single law must tread carefully, fearing they might fall into demonic deviation. Yet Wu Wang had simultaneously integrated the Dao resonances of 3,000 completely different laws into himself without any sign of his body exploding. The world Dao. The Dao he cultivates is the legendary world Dao. Hongjun finally understood. The world Dao is the supreme Dao that transcends the 3,000 Great Daos. It surpasses even Pangu's force Dao. A world can encompass all things, and naturally it can encompass the 3,000 laws. Wu Wang used his own body as a crucible, the world as his foundation, and treated the 3,000 Great Daos as nourishment to build his own world. Monster. This child is truly a monster unseen for 10,000 generations. For the first time, a deep sense of apprehension towards a non-Zij existence arose in Hongjun's heart. He had initially thought Wu Wang was merely a variable, but now it seemed this variable had grown large enough to threaten his grand scheme. No, he absolutely could not allow him to continue comprehending like this. With a thought, Hongjun prepared to retrieve the creation jade disc. However, it was already too late. The world phantom behind Wu Wang suddenly trembled, erupting with dazzling divine light. Phantoms of 3,000 law seeds, each the size of a grain of rice, yet containing supreme Dao resonance, silently took shape within that world. Although these seeds were still mere phantoms of vast distance from true condensation, it already signified that Wu Wang had found his own path. A supreme Dao capable of rivaling or even surpassing the path of beheading the three corpses. Wu Wang slowly opened his eyes within which seemed to flicker the birth and death of 3,000 worlds. The aura on his body had not increased in the slightest, yet his entire temperament underwent an earth-shattering transformation. If before he was a divine sword with a sharp edge revealed, then now he was a starry sky that encompassed all things, profound, vast, and unfathomable. He smiled slightly at Honghuang on the cloud terrace, cupped his hands, and said, "Thank you, Dao Ancestor, for bestowing the Dharma." Honghuang's face was terrifyingly dark. He knew he had suffered a loss trying to outsmart, but ending up worse off. Not only had he failed to lead Wu Wang onto his own path, but he had also helped him find his own way. "Oomph." Honghuang snorted, coldly retrieved the creation jade disc, and without another word continued to expound on the method of beheading the three corpses. But the state of his mind during the sermon was already disturbed. The others in the Xiao Palace also slowly awoke from their contemplation. Though they knew not what had transpired, all felt they had gained immensely, their faces beaming with joy. Only a few, such as the three pure ones Nuwa and Dijuan, acutely perceived the change in Wu Wang and the ugly expression on Dao Ancestor Honghuang's face. Though puzzled, they dared not inquire further. The 3,000-year sermon soon concluded. The second sermon is complete. 10,000 years hence, I shall deliver the third and final sermon here, expounding upon the Dao of Honghuang. At that time I shall distribute the Hongmeng purple qi, the foundation for attaining sagehood, to those who are fated. You may all withdraw. After speaking, Hongzhen's figure vanished from the cloud terrace. Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits soared. Hongmeng purple qi, the foundation for attaining sagehood. The next sermon would decide the seats of the sages. Excitement and anticipation gleamed in everyone's eyes. However, just as they were about to leave the Xiao Palace, a world-shaking boom suddenly echoed from the direction of the primordial land. Rumble. The entire realm beyond the 33 heavens trembled. A dense, auspicious light burst forth, clearly visible even across the boundless chaos. It's the direction of Buzhou Mountain. A divine treasure has appeared. Their expressions, shifting, everyone transformed into streaks of light and flew towards Buzhou Mountain. A smile, however, curled at the corner of Wu Wang's mouth. He knew that the primordial gourd vine had ripened. At the mountainside of Buzhou Mountain, a verdant vine entwined with boundless innate qi took root in a patch of chaotic-colored soil. Upon the vine hung 7 gourds of varying colors and sizes: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Each gourd radiated a dense, innate spiritual light, with Dao resonance flowing through them, clearly indicating they were no ordinary treasures. This was the innate gourd vine, one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots of the primordial world. At that moment, the 7 gourds had fully ripened, their treasure light soaring into the heavens, shaking the entire primordial world. Countless streaks of light converged from all directions toward Buzhou Mountain. The first to arrive were the 3 pure ones who had just left the Xiao Palace. What an exquisite innate gourd vine. This treasure is destined for us 3 brothers. Taiching Laozi remarked, a glint of delight flashing in his eyes as he gazed at the vine. You speak truly, elder brother, Yuanshi Tianzuan said, stroking his beard with a nod, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Tongtian Jiaozhu was even more direct, reaching out to pluck the 7 gourds. Yet at that moment a figure moved faster than him. Hold on, fellow Taoists. Wu Wang, accompanied by the 12 Ancestral Witches and his family, appeared silently before the gourd vine, blocking the 3 pure ones' path. Wu Wang. Yuanshi Tianzuan frowned, his expression darkening. This is Buzhou Mountain, not your witch clan's territory. This gourd vine is ownerless, and all present have a claim. What do you intend? You ensure you jest, Wu Wang said with a chuckle. Buzhou Mountain is the spine of my father Pangu. Every inch of land and every blade of grass here belongs to my witch clan. This gourd vine grows in my clan's courtyard, so it is naturally ours. How could it be ownerless? This brazen logic left Yuanshi Tianzuan momentarily speechless. You're being unreasonable. Yuanshi Tianzuan fumed, his beard bristling with anger. Haha, I think brother Wu Wang is right. Zhu Rong hoisted his axe, glaring at the 3 pure ones. This gourd vine belongs to us, witch clan. Whoever dares to take it, let them first answer to my axe. The 12 Ancestral Witches stepped forward in unison, their terrifying, baleful aura enveloping the 3 pure ones. Even Taiching Laozi and Tongtian Jiaozi's expressions grew solemn. Though they prided themselves on being the true descendants of Pangu and wielded immense power, they were no match for 13 ancestral witches combined. Just as tensions reached a peak, Nuwa and Fushi arrived. Fellow Taoists, why let worldly possessions harm our harmony? Nuwa urged gently. Nuwa, you speak amiss. Wang said, turning to her with a smile. Even brothers settle accounts clearly. Since this gourd vine grows on our territory, its ownership belongs to us. However, considering we are all descendants of Pangu, I am willing to share the gourds. At these words, the three pure ones' expressions eased slightly. How do you propose to divide them? Taiching Laozi asked. Simple. Wang said, pointing to the 7 gourds on the vine. This vine bears 7 gourds plus the vine itself, and the 9 heaven she soil that nurtured it. 9 treasures in total. As the owner, my witch clan taking 5 is hardly excessive, is it? The crowd fell silent. Excessive. Your greed knows no bounds. 9 treasures, and you demand 5 outright. Wang, don't push too far. Yuanshi, Tianzuan roared. Push too far. Wang shrugged. I think it's perfectly fair. If you disagree, fine. Then let this vine rot here, and no one gets anything. With that, Zhu Rong raised his flaming axe, as if ready to chop down the vine. The 3 pure ones' faces turned ashen. They knew these witch clan brutes were fully capable of such a deed. Fine. Well, agree to your terms. Taiching Laozi took a deep breath and made the decision. Better to secure something than to leave with nothing. Elder brother. Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian Jiaozhu were reluctant. Listen to me. Taiching Laozi shook his head. Excellent. Wang clapped his hands with a smile. Then please make your choices. The remaining 4 gourds are yours to take. The 3 pure ones and Nuwa exchanged glances and did not hesitate. Taiching Laozi took the purple gold gourd, Yuanshi Tianzuan claimed the greenskin gourd, and Tongtian Jiaozhu picked the waterfire gourd. Nuwa took the yellow gourd imbued with creation chi. After they had taken their share, only 3 gourds remained on the vine along with the vine itself and the 9 heavens she soil. Just then Honghuang Daoran arrived belatedly. Seeing only 3 gourds left, disappointment washed over his face. Wang's eyes lit up at the sight of him. Honghuang, better late than never. Here, 1 gourd is fated for you. Consider it a gift. With that, Wang plucked the red immortal gourd and handed it to Honghuang. Overjoyed and surprised, Honghuang quickly thanked him. Many thanks, brother Wang. I shall never forget this kindness. He took the gourd and stepped aside beaming. Yet this sight made Kunpeng, watching from a distance, seethe with envy. Having rushed over in haste, he hadn't even touched a gourd, while that naive Honghuang had gained 1 for nothing. How could he tolerate this? Wang, what is the meaning of this? Why does Honghuang get a share while I do not? Kunpeng demanded harshly. Wang glanced at him and said flatly, because I find you ugly. Is that not reason enough? You. Kunpeng trembled with rage, his dignity as the demon master shattered in that instant. Huh. Zhu Rong and the others burst into laughter. Kunpeng's face cycled through shades of green and white, and he finally stormed off in fury. After everyone had taken their share, Wang collected the remaining 2 treasures along with the gourd vine and the 9 heaven she soil. The onlookers assumed he was simply greedy, unaware that his true goal had never been the gourds themselves, but the vine's main body and the she soil that nurtured it. The moment he absorbed the gourd vine into his inner world, a thunderous roar echoed. Wang's inner world expanded several-fold in an instant. The innate gourd vine took root at the world's center, releasing endless innate with chi, filling the entire realm with vibrant life. The 9 heavens, she soil, transformed into the world's earth, bearing all things. Wang could sense his world growing more stable and complete at an astonishing speed. He had taken another step closer to true enlightenment through power. Yet all of this remained unknown to those present. Fellow Taoists, the treasures are divided. My witch clan has urgent matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Wang cupped his hands to the crowd and prepared to depart with the ancestral witches. But at that moment, an icy voice rang out from the heavens. Wang, do you think you can leave after taking what is mine? The crowd turned to see Kunpeng, the demon master, returning. By his side stood the demon emperor Dijuan and Dongwang Tai. The 3 great demonic overlords, Dijuan, Tai, and Kunpeng, formed a triangular formation encircling Wang and the Wu tribe. 3 torrents of demonic aura, vast and abyssal, surged skyward, clashing fiercely with the overwhelming malevolence of the 13 ancestral witches above Mount Buzhou. The very air of the primordial wilderness seemed to congeal in that instant. All the mighty beings who had come seeking treasures retreated in terror, fearful of being swept into the impending cataclysmic battle. Dijuan, Tai, Kunpeng, what do you intend? Dijiang stepped forward, the laws of space swirling around him as he fixed a cold gaze upon the trio. What do we intend? Tai advanced a step, the chaos bell hovering above his head, its chimes echoing to suppress the elements. This Wang has insulted our demon master and stolen our fortunes. Today he must answer for it. Answer? What answer do you seek? Zhurong shouldered his axe, disdain dripping from his voice. A defeated foe daring to yap here. Was the beating you took at the Purple Cloud Palace not enough last time? Zhurong, curb your arrogance. Tai roared, golden flames erupting from his eyes. Rage burned hotter within him than in Zhurong. The memory of being besieged by 4 witches at the Purple Cloud Palace was a humiliation beyond measure. Now with the demon clan having established the heavenly court, their fortune had soared. His and his elder brother's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and with the aid of the supreme demon master Kunpeng, the 3 golden immortals joining forces, he believed no one in the primordial wilderness could stand in their way. Enough talk. Daijin's voice was icy and imperious. Wu Wang, surrender the gourd vine, and the 9 heavens spirit soil, then kneel and apologize to the demon master. Otherwise today this Mount Buzhou shall be your Wu tribe's burial ground. Daijin's voice brimmed with imperial authority. He knew a war between the Wu and demon clans was inevitable. And today presented the perfect opportunity. Wu Wang had just shone brilliantly at the Purple Cloud Palace and acquired a treasure like the gourd vine, his fortune at its peak. If he could suppress Wu Wang here before the eyes of all the primordial wilderness beings, it would crush the Wu tribe's spirit. Simultaneously, it would elevate the prestige of the demon heavenly court to an unprecedented height. Burial ground. Wu Wang laughed at these words. He looked at the confident Dijuan and shook his head as if regarding a fool. Dijuan, do you truly believe that establishing a heavenly court makes you rulers of heaven and earth? Do you think that with the protection of heavenly merit you can act with impunity? Do you think that the 3 of you joining forces is enough to have us cornered? With each question Wu Wang posed, his smile grew ever brighter. And with each question Daijin's face grew darker. Wu Wang, at death's door, and still you spout nonsense. Kunpeng shrieked, already eager to see him beg for mercy. At death's door. Wu Wang's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a bone-chilling coldness. Today I'll make you feathered beasts see clearly. In this primordial wilderness who truly is the master. As his words fell, the hazy world phantom behind Wu Wang materialized once more. A world force more terrifying, vaster, and more complete than that at the Purple Cloud Palace erupted with a thunderous roar. Before this power, Daijin's imperial aura, Taiyi's domineering might, and Kunpeng's sinister demonic energy all seemed so insignificant, so laughable. Like a firefly before the radiant moon. What power is this? The faces of Dijuan, Taiyi, and Kunpeng twisted in shock. They could feel their own laws and Daos being suppressed to the point of near immobility under this force. It was as if they faced not a single person, but a true, evolving, vast universe. Now do you still think you have us cornered? Before Wu Wang's words faded, the chaos bell atop Taiyi's head rang out with a sudden thunderous clang. Dong! A chime as if from the dawn of creation, carrying the supreme might to suppress elements and overturn the cosmos. Visible ripples of sound waves spread instantly, suppressing Wu Wang's world force wherever they passed. The distant 3 pure ones stirred. Taiching murmured, the chaos bell is indeed a supreme artifact of creation, both offensive and defensive, capable of suppressing the soul and the Great Dao. Taiyi's fortune with this treasure is profound. Yuanshi Tianzuan snorted coldly. He despised the demon clan, but could not deny the bell's power. Even he felt his soul tremble slightly at the chime. Interesting. Wu Wang's expression grew serious. The chaos bell forged from the blade of Pangu's axe was indeed an invincible treasure under the saints when fully activated by Taiyi. A cruel grin spread across Taiyi's face. Wu Wang, your strength may be great, but before the chaos bell you are but a mere mortal. Today you. Dijuan, do you think that establishing a heavenly court makes you equal to the sun and moon? Taiyi, do you think that possessing a supreme artifact of creation can truly suppress all? And you, Kunpeng? Wu Wang's gaze shifted to the sullen Kunpeng. Do you think that finding 2 patrons can avenge your recent humiliation? With each question the faces of Dijuan and his companions darkened further. At death's door, and still you wield your tongue. Kunpeng shrieked, unable to wait any longer to see him beg for mercy. At death's door. The smile on Wu Wang's face vanished, completely replaced by an aloofness that overlooked all beings. Today I'll make you birds perched in the heavens see clearly. In this primordial wilderness who truly is the sovereign. Brothers, attack. As he spoke, the 12 colossal figures behind him stirred. Dare to harm our brother. You court death. Form the formation. Dijiang commanded, and no words were needed. Zhurong, Gonggong, Shuaming Hudu. The 12 ancestral witches instantly took their positions. Their innate laws erupted without reservation, 12 distinct, yet kindred forces soaring into the sky, intertwining and merging above the firmament. Roar! A bellow as if crossing infinite eons from the depths of chaos resounded across the entire primordial wilderness. A terrifying pressure that made all beings tremble, and the Great Dao wail descended. Mount Buzhou shook violently, as if welcoming its true master. Before the horrified eyes of all the mighty beings, an immense, giant phantom feet planted on the earth, head touching the sky, muscles bulging, and wielding a massive axe slowly coalesced above the 12 Ancestral Witches. Pangu's true form. This is the 12 Divine Fiend formation. Fushi in the distance cried out in shock. The Hichu in his hands trembled violently, the celestial omens in chaos revealing nothing but a bloody omen of death. Retreat. Retreat now. Taking's face changed color as he pulled Yuanshi and Tongtian, shifting billions of miles further away. Roar. Pangu's true form bellowed at the heavens, then struck a palm down at Tai. Just a single palm. Crack. The chaos bell, Tai's pride, let out a mournful wail, its surface light instantly dimming. Tai was struck as if by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of golden blood, his aura withering to its nadir. The Hichu Luoshu that Dijuan unleashed couldn't even offer resistance. Its illusion of the heavenly stars was directly annihilated, flying back with severely diminished spirit. Kunpeng suffered the most. Under this strike, she couldn't even maintain her demonic form and was forced back into her original shape. A giant koan spanning tens of thousands of miles tumbled helplessly in midair, blood cascading from its mouth like a waterfall. No, Dijuan roared. He had calculated everything except the Wu tribe's hidden trump card, the 12 Divine Fiend formation summoning Pangu's phantom. Such power could break all techniques with sheer force. No matter how many schemes you had, one punch could shatter them. Pangu's true form slowly raised its massive axe. In that moment, time across the entire primordial wilderness seemed to freeze. All knew that with this axe's fall, the demon heavenly court would become a joke, and Dijuan, Tai, and Kunpeng, the three paramount titans of the primordial wilderness, would be erased from existence. Yet just as the axe was about to descend, a golden light came from beyond the 33 heavens. It was a divine decree bearing a golden character cease. The decree radiated the saintly aura of Patriarch Honghuang. The Wu and demon clans shall not wage war for 1,000,000 years. The saint's voice resounded through heaven and earth. The axe in Pangu's true form's hand dissipated. Dijuan, Tai, and Kunpeng, as if having brushed past the gates of hell, were drenched in cold sweat, gasping for air. Their gaze towards the 13 Ancestral Witches was filled with the terror of a narrow escape. Wang looked at the decree, frowned slightly, but finally said, "Brothers and sisters, withdraw your divine powers." He knew Honghuang was favoring the demon clan, but for now there was no choice. Because of him, the 12 Ancestral Witches could unleash the 12 Divine Fiend formation's power beyond normal limits, even swatting away the chaos bell. Yet they were still far from facing a saint. Zhurong roared in frustration, "To hell with any saint. Today we must key." Silence. Dijiang shook his head slightly. He had long discussed the matter of saints with Wang and understood the current situation. Still, even if they couldn't directly fight a saint, they could at least collect some interest. At the very least, they should snatch Wang's wife Tobe. The next moment, Pangu's true form extended a sky-covering hand, ignoring the distance of space, and reached directly for Kunpeng, who was struggling in the void. "No, Dijuan and Tai, save me," Kunpeng screamed. Dijuan and Tai exchanged glances, seeing the humiliation and helplessness in each other's eyes. Save her? How? They could barely save themselves. Before Pangu's true form, they were less than ants. Finally, Dijuan ground his teeth and forced out two words, "We leave." He pulled the severely injured Tai, transforming into a beam of golden light, and fled headlong towards the 33 heavens without looking back. Meanwhile, the sky-covering hand had firmly grasped Kunpeng in her giant Kun form. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't budge an inch. The giant hand slowly withdrew, bringing Kunpeng before Wang. Pangu's true form then dissolved, reverting to the 12 Ancestral Witches. Their faces were pale, clearly drained from activating the formation. "Little brother, even if we can't beat the saint now, we've caught this feathered bird for you," Zhurong proclaimed, thumping his chest. Wang looked at Kunpeng, who had resumed human form, and smiled gently. He stepped forward, lightly lifting Kunpeng's sharply defined chin, studying the peerlessly beautiful face that could captivate any being, and said softly, "Demon Master, as I said before, the betrothal gift has been delivered. Now it's time for you, my bride Tobe, to return to the mountain with me." As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the foot of Mount Buzhou. All the primordial wilderness mighty beings who had witnessed this could only think one thing: the primordial wilderness was about to face a complete upheaval. Beneath the Buzhou mountain, there was a profound silence. The once curious onlookers who had gathered to watch the spectacle now fell silent, each wishing to shrink into the dust. The true form of Pangu, with a hand that could create and destroy, shattered not only the brilliance of the Chaos Bell, but also their very understanding of power. Is this the power of Pangu? Even if it is merely a phantom, a trace of divine elegance, it is enough to render even the great Luo Golden Immortals as powerless as ants. Dijun and Tai fled. In the moment the decree of the saints descended ensuring their survival, these two newly appointed heavenly emperors who had just established their celestial court, with great arrogance, didn't dare utter a single word of farewell as they hastily escaped back beyond the 33 heavens. They didn't even dare to look back at the Kunping imprisoned in the grip of Pangu's massive hand. It wasn't that they didn't want to save her, they simply didn't dare to. What could they use to save her? Even a moment's delay filled them with dread that those 12 irreverent madmen would defy the heavens and leave all three of them behind. Fear and unprecedented fear. Dijun had thought that by establishing the heavenly court, gaining the merits of the heavenly Dao, and possessing the He Tu and Luo Shu alongside Tai Yi and the Kunping, they could stand against the Wu clan, even using this opportunity to suppress Wu Wang and restore the demon clan's reputation. But he had miscalculated one thing. This was the primal land. Here it was the Wu clan's home ground. The 12 capital heavenly gods and demons formation. This was the Wu clan's true trump card, a power capable of overturning the chessboard. Outside the 33 heavens, in the Lingxiao treasure hall. Puff. Upon stepping into the hall, Dijun could no longer suppress his injuries, and a mouthful of golden imperial blood sprayed forth, staining the throne dim. Tai Yi's face was as pale as paper. The light of the chaos bell above his head dimmed, emitting a series of mournful cries, clearly indicating a severe damage to its spirit. Big brother. Tai Yi supported the swaying Dijun, his eyes filled with unwillingness. The Wu clan. I swear not to be a demon if this grudge is not avenged. Dijun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze dark enough to drip water. He said nothing, only waved his hand fiercely. A decree imbued with the will of the heavenly emperor instantly coalesced, transforming into golden light that shot out in all directions across the primal land. Heavenly Emperor's decree: the demon master Kunping, colluding with the Wu clan, betraying the demon court, is guilty beyond redemption. From this day forth her position as demon master is revoked. She is expelled from the demon clan with heaven and earth as witnesses. The cold and ruthless voice echoed throughout the primal land. All living beings heard it. The Kunping, trapped beneath Pangu's colossal hand and unable to move naturally, heard it as well. When the words "expelled from the demon clan" reached her ears, her face, already devoid of color due to her injuries, turned pale instantly. It's over. Only these two words remained in her heart. Being expelled from the demon clan meant she had lost the protection of the primal world's greatest power. She had offended the three pure ones and the Western two saints. Now being captured by the Wu clan, she had become a sacrifice for Dijun and Tai Yi to stabilize the hearts of the demons. From now on she would be a homeless dog without a home. The vast primal land would no longer have a place for her. Humiliation, despair, resentment. Various emotions surged in her heart, ultimately transforming into a profound silence. At that moment, the massive hand that held her slowly released, transforming her back into her human form and gently placing her on the ground. She staggered a few steps, barely managing to steady herself, and looked up to see a face bearing a faint smile. Wu Wang stepped in front of her, gazing into her lifeless eyes, and softly spoke. "Did you hear?" The Kunping did not answer, merely staring at him intently. Dijun regarded you as a pawn, cutting ties early to prevent the flow of demon fortunes. Wu Wang's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. From now on you are no longer a demon master, nor even recognized as a member of the demon clan by the heavenly Dao. Where do you think you should go? Where to go? The Kunping smiled bitterly. Where else could she go? Either to be killed on the spot by the Wu clan, or to be exiled, pursued to death by countless enemies. She had no path left. Seeing the despair in her eyes, the smile on Wu Wang's face grew more pronounced. This was the effect he desired, to utterly shatter the pride and reliance of this arrogant woman. He turned around, casting his gaze over the surrounding primal powerhouses who didn't dare to breathe, and declared loudly, "Those abandoned by the demon clan, we of the Wu clan shall take in. Dijun has stripped you of your position as demon master. I, Wu Wang, now declare to the primal world, you Kunping from now on are my woman, a member of the Wu clan. I want to see who dares to touch my Wu clan's people." As his words fell, the 12 ancestral witches, including Dijiang, Zhurong, and Gong Gong, all stepped forward. Boom. 13 streams of overwhelming malevolence converged, forming a substantial pressure that swept across the entire primal land. Those with slightly weaker cultivation caught in this momentum lost control of their bodies and fell to the ground. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Domineering. Too domineering. The demon clan had just issued a decree casting Kunping aside as a traitor. In an instant, the Wu clan directly declared, "This person we will protect." This was akin to stepping on the face of the demon clan's heavenly court and grinding it twice. The Kunping was stunned. She looked incredulously at Wu Wang's back. This man had just schemed against her to the point of ruin, leaving her as a laughingstock in the primal world. Yet now before everyone he spoke such words. A member of my Wu clan. Who dares to touch my Wu clan's people? A strange emotion like a seed quietly sprouted in her lifeless heart lake. Wu Wang no longer paid attention to the reactions of the crowd. He walked up to the Kunpeng, lifted her well-defined chin with his hand, admiring her face, which though disheveled remained stunningly beautiful. He softly said, "Demon Master, I have long said that the betrothal gift has been delivered. Now it is time for you as the Lady of the Mountain to return with me." After saying this, he no longer cared about the Kunpeng's reaction and directly signaled Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. "He sister-in-law, please." Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, one on each side like lifting a chick, carried the still-dazed Kunpeng, and amidst the odd, envious, and jealous gazes of the great powers followed Wu Wang back to the Pangu Hall in grand style. Beneath the Buzhou mountain, after a long while, someone finally dared to whisper, "The 13 ancestral witches, the 12 capital heavenly gods, and demons formation. The power of the Wu clan is now unstoppable." That Wu Wang is truly a prodigy. Not only is his own power unfathomable, but his methods are also ruthless. Even someone like Kunpeng has been toyed with in his hands. Not just toyed with, didn't you see? Di Jun had just kicked her out, and he immediately brought her into his own yard. This was essentially telling the entire primal world, even if I Wu Wang do not want her, no one else can bully her. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This Wu Wang not only possesses terrifying strength, but also has a mind that is extremely meticulous. After this battle, the authority of the demon clan's heavenly court was shattered, while the reputation of the Wu clan reached an unprecedented peak. Filled with unease, Kunpeng was half forced back to the Pangu Hall by Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. She was a ruler of one realm, the mistress of the North Sea, a once revered demon master. Her status was exceedingly exalted. But now she felt like a trophy held by two brutish figures, utterly stripped of her dignity. She discreetly surveyed her surroundings. Is this the Pangu Hall? The core of the witch clan? The hall was vast and boundless, with 12 towering pillars intricately carved with the visages of ancestral witches. A sense of desolation, antiquity, and overwhelming primal aura struck her, making it hard for her to breathe. She could feel that every brick and stone in this grand hall contained unimaginable earth power, completely at odds with her own principles. Here her strength would be suppressed to the extreme. She was the prey while others wielded the knife. Kunpeng's heart sank to the depths. She had no idea what fate awaited her next. "Put her down." The voice of Di Jiang resonated, and Zhu Rong and Gong Gong chuckled, releasing their grip. Kunpeng stumbled and nearly fell as she steadied herself and raised her eyes to the main seat of the hall. There sat a woman dressed in a white gown, her belly noticeably rounded. The woman radiated a maternal glow, yet her brows betrayed an undeniable air of authority. Her gaze was scrutinizing, laced with hostility. It was the woman from the Baihu clan, Bai Ji. Kunpeng recognized her as one of the protagonists of the grand primordial wedding. Given her condition, it seemed that Wu Wang would soon have offspring. Beside Bai Ji stood another woman in moon-white palace attire, exuding a cold elegance akin to the moon of Guanghan. She was the beautiful Taiyin goddess Changxi. She merely cast a detached glance at Kunpeng before withdrawing her gaze, as if looking longer would be a waste. Is this Wu Wang's harem? A sense of absurdity welled up in Kunpeng's heart. As the mistress of the North Sea, how could she possibly share a room with these two women to vie for the love of a man? It was nothing short of a farce. Just as her mind was in turmoil, the pregnant woman from the Baihu clan spoke up. "You are Kunpeng." Bai Ji's voice was gentle, yet her words carried weight. "From this day forth, since you have entered the witch clan, you are my sister. However, there is a hierarchy. I am the first wife married to our husband, and Sister Chang, she is his lawful partner. You," she paused, her gaze sweeping over Kunpeng, "are merely someone brought back by our husband without even a title. From now on, you must adhere to the rules in this Pangu Hall, understand?" A blatant reprimand. A naked blow. Kunpeng's expression instantly soured. When had she ever endured such humiliation? But glancing at the 12 terrifying ancestral witches surrounding her, and then at Bai Ji's pronounced belly, she ultimately swallowed the retort that surged to her lips. She was now a prisoner living under the roof of others, and what qualifications did she have to negotiate conditions? Changxi remained cold-faced and silent. Her stance was evident. She was aligned with Bai Ji. The atmosphere felt like a battlefield, making Kunpeng feel like an outsider, an intruder on the verge of being ostracized. Humiliation, resentment, anger. Just as she was about to lose control of her emotions, a figure emerged from the back of the hall. "What are you talking about?" Wu Wang stepped forward leisurely. "Sister Kunpeng has just arrived and is severely injured." Instead of comforting her, "Why are you lecturing?" Bai Ji huffed, turning away, but the jealousy in her eyes had noticeably diminished. Her husband still favored her. Wu Wang walked up to Kunpeng, observing her face etched with defiance and resilience, yet he offered no words of consolation. Instead, he casually flipped his wrist, and a long banner emanating an aura of lethal intent appeared in his hand. The banner was pitch black, adorned with profound runes with swirling black mist around it. The aura it emitted sent a painful sting through the spiritual senses of everyone present. A low-grade innate spirit treasure, the god-slaying banner. Kunpeng exclaimed in shock. A low-grade innate spirit treasure. Such treasures were exceedingly rare throughout the primordial realm. Wu Wang casually produced one. What did this mean? Previously, you were ambushed by Zhu and Ti at the Zhixiao Palace, and your treasure was damaged. This god-slaying banner, specializing in slaughter, is perfectly suited for you. Wu Wang's tone was as flat as if discussing a trivial matter. Take it, consider it a welcome gift. As he spoke, he directly thrust the god-slaying banner into Kunpeng's hands. Upon grasping it, a cold yet powerful force surged through her arm and into her body. Kunpeng could feel that this spirit treasure resonated perfectly with her principles. If she could fully refine it, her combat prowess would at least increase by 30%. She felt a bit dazed. What did this mean? No consolation, no threats, no sweet words. He simply slapped her face with a low-grade, innate spirit treasure right off the bat. Throughout her endless years in the primordial realm, she had seen greed, tyranny, and treachery, but she had never encountered such an approach where one simply threw money at someone for a disagreement. It was simply too brutal. She could sense that Bai Ji and Changxi were not showing any dissatisfaction, and even seemed quite nonchalant. So he was this generous to his own people. Holding the god-slaying banner, Kunpeng's emotions were complex to the extreme. She had thought she was about to face endless humiliation and torment, but reality had delivered a heavy blow. This heavy blow did not harm her. Instead, it left her feeling somewhat dizzy. All right then, Sister Ho-Tu, please take Sister Kunpeng to rest and find some healing herbs for her. Wu Wang addressed Ho-Tu. Sure. Ho-Tu nodded, gently walking over to Kunpeng, softly saying, Sister, follow me. Sister. Upon hearing this term, Kunpeng's body stiffened momentarily. She looked into Ho-Tu's sincere and pure eyes, and her wariness and hostility gradually melted away. She quietly followed behind Ho-Tu, entering deeper into the Pangu Hall. Watching Kunpeng's departing figure, Wu Wang's lips curled into a slight arc. To deal with a proud woman like Kunpeng, who was also extremely insecure, sweet words were ineffective, and preaching grand principles were useless. The simplest and most effective method was to shatter her defenses with absolute strength and irresistible benefits, making her realize that following him was far better than being the mistress of the North Sea or a demon master. A single high-grade innate spirit treasure was just the beginning. He wanted Kunpeng and the entire primordial realm to understand that his people, Wu Wang's people, would never suffer losses. After all, he lacked nothing in terms of spirit treasures. With Jie Yin and Zhu and Ti as his laborers, what resources could he not acquire? To restore the Western Earth veins, Jie Yin and Zhu and Ti had sent numerous treasures to the Pangu Hall. Time flows slowly. 100 years is but a fleeting moment in the eyes of the great ones of the primordial era. Over the past century, the landscape of the primordial world has undergone earth-shattering changes. In the demon clan's heavenly court, it is desolate. Ever since the battle at Mount Buzhou, where Di Jun and Tai Yi fled in disgrace and Kunpeng was forcefully captured by the Wu clan, the prestige of the demon clan has plummeted. Those who once wavered and were ready to ally with the heavenly court have all become timid turtles. No one wishes to be associated with the overwhelmingly powerful Wu clan at this moment. Within the Lingxiao treasure hall, Di Jun was seething with rage. Useless. You are all a bunch of useless fools. He gazed at the empty hall, trembling with anger. He had believed that by establishing the heavenly court in accordance with the will of heaven, he could rally all the myriad demons of the primordial world and achieve great dominion. Yet reality had delivered him a resounding slap in the face. Elder brother, calm your anger. Tai Yi advised from the side, his own expression grim. Those fairweather friends are not worth worrying about. But this monarch cannot swallow this anger. That Wu Wang is about to marry Ho-Tu. Look outside. Every prominent figure in the primordial realm has gone to Mount Buzhou to present gifts. Our demon clan's heavenly court has become a laughingstock. Just as Di Jun said, Mount Buzhou was bustling with activity at this moment. The 13th ancestor of the Wu clan, Wu Wang, was about to hold a grand wedding with the ancestral deity of the earth, Ho-Tu. As soon as this news broke, the entire primordial world erupted in excitement. The union of ancestral deities. This is the first time since the creation of the heavens and the earth. More importantly, everyone realized that the Wu clan is the true ruler of the primordial land today. To survive in the primordial realm, one must establish a good relationship with the Wu clan. Thus, a multitude of powerful beings rushed to Mount Buzhou to present gifts, creating a scene that surpassed even the last time Wu Wang married Changxi. In the blood sea of the underworld within the palace of the Mingyi ancestor, The Mingyi ancestor looked at the two innate spirit treasures in his hands, his face filled with anguish. During the battle at Mount Buzhou, even the 12 heavenly gods' grand formation could not withstand the chaos clock. If he does not show some goodwill, what will he use to defend himself if those 12 madmen decide to visit the Blood Sea one day? The Mingyi ancestor understood this very well. Although he possessed the Yuan Tu and the Ubi swords and had the 12-grade Karma Fire Red Lotus protecting him, he was known in the Blood Sea as invincible. But that depended on who he was facing. Against the true body of Pangu, his meager resources would likely amount to nothing more than a single blow. Those who know how to read the situation are true talents. With the Wu clan's immense power, spending a little to build a good relationship is better than being kicked to death later. In the end, the Mingyi ancestor gritted his teeth and personally headed to Mount Buzhou with heavy gifts. In the western Kunlun, the domain of the Queen Mother of the West. Your Majesty, the Wu clan acts tyrannically. Should we really ally with them? A female immortal asked anxiously. The Queen Mother of the West sat gracefully on her cloud bed, radiating unparalleled elegance. She glanced lightly to the east and said, the Dao ancestor has conferred upon me the title of the foremost female immortal and Dong Wang Gong as the foremost male immortal. But look at Dong Wang Gong. How arrogant was he the last time at Mount Buzhou? What happened then? He was kicked away by Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, losing all face. Now that the Demon Clan has established the Heavenly Court, Di Jun and Tai Yi have ambitious designs and will eventually target our scattered forces. The three pure ones remain aloof and ignore worldly matters. If we do not find a powerful backing, we will only become cannon fodder in the coming tribulations. The Queen Mother of the West saw through it all. A great calamity is imminent, and it is impossible to remain unscathed alone. It is better to take the initiative than to wait passively. Although the Wu clan is tyrannical, judging by Wu Wang's treatment of Baiji and Chang, they are known for being protective of their own. Prepare a Huang Zhongli Wu. I will personally visit Mount Buzhou. The Queen Mother of the West made her decision. The Huang Zhongli, one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots, blooms for 10,000 years and bears fruit for 10,000 years. Its preciousness is self-evident. Using this as a congratulatory gift will sufficiently demonstrate her sincerity. Thus, the Mingyi ancestor, the Queen Mother of the West, and countless immortals, demons, and gods from across the primordial world gathered with substantial gifts toward Mount Buzhou. In an instant, the skies above Mount Buzhou were filled with radiant treasures and auspicious energy, truly a sight of myriad immortals coming to pay their respects. The Wu clan welcomed all receiving gifts until their hands grew weary. Wu Wang looked at the various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, innate spiritual roots, and spirit treasure ores frantically piling up in the Wu clan's storage, and his smile was almost crooked. We've hit the jackpot. Now we have truly struck it rich. Amidst this lively atmosphere, two figures with troubled expressions appeared at the foot of Mount Buzhou. It was Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti, who had come from the western Shumi mountain, braving their fears to congratulate Wu Wang. Elder brother, do you think? Will Wu Wang make things difficult for us again? Zhuan Ti wore a face of despair, as if the sky had fallen. No need to worry too much. Does elder brother mean he won't make it difficult for us this time? Jie Yin sighed, his expression of distress deepening. It is certain that he will make it difficult. I just don't know what kind of malicious scheme he has in mind this time to humiliate us. The two walked apprehensively step by step toward the mountain. There is no choice, after all. The two of them have some dirt on Wu Wang. Jane and Zhuani walked into the territory of the Witch clan, their hearts heavy with emotions. Looking at the bustling scene outside the hall filled with people and radiant treasures, their hearts were a mix of feelings. In contrast, their western region was desolate and barren, unable to produce even a decent innate spiritual treasure. Even if they did, they would have to offer it as tribute to Wu Wang. Yet for this Witch clan, merely hosting a wedding could yield enough congratulatory gifts to form a mountain. Comparing oneself to others can be truly infuriating. Dear friends, it has been a long journey for you. A voice interrupted their thoughts. Wu Wang had appeared before them, wearing a warm smile. Seeing that smile, Jane and Zhuanti felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. He's here. Wu Wang, you're too kind. Jane quickly forced a smile that was more painful than crying. I heard that you are marrying the Earth Mother, so my brother and I came to congratulate you. As he spoke, Zhuanti nervously pulled out a glimmering golden Bodhi seed from his pocket. This was one of the few specialties from their western region, a product of their companion spiritual root, the Bodhi tree, containing profound Buddhist principles, and it could be considered a fine spiritual item. Wu Wang glanced at the Bodhi seed, but did not reach out to take it. He merely smiled at the two, flipping his wrist to reveal a promissory note. Upon seeing the promissory note, Jane and Zunti's faces instantly fell. Wu Wang, what do you mean by this? Zunti's voice trembled slightly. It doesn't mean anything. Wu Wang shook the promissory note in his hand and leisurely replied, last time at the Zhixiao Palace we made a deal, didn't we? You owe my witch clan 10 opportunities to take action, correct? Yes. Yes. Jane nodded with difficulty. In front of the heavenly Dao oath, they could not refuse. Wu Wang nodded with satisfaction. I am someone who dislikes owing favors and dislikes others owing me things. Today is my joyous occasion, so how about you repay me just this once? Repay once. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. They had prepared themselves for some dangerous task, like causing a ruckus on the Sun Star, exploring Mount Buzhou, or retrieving something from the Sea of Blood. But Wu Wang's next words left them utterly dumbfounded. My wedding is quite grand, and I lack enough hands to manage it. Wu Wang pointed to the long line outside the hall. How about this, Jane? You can serve as the welcoming attendant at the entrance, helping me receive the guests. Welcoming attendant. Jia Yin's eyes nearly popped out. The esteemed leader of the Western sect was actually being asked to serve as a greeter. If he actually did that, would he still have any face left? As for you, Zhuanti. Wu Wang's gaze turned to Zhuanti. I see you are eloquent and articulate. You will be in charge of officiating the wedding, helping me oversee the proceedings. Officiating. Zhuanti's face instantly turned a deep shade of red. He pointed at his own nose, lips trembling, unable to utter a single word. What? Are you too unwilling? Wu Wang's smile gradually faded. Wu Wang, do not go too far. Zhuanti could no longer hold back, shouting angrily, we are disciples of Dao Ancestor. How dare you humiliate us like this? Humiliate. Wu Wang scoffed coldly. The heavenly Dao oath is here. You promised to assist my witch clan 10 times. Now I am merely asking you to lend a hand to liven up the atmosphere. How is that humiliation? This is not the same. What is not the same? Wu Wang pressed on. Do you not see welcoming and officiating as a form of assistance? Or do you wish to violate the heavenly Dao oath? Violate the heavenly Dao oath. Jane and Zhuanti shivered in fear. They could not bear the consequences. At worst, they would regress in cultivation, and at worst, they would die and dissipate. But this. Jane still wanted to argue. There is no but. Either you fulfill your promise now, or I will invoke the oath and let the heavenly Dao judge the matter. Of course, you could also choose to discuss the matter with the 12 brothers and sisters behind me, argue your case. As soon as Wu Wang finished speaking, the 12 ancestral witches, including Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, all fixed their gazes on him, each cracking their knuckles, their expressions unfriendly. The overwhelming malice almost made Jane and Zhuanti kneel to the ground. It's over. They had walked into a tiger's den. The two exchanged glances. In the end, Jane let out a long sigh, seeming to age by centuries in an instant. He deeply bowed to Wu Wang. I shall comply with your wishes, dear friend. This scene was witnessed clearly by all the powerful beings who had come to congratulate them. Everyone was astonished, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. These were Jane and Zhuanti. Although they hailed from the West and had somewhat questionable methods, they were guests in the Zhixiao Palace on par with the Sanqing and Nuwa, revered innate beings. And now they were to be treated as laborers by Wu Wang. One as a welcoming attendant, the other as a wedding officiant. This was simply absurd. Everyone looked at Wu Wang with the eyes of a monster. This kid had some nerve. He could actually pull off such a thing. Yet Wu Wang's heart was secretly delighted. Having future saints serve as his greeters and officiants was a treatment unique to him aside from Dao Ancestor Hongjun. This feeling was simply exhilarating. Of course, Wu Wang had his considerations in doing this. The geology of the Western region was crucial to his and Xinyuan's plans and needed to be organized. But he understood too well Jane and Zhuanti's dispositions. If he did not properly temper their characters in the end, who knew who would end up making the wedding garment for whom? Soon a scene that would shock the entire primordial world emerged. At the entrance of the Pangu Hall, Jane stood there with a frown, mechanically welcoming every guest with welcome. Meanwhile, in the center of the great hall, Zhuanti held a scroll of beast skin script given to him by Wu Wang, passionately delivering the wedding speech. All the guests who witnessed this scene felt their worldview being overturned. Stealing glances at the jovial Wu Wang at the main seat, they all had one thought: this monster must not be provoked. The auspicious moment has arrived. The wedding officially commenced amidst the voice of the Zhuanti Taoist, filled with grief, yet forced to feign joy. Dressed in a bright red wedding robe, Wu Wang slowly walked to the center of the Pangu Hall, holding hands with the bashful Hudu, who wore a bridal gown and a phoenix crown. Hudu's bridal gown was woven from countless heavenly treasures, radiating with the profound laws of the earth, perfectly blending with her own aura, making her appear even more majestic and dignified. Bow to the Pangu Father God, expressing gratitude for the grace of opening up the heavens and the earth. Zhuanti shouted with all his might. Wu Wang and Huda stood side by side and bowed deeply to the towering statue of Pangu at the back of the hall. This bow paid homage to the source of their bloodline and the foundation of the shaman clan. Bow again to the vast wilderness, expressing gratitude for the virtues that nurture all beings. The two bent down once more, bowing to the boundless land beneath their feet. Born from the earth, Hutu was closest to it. With this bow, the entire Buzhou mountain and even the whole wilderness rang with a faint hum as if blessing their daughter. Husband and wife bowed to each other. Wu Wang turned around to stand face to face with Hutu. Looking at the gentle woman before him whose eyes were filled with affection for him, Wu Wang's heart softened. From the initial calculations to their later interactions, and now to their genuine feelings for each other, his emotions for Hutu had long surpassed mere interests. He solemnly bowed deeply. Hutu shyly returned the gesture. The ceremony is complete. Send them to the bridal chamber. Zhuan's words were interrupted by Wu Wang raising his hand. Wait a moment. Everyone looked at Wu Wang in confusion. What more was there to wait for? Wu Wang let go of Hutu's hand and walked outside the hall, gazing up at the sky. What was he going to do? A great question mark arose in everyone's hearts. Then amidst their astonished gazes, Wu Wang took a deep breath, gathering his powers, his voice like rolling thunder resonating throughout the wilderness. Heavenly Dao above. I, Wu Wang of the Shaman clan, unite with Bai Ji of the Bai Hu clan for the heavenly marriage. May the heavens bestow virtue to manifest its grace. I, Wu Wang of the Shaman clan, unite with Chang Shi of the Tai Yin star for the earthly marriage. May the heavens bestow virtue to demonstrate its merit. Today I, Wu Wang, unite with Hutu the ancestral shaman and another descendant of Pangu as partners in the human marriage, a match of humanity and a continuation of bloodline. Heaven has its path, earth has its path, and so must humanity have its path. Both the heavenly and earthly marriages possess virtue, yet today why is there no virtue descending upon this human marriage? Could it be that in the eyes of the heavenly Dao humanity is unworthy of recognition? Or does the heavenly Dao wish to suppress humanity, preventing it from emerging? Boom. Wu Wang's words struck like divine thunder in the hearts of all the powerful beings. He's lost his mind. This kid is absolutely insane. He actually questioned the heavenly Dao, even threatened it. What does it mean that the heavenly Dao wishes to suppress humanity? This is akin to framing the heavenly Dao. Wu Wang laughed coldly. Indeed, he was digging a pit for the heavenly Dao. After the great calamity of the shaman and demon, humanity was destined to rise, and the path of humanity was to be established. This was a predetermined fate. If the heavenly Dao today accepted his words without bestowing virtue, it would directly impact the foundation of humanity's future, potentially preventing humanity from emerging smoothly. This cause and effect even the heavenly Dao could not bear. This is a blatant scheme, a naked extortion, using the future of the entire wilderness to rob the heavenly Dao. Everyone was stunned by Wu Wang's words. Kunlun Mountain Jade Void Palace. The primordial heavenly venerable trembled with rage. Brat. Arrogant. This is simply the height of arrogance. How dare he threaten the heavenly Dao? Such behavior is no different from that of the demons. Taiching opened his eyes, a wry smile of helplessness flashing in his eyes. This Wu Wang continuously refreshed his understanding. Bo Palace. The master of the heavenly gate slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Refreshing. Refreshing. This kid is to my taste. Daring to scheme against the heavenly Dao, the wilderness is becoming increasingly interesting. Beyond the 33 heavens, in the Zixiao Palace. Honghuang looked blankly at the lower realms, yet the slight tremor at the corner of his eyes revealed his inner unrest. A variable. This Wu Wang has grown from an insignificant variable to a significant one that could shake his entire plan. He even thought of using this method to force the heavenly Dao. Meanwhile, above the wilderness sky, calamity clouds gathered, thunder flickered, and a magnificent heavenly might descended, as if it were about to unleash a world-ending divine punishment. All the guests in front of the Pangu Hall were pale with fright. Only Wu Wang stood tall and unafraid, confronting the will of the heavenly Dao. He was gambling that the heavenly Dao would have to compromise for the sake of the future. Time passed second by second, and the terrifying heavenly might grew stronger, distorting the very space. Just when everyone thought Wu Wang would be struck to ashes by the heavenly punishment, the calamity clouds in the sky slowly dissipated. In their place, a beam of merit golden light, thicker and purer than the heavenly and earthly marriages combined, thunderously descended. It worked. He won the gamble. Everyone was dumbfounded. This is possible. Forcefully extorting the heavenly Dao, and it actually succeeded. The boundless golden light of virtue shot through the heavens and the earth, of which 70% surged into Wu Wang's body. 20% fell onto Hutu, adding a touch of sanctity to her already profound aura. The remaining 10% transformed into a rain of gold that scattered across the entire Buzhou mountain. Wu Wang felt the overwhelming power of merit within him, his heart filled with ambition. Then he made a move that shocked everyone again. With a thought, he mobilized all of the 70% of merit he had just received, transforming it into a pure golden torrent, injecting it into another person's body from a distance. That person was Kunpeng, who had been silently observing among the crowd. Boom. Kunpeng felt an unimaginable warm power surge into her limbs and bones. Her origin, previously severely injured by Pangu's true body, began to recover at a visible speed under the wash of this power of merit. Not only that, but her cultivation bottleneck also shattered under the impetus of this power. Midstage de Luo Golden Immortal. Latestage de Luo Golden Immortal. It was only until she reached the peak of de Luo Golden Immortal, just a step away from entering the Quasi-Saint realm, that this power gradually came to a halt. Kunpeng dazedly felt the unprecedented strength within her and glanced at the man who had casually given her a vast amount of virtue, her heart a mixture of emotions. Hatred. It seemed she no longer felt that much hatred. Marrying him perhaps wasn't such a bad thing after all. Meanwhile, all the powerful beings present had become utterly numb. They watched enviously as the vast amount of virtue fell, with only one thought in their hearts: this kid is not only ruthless towards his enemies, but is also incredibly generous to his own people. Ding. The host has successfully married an SS-level fated Dao partner, Hudo. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Chaos Supreme Treasure, Chaos Pearl. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 Honghuang Dao embryos. As Wang injected the vast merits of human marriage into the Kunpeng, aiding its recovery and breakthrough in cultivation, the long-awaited system notification finally arrived in his mind. One must know, since Pangu opened up the heavens and the earth, 3 of the 4 Chaos Supreme Treasures have already been lost. The heaven-opening axe transformed into the Pangu flag, the Taiji diagram, and the Chaos Bell. The creation jade plate was obtained by Honghuang, and the Chaos Qinglian has also been divided into many innate spiritual treasures. Only this Chaos Pearl has remained elusive, existing solely in the oldest legends. Under the Heavenly Dao, innate supreme treasures are the pinnacle, while Chaos Supreme treasures truly transcend the Heavenly Dao. Not to mention, there are 3 Honghuang Dao embryos that could drive even Quasi-Saints mad. One could say that with this single reward, Wang has gained the capital to stand shoulder to shoulder with Dao ancestor Honghuang. Chaos Pearl. Even though Wang was mentally prepared, his heart still raced uncontrollably. That was the Chaos Pearl, one of the 4 Chaos Supreme Treasures, alongside the heaven-opening axe creation jade plate and Chaos Qinglian. Legend has it that within the Chaos Pearl lies a self-contained chaotic world not belonging to the Honghuang, nor governed by the Heavenly Dao, possessing infinite uses. Wang suppressed his inner excitement and immersed his mind into the system space. There, a dull gray pearl, unremarkable and plain, quietly floated. It emitted no treasure light nor any Dao rhythms, appearing just like an ordinary pebble on the roadside. He sent a thread of his divine sense into it. Boom! A vast, boundless, ancient, chaotic aura surged towards him. His divine sense seemed to arrive in an uncharted Honghuang space, where there was no time, no space, no 5 elements, no yin and yang, only the most primordial chaotic energy surging. In the center of this chaos, a vague shape of a grand world in gestation could be seen. This was it. This time it was truly monumental. Wang's heart roared in excitement. He instantly thought of countless uses for the Chaos Pearl. With this pearl, he effectively had an absolutely safe retreat. Even if the future calamity of the witch and zombie failed, he could take the witch tribe into the world of the Chaos Pearl, where the Heavenly Dao and Honghuang would not find them. The second use was to attain the Dao. There are only 6 holy positions in the Honghuang world, which have already been reserved. But the world within the Chaos Pearl is entirely new. He could completely attain the Dao and become a saint in this world, becoming the master of a realm. Moreover, he could tread the most arduous yet powerful path of proving the Dao through strength, fully developing this yet unformed grand world, thereby attaining the mixed Yuan Dao golden immortal status, becoming an existence akin to the Pangu Father God. The third, and the point Wang valued most at this moment: mass-producing saints. He himself aimed to follow the supreme path of integrating the 12 Ancestral Witches' laws and proving the Dao through strength, and would not choose to cut his 3 corpses to become a saint in the Honghuang or within the Chaos Pearl. But the other Ancestral Witches could. Dijiang, Zhurong Gong Gong. They were born as law demigods, yet limited by the absence of divine sense and the shackles of the Honghuang Heavenly Dao. They could only remain at the Ancestral Witch realm throughout their lives. But what if in the world of the Chaos Pearl? Here it is his territory. He is the creator god. He could help his brothers and sisters consolidate their divine sense, and then let them prove the Dao in this world. By then he would not have 12 Ancestral Witches under him, but 12 saints who obey his commands. What would 12 saints represent? Even Honghuang would have to kneel and sing of his surrender. Thinking of that scene, Wang trembled with excitement. This plan was too grand and too tempting. He took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing this crazy thought. Meals must be eaten one bite at a time, and roads must be walked step by step. The urgent task now is to integrate the Chaos Pearl into his innate world laws. His world laws, while bursting with potential, are ultimately just a prototype. Meanwhile, the Chaos Pearl is a finished product that has already developed halfway. If he could perfectly merge the two, his path to the world would reach an incredible level in an instant. By then, when he condenses the seeds of other laws, he would undoubtedly achieve twice the result with half the effort. In addition to the Chaos Pearl, there are also 3 Honghuang Dao embryos. This item is also a valuable asset. Hutu and Xianming have already used them with significant effects. Now that 3 more have arrived, whom should they be given? Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. Wu Wang thought for a moment and immediately shook his head. No, those 2 are typical brutes only thinking about fighting. If he granted them divine sense, what if one day they got impulsive and created an even bigger mess? He would still have to clean up after them. He should first give them to the relatively calm and stable ancestral witches. For example, the Time Ancestral, Witch Zhu Jiuyin, or the Weather Ancestral, Witch Shi Baishir, or the Wind Ancestral, Witch Tian Wu. This matter can be considered slowly. Wu Wang withdrew his mind from the system space. The wedding was nearing its end. The guests, filled with shock, gradually took their leave. Ji Yin and Zhuan Ti finally finished their humiliating task, and the looks they cast at Wu Wang were filled with irritation. Wu Wang couldn't be bothered with them. Meanwhile, the entire Honghuang world was stirred into a colossal wave because of this human marriage. In the heavenly court, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai wore grim expressions. The vast amount of human merit nearly blinded them. They clearly realized that the witch tribe, their greatest enemy, had acquired a foundation that they lacked. In the Zixiao Palace 33 heavens away, the Dao ancestor Hongjun slowly opened his eyes, a glint of strangeness flashing in his indifferent gaze. He calculated with his fingers, but found the heavenly secrets shrouded in chaos, as if everything about Wu Wang was enveloped in an impenetrable mist. This was unprecedented since he became a saint. After everyone left, only the witch tribe's own people remained in the Pangu Hall. Little brother, you were just so impressive. Zhu Rong rushed over and gave Wu Wang a bear hug, laughing heartily. You dared to extort even the heavenly Dao and succeeded. Brother, I'm impressed. Exactly. It made my blood boil. Gong Gong chimed in. The other ancestral witches looked at Wu Wang with a mix of admiration, appreciation, and pride. The little brother they had watched grow up had truly become the backbone of the witch tribe. Wu Wang smiled and walked over to Hutu, taking her hand. Brothers and sisters, a moment together is worth 1,000 gold to Hutu, and I will head back to our room now. Go. Make sure to give us a big fat grandson soon. Amid the good-natured teasing of the ancestral witches, Wu Wang led the blushing Hutu into the new room prepared for them. Inside the new house, red candles burned brightly, radiating a festive atmosphere. Hutu sat anxiously at the edge of the bed, her hands nervously twisting the corners of her clothing, her heart racing like a startled deer. Though she was already an ancestral witch, one of the most powerful beings in the primordial world, when it came to matters of love, she still felt like a naive young girl untouched by the world. Wu Wang sat beside her, taking her somewhat cold hand in his. Nervous? He asked softly. Hutu's voice was as faint as a whisper, her head bowing even lower. Wu Wang chuckled lightly, choosing not to say more. He merely picked up a cup of wedding wine from the table, handing one to Hutu while taking the other for himself. Drink this cup of wine, and from now on we shall be husband and wife, sharing fortune and misfortune, never to be parted. Hutu raised her head to look into Wu Wang's eyes, filled with sincerity and affection, and her anxiety gradually melted away, replaced by a warm current flowing through her. She accepted the wine cup, intertwining her arm with Wu Wang's, and downed the fine wine in one go. The wine flowed into her sorrowful heart, transforming into tears of longing. No, it transformed into deep affection. Wu Wang set down his cup, gently embracing Hutu. There was no fierce and domineering plundering, only tender and lingering softness. Hutu's nature was as gentle, profound, and nurturing as the earth itself. She was not as proud as Bai Ji, nor as cold as Chang Shi, and certainly not as rebellious as Kun Peng. Their union was a harmonious blend, a perfect fit of soul and body. During their mutual cultivation, Wu Wang's primordial spirit became closely intertwined with Hutu's essence. He seemed to transform into Hutu, experiencing firsthand her dependence and love for this primordial land since the moment of her birth. Great virtue supports all things, the virtue of the earth. At that moment, the true meaning of the laws of earth fully opened to him without reservation. Though he had previously condensed the seed of the laws of earth through Hutu's essence blood, there had always been a barrier. Now, through this primal and profound exchange, he finally glimpsed the core mystery of the laws of earth. His world laws began to operate at an unprecedented speed. The dark yellow seed of the laws floating within his primordial spirit began to crazily absorb the power from Hutu's essence, becoming increasingly solid and perfect. The patterns of the laws on the surface of the seed became clearer, ultimately transforming into an ancient and mysterious character for Earth. Boom. At the moment this character was completely formed, Wu Wang's body jolted violently. The second perfect seed of the laws had been created. A surge of immense earth power erupted from within him, resonating with the entire primordial land. His physical strength surged once again at this moment. The foundation that had become somewhat unstable due to his breakthrough to the ancestral witch realm was completely solidified by this heavy earth power, becoming unbreakable. Simultaneously, his cultivation level broke through its bottleneck under the push of this power. Midstage de Luo Golden Immortal. Peak of Midstage de Luo Golden Immortal. Just one more step, and he could enter the late stage of de Luo. Wu Wang could clearly feel that he had become stronger, not just a little, but a comprehensive transformation. He now had the confidence to match Zhurong and Honghuang solely based on his physical strength without employing the laws. And this was merely the effect of merging the second seed of the laws. If he were to gather all 12 seeds of the laws and perfectly integrate them into his path of the world, what a terrifying sight would that be? To prove the Dao through strength. Wu Wang was more resolute than ever on this path. A night of intimacy. When the first ray of morning sunlight streamed through the window into the room, Wu Wang slowly opened his eyes. Ho Tu in his arms was still sound asleep, her face adorned with a satisfied and serene smile. After a night of mutual cultivation, she also reaped tremendous benefits. The primordial power, merged from Pangu's essence blood, and the laws of the world also nourished her, making her ancestral, which true form even more refined, with faint signs of progress in her cultivation. Wu Wang did not wake her merely watching her quietly. His heart was filled with gratitude. Ho Tu was the gentlest and kindest woman he had encountered since arriving in this world. She always supported him, unconditionally trusting him. To be able to marry her was his fortune. He gently placed a kiss on Ho Tu's forehead, then quietly got up, dressed, and left the room. Next he had to meet another prospective bride. That proud bird. Kuan Peng's residence was arranged in a side hall outside the Pangu Hall. The spiritual energy here was abundant, and the environment serene, not much inferior to her demon master palace in the North Sea. Yet Kuan Peng could not stay here for even a day. She was restless, her mind in turmoil. Ever since that day when Wu Wang publicly infused a vast amount of merit into her, helping her break through her feelings towards him had become extremely complicated. There was certainly resentment. After all, it was this man who caused her to suffer disgrace and become a prisoner. Yet there seemed to be a hint of gratitude as well. After all, it was this man who granted her immense power. More importantly, he gave her an identity. In recent days, she could clearly feel that the attitude of the witch clan towards her had changed. No longer did they look at her with the gaze of a spoils of war, but rather with a hint of recognition. Especially Zhurong and Honghuang, those two brutes, when they saw her would even grin and call her sister-in-law. This feeling was very strange. It made her, who was used to deceit and the survival of the fittest as a demon master, feel a touch of long-lost warmth. No. Kuan Peng shook her head vigorously, casting off this absurd thought. Who was she? She was the Lord of the North Sea, the Kuan Peng demon master. How could she forget the humiliation she had suffered due to a little kindness? She and Wu Wang and the witch clan would always be enemies. Once her injuries healed and she refined the killing god banner, she would find an opportunity to escape. Then a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10,000 years. Just as she was secretly resolving herself, the hall door was suddenly pushed open with a creak. A tall figure walked in. It was Wu Wang. Kuan Peng's heart raced, and she instinctively assumed a defensive posture. How is your recovery? Wu Wang casually asked as he walked to the main seat and sat down. No need to worry about it, Kuan Peng replied coldly. Still quite temperamental, Wu Wang chuckled, not minding. With the power of merit and the witch clan's healing sacred medicine, your primordial injuries should have healed by now. How is your progress with the killing god banner? Kuan Peng's heart tightened. It's none of your business, she stubbornly retorted. Very well. Wu Wang stood up and approached her, looking down at her. I came today to inform you of something. What is it? Kuan Peng watched him warily. In 100 years I will formally marry you, Wu Wang said in a tone as calm as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather. You must be dreaming, Kuan Peng blurted out without thinking, her voice sharp. Even if I die, I will jump off here and never marry you, this shameless scoundrel. Is that so? A chilling smile appeared on Wu Wang's face, sending shivers down Kuan Peng's spine. He suddenly made a move, grabbing Kuan Peng by the neck and lifting her entire being. Ugh! The sensation of suffocation hit her, and Kuan Peng's face turned beet red in an instant. She struggled, desperately unleashing the power of her peak de Luo Golden Immortal, trying to break free from his grip. But before Wu Wang's hand, which was fused with the power of the ancestral witch and the laws of the world, all her resistance seemed so pale and powerless. His hand was like an immovable iron claw tightly locking her throat and her entire power. You? Let me go. Kunpeng managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. Do you still think I'm dreaming now, eh? Wang leaned closer to her, his gaze icy and devoid of any emotion. In my presence, you have no right to say no. If I say you will marry, you must marry. If I say you will bear children, you must bear children. The so-called dignity you speak of is worthless to me. Wang's words caused Kunpeng's expression to shift multiple times. She looked at the man before her, her eyes filled with complexity. Her once proud strength, her peak, Deluo golden immortal cultivation, was rendered utterly insignificant before this man. Under absolute power, where is the dignity? Are you still thinking that you will find a chance to escape and then seek revenge on me? Wang seemed to see through her thoughts, and the sarcasm in his smile grew more pronounced. I advise you to abandon that thought as soon as possible, because you have no way out now. Wang released his grip, throwing her to the ground like trash. Kunpeng coughed violently, gasping for air, her eyes filled with tears of humiliation. Do you think I'm trying to scare you? Wang crouched down, gripping her chin, forcing her to look at him. Tell me, Demon Clan, can you go back? Emperor Jun has already regarded you as a traitor. If you return, it will only be a dead end. What about the 3 pure ones? Do you dare to go? Yuan Shi Tianzun despises you for wet birth and egg hatching. If you go, you'll only be treated as a demon to be refined. What about the 2 saints of the West? They have robbed you of your position, and the enmity has long been established. They would love to see you dead. Zhen Yuanzi, Hongyun, Minghe. They are all currently bowing to my witch clan, and do you think they would offend me for you? With every word Wang spoke, Kunpeng's face turned whiter. She despairingly realized that everything this man said was the truth. In the entire primordial world, there truly was no place left for her. So you see, Wang's voice like a devil's whisper echoed in her ears. Do you have any other choice besides staying by my side? The demon clan no longer wants you. Do you wish to become a homeless stray dog hunted by the entire primordial world? A stray dog? These 4 words struck Kunpeng's heart like the heaviest of hammers, utterly shattering her last bit of pride and dignity. She slumped to the ground, her gaze empty, as if all her strength had been drained. Yes, she had already become a stray dog. Other than depending on this man whom she both hated and feared, where could she go? Seeing her disheartened state, Wang knew the time was right. He no longer used harsh means, but instead adopted a gentle tone. There is nothing wrong with following me. I can easily provide you with innate spiritual treasures. A vast amount of merit I can also help you secure. As long as you obediently listen and behave in the future, I can even show you the scenery where all beneath the saints are but ants. How about it? Wang extended his hand to her. Kunpeng lifted her head, looking at the broad and powerful palm, and then at his deep, all-consuming eyes. She hesitated for a long time. In the end, she trembled and placed her hand in his palm. The moment Wang's hand grasped hers, Kunpeng knew that she would likely never escape this man's control for the rest of her life. At the moment Kunpeng chose to submit, Wang felt no more reservations. He directly lifted the renowned monster master in a swift embrace, ignoring her symbolic struggles, and strode towards the cloud bed within the hall. This was a conquest. It had nothing to do with love, it was solely about power and possession. Wang intended to use the most direct means to utterly erase the proud Kunya's sharp edges, marking her body and soul with his own imprint. Initially, Kunpeng resisted, but her little strength was no different from that of a lamb awaiting slaughter before Wang. Gradually, she ceased her struggles. Tears of humiliation streamed down her cheeks as she closed her eyes, resigning herself to fate. However, as the cultivation commenced, an unexpected change began to unfold. The moment Wang delved into Kunpeng's origin, he was taken aback. This was, however, as the dual cultivation deepened, an unforeseen transformation occurred. He sensed that deep within Kunpeng's origin lay 2 completely opposing, yet perfectly intertwined forces of law. One was extremely cold and dark, akin to an ancient abyss, silent and obscure, devouring all light and heat. The other was extremely bright and firm, as if the blazing sun hung high, fierce and domineering, illuminating the realms. Yin and Yang. Kunpeng, the innate sacred entity governing the laws of Yin and Yang. This held extraordinary significance for Wang. The Dao of the world he cultivated required the inclusion of all things, gathering countless law seeds, as its foundation, ultimately evolving into a true myriad of realms. He originally thought that each great Dao could only condense one corresponding law seed. Yet he never expected that the Yin-Yang law would be of immeasurable value to his Dao of the world. It could not only be decomposed into independent Yin and Yang laws, allowing him to condense 2 perfect seeds within the world. Even after perfecting both, they could merge into one, enabling him to glimpse the supreme Dao of Yin and Yang that governs all things, condensing a 3rd law seed. This was a heavenly opportunity tailor-made for his path, one law yielding 3 benefits, a delightful surprise. Upon discovering this immense treasure, Wu Wang's attitude underwent a dramatic transformation. What was once a brutal conquest instantly transformed into a devout exploration of the Great Dao. He calmed his mind, guiding his world law that embraced all things like the gentlest spring water, cautiously comprehending it. Kun, born in the North Abyss, embodies in governing the stillness of all waters, reigning over the tranquility of the netherworld. Peng, soaring with fury, embodies Yang, governing the winds of the 9 heavens, chasing the light of the great sun. Yin and Yang, stillness and motion, achieved in astonishing balance within a perfect Dao body. Wu Wang's primordial spirit was completely immersed in this marvelous comprehension, intoxicated. His world law acted like an insatiable sponge, fervently absorbing the profound mysteries of these 2 fundamental laws. Meanwhile, in his inner world, 3 brand new seeds were quietly gestating. One was entirely black, deep as an abyss, representing Yin. The other was brilliant as gold, scorching as the sun, representing Yang. And in the center of the 2, a shadowy image resembling the Taiji symbol slowly rotated, embodying the supreme seed that governs Yin and Yang. Though still just a shadow, Wu Wang knew that as long as he and Kunpeng communicated a few more times, solidifying these 3 seeds would merely be a matter of time. On the other hand, the once despondent Kunpeng sensed something was amiss. She could feel a grand and encompassing power, as if capable of creating the heavens and the earth, carefully untangling her origin. The shackles within her, which had always been unable to achieve completeness due to the clash of Yin and Yang, began to dissolve like solid ice, encountering the warm sun, flowing smoothly as never before. A stream of vigorous and dominating power continuously surged into her limbs and bones, cleansing her monster body, making her innate sacred origin even purer and stronger. Unbeknownst to her, her cultivation began to ascend towards the realm she had long desired. This feeling was very comfortable. It even made her intoxicated, unable to extricate herself. She stretched out her arms, voluntarily wrapping them around Wu Wang's neck. Wu Wang sensed her transformation and smiled inwardly. It worked. This most unruly yin-yang divine bird of the primordial era was finally completely conquered by him. For a moment, the hall was filled with the essence of the Dao as yin and yang intertwined, transforming into the form of a dragon and phoenix swirling endlessly. Black and white merged within the world. Strength and law transcended within it. This conquest lasted an indeterminate duration. When everything finally settled, Wu Wang rose feeling refreshed. He turned inward, finding that the 3 law seeds had already condensed to about half, and the central Taiji shadow had stabilized considerably. He had a premonition that at most after 2 or 3 more times he could completely solidify the 2 laws of yin and yang. Meanwhile, Kunpeng had long since fallen into a deep sleep. She slept peacefully, an experience she had never had since her birth. Wu Wang looked at her, his gaze softening significantly. Regardless of the process from today onward, she would also be his Dao partner. He leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. Then he turned and left. The treasure was in hand. Next, it was time to find those 2 fools in the west to play with. Pale morning light filtered through the lattice window as Wu Wang rose silently, gazing upon the peerless beauty sleeping beside him. His heart brimmed with quiet fulfillment. Kunpeng's expression remained faintly guarded, his brows slightly furrowed, yet his body betrayed him, curling instinctively like a fledgling seeking warmth. Wu Wang did not disturb her, slipping soundlessly from the palace of Pangu. A vital matter awaited him, the palace of Nuwa atop Mount Buzhou. As Wu Wang's figure appeared before the cultivation ground, Fu Shi, who had been engaged in a game of Go with Nuwa, froze mid-motion, the Go stone suspended between his fingers. His gaze sharpened with acute vigilance, the overwhelming aura of a supreme immortal at the apex of the Deluo golden immortal realm shimmered into being, shielding Nuwa instinctively. Alarm bells blared within Fu Shi's mind. What did Wu Wang want this time? Last visit he'd arrived with attendants claiming to propose, only to be firmly refused by his sister. Yet this man defied all convention, unpredictable, unbound by precedent. Since their parting at Zhixiao Palace, how many epical upheavals had shaken the Honghuang realm. He first wed Changxi, then seized Kunpeng. On his wedding day, he even claimed Ho Tu, and extorted a vast share of marital merit from the heavenly Dao itself. Now he stood as the 13th ancestral god, his flesh body and nascent soul both ascended to Deluo transcendence. His ferocity legendary, even Emperor Jun and Tai E forced into humiliating retreat. And now he came alone. Could it be that his obsession with his sister still burned? At the very thought, Fu Shi's countenance darkened. He would never permit harm to befall his sister. Dao friend Wu Wang, long time no see. Nuwa, however, remained serene, her bearing gentle as flowing water, offering a slight graceful nod in greeting. She sensed it immediately. Wu Wang's presence had deepened immeasurably since their last meeting. Vast, inscrutable, as though he himself were a self-contained cosmos utterly beyond perception. Greetings, Dao friends Nuwa and Fu Shi. Wu Wang wore a warm, affable smile, as if visiting old friends, and offered a courteous bow impeccable in etiquette. Fu Shi snorted coldly, declining to return the gesture. Grand Ancestor Wu, what brings you here? If you've come again to broach that same matter, I advise you spare your breath. My sister's heart belongs solely to the Dao. She will form no spiritual union with anyone. Wu Wang suppressed a quiet chuckle. Truly, Fu Shi was a brother consumed by protective devotion. He dispensed with pretense, speaking plainly. Dao friend Fu Shi misunderstands. I have not come to compel Dao friend Nuwa. I come to bestow an unparalleled opportunity. Opportunity? Fu Shi scoffed. We are disciples of the Dao ancestor himself, blessed with immense destiny. Why would we need an opportunity from a god of the Wu clan? Wu Wang paid no heed to the mockery. Fixing his gaze directly upon Nuwa, he spoke each word with deliberate weight. Dao friend Nuwa. If I say I can aid you in attaining sainthood, do you believe me? Nuwa's heart jolted, astonishment flickered across her luminous eyes. Sainthood, the ultimate aspiration of all 3,000 disciples of Zhixiao Palace. Though the Dao ancestor had expounded the three self-severance method, who would ascend, and when, remained shrouded in mystery. Why then was Wu Wang so certain he could facilitate her ascension? Fu Shi too stared in stunned disbelief, first at Wu Wang, then at his sister. Could a god of the Wu clan truly enable Nuwa's attainment of sainthood? The sheer audacity of the claim momentarily eclipsed his hostility. Wu Wang observed their reactions keenly, then dropped another revelation. During the Dao ancestor's third discourse, he shall distribute the primordial violet qi, the very foundation of sainthood. Yet receiving the violet qi does not guarantee immediate ascension. True sainthood demands a catalyst, and yours lies in the word creation. Boom. His words detonated like a chaos divine thunderclap within Nuwa's consciousness. Her nascent soul surged with frenzied calculation. The creation law dormant for eons flared with unprecedented intensity. Yet the torrent of divine insights scattered chaotically, like headless flies, causing her profound anguish, even the terrifying sensation of her soul beginning to fracture. What else? How must I proceed? Nuwa asked urgently. Dao friend, please, do not rush, Wu Wang replied with a faint knowing smile. The moment has not yet arrived, haste will avail you nothing. Watching Nuwa sink into deep contemplation, Wu Wang smiled gently and voiced his terms. I can guide you to sainthood, granting you consummate merit and instantaneous transcendence. But the condition remains the same as before, marry me. Without awaiting reply, Wu Wang turned and departed. His voice drifted back clear and distant. Dao friend Nuwa may take her time to consider. When resolved, she need only seek me upon Mount Buzhou. But remember, opportunity knocks but once. Do not let it pass. His figure dissolved into the ether, leaving Fu Shi and Nuwa standing in silent, turbulent awe. Within the palace of Pangu, an air of subdued restlessness hung heavy. Since Wu Wang's marriage to Ho Tu, the ancestral gods, Zhurong, Gongong, and others, had grown restless, their boundless energy withering from idleness. The Wu clan now reigned supreme. 10,000 immortals paying homage. The Yao clan cowered within the celestial court, too fearful to emerge. Even the Dao ancestor had issued a decree forbidding Wu Yao warfare for 1,000,000 years. This confinement chafed Zhurong and Gongong unbearably. Elder brother, little brother, must we simply wait? While those feathered birds reign as celestial emperors above, must we remain earthbound spectators? My axe is rusting, roared Zhurong, the most fiery-tempered, slamming his palm onto the table, making the great hall tremble. Gongong nodded vigorously indeed. It's unbearable. Let's storm the celestial court and raise the Lingshao precious hall. Who cares about the Dao ancestor's decree? We'll strike first, ask questions later. Foolishness. Dizhong's stern voice cut through the clamor. Do you presume to fathom little brother's design? Sit down now. Though disgruntled, Zhurong and Gongong bowed to Dizhong's authority, and Wu Wang's, reluctantly resuming their seats. All ancestral gods fixed their eyes upon Wu Wang. He surveyed them, a gathering of vigorous, restless elders and siblings, and smiled. Attacking the Yao clan now is indeed an opportune. They established the celestial court to regulate the stellar constellations, an act aligned with the heavenly Dao, earning them merit and celestial fortune. To assault them now would be to defy heaven itself, grueling and futile. Moreover, the Dao ancestor's decree stands clear. Should we strike first, we insult his authority, and he will surely intervene. Then what do we do? Just idle away? Asked Shabish, frowning. Certainly not, Wu Wang replied, a glint of cunning in his eyes. There are many ways to wage war. Since direct confrontation with the Yao clan is forbidden, let us seek other diversions. He paused, deliberately stoking their curiosity, Before revealing, I intend to lead you all to the west. The west. Zhurong grimaced. What business have we in that barren wasteland? Not a single auspicious spirit root grows there. And those two sniveling fellows, Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti, how irritating they are. Exactly, echoed the ancestral gods in unison, their loathing for the two shameless Western cultivators visceral and profound. Wu Wang chuckled. I plan to help them restore the Western geomantic veins. The declaration left every ancestral god speechless. Help them? Why on earth would we aid them? Wu Wang, noting their bewilderment, guided them gently. Do you truly believe I mean to play the benevolent sage? Restoring the veins is merely pretext. The true rewards are abundant. Those two think they can evade their debts. Under the guise of restoration, we shall command them as servants, forcing them to acknowledge that debts owed to the Wu clan cannot be repaid lightly. Why is the West impoverished? Because Luoho's self-detonation shattered its spirit veins, flooding its depths with primordial shinergy and grudges accumulated over countless eons. To others, such energies are lethal poison, but to us Wu clan, they are elixirs of supreme nourishment. Zhurong smacked his thigh, enlightenment dawning. Precisely, Wu Wang affirmed. Under the banner of restoration, we shall upturn the entire Western land, excavate every trace of shinergy, and consume it all. This will refine our physical bodies to new heights, and simultaneously temper our mastery of law principles. As Wu Wang concluded, the palace of Pangu erupted in thunderous approval. To rampage upon foreign soil, to compel future sages into servitude, to devour shinergy and grow stronger, and, most gloriously, to cloak it all under the mantle of benevolence. It was a campaign tailor-made for their belligerent spirits. We accept. Di Jiang rose abruptly, spatial laws surging around him. Little brother's plan is brilliant. Let us begin at once. Now, Wu Wang smiled, and the heavens themselves seemed to hold their breath. The atmosphere within the Pangu hall instantly shifted, from stifling boredom to soaring exultation. Zhurong and Honghuang, two fiercely combative figures, howled with unrestrained excitement, already envisioning themselves rampaging across the western lands, pinning Jian and Zhuan-Ti to the ground in utter humiliation. Little brother, shall we bring our clan's finest warriors this time? Let us make a grand spectacle. Frighten those cowards into oblivion. Zhurong asked, rubbing his fists together eagerly. Wu Wang shook his head, a confident smile playing upon his lips. No need. He rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the 12 elder brothers and sisters present, his voice soft yet resonating with unassailable authority. The 13 of us are the strongest force upon the Honghuang realm. That is more than enough. At these words, the 12 ancestral Wu were stirred to profound, surging emotion. Indeed, who were they? They were born from Pangu's primordial blood, sovereigns of the earth by divine birthright. And now with Wu Wang, the 13th ancestral Wu, embodying both supreme wisdom and unmatched might, their combined power stood unrivaled beneath the heavens. Save for the supreme Dao patriarch Hongjun himself, where in all the vast Honghuang could they not go? Whom could they not subdue? Excellent. Di Zhang's eyes blazed with incandescent light as he declared, his voice thunderous with heroic resolve. Just the 13 of us. Let every being in the Honghuang bear witness to the true might of the Wu clan. Depart. At Wu Wang's command, the great gates of the Pangu hall thundered open. 13 figures soared skyward, standing tall upon the summit of Buzhou Mountain. In the next instant, a world-shaking spectacle unfolded. Roar. With roars that split the heavens, 13 colossal, heaven-piercing dermic forms, each 10,000 zhang tall, materialized across the Honghuang cosmos. Di Jiang, human-faced, bird-bodied master of spatial law, wreathed in endless rifts that seemed poised to cleave reality itself. Zhurong, beast-headed, human-bodied, treading upon twin fire dragons, his entire form engulfed in the southern Mingli fire, a flame capable of consuming all things, staining half the sky crimson. Honghuang, human-faced, serpent-bodied, striding upon twin black dragons, encircled by the roaring, churning, weak water river, an abyssal current radiating an aura of absolute annihilation. Hutu, human-bodied, with a serpentine tail, 7 arms sprouting from her back, and 2 from her chest, each hand gripping a soaring serpent. The profound weight of Earth's law resonated so deeply that even Buzhou Mountain trembled in harmony with her presence. The 12 ancestral Wu, 12 embodiments of ultimate cosmic laws, 12 terrifying dermic forms representing pure destruction and raw power. Merely standing side by side, their primordial, tyrannical, world-ending aura was enough to shatter the spirit of even a great Luo immortal. And at the very heart of those 12 ferocious godlike forms stood a presence far more harrowing still, Wu Wang's dermic form, the ancestral Wu of the realm. Also 10,000 zhang tall, his form bore no bestial features, only the perfect transcendent Dao body of Pangu. Around him swirled no raging elemental fury, but rather the ethereal, ever-shifting projection of a boundless self-contained universe, teeming with creation and dissolution embracing all existence. His aura was not the unrefined savagery of the others, but something infinitely deeper, vaster, terrifying in its serene, omnipotent supremacy, as though hovering beyond all laws and hierarchies. 13 ancestral Wu-dermic forms, like 13 titanic pillars of primordial deities, stood immovable upon Buzhou Mountain, holding up heaven and earth. In that instant, torrents of murderous qi erupted like 10 million volcanoes, at once coalescing into a sky-obscuring pitch-black cloud that surged westward from Buzhou Mountain with unstoppable fury. This aura bore no concealment, only brazen dominance, arrogant pride, and utter unbridled audacity, as if proclaiming to the entire Honghuang, "We have arrived." Rumble, rumble, where the black cloud passed, heaven and earth darkened, sun and moon vanished from sight. Countless reclusive cultivators deep in secluded meditation within their mountain grottos were violently jolted from enlightenment states, spirits shaken, divine souls trembling, blood erupting from their mouths. Heavens above, what is this? The Wu clan. It's the Wu clan's aura, unimaginably terrifying. Are all the ancestral Wu mobilized? 13 signatures. I sense 13 ancestral Wu. The 13th, Wu Wang, is among them. Where are they headed? That direction is westward. Could it be the Wu clan intends to level the western Lingshan? Quick, seal your grottos. Activate your grand arrays. Do not get caught in the crossfire. Every living being along their path, birds and beasts, flora spirits, and woodland yokai, collapsed to the earth in abject terror, trembling uncontrollably, utterly incapable of even conceiving resistance, overwhelmed by an ancestral dread rooted deep in their bloodline. Entire tribes of weak, demonic clans were shattered outright. Livers and gallbladders ruptured, souls scattered to oblivion by the sheer pressure of that murderous qi. In that moment, the entire eastern Honghuang fell into deathly silence. 10,000 beings retreated mute with fear. Beyond the 33 heavens, in the celestial court of the Yao clan, the Lingxiao Palace, Yao Jun and Tai Yi, who had been quietly cultivating, snapped their eyes open with sudden alarm. Disaster! Disaster! The 13 ancestral Wu approach from Buzhou Mountain. A shrill cry pierced the Lingxiao Palace as the celestial deity assigned to monitor the Honghuang rushed in, tumbling headlong, his face pale with terror. Calm yourself, Yao Jun barked, striving to maintain composure, but his trembling fingers betrayed his inner turmoil. He exchanged a glance with Tai Yi, and in each other's eyes they saw stark, unvarnished horror. They knew that aura too well, the Wu clan, those lawless, untamable brutes. And not one or two, all of them. The 13 ancestral Wu had marched forth in full force. What do they intend? Tai Yi rose, solar, true fire blazing around him, his eyes burning with fury and dread. The Dao Patriarch Hongjuan's decree still echoes in our ears. How dare they defy it? Do they mean to assault our celestial court? Yao Jun's face darkened to stormy obsidian. Ever since their crushing defeat beneath Buzhou Mountain and the capture of Kunping, the celestial court's prestige had plummeted. He had barely stabilized the situation, only for the Wu clan to unleash such a cataclysmic display so soon. Issue my order. Yao Jun's voice turned glacial. All Yao saints and Yao deities, report to your posts immediately. Prepare for battle. Yes. In an instant, the entire celestial court sprang into motion. Yao Jun and Tai Yi stood outside the Lingxiao Palace, clutching the Hichu Luoshu and the Chaos Bell, their expressions grim as they stared toward Buzhou Mountain, where the black cloud expanded relentlessly. Their hearts clenched tight in their throats. They had personally endured the terror of the 12 heavenly divine slaughter array. Now, with the enigmatic Wu Wang added to the equation, the 13 ancestral Wu united would wield power beyond reckoning. They held no confidence in their ability to withstand it. As the black cloud drew nearer, its world-shattering pressure suffocated countless denizens of the celestial court. They were coming. Yao Jun tightened his grip on the Hichu Luoshu. Tai Yi's Chaos Bell began to hum with gathering resonance. Yet, just as they braced for mortal combat, the terrifying black cloud swept past the celestial court without pause or hesitation, continuing its majestic, inexorable march westward. A tomb-like silence descended upon the entire celestial court. Every deity, fully armed and ready for war, stood frozen in place. Even Yao Jun and Tai Yi stiffened, expressions shifting from grim resolve to stunned disbelief to utter bewilderment. It passed. Just passed. We prepared for total annihilation, and they merely walked by. An overwhelming wave of profound, unbearable humiliation crashed over Yao Jun and Tai Yi. It was as if you donned full armor, steeled your heart for a life-or-death duel. only for your opponent to glance not once in your direction, whistling casually as they strode past, treating you as nothing more than a roadside stone. This was contempt, naked absolute contempt. In the eyes of the Wu clan, had the celestial court truly fallen so low that it no longer warranted recognition as even a worthy adversary. Ugh! Yao Jun choked, his injured body convulsing, golden imperial blood erupting from his mouth once more. Wu clan. Tai threw back his head and roared, the fury in his voice shaking the 33 heavens. With a thunderous blow, he smashed his fist into the white jade balustrade beside him, shattering the primordial divine material into dust. Wu Wang, I will kill you. I will kill you. Yet no matter how impotently they raged, the black cloud, emblem of the Wu clan's supreme unassailable majesty, continued receding into the distance, leaving behind only ruin and a sea of shame. Ahead of that cloud now loomed a celestial paradise, radiant with immortal qi, adorned with auspicious rainbow light, Wanshou Mountain, the Honghuang Monastery. At Mount Wanshou, within the Honghuang Temple, beneath the ginseng fruit tree in the backyard, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were leisurely playing chess together. A gentle breeze wafted by, enveloping them in a serene and tranquil atmosphere. Suddenly Zhen Yuanzi paused, his hand above the chessboard, raising his head to gaze towards the east. His previously calm face instantly became grave. What's wrong, my old friend? Hong Yun asked in confusion, following his gaze, but seeing nothing. Zhen Yuanzi's voice was somewhat hoarse. A great terror is approaching. As soon as he finished speaking, the originally clear sky darkened at a visible speed. Dark clouds obscured the sun, a pure darkness shrouding the heavens. Immediately after, an indescribable sense of terrifying pressure descended, as if countless ancient divine mountains were crashing down from the heavens, brutally pressing upon the protective formation of the Honghuang Temple. Buzz! The innate great formation centered on the earth book let out a mournful cry under the unbearable strain, its light flickering as if it would shatter at any moment. All beings within the temple, whether they were young Taoists like Qingfeng Mingyue or countless-year-old spirit beings, all collapsed to the ground under this pressure, trembling uncontrollably. Hong Yun's face turned pale in an instant. As a Deluo golden immortal, he had witnessed countless grand events, but he had never felt such a terrifying aura. This aura was filled with the essence of wildness, dominance, and destruction, causing his primordial spirit to ache, nearly forcing him to kneel. It's the Witch Clan. Hong Yun's voice trembled. 13. It's 13 ancestral witches. Why are they all coming here? Zhen Yuanzi's expression darkened to the extreme. As the ancestor of Earth immortals, he was closely connected to this vast primordial land, and could clearly sense the terrifying nature of those 13 auras. They were pure incarnations of the laws, the ultimate embodiment of power. Especially one of them, which though not as savage as the other 12, was even more profound and vast, as if it existed in its own realm, causing the earth book in his hand to emit a warning hum. Wu Wang, what do they want? Zhen Yuanzi's mind raced, but he could not find any clues. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fear in his heart, and said to Hong Yun in a deep voice, "Old friend, come with me to take a look. It's either a blessing or a curse. If it's a curse, there's no escaping it." After saying this, he actively withdrew the protective formation. He understood very well that before the 13 ancestral witches, this layer of formation was no different from paper. By opening it voluntarily, he could maintain a semblance of dignity. If he waited for them to break in, it would be a significant loss of face. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun stepped out of the main hall, looking up and instantly gasping in cold air. High above the Honghuang Temple, 13 terrifying dermic forms towering 10,000 feet high loomed like gods of destruction, emerging from chaos, overshadowing the entire sky. The flames surrounding Zhu Rong seemed capable of scorching holes in space itself. The weak water beside Gong Gong radiated a dead silence that could corrode even Deluo golden immortals. The fissures next to Dijiang led to an unknown void. Each dermic form represented a kind of ultimate terror. Zhen Yuanzi felt as if his heart was about to stop beating, and fine cold sweat unknowingly beaded on his forehead. He prided himself on being one of the top powers of the primordial era, with countless experts beneath the saints, but today he realized how small and powerless the so-called top powers were before these unreasonable monsters. Let alone 13. Even if just 3 or 5 of them came, his Honghuang Temple would likely be reduced to rubble today. Hong Yun was even more frightened, hiding behind Zhen Yuanzi, daring only to peek out half his head and not even daring to breathe. He now regretted immensely. Had he known, he wouldn't have played chess here and should have stayed in his Huiyan cave. In this suffocating silence, the dermic form at the center, surrounded by shadows of the world, slowly lowered its head, its gaze landing on Zhen Yuanzi. A pressure more terrifying than the combined might of the other 12 ancestral witches instantly descended. Zhen Yuanzi felt his legs weaken. He desperately circulated his magical power, urging the earth book's strength, barely managing to stay upright. He was horrified this Wu Wang has become even stronger. How long has it been? His rate of growth is simply unreasonable. Just as Zhen Yuanzi was about to speak a few pleasantries to ease the atmosphere, Wu Wang's calm voice, tinged with a hint of a smile, clearly reached his and Hong Yun's ears. Zhen Yuanzi Dao friend Hong Yun Dao, friend long time no see. Today as I passed through this treasure land, I specifically came to visit and ask for a cup of water wine. I wonder if it is convenient. Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun were both stunned. They looked at the 13 terrifying dermic forms above that could destroy worlds, and then listened to Wu Wang's polite words, as if he were a neighbor's child dropping by for a visit, suddenly feeling an absurd sense of disarray. Visit? You call this a visit? Have you ever seen anyone visit with 12 world-destroying demonic gods? Are you trying to scare the host to death and inherit their estate? Zhen Yuanzi forced a smile that was more painful than crying, trembling as he cupped his hands, and said, "Convenient. Of course it is convenient. It is an honor for this poor Daoist to have Wu ancestor and the other Dao friends here please come in." His hands trembled and his voice shook. There was no way to avoid it. Above, Zhu Rong was impatiently snorting sparks from his nostrils, and a spark that fell down turned a piece of ancient green stone at the entrance of Wuzhuang Temple into magma. Gong Gong was even more bored, playing with a ball of weak water, the black water sphere emanating an aura that made Zhen Yuanzi's heart race. These were not just guests, they were clearly a group of ancestors. As Wu Wang's words fell, the 13 gigantic dermic forms slowly shrank, transforming into the size of normal humans, landing in front of the Wuzhuang Temple. The murderous aura receded, the oppressive force dissipated, and the sky cleared once again. Yet the fear in Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun's hearts did not diminish in the slightest. Because the 12 fierce and dreadful figures were now eyeing them, and the entire Wuzhuang Temple, with curious, malicious gazes, as if they were looking at a piece of succulent meat. Only Wu Wang, walking at the forefront, still wore that harmless smile. He patted Zhen Yuanzi on the shoulder and said amiably, "Dao friend, there's no need to be so nervous. We are not bad people." Zhen Yuanzi felt his shoulder being patted by Wu Wang, and half of it instantly went numb as an irresistible, terrifying power surged into his body, almost causing him to stumble. He screamed inwardly, "Are you not bad people? Is there anyone worse than your witch clan in the primordial era?" But on his face he could only smile even more stiffly. Yes. What Wu ancestor says is right. Everyone please come in, please come in. He just wanted to quickly invite this group of disaster gods and treat them well, and send them away as soon as possible. As for asking for water wine, Zhen Yuanzi glanced at the 12 ancestral witches who were as strong as bulls, and thought to himself, water wine is far from enough today, is likely going to be a big bleed. Zhen Yuanzi welcomed Wu Wang and his entourage into the main hall of the temple. As the 13 individuals entered the originally spacious and magnificent hall, immediately felt crowded and oppressive. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong curiously gazed around, their eyes filled with disdain for these exquisite structures. "This building is far too modest, not even as thick as one of our Pangu Hall's pillars," Zhu Rong muttered under his breath. "Exactly," Chong Liang echoed. "The paintings on these walls are too soft and lack any grandeur. A few axes hung up would look far better." Though their voices were low, everyone present had keen senses. Zhen Yuanzi's eyelids twitched as he silently cursed, "A bunch of uncultured barbarians. What do they know of immortal elegance?" Hong Yun was so frightened he dared not speak, fearing that some ancestral which might take a dislike to him and devour him whole. Wu Wang cleared his throat and shot a glare at Zhu Rong and the others. The ancestral witches immediately fell silent and obediently found seats. Yet their imposing legs spread sitting posture still exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Seeing this, Zhen Yuanzi's wariness of Wu Wang deepened. To keep these unruly ancestral witches so well disciplined, Wu Wang's methods were truly unfathomable. He dared not delay and immediately instructed Qing Feng and Ming Yue, who were waiting nearby, "Quickly go to the rear courtyard and harvest the ginseng fruits. Bring as many as you can to entertain our distinguished guests." Qing Feng and Ming Yue acknowledged the order and hurried out. Zhen Yuanzi's heart bled. Ginseng fruits. Those were his treasures. Blooming once every 3,000 years, fruiting once every 3,000 years, and ripening after another 3,000, taking a full 10,000 years to be edible. A single sniff could extend one's life by 360 years, eating one granted 47,000 years of life. Ordinarily, he couldn't bear to consume them himself, and even when entertaining top-tier peers he would offer at most 2 or 3. But today he dared not be stingy. If he failed to satisfy these formidable guests, should they go berserk, not only would the ginseng fruit tree be destroyed, but even his mount longevity would be overturned. Soon Qing Feng and Ming Yu entered bearing a massive jade platter. On it lay 30 ginseng fruits, shaped like infants, and emitting a refreshing heart-soothing fragrance. The rich essence of life and the primal power of the wood of the earth instantly filled the entire hall. Zhu Rong and the others perked up at the scent. This fruit smells decent, probably better than those wild ones outside, Zhu Rong said, grabbing one without ceremony. He sniffed at first, frowned, and said the aroma is a bit faint. Then opening his mouth wide, he took a crunching bite, devouring half of it. Crispy and slightly sweet, he chewed and commented. But too watery, not chewy enough. Not as good as roasted dragon sinew. With a few more crunches, he finished off a fruit that could extend an ordinary immortal's life by 47,000 years, consuming it like a radish. He smacked his lips, still unsatisfied. Tastes average, just quenches thirst. Beside him, Gong Gong also grabbed one and swallowed it in a few bites, commenting too bland. It would be better dipped in some salt water. The other ancestral witches followed suit, stuffing the ginseng fruits into their mouths with remarkable speed, their faces tinged with disdain. Zhen Yuanzi, seated in the host's place, watched with a twitching heart. My fruits, my treasures, those are primal spiritual roots, and you barbarians are gnawing them like radishes, complaining about the taste, wanting salt water, a sheer waste, an utter desecration. Zhen Yuanzi's face trembled, his lips twitched, and he felt his heart bleeding. In all his countless eons of existence, he had never felt such anguish. Suppressing the urge to charge at them and fight, he forced a smile onto his face. Dear friends, please enjoy. If there's not enough, I'll have the acolytes fetch more. Honghuang, watching in stunned silence, secretly transmitted to Zhen Yuanzi, old friend, hold on. Think of it as spending wealth to avoid disaster. Zhen Yuanzi was on the verge of tears. Unlike the crude ancestral witches, Wang leisurely picked up a ginseng fruit and savored it slowly. He could sense the immense vitality and the primal essence of the earth's wood within, which also benefited the world laws within his body. Excellent fruit, Wang praised after finishing addressing Zhen Yuanzi. Truly worthy of being one of the 10 primal spiritual roots of the primordial era. Your reputation is well-deserved. Thank you for your hospitality. This polite remark finally eased Zhen Yuanzi's pain a little. He managed a faint smile and glad you like it. Having eaten and drunk, Wang knew it was time to discuss serious matters. He set down the fruit pit, his gaze turning earnest as he looked at Zhen Yuanzi. Friend, aside from this visit, there is a significant matter I wish to discuss with you. Zhen Yuanzi's heart tightened. Here it comes. The real topic. He quickly sat up straight. Ancestor Wu, please speak. Wang began slowly. Friend, do you recall the matter I mentioned when I left last time? The restoration of the Western Earth veins. Zhen Yuanzi's pupils contracted. Of course he remembered. But he had thought it was merely a grand vision Wang had casually mentioned, given the unimaginable scale of repairing the entire Western Earth veins. Even a sage would likely expend countless years of effort. He never expected Wang to be serious. Moreover, judging by today's display with the 13 ancestral witches mobilizing en masse and heading westward, Zhen Yuanzi's heartbeat quickened. A wild thought flashed through his mind. Could he really be about to initiate that plan? Now, Zhen Yuanzi felt his breathing grow rapid. That was the restoration of the entire Western land. The merit it would contain would be terrifying. If it truly succeeded, not only would his Earth Book's power ascend to a new level, but it might even allow him a glimpse of the elusive path to sagehood. For a moment, Zhen Yuanzi's gaze at Wang shifted from fear and anguish to a complex mix of shocked doubt and an undeniable fervor. Seeing Zhen Yuanzi's expression, Wang nodded slightly. He certainly wasn't offering help for free. Bringing the ancestral witches to feast and drink was already part of the transaction. It seems you remember, Wang said with a slight smile, continuing, to be honest, our destination is the West. I intend to start this plan immediately. I made a detour to your 5 villages temple today to formally invite you to join us, the Wu clan, in this great endeavor. Zhen Yuanzi's mind trembled, just as he thought. Forcing down his excitement, he feigned hesitation. Repairing the Western Earth veins is no small feat. The scale is unimaginable. Though I hold the Earth Book and know a little about the primordial era's veins, I fear I may be powerless. He was testing and inflating his own worth. Wang understood his intentions well. Without saying much, he extended his hand palm up. With a hum, a mysterious light shadow emerged from his palm, rapidly expanding into a 3-dimensional light map covering the entire hall. On this light map, mountains, rivers, and the course of earth veins were vividly clear, a miniature of the entire primordial land. Friend, please look, Wang's voice rang out. He pointed to a dim, shattered, and nearly lifeless area on the map. This is the West. As you can see, the Western Earth veins have long rotted and decayed, tangled like a mess of threads. Ordinary methods of sorting are useless. The only solution is to shatter them completely with supreme power and then recast them according to this master blueprint. Wang's voice brimmed with confidence and dominance. And my Wu clan never lacks power. We will handle the breaking and establishing, while you, friend, will handle the ordering and unifying. With your earth book, you can coordinate the power of the land and organize the newly built veins to connect them with the entire primordial land. Together we will surely succeed. Zhen Yuanzi listened with surging emotions, as if envisioning a new Western land being born in their hands. Wu Wang pressed on, offering an irresistible temptation. If this succeeds, heaven will bestow boundless merit. You know well how immense that merit will be. Perhaps this is your chance to take that final step. This process is also the perfect opportunity for you to merge with the Earth Book and comprehend the Tao of the Earth. The Earth Book will no longer be just a spiritual treasure, but a part of you, a part of your Tao. Then as long as the Earth endures, you will be eternal. And most importantly, Wu Wang's gaze grew profound. The Tao is not realized through idle discussion, but through action and proof. What better way to comprehend the wonders of creation and touch the threshold of the primordial Tao than by personally reshaping a realm? Sagehood, immortality, the primordial Tao. Zhen Yuanzi knew this was the greatest opportunity of his life. To miss it would mean never having it again. But he also understood that agreeing meant being irrevocably tied to the Wu clan. From then on, he and his 5 villages temple would bear the Wu clan's mark. The risks were equally immense. As he hesitated, he felt a dozen gazes fall upon him. He instinctively looked up. He saw Zhu Rong cracking his knuckles with crisp sounds, a malicious grin on his face. Gong Gong was toying with the ginseng fruit pit in his hand, staring at him with a dark look, as if saying, "This fruit doesn't last long. Oh, I wonder how human flesh tastes." Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and the other ancestral witches remained silent, but their oppressive silence was more terrifying than any threat. Their eyes seemed to say, "Our little brother is politely inviting you. Don't be ungrateful. We invite you as a courtesy. If you refuse, we'll have to help you be courteous." Zhen Yuanzi shuddered involuntarily. He understood today he had no choice. To go was to share in the glory, benefiting everyone. To refuse was to slight the Wu clan with dire consequences. Wu Wang turned to Hong Yun, who was watching the drama, and said cheerfully, "Friend Hong Yun, you are a renowned, virtuous immortal of the primordial era, blessed with deep fortune. Why not join us and add some auspicious aura to our journey? When we succeed, you'll also receive your share of merit." Hong Yun, always fond of excitement, immediately agreed upon hearing about merit with little effort. Sure. To witness such a world-shaking event is my honor. He'll go with you." His agreement effectively cut off Zhen Yuanzi's retreat. Zhen Yuanzi sighed inwardly. Oh well, fortune favors the bold. He stood up and bowed solemnly to Wu Wang. "Ancestor Wu commands, how dare I refuse? I am willing to follow Ancestor Wu to the west and contribute my meager strength to reshape the primordial land." In the end, he boarded Wu Wang's splendid yet perilous pirate ship. Seeing this, Wu Wang laughed heartily. "Excellent. With your help, great deeds will be accomplished. There's no time to lose." We set off immediately. Thus, the grand procession gained another top-tier primordial powerhouse, the Earth Immortal Ancestor Zhen Yuanzi, along with his tag-along, the virtuous Immortal Hong Yun. The group continued westward at undiminished speed. Finally, after several days, a desolate, ruined land with extremely thin spiritual energy appeared before them. They had reached the western realm. Mount Sumeru had also come into view. The western lands lay in ruins. The sky was overcast, the earth cracked, and even the wind carried a menacing aura and resentment capable of eroding celestial beings. This was the scar of the Primordial Chaos, the battlefield where Dao Ancestor Hongjun and Demon Ancestor Lu faced off in the ultimate confrontation during the ancient calamity of the Dragon Han era. Lu's self-detonation not only obliterated himself, but also destroyed the very foundation of the spiritual veins in the entire West, turning it into the barren and desolate land we see today. In this desolate land, only one peak, Mount Shumi, still faintly retained the aura of immortals. At this moment, within the main hall of Mount Shumi, the 2 future saints, Jane and Zhuanti, sat across from each other, their faces laden with worry. They had long sensed the terrifying aura sweeping in from the east, one powerful enough to make heaven and earth tremble. "Senior brother, they are coming. They are truly coming for us." Zhuanti's face was filled with panic and unease, losing all the sharpness he had once displayed in the Zhixiao Palace. He was screaming internally, "Why? Is it not enough that our western lands are in such dire straits? Will Wu Wang not spare us? What does he truly want? Could it be that the humiliation he inflicted upon us at the Zhixiao Palace was not enough? Now he comes with 12 elder brothers and sisters to tear down our Mount Shumi." Jane maintained a distressed expression, but there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. He clasped his hands together and murmured softly, "Do not panic, junior brother, do not panic. We bear the heavy responsibility of the great western lands, and the heavenly Tao will protect us. No matter how fierce Wu Wang may be, he would not dare to truly harm us." His hands resting on his knees trembled slightly. "Not daring to harm us does not mean he will not humiliate us. With Wu Wang's vindictive and lawless nature, who knows what devious tricks he might conceive to deal with us. Just as both men were filled with anxiety, a grand voice commanding like a decree from the heavens yet tinged with a hint of mockery resonated from outside Mount Shumi, echoing throughout the Western realm. Jane, Zhuanti, an old friend has come to visit. Why are you not hurrying out to greet me? This voice belonged to Wu Wang. He infused the might of the world's laws into his voice, which pierced through the rudimentary formation of Mount Shumi, exploding within the primordial spirits of Jane and Zhuanti. The term old friend sounded so jarring in Zundi's ears that his face turned pale. Old friend? Who among us is your old friend? You are a tyrant. A devil who wishes to squeeze us dry. Zhuanti trembled with rage, but dared not refuse to go out. He glanced at Jane beside him, who shook his head in resignation. The two had no choice but to brace themselves and step out of the hall. The moment they emerged, they froze in place. Before Mount Shumi stood 13 figures resembling deities and demons silently looming. The 12 Ancestral Witches, each a fierce visage, gazed at them with ill intent, as if viewing two lambs awaiting slaughter. Xinyuanzi and Honghuang stood to the side, their expressions somewhat strange, appearing both sympathetic and gleeful at their plight. Leading them, Wu Wang crossed his arms, wearing a terrifyingly genial smile. My dear friends, what a pleasure to see you. Wu Wang greeted with a smile. What's this? Are you unhappy to see me? Your expressions are more pitiful than crying. Zhuanti quickly forced out a smile, even more sorrowful than his earlier expression, and rushed forward, deeply bowing to Wu Wang. Not at all. Wu ancestors' esteemed presence brings glory to our humble Western land. My brother and I are so delighted we could cry. Yes, yes, Jane chimed in, his face tightly wrinkled. We were not aware of Wu ancestors' visit today. What brings you here? But, do you require anything from us, your humble disciples? He initiated, hoping to resolve the matter swiftly and send this group of calamities on their way. Zunti's heart stirred, and he immediately took over the conversation, beginning his traditional act, playing the poverty card. Ah, Wu ancestor, you cannot imagine the suffering we endure in the West. Look at our land where not even a bird would defecate and nothing grows. My brother and I are barely able to eat, surviving on tree bark and the winds of the Northwest. You see my robe? It's patched up in several places. Please have mercy, show some compassion, and let us off the hook. His performance was heartfelt, causing listeners to feel sorrow and onlookers to shed tears. Even the usually carefree Honghuang found it hard to watch. However, Wu Wang appeared to be enjoying a show. After Zhuanti finished, he slowly raised his hand, interrupting him. Are you done? Wu Wang asked. Zhuanti was taken aback and nodded. If you are done, then stop performing. Wu Wang's smile vanished, replaced by indifference. I have no time to waste watching you squander breath here. I have come today to fulfill a promise. Huh? Jane and Zhuanti were stunned. Could it be that he has had a change of heart? Wu Wang changed his tone, adopting a tone of benevolence, and declared, I, Wu Wang, cannot bear to see the beings of the Primordial Chaos suffer. Especially you two, as disciples of the Dao ancestor and future lords of the West, yet living in such a desolate place. My heart aches for you. Therefore I have decided to lend you a hand. My witch clan will help you restore the Western spiritual veins and bring back the prosperity of ancient Western lands. The moment these words were spoken, Jane and Zhuanti were utterly bewildered. Help us. Restore the Western spiritual veins. Their minds buzzed. Happiness came too suddenly for them to believe. Is this for real? The demon Wu Wang actually has such good intentions. Zhuanti's mind raced, and he quickly realized that something must be amiss. Wu Wang definitely did not have good intentions. He hastily said, Ah, Wu ancestor, this is too much. Restoring the spiritual veins is a monumental task requiring time and effort. How could we trouble you and your witch clan friends? We absolutely cannot, absolutely cannot. He wanted to refuse. His intuition warned him that agreeing would lead to unimaginable consequences. Oh, Wu Wang raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting that I come to help you, and you are ungrateful? No, 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 that's not what I meant. Then do you look down on my witch clan, thinking we lack the ability? Wu Wang's voice turned cold. Not at all. Zhuanti was now in a cold sweat. Then that's settled. Wu Wang gave him no chance to explain, directly concluding, since you have no objections, then this matter is settled. He looked at Zhuanti as if he were a fool. You think I don't know what you're thinking? Are you afraid I will ask for benefits from you? Let me tell you, our witch clan stands tall and firm. Helping you is helping you with no desire for return. Wu Wang spoke with righteous fervor. We will bring our own people, expend our own efforts, solve our own technical difficulties, and even provide our own meals during the construction period without taking even a single needle or thread from you in the West. Jane and Zhuanti increasingly felt something was off. No money, no goods, even bringing their own food to work. What kind of good fortune is this? Indeed, Wu Wang's next words revealed his true intentions. However, he shifted his tone, looking at the two with a devilish smile. as guests you as the lords of the West should express something right. How about this? During the entire process of restoring the spiritual veins, you two must cooperate fully. You must unconditionally obey all my commands. This is considered your contribution to the construction of your own homeland. How about that? Jane and Zunti's faces turned completely green. They finally understood. Wu Wang intended to treat them as slaves. Wu Wang, you are going too far. Zhuani finally lost it, pointing at Wu Wang and shouting. Oh, I am going too far. Wu Wang sneered. You two still owe my witch clan 8 opportunities to act. Now I am asking you to cooperate with me. Oh, what's wrong with that? Or do you mean? Wu Wang's gaze turned dangerous and the 12 ancestral witches behind him stepped forward. Boom. 13 terrifying auras rose into the sky, enveloping Mount Shumi entirely. Do you wish for us to help you in another way? Feeling that terrifying aura, Zunti's anger was instantly extinguished. He felt cold all over, as if falling into an ice cave. He knew he had no choice. Jane sighed, deeply restraining Zhuanti, who still wanted to say something, and slowly lowered his proud head before Wu Wang. We comply. All right, now that the agreement is reached, let's not waste any more time. He looked around, pointing at the desolate land, and said, let's get to work. He first looked at Xinyuanzi. Xinyuanzi, I trouble you. Xinyuanzi nodded, eager to begin. He summoned his companion spirit treasure, the Earth Book. The hefty earth-colored tome floated in midair, radiating a soft, yet profound yellow light. The pages turned automatically without wind, displaying intricate maps of the primordial spiritual veins that flowed in the light. Xinyuanzi's expression grew solemn as he formed seals with his hands, preparing to begin with a completely dead spiritual vein near Mount Shumi, using his gentle earth laws to gradually sort and repair it. This was an exceedingly intricate task requiring a long time and effort. According to his estimates, merely repairing this small section of the spiritual vein would take at least 1,000 years. However, just as he was starting to draw upon the power of the Earth Book, Wu Wang's voice interrupted him. Wait. Xinyuanzi was taken aback, looking at Wu Wang in confusion. What is wrong? Too slow. Wu Wang shook his head, displaying a hint of impatience. With your needlework-like skills, how long will it take to finish? We witches do not have that kind of patience. Xinyuanzi was somewhat stunned, but restoring the spiritual veins is a slow process, emphasizing gradual progress. If rushed, it might damage the Earth's essence. Ha ha ha. Wu Wang laughed heartily, as if hearing the greatest joke. His laughter echoed. The ancestral witches behind him, such as Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, also joined in mockery. Zhu Rong patted his chest and boomed. That's the method of you soft-shelled shrimp. Our witch clan only has one word when it comes to work. Do it. Wu Wang ceased his laughter, looking at the bewildered Xinyuanzi and the frightened Jane and Zhuanti. He spoke in an undeniable tone. Xinyuanzi, your task is not to repair, but to plan. You only need to use the Earth Book to clearly mark the direction of the spiritual veins we wish to reconstruct. As for the construction, leave it to us. With that, he waved his hand, bellowing at the 12 brothers and sisters behind him. Brothers, form the formation. Roar. The 12 ancestral witches roared in unison, soaring into the sky and each finding their positions in the formation. Wu Wang stepped forward to the center of the formation. Boom. A wave of terrifying malice erupted 100 times more fearsome than when they descended upon Wuzhuang Temple. Using Wu Wang's world laws as the core, supported by the primal laws of the 12 ancestral witches, an unprecedented, terrifying formation, merging 13 supreme laws, instantly took shape. He named it the Great Formation of the 13 Capital Heavens, creation of divine malevolence. Endless chaotic malevolence gathered and compressed within the formation. The phantom of Pangu re-emerged, and this time 3,000 great worlds were manifested behind the phantom. Above, 13 colossal axes that spanned the heavens coalesced. Each axe was entwined with the power of the laws: fire, weak, water, space, time, thunder. That sharp aura, akin to the splitting of heaven and earth, was felt even on the shores of the eastern sea, millions of miles away. Jane and Zhuanti, witnessing this scene, were already terrified to the point of losing their souls, unable to utter a word. Wu Wang, what are you doing? Stop! Quickly stop! Zhuanti cried out in terror. Xinyuanzi also turned pale, finally understanding the meaning behind Wu Wang's previous words. Wu Wang floated at the center of the formation, his hair dancing wildly, his gaze disdainful, like an unrivaled demon lord wielding destruction. He looked down at the ruined land beneath him and the two terrified future saints, a cold smile curving his lips. No destruction, no establishment. Today let you witness how our witch clan undertakes construction. Give me open. With his command, the ancestral witches simultaneously exerted their power. The 13 colossal axes, entwined with the might of the laws, struck down fiercely upon the vast western lands beneath. Under the 13 law-imbued axes, the hard earth was easily cleaved as if it were tofu. Mountains, rivers, plains, hills. Everything was shattered beneath this axe, reduced to the most primal dust. The earth lamented, the space collapsed. Deep, bottomless chasms spread across the western lands like centipedes. Within the abyss lay dark chaos and raging earth, fire, water, and wind. At that moment, the entire western world seemed to usher in its apocalypse. No. Jane let out a desperate roar, watching helplessly as the last remaining spiritual vein beneath Mount Shumi was struck by a thunder-imbued axe, instantly exploding into a rain of light. My home. My dojo. Zhuanti fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he watched the Mount Shumi they had cultivated for countless eras reduced to ruins. In this violent demolition, his heart shattered. They could not comprehend why Wang would do such a thing. This was not restoration, it was complete annihilation. Yet Wang looked on at all of this with no trace of compassion, only a cold madness. Not enough. Still not enough. Continue. Dig deeper. Extract all the roots of this decayed land. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal axes fell again and again, stripping the western lands layer by layer, as if peeling a giant onion. Zenyuanzi watched in horror, but the earth book in his hands was fervently transmitting information to him. He was shocked to discover that with the witch clan's violent demolition, those long entangled with the earth's essence like malignant tumors, the dead spiritual veins and ancient resentments, were all forcibly shattered. The Lingxiao Palace. Originally resplendent and filled with celestial energy, the demon clan's heavenly court is now shrouded in silence. All the demon gods and generals held their breath, not daring to exhale, their gazes filled with fear as they watched the terrifying scene unfolding on the primal earth. 13 colossal axes entwined with supreme laws fell relentlessly, making their hearts clench with every strike. It was as if the entire western continent was being dismantled like a child's toy and rebuilt from scratch. Madmen. This group of Wu clan are utterly insane. Finally, a demon god could no longer bear the pressure and murmured. On the throne, Emperor Jun's face was as dark as thunder. He gripped the armrest tightly, his golden imperial eyes burning with uncontrollable rage. Ignorance. Once again, this blatant disregard. The last time Wang passed through his heavenly court with the 12 ancestral witches treating him as if he were air. This time they ran straight to the other end of the wilderness, creating such a commotion without even casting a glance towards the heavenly court. This humiliation was even more profound than if they had attacked his doorstep. It indicated that in the eyes of Wang and the Wu clan, his demon clan's heavenly court was no longer a worthy opponent to be reckoned with, but merely an inconsequential backdrop. Brother. Honghuang Taiyi's voice thundered like an impending volcanic eruption, the chaos bell in his hand buzzing with fury, evidently pushed to his limits. These barbarians are pushing their luck. What they are doing is not repairing the West. They are clearly showcasing their might to the entire wilderness. If they continue like this, where will the dignity of our demon clan be? Who in the wilderness will still regard us with any respect? Emperor Jun understood this principle all too well. The Wu clan's grand display under the guise of repairing the West was merely a show of strength. They wanted to tell everyone in the most violent way, behold, this is the power of our Wu clan. With the combined strength of 13 ancestral witches, we can remake heaven and earth. Those who follow me shall prosper, those who oppose me shall perish. Such tyranny and dominance made Emperor Jun feel a deep sense of powerlessness. The 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation was already terrifying enough, but with Wang's involvement, it transformed into the 13 capital heavenly creation god-killing formation, its power multiplied beyond tenfold. As that axe came down, he questioned whether Taiyi's Eastern Emperor Bell could withstand it. The most critical issue was that he could not comprehend it. What exactly does the Wu clan want? Why expend such tremendous effort to assist the two impoverished beings, Jane and Zhuanti, in repairing the Earth's veins? What is their aim? Is it simply an overflow of energy with nowhere to vent? That seems foolish, inconsistent with Wang's style. But if he were to have grander schemes, Emperor Jun could not fathom them. This is entirely a thankless task, a foolish endeavor of making garments for others. Not understanding means being unable to predict and respond. That is the most frightening part. Just as the heavenly court was engulfed in gloom, the atmosphere at the top of Mount Buzhou within the palace of Nuwa was equally tense. Nuwa and Fushi stood side by side, gazing at the earth-shaking spectacle in the west, rendered speechless for a long time. Sister, do you see it? Fux's expression was more serious than ever, the symbols in his hands glowing as they underwent frenzied calculations. Nuwa gently nodded, her voice tinged with bitterness. I see it. Wang has perfectly integrated his own world laws into the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation. The power of the 12 ancestral witches' laws is unified through his world laws, resulting in such terrifying might. Previously, the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation resembled a heavy, dull hammer, powerful yet lacking in agility. Now this hammer has been forged by Wang into a sharp and versatile divine weapon capable of opening the heavens and creating worlds. Moreover, Fushi took a deep breath filled with apprehension. That's not all. He said solemnly, I just used the symbols to calculate, and if the two of us were to face the current Wu clan I fear, we wouldn't even have the chance to escape. This conclusion weighed heavily on Nua's heart. Brother, what should we do? Nua felt somewhat lost. She was originally a ruler of the demon clan meant to strategize for their people. However, previously Emperor Jun had expelled Kuanping from the demon clan for the sake of so-called fortune. Such a cold act of burning bridges left both her and Fushi chilled, which is why they remained in Nua's palace, unwilling to interfere in heavenly court affairs. Now, however, the Wu clan's dominance had shattered the balance of the wilderness. If this continued unchecked, it would not be long before the entire wilderness truly became Wu's domain. At that time, the fate of the demon clan could easily be imagined. Under the fallen nest, how could there be a complete egg? Fushi remained silent for a long time, countless divinations flashing in his eyes, until finally all the light converged into a determined resolution. Sister, we can wait no longer. He looked at Nua and said slowly, Emperor Jun is cold and incompetent, but he is ultimately the heavenly emperor of the demon clan. If the demon clan perishes, we as its rulers will be entwined in fate, and in the future we will surely face countless tribulations. His eyes ignited with fierce battle intent. I will go to the heavenly court. I will personally forge a force capable of countering the 13 capital heavenly creation god-killing formation. He understood that this would be difficult, but he had no other choice. For the survival of the demon clan, for his sister's future path, he must step forward and take on this responsibility. Nua looked at the determination in her brother's eyes, her heart filled with mixed emotions. All right. Nua nodded, her gaze growing resolute. Brother, I will go with you. The future of the demon clan cannot simply be cast aside. The two siblings exchanged glances, no longer hesitating, transforming into two streaks of light as they flew towards the Lingxiao Palace. They needed to tell Emperor Jun and Tai that the demon clan is not yet at the end of its rope. Kunlun Mountain, the Hall of the Three Pure Ones. Taiching Laozi, Yuqing Yuanshi, and Shangqing Tongtian all observed the unfolding events in the west. Within the hall stood a cloud-embroidered couch and 3 rush-seated cushions. Yuanshi Tianzuan's brows knitted tightly, his face bore unmasked disdain and contempt. A rabble of fur-clad, horned, moisture-born, and egg-hatched beings, truly crude beyond measure. He snorted coldly, his voice dripping with aloof arrogance. Mending the earth's meridians is a subtle art. Gentle guidance, patient cultivation, harmonizing with heaven's timing and natural rhythm. To witness their methods is to behold little more than brute beasts digging at the soil. Outrageous, sacrilegious, a profound affront to the Tao itself. In his eyes, the Wu clan's sweeping, violent dismantling was nothing short of blasphemy against the Tao. A savage, untamed act devoid of the refined grace and orthodox elegance befitting true immortals of the mystical path. Especially Wang, the instigator himself, rankled him deeply. Abducting brides by force, extorting wealth, now leading a band of reckless brutes across the western lands. Truly the greatest blight upon the primordial chaos. Brother, your words missed the mark. Tongtian Jiaozhu, seated opposite him, spoke with a different tone. Clad in azure Taoist robes, his sword-like brows arched over star-bright eyes, his expression radiating unrestrained freedom and spontaneity. I find Wu Wang's conduct rather compelling. Tongtian said, a broad smile spreading across his lips, his gaze alight with admiration. He acts on impulse, embraces justice and vengeance without restraint, unfettered by formality or convention. Is not this very principle, shattering the old to birth the new, remolding heaven and earth with peerless might, an authentic expression of the Great Dao? He clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. This is the spirit befitting the descendants of Pangu. Compared to Emperor Jun's scheming within the heavenly court, twisting power-weaving plots, I far prefer Wu Wang's way, speaking plainly with the fist. Tongtian was forthright by nature, and held deepest contempt for Yuanshi's obsession with lineage and rigid adherence to rules. To him, the Tao manifested in 3,000 paths, each one a valid road to enlightenment. The Wu clan pursued the Tao through sheer strength, the ancient path of Pangu himself, domineering, fierce, and unyielding, nothing shameful about it. Though Wu Wang's actions appeared brutal on the surface, they carried the vital qi of cataclysmic dissolution followed by grand rebirth, stirring Tongtian's inner sword intent to restless anticipation, as if he longed to race westward and cleave the heavens with a few thunderous strokes. Yuanshi sputtered, his beard bristling, eyes flaring with indignation. Utter folly. To consort with such barbarians. Have you no shred of dignity left as a true heir of Pangu? Pangu's legacy is forged not in words, but in battle. Tong Tian retorted without hesitation. If brother believes them mistaken, why not journey west yourself and reason with them? Let us see whether their axes consent to your logic. Enough. Cease your bickering. Tai Ching Laozi, who had sat in silent meditation seemingly untouched by worldly affairs, slowly opened his eyes. At his voice, Yuanshi and Tong Tian instantly fell silent. As the eldest of the three pure ones, Laozi's authority was unmatched. His seemingly clouded eyes shimmered with the luminous wisdom of one who perceived all things beneath heaven. Glancing at his two brothers flushed with argument, then at the apocalyptic scene unfolding in the west, he spoke calmly. The Wu clan's action is neither frivolous nor boastful. Oh, both Yuanshi and Tong Tian leaned forward intrigued. Laozi continued slowly. Wu Wang's mind runs deep, far deeper than any of us imagined. His expedition to the west appears aimed at restoring the western earth veins for Jian and Zhundi, but in truth it achieves three objectives at once. First, asserting dominance. With thunderous force he strikes awe into all clans of the Primordial Chaos, especially the Yao clan, proclaiming the Wu clan's unassailable supremacy. Second, forging warriors. The 13 celestial creation array has just been completed. It requires a monumental undertaking to calibrate and refine, preparing the Wu clan for the coming great war against the Yao clan. Third, and most crucial, accumulating merit. Restoring the western earth veins is a deed of cosmic virtue. Laozi's voice grew subtly weighted. Once accomplished, the celestial merit bestowed by the heavenly Dao will elevate the Wu clan's fortune to unprecedented heights, surpassing the Yao clan utterly. At the word merit, both Yuanshi's and Tong Tian's expressions shifted. As disciples of the Dao ancestor, they fully grasped merit's profound significance for cultivators. It elevated cultivation, dissolved karmic entanglements, and amplified fortune, indispensable on the path to sagehood. Yuanshi frowned, yet he labors for Jian and Zhuanti's benefit. The lion's share of merit will fall to those two Westerners, while the Wu clan receives only scraps. Is such a grand spectacle truly worth mere dregs? This too eludes my understanding. Laozi shook his head, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his gaze. Wu Wang's nature is that of one who never surrenders advantage. His elaborate maneuver must serve aims far greater than merit alone. Beneath this lies a stratagem unknown to us. Let us watch and wait, Laozi concluded. Wu Wang has become the greatest variable in the primordial chaos. Until his true intent is revealed, we must refrain from premature action. Yuanshi and Tong Tian fell into deep contemplation. They realized the game of the primordial chaos had grown infinitely more complex and far more inscrutable, with Wu Wang's entrance as a player. Beyond the 33 heavens, in the purple brilliance palace, Honghuang Daozu sat motionless upon his cloud throne, observing all below with an impassive countenance. His gaze like a still ancient well betrayed not the faintest ripple of emotion. Yet were one able to pierce his innermost thoughts, they would discover profound confusion stirring within. Even he could not fathom it. As the heavenly Dao's appointed emissary and the primordial chaos supreme strategist, he was meant to perceive and govern all. The Wu Yao cataclysm, the emergence of sages, all should unfold precisely as scripted. But Wu Wang's arrival shattered the script entirely. This anomaly, alien to the primordial chaos, repeatedly acted beyond Hongjuan's comprehension and control, marrying by Zhichang, Shi, and Ho Tu, uniting the celestial lunar and earthly marriages, secretly seizing celestial merit, condensing the 13th ancestral Wu avatar, breaking the Wu clan's ordained limit of 12. Now he led the Wu clan westward to undertake violent infrastructure projects. Hongjuan had divined countless times, yet failed to grasp Wu Wang's purpose. Was it truly only merit he sought? No, this notion he dismissed inwardly. Wu Wang's vision extended far beyond such narrow ambition. Each of his moves struck with ruthless precision, seemingly irrational, yet landing invariably upon the vital pressure points. Just as before when he brazenly demanded merit from the celestial marriage, unexpected, yet forcing even the heavenly Dao to yield. This time he certainly did not labor solely to clothe others in glory. Hongjuan attempted to divine Wu Wang's future and ultimate aim, yet the celestial mechanics dissolved into utter chaos. A rare tremor flickered across his eyes. An anomaly. Hongjuan murmured softly, his voice echoing through the vast emptiness of the purple brilliance palace. I shall see precisely what you intend. He resolved to cease forced divination. It was futile. What remained was patience. He would wait until Wu Wang himself unveiled his hidden hand. He believed that before the absolute tide of the heavenly Dao, no scheme, however cunning, could withstand annihilation. Sages were destined to be the heavenly Dao's protagonists. So long as he completed his fusion with the Dao swiftly and cultivated 6 heavenly Dao sages to govern heaven's mandate and anchor the primordial chaos fortune. Wu Wang's turbulence would stir no more than fleeting ripples. With that thought, Hongjun gently closed his eyes, resuming his communion with the heavenly Dao. During his second discourse, he imparted the method of severing the 3 selves. During his third discourse, he would distribute the primordial violet qi. He would accelerate this process, restoring the primordial chaos celestial board to its familiar ordained course. In the Western lands, under the terrifying power of the 13 capital heavenly creation divine array, the entire surface of the West was forcibly scraped away, leaving a thick layer removed. Mountains were flattened, rivers turned into ravines, and all former geographical features vanished without a trace. What replaced them was a piece of thoroughly plowed primal chaotic soil. Jane and Juanti had become numb. They knelt on the ruins of the flattened Shumi mountain, gazing at this familiar, yet strange homeland, wishing to cry, but finding no tears. Home is gone. The dojo they had managed for countless yuan meetings was dismantled in just a few days, leaving not even a single complete brick or tile. Xinyuanzi and Hongyun stood by, equally astonished. Especially Xinyuanzi, who looked at the land book in his hands, feeling the waves of sorrow emanating from deep within the earth, his heart a mix of emotions. He had thought Wu Wang's no breaking, no establishing was merely talk, but unexpectedly, he truly dared to do it. This was a complete overhaul, a recreation of heaven and earth. Friend Wu Wang, that's enough, truly enough. Xinyuanzi finally couldn't help but advise. The decayed spiritual veins of the surface and the ancient resentments have been completely cleared. If you dig further, you will harm the very source of the Western lands. However, Wu Wang, suspended in the center of the grand array, seemed not to have heard his words. His gaze penetrated through layers of soil and rock, looking deeper into the more profound and darker depths. Not enough, still not enough. Far from enough. Wu Wang's voice was cold and frenzied. Continue. Dig deeper for me. Expose all the foundations of this decayed land. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ronggong and other ancestral witches showed no hesitation, instead erupting into even more excited roars. The combative factors within them found immense satisfaction in this world-destroying endeavor. Roar! The 13 colossal heavenly axes were once more raised, wielding even more violent power, striking fiercely at the already ravaged earth. Boom, boom, boom. The earth was stripped layer by layer, as if peeling a giant onion. Soon, when they dug down to a depth of 90,000 zhong, an abnormal change occurred. A terrifying aura as black as ink and as viscous as oil erupted violently from the fissures deep within the earth. This aura was filled with destruction, brutality, resentment, madness. All negative emotions. As soon as it appeared, the entire sky of the west instantly turned darker than night, and even the winds carried a vicious curse capable of eroding the primordial spirit. This is demonic qi, the primordial demonic qi of Luo Hu. Xinyuanzi's face changed drastically, exclaiming in shock. He finally understood Wu Wang's true intention. During the ancient Longhan early calamity, the demonic ancestor Luo, who self-destructed in this place, not only destroying the Western spiritual veins, but also deeply embedding his indestructible demonic will and primordial demonic qi into the depths of the Western lands, intertwining with the source of the earth, like a parasite remaining for millions of years without removal. This was the root cause of the West's barrenness. This demonic qi was like a poison that seeped into the bones, continuously eroding the Western lands, preventing them from recovering vitality. Ordinary cleansing and guidance could not reach this level. To eliminate them, there was only one method: to scrape the bones to cure the poison. To completely turn over the entire Western land, exposing all these hidden tumors to the light of day. So that's it. So this is your purpose. Xinyuanzi looked at Wu Wang, his eyes filled with shock. What an ambitious plan. What a deep scheme. To dare to think, and even more to dare to act. Killing aura. Such pure killing aura. Unlike the fear of Xinyuanzi and the others, Zhu Ronggong and the other ancestral witches, upon sensing this aura, reacted like sharks smelling blood, their eyes shining with excitement, trembling with exhilaration. Their witch clan could inherently absorb various killing auras from heaven and earth to temper their bodies and enhance their strength. The primordial demonic qi and ancient killing aura left by Luo, who were absolutely supreme supplements for them. Haha. Zhu Rong laughed to the sky, feeling that the laws of fire within him were starting to stir under the stimulation of this killing aura. Brother Wu Wang, what are we waiting for? It's time to feast. Gong Gong roared impatiently. Wu Wang looked at the surging demonic qi and killing aura below, a satisfied smile creeping onto his lips. Everything was within his plan. Don't rush. Wu Wang raised his hand, stopping the eager ancestral witches. This is just an appetizer. His gaze was sharp as he looked towards the center of the ocean of demonic qi. Though Luo, who is dead, his indestructible demonic will remains. First we must force him out, eliminate this hidden danger, and then we can eat with peace of mind. With that he concentrated his thoughts, and the grand array operated. The colossal heavenly axe belonging to him, entwined with the laws of the world, suddenly burst forth with a divine light reaching 10,000 zhang. Suppress. The giant axe pressed down fiercely upon the ocean of demonic qi. The laws of the world embrace all things, and can also suppress all things. Roar. A shrill and unwilling roar echoed from the deepest part of the ocean of demonic qi. Following that, a terrifying demonic shadow towering 10,000 zhang and composed purely of demonic qi slowly rose from the depths of the earth. It had no distinct features, only a pair of blood-red eyes filled with endless resentment and madness. The remnants of the demonic ancestor Luo Has will. Pangu. Descendants. The demonic shadow emitted a disjointed voice filled with endless hatred. You should die. It suddenly raised its arm, and endless demonic qi gathered into a pitch-black spear. The residual will of Luo, who grasped the phantom of the spear of godslaying, stabbing fiercely towards the grand array. This spear seemed intent on piercing a hole in heaven and earth. However, Wang merely looked at him coldly. A mere remnant of will dares to act recklessly. Today let you completely vanish. Brothers, send him on his way. All right. The 12 ancestral witches echoed in unison, pouring their own primordial laws of power into the grand array without reservation. Boom. The 13 capital heavenly creation divine array erupted with an unprecedented light, the 13 colossal heavenly axes merging into one, transforming into an even larger Pangu divine axe, as if it could open the heavens. On the divine axe, chaotic energy flowed with earth, fire, water, and wind swirling around the phantoms of 3,000 great laws floating within. Slice. With Wu Wang's command, the Pangu divine axe, wielding the supreme power to sever the ancient and obliterate all, swung down fiercely at Luo Has' demonic shadow. Under this axe, time seemed to stand still. The arrogant demonic shadow of Luo, who along with the phantom of the spear of god-slaying in its hand silently dissolved, transforming into the purest primordial demonic qi, reintegrating into the ocean of demonic qi below. The once mighty demonic ancestor, a peerless hero of ancient times, had his last remnant in the primordial world completely erased. With the complete annihilation of the lingering will of Laho, the black ocean formed by the convergence of primordial demonic energy and ancient baleful aura below instantly lost its final restraint, becoming docile. The violent aura vanished, replaced by the purest essence of destruction and slaughter. For the Wu clan, this was no less than a sumptuous feast already laid out. Time to eat. At Wu Wang's command, the 12 ancestral witches, maintaining the great formation, could no longer contain themselves. They manifested their colossal true forms like ravenous tautai that had starved for eons and opened their massive mouths wide, inhaling fiercely toward the black ocean below. Whoosh! Like whales drinking in water, thick black dragon whirlwinds as massive as mountain ranges were forcibly drawn from the depths of the earth, continuously pouring into their mouths. Zhurong's ancestral, which true form blazed with raging southern bright lihua flames. With each breath of baleful aura he inhaled, the flames on his body grew more solid and intense, as if they would scorch the void itself. Gongong's ancestral, which true form was surrounded by surging Xianming heavy water. The baleful aura he absorbed was rapidly transformed within him, causing the water law aura on his body to become heavier and deeper. Dijiang, the ancestral witch of space, Zhuyin, the ancestral witch of time, Rushu, the ancestral witch of metal, Gomong, the ancestral witch of wood. The 12 ancestral witches each displayed their divine powers, frenziedly devouring this immense energy. Their physical bodies grew stronger visibly, and their comprehension of their respective laws deepened rapidly. The sky above the entire western land echoed with their satisfied and exhilarated roars. This was a grand feast belonging to the Wu clan. As the mastermind behind it all, Wu Wang did not directly devour like the others. His gaze fell upon the very center of the black ocean. There, a fist-sized mass, pitch black like ink, yet emitting faint glimmers of light, lay the origin. That was the remnant demonic origin left after Luo Hao's self-destruction. It contained all of Luo Hao's insights into the demonic laws. To everyone, this was deadly poison. But to Wu Wang, who cultivated the world law and aspired to condense 3,000 law seeds, it was an invaluable treasure. Come. Wu Wang reached out and grasped through the air. The mass of demonic origin, as if irresistibly attracted, transformed into a streak of light and instantly vanished into his brow. Boom. Within Wu Wang's sea of consciousness, towering waves arose. Countless insights into the demonic path surged into his primordial spirit like a tidal wave. He seemed to see a being from the moment of its birth determined to destroy everything to prove the Dao, through slaughter to establish the Dao, through demonic means. He witnessed Luohao's rivalry with Honghuang, his detonation of the Western Earth veins, and his madness and resolve to oppose the entire primordial world. When the Dao rises by 1 foot, the demon rises by 10. To follow is to be immortal, to rebel is to be demon. Both are the Dao. My heart is demon, all things can be demon. These demonic sounds pierced the ears. Had it been any other golden immortal, they would have likely lost their composure and fallen into the demonic path. But Wu Wang's primordial spirit, tempered through countless refinements by the world law, was already unshakably indestructible. His Dao heart was more steadfast than ever. Demon too is part of my world law. Wu Wang's primordial spirit sat cross-legged, the golden wheel of merit behind his head, radiating a gentle light, purifying all demonic thoughts one by one. He did not reject these demonic insights. Instead, he embraced them with an attitude of inclusion, fully receiving them, then comprehending and transforming them with his own world law. Gradually, within his Danshan's inner world, beside the profound yellow seed representing the earth law, a new seed began to slowly condense. This seed was pitch black, its surface covered with countless mysterious demonic patterns, radiating a terrifying aura of devouring and destroying everything. The demonic law seed. With the condensation of this seed, Wu Wang felt his understanding of the concept of destruction reach a new height. If before he was a builder, now he had equally become a qualified destroyer. Creation and destruction achieved a perfect balance within him. Although his cultivation level did not directly break through as it had when condensing the earth law seed, his overall strength had indeed surged significantly. Especially his primordial spirit attacks. If infused with this demonic law, they would become bizarre and unpredictable, hard to defend against. Not bad, not bad. Wu Wang nodded in satisfaction. This journey to the west had yielded rewards beyond his expectations so far. Not only had he successfully established his authority, intimidating the entire primordial world, and elevated the strength of the 12 Ancestral Witches collectively, but more importantly, he had condensed a crucial demonic law seed within himself. With a thought, he began to inventory his current gains. First and foremost was the core and most fundamental one, the world law. This was his fundamental Great Dao governing all. Next was the perfect Great Earth law seed condensed through dual cultivation with Hutu. This seed granted him the ability to mobilize the power of the primordial earth with unparalleled defense. Then came the 3 law seeds of Yin Yang and the grand Yin Yang Dao, unexpectedly gained during dual cultivation with Kunping. Though still only phantoms for now, given time, they would surely solidify completely. These 3 seeds represented the ultimate principles of heaven and earth, profound and infinite. Finally, there was the newly condensed demonic law seed. It represented destruction and termination, an indispensable part of the world's operation. World Earth, Yin Yang Demon. Unknowingly, he had come so far. He was one step closer to his goal of gathering 3,000 law seeds and proving the Dao through power. Wu Wang opened his eyes. The revelry of the 12 Ancestral Witches was also nearing its end. The vast ocean of demonic energy deep underground had been devoured by them by 7 or 8 parts. What remained were some impure residues which they no longer cared for. Every ancestral witch's face beamed with satisfaction. The aura on their bodies was at least 30% thicker than when they had arrived. Especially Zhurong and Gongong, who were already at the peak of the ancestral witches. They now showed faint signs of breaking through. Awesome. Too awesome. Zhurong belched, spewing a puff of black flame that twisted the void. Brother Wu Wang, you must call us for such good things in the future. Exactly. Gongong chimed in. Staying cooped up in the Pangu Hall is suffocating. It's much more fun to stretch our limbs out here. Seeing their carefree demeanor, Wu Wang smiled. The grand meal was over now. It was time for business. His gaze fell upon the 2 future saints who had been petrified from start to finish. The expressions of Jane and Junti could no longer be described as merely ugly. They had first endured the grief of their homeland's destruction, then witnessed the emergence and downfall of Luohao's demonic shadow, and finally watched helplessly as the Wu clan dug up and devoured the treasures buried beneath their land for countless culpas. This series of blows had nearly shattered their Dao hearts. The entire western land was now truly destitute. He could only ask, when will this end? Just then Wu Wang's voice, like that of a demon, rang in their ears. 2 fellow cultivators, have you rested enough? Time to get to work. Upon hearing Wu Sang's voice, Jane and Junti jolted, snapping out of their daze. They raised their heads, meeting Wu Sang's half-smiling gaze. Junti's heart skipped a beat as a foreboding sense surged within him. Work? The ground had already been torn apart by them like this. What was left to do? Were they supposed to pile up the ruins of Mount Sumeru all over again? Just as he was about to speak, Wu Sang slowly raised a finger. Once, Wu Sang said calmly. Zhuanti froze, not understanding his meaning. But Jiayan's face turned deathly pale. He understood. Wu Sang was reminding them that they still owed the witch clan 8 chances to act. Now he was going to use another one. Ancestor Wu. Jiayan's voice was hoarse. May I ask what you require of us 2 brothers? He had already resigned himself to fate. In the face of absolute power, any struggle was futile. He only hoped that Wu Sang's demand would not be too excessive. Yet Wu Sang's next words made their eyes nearly pop out. Nothing major. Wu Sang pointed to the land below, which had been turned into utter chaos as if ravaged by an apocalypse. Next we begin rebuilding the earth veins. Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi handles the planning, our witch clan brothers handle the construction. He paused, then smiled at Jane and Zhuanti. As for you 2, you'll be in charge of logistics. I see everyone's been busy and parched. Go brew some tea and bring it over to moisten their throats. This request isn't too much, is it? Silence. Dead silence. Jane and Zhuanti were utterly dumbfounded. They wondered if their ears were playing tricks on them. Serving tea. Pouring water. Them, future saints of the heavenly Dao, personal disciples of the Dao ancestor, to serve tea and water to a bunch of barbarians wreaking havoc on their home. This was an utter humiliation. Zhuanti's face instantly turned the color of liver. An uncontrollable rage surged from the depths of his heart straight to his crown. Wu Sang, you. Don't go too far. He pointed at Wu Sang, trembling with fury. We are at least guests of the Zhixiao Palace, disciples of the Dao ancestor. And you want us to do menial work? A warrior would rather die than be disgraced. Oh, is that so? Wu Sang raised an eyebrow, his smile unchanged, but his eyes turned cold. So you're unwilling then? Behind him, the 12 Ancestral Witches, Zhurong Gonggong and the others, took a synchronized step forward. Boom. 13 terrifying auras of malice converged again, like 13 primeval demon mountains pressing down heavily on Jane and Zhuanti. Zhuanti felt as if his primordial spirit had been struck by a billion-pound hammer. He spat out a mouthful of golden blood, instantly wilting. Though Jane didn't spit blood, his face grew even paler, his body swaying. He'll ask once more. Wu Sang's voice was like the ice of the Nine, never devoid of emotion. Are you willing or not? Or would you prefer I use this chance in another way? His eyes turned extremely dangerous, as if to say, if you refuse next time, it won't be just about serving tea. Feeling the terrifying pressure that could grind them to dust, the rage in Zhuanti's heart was instantly doused by boundless fear. He was afraid, truly afraid. He had no doubt that if he dared utter another refusal, he would be annihilated in body and soul in the next second. Dignity. What was dignity in the face of death? Jane let out a long sigh filled with endless sorrow and helplessness. He pulled back Zhuanti, who wanted to say more, and slowly bowed his once proud head to Wu Sang. We are willing. Those 3 words seemed to drain all his strength. And this scene was clearly displayed before everyone through the magical water mirrors of the great powers across the primordial world. Beyond the 33 heavens, in the Lingxiao Palace, Diju and Tai and the newly arrived Fuxi and Nuwa were silent. Watching the 2 bowed figures in the water mirror, their hearts were a mix of emotions. There was a sorrow of shared fate, but more than that, a deep fear of Wu Sang's domineering methods. Killing only ends life. Wu Sang was crushing their spirit. He trampled the dignity of Jane and Zhuanti underfoot, shattering it to pieces. This Wu Sang. Fux's gaze was extremely grave. He is asserting his authority and setting rules. He uses the fate of Jane and Zhuanti to tell the entire primordial world those who follow the witch clan prosper. Those who oppose them not only perish, but suffer a fate worse than death. Nuwa nodded gently, her feelings toward Wu Sang growing more complex. This man was domineering, forceful, and unreasonable. Yet he possessed an undeniable charm. On Mount Kunlun, in the Hall of the 3 Pure Ones, Yuanshi Tianzuan trembled with rage, smashing the jade table before him with a single palm strike. Scoundrel! Arrogant! Utterly arrogant, he roared. Insulting the disciples of the Dao ancestor is an affront to us all. If this fiend is not eliminated, the primordial world will never know peace. Tantian Jiaozhu did not argue this time, silently drinking wine, a strange light flickering in his eyes. Though he admired Wu Sang's dominance, he too found the trampling of dignity distasteful. Only Taishang Laojun remained as unperturbed as ever. He simply said, cause and effect revolve, retribution never misses. Today's cause will bear fruit in the future. Just watch. In the Western lands, under the gaze of all the great powers, Jane and Zhuanti ultimately chose to yield. From their ruined dojo, they salvaged the remaining tea set and leaves, boiled spiritual spring water, and stiffly brewed a pot of tea. Then, under the mocking eyes of the 13 Ancestral Witches and the sympathetic gazes of Zhang Yuanzi and Honghuang, they carried the tea tray and walked over step by step. Ancestor Wu, please have tea. Zhuanti offered a cup to Wu Sang with both hands, his voice trembling. Wu Sang didn't even glance at him, merely grunting indifferently. Zunti's hand froze in midair, neither advancing nor retreating, utterly awkward. Finally, Zhurong couldn't bear it anymore, snatched the cup, downed it in one gulp, and tossed it to the ground. "Pa, what is this garbage? Not even as good as water." His action was like a signal. The other ancestral witches followed suit, either gulping down the tea or pouring it away, their words dripping with disdain. Jane and Zunti's faces alternated between pale and red. They felt like two clowns being cruelly toyed with by a gang of bullies. And the instigator of all this, Wu Sang, never touched the tea from start to finish. He was merely demonstrating to all that he had the power and will to trample anyone who dared defy him into the mud. The humiliation done, it was time for real work. All right, enough fun. Time to start. Wu Sang stood up, looked around, and pointed at the cleared land with bold ambition. "Fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi, the trouble is yours." Jin Yuanzi took a deep breath, suppressing his awe, and nodded. He summoned the Earth Book and, following Wu Sang's instructions, began marking out new, more magnificent and rational ley line routes with a golden light on the ground. "Brothers," Wu Sang looked at the 12 ancestral witches. "Follow Jin Yuanzi's plan and open. Roar." The 13 ancestral witches roared in unison, forming the Great Formation again. If the witch clan was once the top demolition crew of the primordial world, they now transformed into the most efficient and powerful construction maniacs. Jin Yuanzi's Earth Book sketched crisscrossing golden lines across the vast western lands. These lines were the future paths of the Earth veins. Some ran north-south, others connected east-west, forming a network 100 times more complex than before. The first main vein starts at Mount Sumeru and ends at the Western Sea, stretching 9 billion miles long and 1,800,000,000 zhang deep. Open. At Wu Sang's command, the Great Formation activated. Hutu, the ancestral witch of Earth, stepped forward first. With a sharp cry, she formed hand seals and summoned the power of the entire primordial world's earth. Rumble. On the flat land, soil and rock seemed to come alive, parting automatically. A deep, wide chasm spread at visible speed along the golden light, rushing into the distance. No digging, no hauling. Where the earth's power went, chasms formed. This miraculous sight made Jin Yuanzi's eyelids twitch. Though he was the Earth immortal ancestor, able to manipulate Earth's power with the Earth Book, compared to Hutu, a natural darling of the Earth, he was a mere amateur. Water come. With the chasm formed, Honghuang, the ancestral witch of water, followed. He roared to the sky and pointed. Above the 9 heavens, the wind and clouds shifted. Endless water vapor gathered from all directions, forming a silver celestial river that spanned the sky, pouring precisely into the newly formed chasm. They became the initial blood of this ley line, nourishing the earth. Fire rise. Zhurong stepped in, spitting out a mouthful of southern bright lihua fire into the depths of the vein. The flame did not burn, but turned into warm geothermal energy, providing endless power for the newborn vein. Wind stir. Thunder roar. Metal solidify. Wood grow. The 12 ancestral witches each took their roles, perfectly integrating their primal law powers into this grand creation project. Dijiang used spatial laws to teleport primeval divine mountains from billions of miles away, filling the ley line nodes as mountain eyes to stabilize fortune. Zhuyin used temporal laws to accelerate the evolution and stabilization of the veins, compressing a process that would have taken eons into mere centuries. Rushu used Gingjin Qi to fortify the walls of the vein, making them indestructible. Gomong used Imu Qi to spur vegetation on both sides, bringing the first touch of life to this dead land. What a magnificent sight! 13 top-tier great powers comparable to Quasi Saints worked together like creator gods, freely wielding their might on this blank canvas. Mountains rose from the ground, rivers diverted and surged, plains extended infinitely, basins sank silently. The entire western land became like clay in their hands. All the great powers watching this scene fell silent. They were utterly awed by the terrifying execution ability of the witch clan in reshaping heaven and earth, especially the 3 pure ones. Watching the witch clan's seamless coordination and the magnificent ley lines born under their hands for the first time, they felt genuine admiration for this barbaric tribe. As the overall commander, Wu Sang hovered midair, his primordial spirit connected to the Great Formation, precisely regulating every ounce of power and handling every detail. His world law perfectly blended 12 distinct primal laws, making them complement each other, unleashing a terrifying effect where 1 + 1 was greater than 2. Time flew by amidst this grand construction. 100 years. 1,000 years. On this day, the wind stopped and clouds parted over the entire western land. The 13 heavens creation divine evil formation slowly dissolved, and Wu Sang and the 12 ancestral witches reappeared before everyone. Their faces bore traces of fatigue, but more than that, irrepressible excitement and pride. Looking at the reborn land beneath their feet, at the crisscrossing dragon-like magnificent earth veins lurking underground, everyone felt a sense of unreality. They had actually done it. In 2,500 years, they had accomplished a great feat worthy of being recorded in the annals of the primordial world. Jin Yuanzi and Han Yun were too moved to speak. They gazed at this land they had helped design and build as if looking at their own child, eyes brimming with joy. Meanwhile, Jane and Zhuanti were completely stunned. They stared at the land before them, still desolate, yet full of boundless vitality and potential, their minds blank. They knew that from today onward the West would be different. And the look in Jane and Zhuanti's eyes toward Wu Sang also changed. From previous hatred and loathing, it gradually softened. Indeed, when others toil to restore the Western Earth veins, and all you have to do is serve tea, what is there to resent? Jane even felt a bit embarrassed, thinking he should gather some gifts to send to the witch clan later, otherwise this karmic debt might be too great to repay. Just then, above the 9 heavens, the wind and clouds suddenly shifted. Endless Honghuang chi surged from beyond the 33 heavens, converging into a golden cloud of merit even vaster than the entire Western land. Within the golden cloud, celestial flowers rained down, golden lotuses sprouted from the earth, celestial music echoed, and strange fragrances filled the air. A majestic heavenly might that made all beings tremble descended. Restoring the Western Earth veins was a great deed that mended the primordial worlds, heaven and earth, a major contribution to the world. The heavenly Dao was about to bestow rewards. All the great powers held their breath, staring fixedly at the golden cloud of merit, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. This would be the largest and most terrifying bestowal of merit since the creation of the world. Rumbling. Above the 9 heavens, the golden cloud of merit finally reached its zenith. It was no longer a cloud, but a dense, inseparable sea of profound yellow, resonating with the Dao's celestial hymns and interweaving the cosmic principles of heaven and earth. Its might and momentum caused the entire primordial land to hum softly. This was the recognition of the heavenly Dao, the supreme reward for the monumental feat of mending the Western lands. Of course, even if the heavenly Dao refused to acknowledge it, it had no choice but to bestow merit according to the principles of the primordial land. At last, a deep, bottomless rift split the center of the profound yellow sea of merit, and a golden river condensed from the most primordial profound yellow merit chi cascaded down like a breached dam. Its target was directly aimed at the newly reshaped Western lands, and the group, led by Wang, standing upon that earth. All the great powers of the primordial era spying on this place. Whether Dijuan in the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, the 3 Pure Ones on Kunlun Mountain, or Mingi in the Blood Sea of the Netherworld, held their breath at this moment. They yearned to see how this greatest bounty of merit since Pangu, the creator god, opened the heavens, would be divided and claimed. Under the gaze of all, the golden river descended halfway and split into 4 streams. One stream, the most vast, comprising over half of the total, poured down upon Wang and the 12 Ancestral Witches. Yet, just as the overwhelming golden light of merit was about to touch them, Zhurong Gonggong and the other 8 Ancestral Witches unanimously stepped back, their faces displaying expressions of disdain. "This thing smells fragrant, but unfortunately we can't swallow it," Zhurong said in a gruff voice. The golden light of merit contained a pure sacred energy of ultimate yang, which fundamentally clashed with their bodies formed from Pangu's turbid chi. For beings possessing a primordial spirit, merit was naturally a supreme tonic capable of refining the spirit, eliminating karmic sins, and enhancing Dao cultivation. But for them, ancestral witches who cultivated only the physical body and not the primordial spirit, forcibly absorbing it was akin to consuming a pile of fresh filth. At best, their baleful aura would be dispersed, damaging their physical foundation. At worst, the source of their turbid chi would be purified, causing them to fall from the rank of ancestral witch back into mere mortals. This was the original fate of the Wu clan, born from the earth, returning to the earth, never walking the same path as the celestial clear chi. Only Hutu and Wang, who possessed primordial spirits, could absorb the merit to advance their cultivation. Wang had anticipated this, and it was part of his plan. He looked at Hutu, who shook her head slightly. Though merit was useful to her, it was not an urgent need. Wang's gaze finally settled on Xianming. Earlier, he had helped Xianming conceive the embryonic form of a primordial spirit. Now, with this vast sea of merit, he could enable her to fully birth her primordial spirit. "Sister Xuanming, catch!" Dijiang bellowed, and together with the other 9 ancestral witches, they exerted force, forcibly pushing the portion of merit meant for them all toward Xianming. The golden dragon of merit, which constituted half of the total, circled in the air. About 4/10 of it transformed into a radiant pillar of light and poured entirely into Xuanming's body. Under the torrent of merit, Xuanming's true form as an ancestral, which emitted a soft chime like that of a jade vessel. Her fragile embryonic primordial spirit like a seedling parched for rain grew with astonishing speed, becoming crystalline, translucent, solid, and immortal. The cold aura around her was no longer mere chill. It gained a mysterious Dao resonance that could freeze the causality of all things and purify all karmic hindrances. Her aura surged upward. Oh, what was once a bottleneck was now as fragile as a pane of paper before the overwhelming power of this merit. At that moment, the embryonic primordial spirit nurtured deep within her sea of consciousness finally shattered the last barrier and bloomed completely. Xuanming's body trembled slightly. Her eyes, always veiled in frost, suddenly burst forth with radiant brilliance. For the first time, she gazed upon the world from an entirely new perspective. It was no longer a realm of cold interweaving, but one brimming with vivid emotions and colors. She could feel the joy of her elder brothers, the excitement of Zhen Yuanzi, and most of all, the profound aura of the man before her, like the universe embracing all things. It was this man who had given her the chance at rebirth. A strange, unprecedented emotion exploded within her newborn primordial spirit, leaving her at a loss. She flickered and appeared before Wu Wang. On her perpetually frozen, beautiful face, an unprecedented moving blush emerged. Then, under the stunned gazes of all the ancestral witches and primordial great powers, she rose on her tiptoes and quickly kissed Wu Wang on the cheek. Smack! A soft, crisp, and clear sound. After doing this, Xianming herself froze. Like a startled fawn, she instantly flashed back behind Dijiang, burying her head. The tips of her ears were bright red, and she dared not look at anyone. Wu Wang touched his cheek, savoring the faint fragrance at the tip of his nose, and couldn't help but curl his lips. No, he couldn't hold back. Once Elder Hongzhen's third sermon ended, he would marry Xianming. A moment later, the remaining tenth of the merit fell precisely upon Wu Wang. He did not use it to enhance his cultivation or temper his physical body. Within his inner world, the laws of that world roared into motion, rapidly refining this tenth of merit. What was the essence of merit? It was the heavenly Dao's reward for beneficial actions, a positive karmic certificate. It was intimately connected to fortune and destiny. Those with great merit were bound to have flourishing luck, turning misfortune into blessings. What Wu Wang sought was not the merit itself, but the laws behind it. In his inner world, a brand new seed of law was slowly coalescing. It was a profound yellow hue existing between reality and illusion. It hovered silently, yet seemed capable of stirring the flow of fortune in the unseen and leveraging the threads of causality, binding all things. The law seed of virtue and fortune. The condensation of this seed granted Wu Wang an entirely new understanding of the momentum of the entire primordial era. He could almost see the threads of fortune thick or thin above countless beings and feel the invisible net of causality spanning heaven and earth. Next, the second stream of merit, about 2/10 of the total, fell upon Zhen Yuanzi. A warm current surged through his limbs and bones. A powerful aura, perfectly harmonious and in tune with heaven and earth, shot up from him. The peak of the golden immortal of Great Luo. Only one step away from touching the lofty and supreme Honghuang Dao. He had succeeded. He had been stuck at this realm for so long that he believed he would never advance. He never expected that participating in mending the West today would grant him his wish in a single stroke. Now Zhen Yuanzi only needed to find his own Dao to ascend to sainthood in one step. Thank you, Wu Zu, for your grace. Zhen Yuanzi laughed uproariously, his voice brimming with unrestrained joy. He performed a solemn Daoist bow toward Wu Wang. He understood that without Wu Wang he would never have achieved this day. This debt of rebirth was heavier than Mount Sumeru. The third stream of merit, a mere half-tenth, fell, like spring rain and gentle breeze upon red cloud. Though this merit was sparse, it still refined his Dao cultivation, and he was grinning from ear to ear. Finally, the remaining 2.5 of merit landed squarely on the heads of Jane and Junie. Bathed in the golden light of merit, feeling their cultivation surge rapidly, the expressions on Jane and Zundi's faces were filled with confusion and unease. Happiness came too suddenly, making it seem unreal. They had expected Wu Wang to bleed them dry this time, yet in the end they received such a massive slice of the pie. Could it be that they had measured a gentleman's heart with their own petty measure? Was Wu Wang actually a man of great virtue with the entire primordial era in his heart? The moment this thought arose, they ruthlessly crushed it. Impossible. How could that domineering, calculating devil be a good man? There must be a conspiracy behind this that they couldn't fathom. Just as everyone thought the feast of merit had concluded, Wu Wang's calm voice once again resounded across heaven and earth. Everyone, don't rejoice too soon. He dispersed the mystic light around him, his gaze sweeping over the ecstatic Zhen Yuanzi, the bewildered Jane and Junti, and finally resting on the brand new earth beneath his feet. We have only completed the first step. The crowd was stunned. It wasn't over yet. Wu Wang spoke slowly, The current Western lands are like an innate Dao body, an infant with perfect bone structure, but never born. We have reshaped its bones and unblocked its meridians. It now possesses the most supreme foundation of the primordial era, the most perfect spirit veins, with limitless potential. But Wu Wang's tone suddenly turned grave. It is now empty. Inside its body there is not a single drop of innate spiritual energy, as blood, not a single strand of celestial treasure, as flesh. A skeleton without flesh, no matter how perfect, will ultimately crumble to dust in the passage of time. Wu Wang pointed at the majestic yet desolate earth veins beneath them, his voice becoming extremely serious. These newborn spirit veins are like countless starving mouths gaping wide. They are now ravenously hungry, requiring infinite spiritual roots, divine medicines, and innate spiritual energy to fill and nourish them. Only then can the Western lands truly come alive, shedding their fate of barrenness and even surpassing the East to become the most supreme paradise of the primordial era. But if a cold curve formed at the corner of Wu Wang's mouth. If we fail to provide them with sufficient food in time, then these forcibly opened earth veins will soon wither and collapse from hunger. At that point, the entire Western lands will suffer a backlash of origin 100 times more severe than Luo House self-destruction. Not only will it return to desolation, but it may even sink, completely becoming an absolute dead zone, where even demonic qi cannot breed. And you? Wu Wang's gaze, like two heavenly swords piercing through the ages, locked onto Jian and Zhuanti. As lords of the West, you will bear all the karma of this. At best, you will lose all your merit and cultivation. At worst, you will face utter annihilation, never to be reborn. Boom. Wu Wang's words exploded in everyone's sea of consciousness. The joy on Jian and Zhuanti's faces vanished in an instant, replaced by ashen despair. They finally understood. This was Wu Wang's true scheme. He wasn't helping them. He was digging them a pit, the biggest and cruelest pit under heaven, baited with immeasurable merit and wagering the future of the entire Western realm. He had given them a golden rice bowl, but this rice bowl devoured people. If they couldn't find the vast resources needed to fill the entire West in a short time, all their previous humiliation and efforts would turn to nothing, ending in eternal damnation. An open scheme. This was a naked, blatant open scheme. Wu Wang laid everything bare, leaving them to choose. Either bankrupt themselves using every means to save the West, or perish alongside this land. No. No. Zhuanti collapsed to the ground, his face deathly pale, muttering unconsciously. Where could they find so many celestial treasures? Where could they find so much innate spiritual energy? Even grinding their bones to dust wouldn't be enough. Jian felt a bone-chilling cold, as if fallen into the abyssal ice cave. He looked at Wu Wang, at the man with a gentle smile on his face, and felt utter despair in his heart. They had boarded a pirate ship from which they could never disembark. The entire primordial chaos fell into a deathly silence because of Wu Wang's words. All the mighty beings peering into this place, whether it was Di Jun seated in the heavenly palace of the ninth heaven or Yuan Shi residing in the Kunlun Yushu palace, felt their souls tremble at this moment. Harsh. Too harsh. First he gave you what seemed to be an enormous benefit, allowing you to savor the sweetness of repairing the heavens and earth, and then at the moment you felt most elated, he told you that beneath your feet was a bottomless cliff. You cannot even retreat, because that 2.5 portions of merit are already tightly bound to the Dao fruits and fortunes of Jian and Zhuanti, as well as the future of the entire Western land. In prosperity together, in adversity together. What do we do now? Senior brother, what should we do? Zhuanti was completely panicked, as if all his energy had been drained. He looked at Jian in a daze, his voice tinged with a sob. He truly wanted to cry now. If he had known it would turn out this way, he would rather die than accept those 2.5 portions of merit. No, even without the merit, it would be useless. Wu Wang made it clear from the start that they are the masters of the West, and this karma is something they were born to bear. This is fundamentally an unsolvable deadlock. On Jian's face, the characteristic look of agony transformed into bottomless despair. What could he do? A skilled woman cannot cook without rice. The foundation of the West was already wiped clean by the demon ancestor Luo Ho in ancient times. Now they were so destitute that even if they wanted to fill the entire West, they couldn't even produce enough spiritual essence to fill the main vein of Mount Shumi. Are they really going to watch the West descend into utter extinction, and then themselves as brothers become the eternal sinners of the primordial chaos, dragged into an abyss of no return by this boundless karma? No, he was unwilling. Burdened with the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the West, how could he just fall like this? A glint of madness flickered in Jian's eyes. He thought of a method that wasn't really a method. He suddenly raised his head, looking at the merit golden light that had not yet fully dissipated above him. Junior brother, inject the merit into the earth. he shouted loudly, preparing to gamble everything. Merit is like a universal remedy. Although it cannot directly produce heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it is recognized as energy by the heavenly Dao and can at least delay the decay of the earth's veins, buying them some time. Upon hearing this, His eyes lit up as if he had grasped the last straw of salvation. Yes, use the merit. However, just as they were about to act, Wu Wang's indifferent voice sounded once more. I advise you not to do so. He shook his head, his gaze seeming to look at two fools floundering in a mire, unable to find their way. Merit may be mysterious, but ultimately it is formless and rootless. This bit of merit you possess is merely a drop in the ocean for the hungry beast that is the entire Western land. Injecting it will at most cause a splash, and then it will be gone. Moreover, Wu Wang's tone became somewhat playful. Merit is a valuable thing. Isn't it a pity to waste it like this? Jie Yin and Tis movements froze. They looked at Wu Wang, their eyes filled with anger and confusion. You pushed us to this point, and now you speak sarcastically. What exactly do you want to do? Sigh? Wu Wang sighed, speaking in a tone of disappointment, as if they could not comprehend. You two, at least among the 3,000 guests of the Xiao Palace, rank among the top 6. How could your minds be so obtuse? No money, no resources, can't you borrow? Borrow. Jie Yin and Ti were taken aback. Borrow from whom? Who in the entire Primordial Chaos has enough resources to lend them to fill the West? Even if it was the 3 Pure Ones or the Demon Clan's heavenly court, emptying all their accumulated treasures from countless yuan meetings would probably only be a drop in the bucket. Besides, who would lend to them? Who would dare to lend to them? The karma is too great. Can your which clan lend? Ti's eyes lit up. No, Wu Wang replied calmly. Then what are you even saying? Ti was so angry his teeth were itching. This guy must be intentionally teasing them, right? Looking at Jie Yin and Ti's pained expressions, Wu Wang finally stopped holding back. He pointed to the sky, to the boundless heights, that formless and intangible vastness. Borrow from it. The heavenly Dao. Jie Yin and Ti looked in the direction. He pointed, completely dumbfounded. Borrow from the heavenly Dao? What kind of joke is this? What is the heavenly Dao? It is impartial and emotionless, viewing all beings as mere grass dogs. How could it possibly lend anything to others? Moreover, how do you borrow? Do you shout to the sky? Or write an IOU? Would the heavenly Dao even recognize it? It seems you truly do not understand. Wu Wang shook his head, deciding to give these two future great figures a good lesson. You carry the mandate to revitalize the West, and repairing the Western land is already in accordance with the heavenly trend. Now everything is ready, only the east wind is lacking. What you lack is merely the startup capital. At such a time, if you do not seek funds from the heavenly Dao, the greatest landlord, who else will you seek? Wu Wang's voice seemed to contain a certain magic. You only need to face the heavenly Dao and make a grand vow. Swear that you will use all your future endless years to revitalize the West, to save all beings, to compensate for the debts this heaven and earth once owed. The greater and more magnificent your aspirations, the more the heavenly Dao will recognize your Dao. At that time, it will naturally advance you the capital you need as startup funds for your grand aspirations. With the backing of the heavenly Dao, will you still fear that the West cannot be restored? Not only that. Wu Wang looked at the two, who were already dumbfounded, and threw out an ultimate temptation they could not refuse. If your grand aspiration is great enough to shake the future course of the Primordial Chaos, great enough to fill in some missing link in the operation of the heavenly Dao. His voice suddenly became solemn and dignified, like the sound of the Great Dao. Then, you may even take this opportunity to use boundless merit as fuel to ignite your own Dao fire, placing your primordial spirit upon the river of the heavenly Dao, ascending in one step. Become a saint on the spot. Become a saint on the spot. These 4 words, though not like thunder, resounded in the sea of consciousness of all the mighty beings watching this place, surpassing the sound of countless thunders simultaneously. It was like a single celestial light that tore through the ancient night, fiercely cleaving the deepest fog in the hearts of all the mighty beings paying attention to this place. To become a saint. This is the ultimate goal that all mighty beings of the Primordial Chaos have long sought after since they gained their intelligence. Why did they go to the Xiao Palace to listen to the Dao ancestors' teachings? Why did they compete for treasures, vie for fortunes, and lay out schemes for eternity? Wasn't it all for that lofty, imperishable, saintly position that overlooks all beings? For that fleeting chance to become a saint. The Dao ancestors' first sermon was about the Great Luo Dao. The second sermon was about the cultivation insights above the Great Luo Golden Immortal, but regarding how to become a saint, he remained reticent, leaving only the sentence, "There are 3,000 paths, all can attain the Dao," tantalizing everyone's appetite. And now Wu Wang, the 13th ancestor of the Witch clan, has so casually laid out a golden pathway to the saint's throne before Jie Yin and Ti. The primordial world had never been this silent. Even during the initial calamity of the dragon and Han and the struggle between Dao and demons, this vast expanse of heaven and earth had not plunged into such an eerie silence. From the shores of the East Sea to the farthest west, from the southern Ming volcano to the northern undersea, countless powerful beings who were peering into the western situation, whether they were solitary cultivators hidden in their caves or dominating overlords, were all as if bound by an invisible shackle their souls gripped, rendering even the most basic of thoughts nearly stagnant. To become a saint. These 4 words resounded like a divine thunderclap that opened the heavens, echoing loudly in the sea of consciousness of every living being. Becoming a saint. What an incredibly distant and ethereal ultimate dream. For these beings born from chaos, struggling to survive during the Dragon Han calamity, and desperately seeking answers in the Purple Cloud Palace, this was the singular goal they pursued throughout their lives. Dao ancestor Honghuang had lectured twice, imparting the Great Dao and explaining the methods of quasi-sainthood, yet he remained vague about the key to becoming a saint, leaving only the phrase, "There are 3,000 laws, and every path can prove the primordial," making the 3,000 worldly guests feel as if they were seeing flowers in the mist, a moon in the water, visible yet forever unattainable. But now Wu Wang, this anomaly of the witch clan renowned for his brutality and dominance, as the 13th ancestor, had boldly laid bare a path to the saintly throne before everyone. Moreover, it was presented before the 2 Western ascetics, Jin and Zhuanti, who were regarded as impoverished and unfortunate by the masses. This was simply inconceivable. Kunlun Mountain. The auspicious clouds surrounding the primordial supreme one churned violently, and the 3 treasures Jade Rui buzzed in his palm, revealing a distortion on his usually calm face. Why? He Yuan Shi was transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, a true descendant of Pangu, born as a natural noble of the mystical gate. He prided himself on his profound blessings and exceptional comprehension, believing himself to be the most likely candidate for sainthood beneath the Dao ancestor. Yet now Jin and Zhuanti, whom he regarded as unworthy, were about to surpass him, employing this almost opportunistic method to touch that supreme, saintly position. How could he endure this? This was nothing less than a loud slap in the face of his Pangu orthodoxy. Heretical paths. Such indecorum. The voice of the primordial supreme one was cold, filled with jealousy and rage that could almost freeze the void of the Jade Void Palace. Meanwhile, the old man of Taiji slowly opened his eyes, which seemed to contain the birth and death of the universe. Above his head, the heavenly and earthly yellow tower emitted profound yellow energy, isolating him from all external causes and effects. On his face, there was no anger like Yuan Shi's, only profound contemplation. To make a grand vow, leveraging the power of the Dao to achieve sainthood through merits. This method seemed to be a shortcut, but was in fact a deep binding of oneself with the Dao and the entire West. From then on, they would become the most loyal workers of the Dao in the primordial world, their every word and action representing the will of the Dao, depleting their heart and soul for the endless pit that is the West, forever losing their freedom. Abandoning great freedom for immense power. Was this transaction a gain or a loss? The old man could not discern clearly, but he knew that the waters of the primordial world had been thoroughly stirred by this fellow Wu Wang. On the other side, Tontian teacher slapped his thigh, laughing heartily, shaking the universe. What a thrill! What a thrill! Huh! This Wu Wang is truly one of us. Daring to think and act, even daring to scheme against the Dao. This is the true demeanor of a seeker of the Dao. He looked towards the West, his eyes not filled with jealousy, but rather admiration. In his view, the Dao has 50, the heavens 14, losing 1. Since there is this path, it is a path allowed by the Dao. Whoever can seize it will have their fortune. Jane and Zhuanti have this courage to make such grand vows, they are worthy of a glance from him. As for Yuan Shi's opinions, he scoffed. What Pangu orthodoxy, what mystical gate decorum, all are illusions before the true Dao. Beyond the 33 heavens, in the Lingxiao Palace. Emperor Jun clenched the river diagram and Lo Shu tightly, his complexion fluctuating between blue and red. Beside him, Donghuang Taiyi's eyes were bloodshot, the chaotic bell above his head uncontrollably manifesting, emitting suppressed bell tolls. Jealousy. Boundless jealousy burned fiercely in their chests. They had poured their heart and soul into the demon clan's heavenly court, laying out plans for eternity, even risking a confrontation with the witch clan, the overlord of the primordial world. For what? Was it not to gather immeasurable fortunes, hoping one day to use this overwhelming power to ascend to the saintly position? Yet they were still struggling, still exhausting themselves over how to counter the witch clan's 13 capital heaven creation divine array, while those 2 paupers in the West were about to ascend to the heavens in one step. And the instigator of all this was that name they loathed to the core, Wu Wang. It's him again. It's Wu Wang. Tai growled softly, his voice hoarse. First, he snatched the heavenly marriage merits of my demon clan, then forcibly took my demon clan's demon master, and now he has personally created 2 future saints who will undoubtedly be enemies of my demon clan. If this fellow is not killed, my demon clan will never know peace. Emperor Jun said nothing, but the killing intent in his golden eyes was already palpable. He finally understood that the terror of Wang lay not in his power, nor in the savagery of the witch clan, but in his mind that could see through everything, scheme against everything, and even manipulate the Dao like a puppet. To be enemies with him was like walking on thin ice, like facing a deep abyss. But fortunately, his demon clan was not without resistance. Emperor Jun looked up. Beneath the stars of the Zhou Tian, infinite radiance converged. 360 demon gods held flags with Fushi stationed at the center. As long as this Zhou Tian star array emerged, his demon clan might not be unable to suppress the witch clan. Just at that moment, as the thoughts of the myriad beings in the primordial world varied, their minds stirred. Jane and Zhuanti in the west, after experiencing initial shock and confusion, simultaneously burst forth with unprecedented brilliance in their eyes. They exchanged glances, seeing the resoluteness in each other's eyes. Fortune and peril go hand in hand. They had no way to retreat. Behind them lay an abyss of no return, while before them was the thorny path to heaven pointed out by Wang. If we do not become saints, we shall turn to ash. Junior brother. Jiayan's voice was hoarse, yet carried a determination to sever all past ties. Senior brother. Zhuanti nodded heavily, the look of sorrow on his face replaced by a steadfastness akin to burning ships. In the next moment, the two simultaneously knelt on the ground, facing the vast sky and the omnipresent Dao, uttering a vow that resonated through the heavens. Heavenly Dao above. I, Jane, vow today to establish 48 great vows. First vow: if I attain supreme enlightenment, the Buddha realm I inhabit shall be adorned with immeasurable and inconceivable merits, devoid of hell's hungry ghosts or beasts. If this wish comes true, then I shall become a Buddha. Second vow: when I become a Buddha in all worlds, all beings born in my realm shall possess purple gold bodies. Third vow: when I become a Buddha, all beings born in my country shall know their destinies from countless eons. Jiayan's voice was filled with great compassion and deep mercy. Every great vow he made was for the sake of all beings, for the sake of this desolate western land. He aimed to establish a land of ultimate bliss, free from pain and strife, where all beings are equal on this wasteland. As each of his oaths fell, the golden clouds of merit above the 9 heavens churned violently, and the sea of laws in the primordial world surged with tremendous waves. When Jian had completed his 24 great vows, it was Zuni's turn. A spark of brilliance flashed in Zuni's eyes as he made vows even broader and more domineering than Jian. Heavenly Dao above. I, Zhuanti, likewise vow 48 great vows. If I become a Buddha, all things in my country shall be pure and radiant, with unique forms and colors incomparably exquisite and immeasurable. I shall not attain enlightenment. If I become a Buddha, all beings of the 10 directions, upon hearing my name, shall think of my country, plant the seeds of virtue, and with utmost sincerity wish to be born in my realm. If they do not succeed, I shall not attain the true enlightenment. If I become a Buddha, everyone under my teachings shall be able to cultivate, and everyone shall be able to become a Buddha. If I become a Buddha, my Dao and methods shall spread across the 3,000 worlds. All who are fated with me shall be saved. All who are fated with me shall be saved. When Zhuanti uttered this final great vow, the entire primordial world seemed to pause for a moment. Countless powerful beings simultaneously entertained a thought. What a connection! This simply articulated the logic of a robber in such an elegant and fresh manner. In the future, anything he set his sights on would surely be something fated for him. Boom. The 48 great vows shook heaven and earth completely, igniting the will of the Dao. Endless streams of profound yellow merit energy transformed from clouds and seas into 2 unimaginably thick golden pillars of light, crashing down from the 33 heavens, pouring into Jane and Zuni's bodies. Today I, Jane, shall become a saint. Today I, Zhuanti, shall become a saint. 2 voices containing supreme majesty resounded through the universe. 2 terrifying pressures, far surpassing that of great Luo golden immortals, surged from the western Shumi mountain, instantly engulfing the entire primordial world. Under this pressure, all things bowed in submission and beings kowtowed. Whether it was the proud demon clan or the distant witch clan, at this moment, they all felt an absolute suppression emanating from the level of life. Saints. In the primordial world, after the Dao ancestor Honghuang, new saints finally emerged. Moreover, 2 at once. The entire primordial world trembled violently due to the birth of these 2 new saints. However, this unparalleled ceremony of proving the Dao was not yet over. After the Dao recognized their great vows and assisted them in becoming saints, it began to fulfill its obligation of lending. Restoring the West required vast resources. The will of the Dao activated, instantly locking onto the place in the primordial world with the densest spiritual energy and most abundant resources, the Eastern continent. Buzz, an invisible yet irresistible force of extraction, began to gather above the Eastern land. The flowers, grasses, trees, and all beings of the East began to wither. The spiritual energy within the veins started to stir, as if they were about to be forcibly extracted and sent to the West. All beings in the East felt a pang of anxiety, as if something of utmost importance was about to be taken away. Just at this critical juncture, Wang, who had been observing coldly, finally moved. He gently nodded to Zhen Yuanzi beside him. Zhen Yuanzi understood. Suppressing his shock, he gave a solemn bow to Wang and then soared into the sky. Earth book, arise. All veins of the primordial world, heed my command. Lock. Zhen Yuanzi forcefully threw the earth book into the air. That ancient book instantly transformed into a vast and dazzling yellow light curtain, unmistakably the overview of the earth veins of the primordial world given by Wang. Boom. At this moment, the entire primordial land shook violently. From the East Sea's Tang Valley to the dragon veins of West Kunlun, from the ancestral veins beneath the Buzhou Mountain to the glaciers of the North Julu continent, all hidden spiritual veins, large and small, primary and secondary, shone with brilliant light at that moment. These lights connected through the earth, ultimately converging onto Zhen Yuanzi's earth book. An unprecedented massive formation covering the entire primordial land took shape in an instant. This was Zhen Yuanzi's greatest gain from this journey. During the time spent assisting the Witch clan in restoring the western veins, he had not remained idle. With Wang's guidance, he seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to bind his accompanying treasure, the Earth Book, with the entire primordial mountain and river veins at the deepest level. Now the Earth Book was no longer merely a defensive treasure, it resembled a remote control for the entire primordial land. As Zhen Yuanzi commanded, the force of extraction from the Dao was firmly blocked the moment it touched the eastern land by this invisible net of earth veins. No matter how the will of the Dao urged, the spiritual energy of the East remained immobile, as if it had been welded shut. In the Purple Cloud Palace, Honghuang's brows furrowed tightly. He did not expect Wang's contingency to be so decisive. Yet this was not the end. As the Heavenly Dao's will and the Earth Book grand formation remained locked in a stalemate, a muffled heartbeat like thunderclap echoed from the direction of the Pangu Hall atop Mount Buzhou. Thump! A supreme, awe-inspiring pressure that transcended even the Heavenly Dao flickered into existence. Though it appeared only for an instant, it caused the Heavenly Dao's extracting force to tremble violently and involuntarily retract. That was the lingering will of Pangu. The Pangu Hall, formed from Pangu's heart, suppressed the fortune of the entire primordial land. Wang, as a descendant of Pangu and the 13th ancestral, which could even draw upon the slumbering father gods, will within the Pangu Hall to a limited extent. His intention was clear. This land belongs to my witch clan. You want to rob my eastern wall to patch up your western one? Not a chance. The Heavenly Daos will fell silent. Though it was supremely impartial and emotionless, it was not without discernment. Pangu's karmic debt was too vast and heavy, even it was unwilling to easily become entangled. Since the path of the land was blocked, the next moment that irresistible force of extraction shifted direction and surged fiercely toward the 9 heavens above. Its target, the foundation of the demon clan's heavenly court, formed by the 365 prime stars. The grand star array of the heavenly cycle. In the heavenly court's Lingxiao Hall. What's happening? My lifebound star is wailing. No. The Grand Star Array's operation is slowing. The hall erupted in chaos. The demon clan's great sages, whose primordial spirits were linked to the 365 main stars, turned deathly pale, as if struck by a heavy blow. Fushi, seated below Dijuan, suddenly rose to his feet. The Fushi chain in his arms let out a mournful string-snapping sound. All 7 strings broke in succession. Fushi spat a mouthful of golden divine blood. His eyes, capable of deducing the future of the heavens, were filled with disbelief and terror. The Heavenly Dao is extracting the essence of the stars. His voice twisted from the excruciating pain of his divine soul. The Grand Star Array of the Heavenly Cycle was his ultimate trump card against the Witch clan, painstakingly created after boundless effort, and the supreme mysteries of the River Map and Luo Book. This formation, corresponding to the 365 prime stars above and the countless stars of the primordial land below, could summon the power of the entire heavenly cycle once fully activated with infinite might, capable of countering the Witch clan's 13 heavens creation gotcha grand formation. This was Fux's proudest masterpiece of his life. It was the strongest shield he had prepared for the demon clan, and for his sister Nuwa. But now this child he cherished like his own was being vivisected by an irresistible force. Boom. Before anyone could react, the 365 main stars in the 9 heavens simultaneously dimmed. It was as if an invisible giant hand had forcibly ripped half their souls away. The sun star and moon star as the formation's eyes bore the brunt. Dijuan and Tai felt their imperial origins torn asunder. The bone-deep agony forced these emperors exalted since birth to let out muffled groans. No. Dijuan roared at the heavens, blood weeping from his eyes. Helplessly he watched the once dazzling radiant stars of the cycle grow dim like guttering candles in the wind. He could clearly sense the fortune of the demon clan's heavenly court plummeting at an avalanche-like speed. The extracted essence of the stars transformed into a rainbow torrent spanning the sky, cascading straight toward the western continent. On the western land, the newly ascended sages Jane and Juanti had yet to react. The next moment, they saw endless innate spiritual energy mixed with the most primal star essence descend, washing every corner of this land. The newly opened empty earth veins like starving infants voraciously devoured this nectar from the heavens. Spiritual energy liquefied, gathering into rivers. Star essence solidified, forming shining spirit stone veins. Some shattered spiritual root seeds nourished by this power revived, broke through the soil, and grew with the wind. The entire western land visibly transformed from desolation to recovery, from deathly stillness to vitality. The price for all this was half the foundation of the demon clan's heavenly court, it brutally gouged away. In the western land atop Mount Shumi, the two newly enlightened beings, Jia-in and Juan-Ti, were immersed in an unprecedented mystical state. What is a saint? The primordial spirit embodies the heavenly Dao, uniting with the truth of the Dao, immortal and indestructible. In an instant, one can know the past and the future. Every word and action embodies the will of the heavenly Dao. The world no longer appeared vague in their eyes, but was instead woven from countless clear and visible lines of laws. They felt that as long as they wished, they could easily manipulate these lines, alter mountains and rivers, and overturn the sun, moon, and stars. This supreme power to command the heavens and the earth made Juan-Ti's heart, which had been suppressed in poverty and humiliation for so long, swell like never before. Feeling the surging power of a saint within him, he glanced at Wang, who appeared indifferent not far away, along with the 12 fierce ancestral witches behind him, and a sense of confidence surged from the depths of his heart. The times have changed. In the past, Juan-Ti was merely a great Luo golden immortal force to endure the arrogance of your witch clan, even compelled to take an oath to the heavenly Dao, incurring a debt of 10 actions. But now I am a saint of the heavenly Dao. Below the saints all are but ants. No matter how strong Wang are, you are merely a great Luo golden immortal, and your witch clan is just a group of uncivilized brutes. In front of me, what do you count for? The so-called debts and oaths in the face of absolute power disparity are nothing but empty words. With this thought, Juan-Ti's posture instinctively straightened. The sorrow on his face receded, replaced by an expression of indifference and majesty that belonged to a saint. Wang, my friend, Juan-Ti spoke slowly, his voice not loud yet imbued with the resonance of the heavenly Dao echoing in everyone's primordial spirit. In this restoration of the West, my senior brother and I have also contributed greatly and thus attained enlightenment. The karmic ties between us should come to an end now. His words were exceedingly clever. He pointed out the fact that he had become a saint, while also claiming part of the credit for the restoration of the West, implying that since we helped you accomplish such a great deed, we deserve to have the previous debts erased. Jia-in listened from the side, feeling that his junior brother's actions were somewhat inappropriate, as oaths to the heavenly Dao should not be taken lightly, yet there was a faint glimmer of hope in his heart. If they could free themselves from Wang's constraints, that would naturally be the best. Now that he too was a saint, he truly did not want to be ordered around by a mere witch clan brat. Upon hearing this, the ancestral witches, such as Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, were instantly furious. Good for you, bald donkey. Just earned some benefits, and now you want to turn your back on your word. Zhu Rong, with the most explosive temper, was engulfed in the flames of the southern Mingli fire and was about to step forward to reason with them. Looking for a beating, Gong Gong was even more direct, surrounded by the laws of weak water, and his terrifying pressure made the recently awakened western land tremble. However, facing the pressure of the two ancestral witches, Juan-Ti merely waved his sleeve lightly. An invisible yet vast rhythm of the saint's Dao spread out effortlessly, dissolving the pressures of Zhu Rong and Gong Gong. The two ancestral witches felt as if their powers had been plunged into cotton, disappearing without a trace, leaving them momentarily stunned. This is what it means to be a saint. Words follow the law and no laws can infringe. Seeing this scene, Juan-Ti's smile grew even more pronounced. He looked at Wang, his gaze carrying a hint of superiority. How about that? Did you see? This is the gap between saints and mortals. Your ancestral witch brothers have no qualification to make me lift a finger. However, to his surprise, there was no shock or anger on Wu Wang's face, but rather a look of pity, as if he were watching a fool. Zhuan-Ti, Wu Wang's voice was calm. I will give you one more chance to take back what you just said. What do you mean, my friend? Zhuan-Ti frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. I am already a saint, and words follow the law. How can there be any retraction? Do you mean to act against me? He was unafraid. Saints are immortal and indestructible, existing alongside the heavenly Dao. Unless Wu Wang could shatter the entire primordial land in one blow, it would be impossible to truly kill him. And attacking a saint would also incur great karmic retribution. Attack, eh? Wu Wang smiled and shook his head. No, I won't act against you. I just want to remind you that saints must also honor their word, especially promises made to the heavenly Dao. You? Zhuan-Ti wanted to say something more. But Wu Wang was too lazy to waste more words, simply stating, you can try it. Think in your heart, I Zhuan-Ti and the witch clan's karmic ties end here. From henceforth we owe each other nothing. Give it a try. Try. Zhuan-Ti sneered in his heart. What is there to be afraid of? I am a saint of the heavenly Dao, and my will to some extent represents the will of the heavenly Dao. He immediately focused his mind, clearly generating this thought within his saint's primordial spirit. I Zhuan-Ti, saint of the heavenly Dao, and my karmic ties with the witch clan. The thought had just arisen. Boom. A terror that could not be described in words erupted suddenly, and without warning, directly from the depths of his primordial spirit, the very root connected to the heavenly Dao. Zhuan-Ti's saintly body trembled violently. The indifference and majesty on his face was instantly replaced by boundless terror. He saw it. He clearly saw that his primordial spirit, which was originally tightly connected to the river of the heavenly Dao, as if they were one, suddenly appeared with hideous cracks at the moment he generated that thought. The foundation supporting his saintly status, formed from 48 great vows and boundless merits, was shaking violently. An overwhelming feeling of being rejected, stripped, and abandoned by the heavenly Dao surged through him like the coldest chaotic wind sweeping through his very soul. He had an exceedingly clear premonition that as long as he dared to continue this thought, even to speak it, then in the next second the heavenly Dao would unhesitatingly reclaim everything from him. His saintly status, his merits, and his immortal qualities would all be stripped away in an instant. He would fall from the heights of a saint back to a struggling cultivator at the great Luo golden immortal level, and because of violating the oath to the heavenly Dao and deceiving the heavenly Dao, he would be directly cast into endless reincarnation, never to attain rebirth. No. Zhuan-Ti let out a shriek in his heart, filled with despair. He couldn't understand. Why is this happening? He had clearly already become a saint. Why was he still subjected to such a strong backlash from the heavenly Dao's oath? Wu Wang seemed to see through his thoughts, and his leisurely voice echoed once more like the last straw that broke the camel's back. A saint is a chosen executor of the heavenly Dao, not its master. As a result, now that you have become a saint and treat the heavenly Dao as nothing and the heavenly Dao's as mere words, do you think the heavenly Dao would agree? Wu Wang's words were coarse yet profound. Jie and Zhuan-Ti also understood. A saint is not the end, but a new beginning. He was not free, rather he bore an even heavier shackle. His karmic ties with the witch clan, made under the witness of the heavenly Dao, had been acknowledged by the heavenly Dao. He must fulfill them. To not fulfill them is to violate the heavenly Dao. The consequence would be having everything reclaimed by the heavenly Dao, reverting to his original state. Thud. Having realized all this, Zhuan-Ti no longer retained any semblance of a saint's dignity or majesty. My friend, Wu Wang, it was my fault. Zhuan-Ti wept profusely, crying like a 300-pound child. I will repay that karmic debt. I will definitely repay it. This scene plunged the entire primordial land into silence. It seems that Zhuan-Ti remained Zhuan-Ti after becoming a saint with no changes. Jie looked at his junior brother's disgraceful state, and his face twisted into a bitter expression. Though he did not entertain thoughts of avoiding debts like Zhuan-Ti, he too felt the warning from the heavenly Dao. He bowed deeply to Wu Wang, his voice filled with bitterness. Wu Wang, my friend, my junior brother's heart is unstable. Oh, I hope you can bear with him. Our West acknowledges this karmic debt. Wu Wang curled his lip. All right, a dignified saint crying like a child, what does that look like? He turned to the ancestral witches, announcing loudly, brothers, convey my command. From this day forth, my witch clan shall send half of our people to migrate to this western land. This land is rich in spiritual energy, vast and abundant, the perfect foundation for my witch clan to expand and create new glory. Additionally, send word to Kwa Fu and have him come to the Pangu Hall to see me. Wu Wang's voice spread to every corner of the primordial land. Everyone understood that those two newly enlightened beings who should have been revered by all the immortals would from now on become the gatekeepers of the witch clan in the West. Inside the Pangu Hall, the atmosphere was heated to its peak. The entire Wu clan was in an uproar. Good. Excellent. I've long been displeased with those bird people and Taoists in the East. The place is cramped and small, while the West is spacious. Ha, from now on we will be the masters of the West. We can dig holes wherever we want and sleep wherever we wish. I've heard that the West has just been renovated by the 13th brother, and the spiritual energy there is so dense it could almost drip with water. It's perfect for our children to drink. For the Wu clan, who were accustomed to galloping freely across the vast land, although the unyielding mountain was a sacred site, it ultimately had limited space. As the number of clan members increased, the available space had long become cramped. Now an entire continent of the West, a land even more expansive than the Eastern continent combined, lay before them. This was simply a great blessing. The meticulous ancestors such as Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin saw the intentions behind this command. 13th brother's move is truly a stroke of genius. Zhu Jiuyin's eyes, capable of seeing through the river of time, were filled with admiration. Indeed, Di Jiang nodded, the laws of space subtly fluctuating around him, revealing his inner unrest. Although our Wu clan occupies the unyielding mountain, which is the center of the primal chaos, we are easily besieged from all sides. Now dividing our forces to the west alongside the unyielding mountain forms a formidable horn position. If the demon clan's heavenly court wishes to strike against our Wu clan, they will have to face pincer attacks from two directions. If they attack the unyielding mountain, our western Wu clan can directly strike at their rear. If they attack the west, we can send troops from the unyielding mountain to completely encircle them. Ho Tu and Xianming were thinking even deeper. The earth veins of the west are newly born, and all things are reviving. It is truly a time of opportunity everywhere. If our Wu clan's young men settle in early, we can seize these opportunities at once. Whether it be innate spirit roots or the emergence of spiritual treasures, they will all belong to our Wu clan. Moreover, with the two saints Jane and Junti guarding the west, will be safe. We can focus all our energy on confronting the demon clan. Xianming added, her thoughts becoming clearer after condensing her divine sense. In that moment, praises for Wu Wang echoed throughout the Pangu Hall. They truly understood now that Wu Wang's immense efforts to restore the West aimed at far more than mere merits. He was setting up a magnificent game for the entire Wu clan. Amidst the discussions of the ancestors, a tall, robust man with a hearty aura entered the Pangu Hall, led by the guards outside, looking somewhat awkward. It was the great shaman Kwa Fu. Since introducing Wu Wang to the 12 ancestors last time, Kwa Fu had returned to his tribe, continuing his simple life of hunting and cultivation. Though he had heard of Wu Wang's subsequent series of astonishing deeds, he never thought to seek credit for them. In his simple view, Wu Wang was of the Pangu bloodline, the hope of the Wu clan. Everything he did was only natural. Suddenly summoned to the power core of the Wu clan, the Pangu Hall, facing the legendary 12 ancestors and the now dominant 13th ancestor, even Kwa Fu bowled as he was felt a wave of nervousness. Kwa Fu, I salute all the grand ancestors, and I salute the 13th ancestor. Kwa Fu knelt on one knee, his voice booming. Rise. Wu Wang stepped down from the high platform, personally helping Kwa Fu up, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Brother Kwa Fu, there is no need for such formalities between us. He patted Kwa Fu's solid arm and said earnestly, I would not be where I am today without your initial guidance to the Pangu Hall. This kindness has always been remembered in my heart. Upon hearing this, Kwa Fu was stunned. He never expected that Wu Wang, now in a high position with immense power, would still remember this seemingly trivial act of guidance. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, the straightforward ancestors, felt even more favorable towards Wu Wang. In their eyes, being tough on outsiders but loyal to one's own was the mark of a true Wu clan man. Kwa Fu was so moved that his eyes turned red, repeatedly waving his hands. 13th ancestor, you overstated. You are of the Pangu bloodline. All that I have done is merely my duty, unworthy of the word kindness. What I say is deserving, so it is deserving. Wu Wang's tone was unyielding. He knew that for a Wu clan member like Kwa Fu, any empty praise was less important than tangible benefits. With a wave of his hand, a crystal-clear fruit exuding the aura of primordial chaos appeared in his palm. It was one of the 3 primordial Dao embryos. This is the primordial Dao embryo. Both Ho Tu and Xianming gasped in unison. They were both familiar with its aura, as they had condensed their divine senses using this item. The eyes of Di Jiang and the other ancestors also widened. They knew the value of this object, which could grant the Wu clan who were born without divine senses the ability to deduce the heavenly mysteries and comprehend the Dao. This was simply a divine object capable of overturning fate. Wu Wang actually planned to reward such a rare treasure to a great shaman. Kwa Fu. Wu Wang held the primordial Dao embryo out to Kwa Fu and said solemnly, "This item can help you condense your divine sense. Our Wu clan is migrating westward, and we need a highly respected and powerful person to lead us. I hope that person will be you. Are you willing to take on this heavy responsibility?" Kwa Fu looked at the divine object before him, feeling the terrifying energy contained within, and was completely bewildered. Condensing a divine sense. Leading the migrating Wu clan. This happiness came too suddenly. He was just an ordinary great shaman. What merit or ability did he have to deserve such a reward or take on such a heavy responsibility? 13th Ancestor. This is absolutely out of the question. This item is too precious. Kwa Fu feels unworthy to accept it. Kwa Fu continuously stepped back, not daring to accept. Take it. Wu Wang directly shoved the primordial Dao embryo into his embrace, his tone serious. I tell you to take it, so you take it. This is what you deserve. It is also my trust in you. As for the leadership of the migration, you need not decline. You have a kind nature, are just, and hold great prestige among the clan. I trust you to lead, and all the elder brothers will trust you as well. Saying this, he looked towards Di Jiang and the other ancestors. Di Jiang was the first to nod. 13th brother is right. Kwa Fu, you should accept it. In the future, the migration will require your careful attention. Kwa Fu, stop being so wishy-washy. If 13th brother gives it to you, just take it. Zhu Rong shouted loudly. With the approval of the ancestors, Kwa Fu could no longer decline. He held the heavy primordial Dao embryo, his knees buckling, as he knelt once more, this time willingly with heartfelt gratitude. Kwa Fu was willing to serve the Wu clan, to brave fire and water, and to face 1,000 deaths without regret. Wu Wang nodded in satisfaction. After handling Kwa Fu's matters, Wu Wang returned to his palace. Bai Jichang, Shiho Tu, and Kuan Peng had long been waiting here. Husband, are you really going to send half the clan to the west? Bai Ji, with an increasingly noticeable pregnant belly, had a hint of worry on her face. Yes. Wu Wang walked to her side, gently stroking her belly, feeling the vigorous life of the two little ones within. The west is vast and rich, perfectly suited for the development of our Wu clan. Moreover, with the two saints watching over, there will be no mishaps. Changxi nestled closer, her eyes filled with curiosity. What about us? Do we also have to go to the west? Wu Wang playfully scratched her nose, smiling. Of course not. Our home is on the unyielding mountain. But in the future, we can often visit the west, treating it as a stroll in our own backyard. Ho Tu looked at Wu Wang with gentle eyes. She knew that Wu Wang's actions were all for the future of the Wu clan, and her heart swelled with pride. Only Kuan Peng's expression was the most complex. She watched as Wu Wang orchestrated everything, effortlessly manipulating the two saints, turning the entire primal chaos upside down, and the last shred of pride she held as a demon master was completely crushed. She suddenly felt that perhaps being forcibly taken by this man was not a bad thing after all. At least following him, she would never feel bored. A life was always filled with excitement. Moreover, Kuan Peng felt the pure yin-yang essence within her, increasingly refined by their dual cultivation, and the powerful cultivation at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal made her cheeks involuntarily flush with a rosy hue. Wu Wang noticed her unusual expression, a playful smile curving his lips. He walked in front of Kuan Peng, pinching her chin, and said softly, "What's the matter? Does our demon master want to go to the west to see the scenery?" Who wants to go? Kuan Peng retorted defiantly, yet she did not dare to meet Wu Wang's aggressive gaze. If you don't want to go, then that's fine. Wu Wang released his grip and turned away. Coincidentally, I plan to go out again in a few days, this time to meet a few old friends. You just stay home and behave. Upon hearing that Wu Wang was going out again and to meet old friends, Kuan Peng's heart sank. She knew that Wu Wang's so-called old friends were not just anyone. They were either future saints or regional overlords. The results of his visits often ended with the Wu clan gaining another wife. A sense of inexplicable crisis surged in Kuan Peng's heart. Without thinking, she asked, Where are you going? It's nothing. Wu Wang smiled mysteriously, just going to the west, Kunlun, the Tying Star, and the Undying Volcano, to visit relatives and catch up. Countless members of the witch clan, led by the great shamans such as Kwa Fu, continuously streamed into the western continent through the spatial passage opened by Emperor Jiang. They were like seeds on parched land, rapidly taking root as soon as they landed, adapting to their brand new homeland with astonishing speed. The entire primordial world was captivated by this unprecedented great migration. In the heavenly court of the monster clan, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi gazed at the overwhelming migration of the witch clan, their faces darkened with anger. They knew very well that from this day forth the western continent, once regarded as a barbaric land, had completely transformed into the witch clan's second major stronghold. The power of the witch clan had not diminished due to the immense cost of restoring the West. Rather, it had gained a broader strategic depth and space for development. The Mount Buzhou had already given them a headache. Now with the addition of the Western continent, it felt like another knife had been stabbed into their hearts. Brother, we cannot wait any longer. Tai Yi's voice carried a hint of impatience. We must quickly perfect the great array of the heavenly stars. Otherwise our monster clan will have no means to contend with the witch clan. I understand. Emperor Jun took a deep breath, forcing down his irritation. Send the order. All monster deities must enter seclusion and devote their efforts to refining the celestial banner. We must also spare no effort to meet all of Fux's demands. At Kunlun Mountain in the Jade Void Palace, the Primordial Lord looked at the mighty Witch clan entering the west with fury. Senior brother, look at this Wu Wang, how tyrannical his actions are. He simply disregards our Xianmin and the Dao ancestor. The Primordial Lord complained to the figure of the Grand Supreme Elder. The Grand Supreme Elder remained unperturbed, not even lifting his eyelids, and simply said, the trends of Heaven's Dao are beyond our control. We can only observe the changes. Having met with a soft rejection, the Primordial Lord felt even more frustrated and could only cast his gaze towards the direction of Pangu Palace, hoping that his third brother would share his enmity. However, what came from Pangu Palace was the hearty laughter of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. Good. A magnificent witch clan. A remarkable Wu Wang. This is the kind of spirit a cultivator should possess. To seize land and expand territory. It far surpasses certain hypocrites who only know how to guard their gates and adhere to so-called rules and rituals. The voice of Tong Tian was unabashedly transmitted to the Jade Void Palace, infuriating the Primordial Lord to the point where he nearly summoned the Pangu banner to confront his third brother. Now with the Dao ancestors' 3 lectures imminent, the relationship among the 3 purities had already shown signs of fracture, though it was temporarily concealed. Wu Wang, the protagonist stirring the winds and clouds, had quietly departed from Mount Buzhou, leading a team considered the most luxurious in the history of the primordial world, embarking on a new journey. 13 ancestral witches all assembled. Each one possessed a physical body so formidable that it was comparable to the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, along with 2 newly promoted heavenly Dao saints, Jane and Junti. Though they were compelled to act, they truly represented the combat power of saints. Wu Wang utilized the 4th opportunity for action owed by Junti and Jane, euphemistically calling it escort duty, to establish authority. The 2 saints were inwardly lamenting, but dared not defy. They could only follow behind with worried expressions, serving as mere background. This team, composed of 13 top-tier powers and 2 saints, left a path of devastation in their wake, compelling all beings to submit. They did not even deliberately manifest their dermic forms. The natural pressure exuded by the marching team distorted the space and resonated with the Dao. Countless great beings in seclusion within their caves were awakened by this terrifying aura, hastily probing with their divine senses. When they discerned the composition of the team, none could help but be terrified, swiftly retracting their divine senses and activating their mountain protection arrays, fearful that this group of fierce deities might extinguish them. The target of this team was none other than the dojo of the Queen Mother of the West, located in the Western Kunlun. In the Western Kunlun, mists of immortality swirled and auspicious energy flowed. As the Queen Mother appointed by the Dao ancestor, the dojo of the Queen Mother of the West was one of the few tranquil, blessed lands in the primordial world. However, today this tranquility was utterly shattered by a domineering and overbearing aura. The Queen Mother of the West sat solemnly atop the Yao pool, her expression grave as she watched the slowly approaching team below. As a being at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, holding the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Cloud Realm flag, she considered herself a formidable force in the primordial realm. Yet upon seeing the 13 ancestral witches lined up behind Wu Wang, as well as the 2 saints whose auras were unfathomable, making her heart tremble, she realized that her pride and trump cards felt as flimsy as paper before them. Sigh. The Queen Mother of the West sighed helplessly in her heart. She knew she could not escape this. Ever since the last time the Eastern King was thrown out of Mount Buzhou like a dead dog, she had anticipated this day's arrival. The Eastern King and she were both appointed as heavenly leaders by the Dao ancestor governing the yin and yang of the primordial realm. However, the fate of the Eastern King had already proven one thing. The Dao ancestor's appointment was worthless before the unreasonable brutes of the Witch clan. If she wanted to protect herself amidst the increasingly chaotic primordial catastrophe and preserve the lineage of the Western Kunlun, she had to find a sufficiently powerful backing. The Monster Clan. The Queen Mother of the West shook her head. Emperor Jun was ambitious and Tai Yi was tyrannical. If she allied with the Monster Clan, the best outcome would simply be becoming one of Emperor Jun's concubines, with the entire Western Kunlun becoming a vassal of the Monster Clan. The 3 purities. The Primordial Lord looked down on her as a non-authentic descendant of Pangu. The Grand Supreme Elder governed with inaction and would not interfere in mundane matters. Though Tontian was generous, his disciples had no dealings with her lineage of the Western Kunlun. After much contemplation, it seemed that only the Witch clan was the best choice. Although the Witch clan acted tyrannically from Wu Wang's treatment of Baiji Changxi and others, he was famously protective of his own. Moreover, last time at Mount Buzhou, Wu Wang had intentionally shown her goodwill. Rather than passively waiting to be swallowed by the monster clan, it was better to proactively choose a stronger ally. Having come to this conclusion, the Queen Mother of the West felt a sense of calm wash over her. She waved her hand, deactivated the mountain protection array of the Western Kunlun, adjusted her appearance, and personally flew out of the Yao pool to greet them. I, the Queen Mother of the West, welcome all ancestral witch friends and the esteemed arrival of the two saints. The Queen Mother of the West made a slight bow to the team below, lowering her posture significantly. "Ha ha, dear Dao friend Jin Mu, you are too polite." Wu Wang laughed heartily as he stepped out from the team. "I am merely passing by today, here to visit and request a cup of water wine. I hope I did not frighten you, dear Dao friend." The Queen Mother of the West thought to herself, with such a display you call this passing by. You intend to flatten my Western Kunlun, don't you? But she dared not show any hint of this on her face, still smiling gently as she said, "Wu Ancestor is joking. It is an honor for this humble place to have your presence. Please come in." Saying this, she stepped aside to clear the way, welcoming everyone into the Yao pool. Inside the Yao pool, the fragrance of celestial fruits wafted through the air, and the divine nectar had long been prepared. Wu Wang made himself at home, sitting boldly in the main seat. The 12 ancestral witches sat on either side, looking around curiously at the scenery of this celestial blessed land. Jane and Junti stood behind Wu Wang, watching closely, resembling two loyal bodyguards. The Queen Mother of the West watched this scene, feeling increasingly bitter. Having two saints serve as bodyguards this occasion could probably rival even that of the Dao ancestor Honghuang. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses of dishes, Wu Wang finally put down his wine cup and spoke of his intentions. "Dear Dao friend Jin Mu, the great catastrophe of the primordial realm is about to arise. With the witch and monster clans at odds, a war may break out at any moment, engulfing the entire primordial realm. Although your Western Kunlun is a blessed land in this chaotic era, it will be difficult to remain uninvolved." The Queen Mother of the West's heart trembled, knowing that the main topic had arrived. She set down her wine cup and said solemnly, "I ask that you provide guidance, dear Dao friend." "Guidance is too grand a term." Wu Wang waved his hand. "I am merely here to offer you a choice. Emperor Jun of the Monster Clan has long coveted your Western Kunlun and this position of the Queen Mother. I am sure you are more aware of this than I am. If you do not make preparations, soon it won't be long before the army of the Monster Clan will be at your Western Kunlun's doorstep. At that time, will you fight or surrender?" She was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "My lineage of the Western Kunlun favors tranquility and does not wish to participate in worldly disputes." "Ha ha ha." Wu Wang burst into laughter. "Do you believe what you just said? Living in the primordial realm amidst a great catastrophe, who can truly avoid involvement in conflicts? If you do not seek trouble, trouble will come to find you. You have already seen the fate of the Eastern King. He thought that with the Dao ancestor's appointment, he could command the myriad immortals, but what was the result? In the face of absolute strength, the so-called status is worth nothing." Wu Wang stood up, walked before the Queen Mother of the West, looking down at her with sharp eyes. "Now I offer you 2 choices. First, continue to cling to your hollow title of Queen Mother and wait to be devoured by the Monster Clan, or face obliteration in the impending catastrophe. Second, marry me. I will use the fortunes of the Witch clan to protect your lineage of the Western Kunlun. From now on, your Western Kunlun will be allied with my Witch clan, and you will be Wu Wang's woman. Anyone who dares to harm you will be opposing the entire Witch clan. Choose one, please." Within the jade pool, the atmosphere congealed like tint of sandy-rolled profound ice. Wu Wang's words, "marry me," drifted lightly, yet they weighed heavier than the oppressive pressure of 13 ancestral witch projections, crushing the Queen Mother of the West until she could scarcely breathe. Her phoenix-like eyes, accustomed to commanding the authority of all female immortals and witnessing the tempests of the primordial era, betrayed a flicker of bewilderment. "Fight!" The 2 sages behind her, wearing grim expressions, were the clearest answer. Sages could only serve as his guards before him. The meager assets of her Western Kunlun were far from sufficient. Surrender. She was the sovereign of all female immortals, personally appointed by the Dao ancestor, commanding the realm's women, and possessed her own pride. If she surrendered without a fight today, tomorrow she, the Queen Mother of the West, would become the greatest laughingstock of the primordial era. The gazes of the ancestral witches, such as Zhurong and Gongong, had grown tinged with impatience. In their simplistic reasoning, there were only 2 options: submit or be forced into submission. No third choice existed. After a long, deathly silence, the Queen Mother of the West finally stirred. She slowly set down the white jade wine cup in her hand. The collision of cup and jade table emitted a crisp ring shattering the suffocating stillness. She raised her head, meeting Wu Wang's eyes that seemed to pierce through all things, her voice clear and cold, yet no longer trembling. Lord Wu jest. My position as sovereign of female immortals was conferred by the Dao ancestor in the purple firmament palace, bearing the chief fortune of the mystic gate and charged with harmonizing the yin and yang of the primordial era. This is not a matter of my personal glory or disgrace, but concerns the grand trend of the heavenly Dao. If I for selfish reasons were to marry into the Wu clan without authorization, would I not be disregarding the Dao ancestors' decree and abandoning the female immortals of the world to what fate? These words were reasoned and articulate, neither humble nor arrogant. By invoking the Dao ancestor as a shield and elevating her actions to the level of the grand trend of the heavenly Dao, she instantly extricated herself from the predicament of a personal marriage. Zhurong frowned deeply, about to blurt out, "To hell with that Dao ancestor," but was silenced by a glare from Dijiang. Wu Wang regarded her with keen interest, showing no anger. Instead, he smiled. So, the Queen Mother of the West took a deep breath and laid out her terms. Since Lord Wu claims to be able to protect my Western Kunlun, I assume you have absolute confidence in your own strength and the future of the Wu clan. I, though unworthy, wish to make a wager with the ancestral witch. Oh, what wager? Let it be on this word, future. The Queen Mother of the West's voice rang with resolve. The future the Dao ancestor has charted for me is as the sovereign of female immortals, enjoying the chief fortune of the mystic gate. If you can prove that following you Wu Wang and the Wu clan can lead to a broader and more stable future than what the Dao ancestor has granted, then I, the Queen Mother of the West, along with all of Western Kunlun, shall willingly pledge allegiance to you as our master without a second word. At these words, the Red Cloud Daoist nodded secretly, thinking the Golden Mother was indeed clever. This was both a delaying tactic and an elevated step down. She had kicked the ball back, waiting to see how Wu Wang would respond. However, upon hearing this, Wu Wang burst into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha. Future Queen Mother of the West, you actually regard the Dao ancestor's death warrant as supreme glory. His laughter ceased abruptly, his gaze turning razor-sharp as he enunciated each word. Do you think being the sovereign of male immortals and sovereign of female immortals is something good, oi? The Queen Mother of the West's heart jolted, sensing she had stumbled upon some earth-shattering secret. Wu Wang paced by the edge of the jade pool, his voice low, yet clearly reaching the ears of every mighty being present. Since Pangu split the heavens, the vast primordial era has harbored countless scattered cultivators. Though their chief fortune is inferior to that of the Wu and Demon clans gathered together, it forms a force sufficient to alter the course of battle. This force is masterless, dispersed, and beyond control. He is on the verge of merging with the Dao and wishes to establish the Mystic Gate as the orthodox path and the Demon clan as the protagonists of heaven. What then should be done with the chief fortune of these scattered cultivators? Wu Wang raised two fingers. Two methods. First, completely disperse it, transforming it into the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But this would harm the natural order and incur too much karmic debt. Second, find two vessels to temporarily collect this wandering chief fortune. As a vessel, one can indeed enjoy overwhelming chief fortune, but it also directly caps one's potential. You will never glimpse the realm of sagehood in this lifetime. Moreover, if you stay content as a minor pawn, all is well. But if you harbor ambitions to advance further, others will not hesitate to shatter the vessel and take what lies within. A trace of pity curled at the corner of Wu Wang's mouth. Duke Donghua was the vessel for gathering the chief fortune of male immortals. And you, Queen Mother of the West, are the vessel for gathering the chief fortune of female immortals. Duke Donghua was foolish, unable to see this truth, believing he could truly command all immortals. But for you, had I not come today, your fate would have been no different from his. Boom. These words exploded like a primordial divine thunderclap in the Queen Mother of the West's sea of consciousness. In an instant, everything became clear. Why, as the sovereign of female immortals, had she often felt an inexplicable palpitation, as if a sharp sword hung over her head? It turned out that the so-called immortal sovereignty, the so-called glory, had been nothing but a deception from start to finish. A mere pawn sewing a wedding garment for another. Her face turned deathly pale, her body swayed slightly, and cracks appeared in her Dao heart at that moment. Wu Wang did not press her further, merely watching silently, allowing her to digest this cruel truth. After a long while, the Queen Mother of the West let out a bitter smile, filled with self-mockery. So, that's how it is. Her gaze toward Wu Wang had completely changed. No longer wary or defensive, it now held a trace of reverence. This man possessed not only terrifying power, but also a mind and vision that transcended the mundane, reaching straight to the essence of the heavenly Dao. Now, do you still think the future the Dao ancestor gave you is a good one? Wu Wang asked calmly. The Queen Mother of the West remained silent. The answer was self-evident. Wu Wang said no more. With a flip of his hand, a jade ruler appeared, ancient in form and suffused with the qi of primordial merits and virtues. It was the supreme acquired merit treasure, the Honghuang measuring ruler. This ruler is born of merits capable of measuring heaven and earth, and even more so of suppressing qi fortune and sorting out karma. Wu Wang gently pushed the Honghuang measuring ruler, and it floated before the Queen Mother of the West. Your position as sovereign of female immortals is already inextricably linked to the karma of countless female immortals in the primordial era. But with this ruler in hand, you can suppress this vast karma and qi fortune, turning it to your own use instead of being burdened by it. This is the future I grant you, a future where you hold your destiny in your own hands. The Queen Mother of the West stared blankly at the Honghuang measuring ruler before her, feeling the boundless power of merits within, and was momentarily speechless. An acquired supreme merit treasure, given away so casually. This was far too generous. The wager I accept. Wu Wang's voice rang out again. But I won't wait for you to deliberate slowly. I only grant you the time to use this ruler to verify everything I have said today. The treasure stays here. As for us, we leave. He turned to Dijiang and the other ancestral witches, waving his hand. Let's go, brothers. On to the next. With that, he truly walked out of the jade pool without looking back. The 12 ancestral witches and the 2 sages followed closely without a moment's pause. As he walked, Zhurong muttered under his breath, 13th brother, are we just leaving like that? Not taking her back tied up? What's the point of taking back someone unwilling? Wu Wang replied through telepathy. Let her figure it out herself and come to Buzhou Mountain on her own. A female immortal sovereign capable of ruling Western Kunlun is far more valuable than a mere ornament. In the blink of an eye, that terrifying procession that had oppressed heaven and earth vanished beyond the horizon of Western Kunlun. Within the jade pool, only the Queen Mother of the West remained lost in thought, staring at the Honghuang measuring ruler floating before her, the last words Wu Wang had left echoing in her mind. Come to Buzhou Mountain when you've made up your mind. Don't make me come a second time. Next time it won't be just for a cup of wine. The grand procession left Western Kunlun heading east. 13th brother, where to next? Shall we go to the undying volcano and see if that old phoenix is still around? Gong asked with some excitement. Wu Wang shook his head, his gaze piercing through the endless void to fix upon that cold, solitary star. The undying volcano can wait. The Phoenix clan has long been in seclusion. Getting them to emerge won't be easy. A slight curve lifted the corner of his mouth, and his eyes gleamed with an inexplicable light. First to the moon star. Xia has been guarding the Guanghan Palace alone for far too long. It's time for the sisters to reunite. On the moon star in the Guanghan Palace. In recent days, a proclamation from the demon clan's heavenly court to the primordial wilderness had cast an even deeper chill upon this eternally desolate celestial body. The demon clan's heavenly court announced that to celebrate the completion of the all-encompassing star formation and to honor the moon star's nobility, the moon goddess Xia was specially appointed as the heavenly queen of the court to mother the world. Though the title was noble, it was but a shackle. Xia sat alone beneath the osmanthus tree, gazing towards the direction of the primordial wilderness. On her delicate features, melancholy lingered, impossible to dispel. At her fingertip, a faint thread of stellar power faintly shimmered, the other end of the thread connected to the demon clan's heavenly court beyond the 33 heavens. That was a connection forcibly established by the all-encompassing star formation in the name of the heavenly queen. This thread was both a cage and a death warrant. Sister, are you still troubled by the demon clan's enfeoffment? A crisp voice sounded behind her, interrupting Zai's thoughts. Changshi, clad in a light yellow palace robe, walked over slowly. After marrying into the Wu clan, she had shed some of her girlish innocence, gaining a woman's allure. Her originally cold temperament had also softened, nourished by Wu Wang's vigorous masculine aura. Xia looked at her younger sister and smiled bitterly. Heavenly Queen. What a colossal joke. The demon clan's heavenly court has forcibly linked the moon star to the all-encompassing star formation. Daijin's ambition is no longer concealed. He intends to refine me, the entire moon star, into a part of his formation. If I refuse, he can activate the formation's power at any moment, causing my death and Dao to vanish. Hearing this, Changshi was silent for a long time, but did not take up the topic. Instead, she lowered her head and said with a light laugh, my husband treats me very well. Mentioning Wu Wang, an involuntary blush of shyness appeared on her face. Though the primordial witches seem fierce, they are all easy to get along with. Sister, my husband is vastly powerful. He surely has a way to help you sever this causal thread. Zai's heart stirred, but she shook her head. Sever the connection to the all-encompassing star formation. That would be equivalent to declaring war on the demon clan outright. Though Wu Wang was domineering, would he take such a great risk for her? After all, the moon and sun stars were the core of the all-encompassing star formation. The demon clan would never let them go. as the two sisters sat in silence facing each other. A pressure so vast that it caused the very essence of the moon star to wail descended without warning. Outside the Honghuang Palace, the natural barrier formed by the moon star's primal power unable to bear the strain shattered inch by inch. 13 towering heaven-supporting figures clustered around a young man with a leisurely expression appeared outside the osmanthus grove. At their head was none other than Wang. Husband. Seeing Wang, Changxi was both startled and overjoyed. She quickly rose and went to greet him. As for Shiha, her delicate frame trembled slightly. When she clearly saw the leader was Wang, and especially the two figures behind him radiating the Dao resonance of saints, the ice in her heart, formed by the demon clan's coercion, quietly melted a corner. A warm current surged from the depths of her heart. She instinctively thought that without this overbearing man, she and her sister would have long been completely bound by the demon clan with no freedom left. This power was her only hope. Changxi, be good, step aside for a moment. I have a few words to say to your sister. Wang fondly patted Chengxi's head, then turned his gaze to Shiha. His gaze held a tranquility that saw through all things. Goddess Shiha, it's been a while. Wang walked slowly before her. The taste of the all-encompassing star formation isn't pleasant, is it? His words drained all color from Zai's face. Dijuan gave you the empty title of Heavenly Queen, but placed a shackle on you using you as the formation's core and energy source. Once the great calamity begins, you'll become the demon clan's vanguard. Is this deal worthwhile? Wang's words struck the vital point. Shiha bit her lips, suppressing the turmoil within, and said coldly, "This is a matter between me and the demon clan. What does it have to do with your Wu clan?" It had nothing to do with it before, but from today onward it does. The smile on Wang's face did not fade, but it carried an unshakable resolve. How could a woman of mine be another's puppet and sacrifice? He reached out, and a strand of overbearing world law power gathered at his fingertip, gently tapping towards Zai's wrist. If Dijuan can set a restriction, Wang can break it. He treats you as a tool, while I treat you as future family. What he can give you are empty titles and death. What I can give you are freedom and protection. Wang withdrew his hand, opening his palm to reveal a laurel fruit pit, exuding rich moon star primal power, which he had quietly taken during his last visit. I've come today for no other reason than to give you a choice. Choose to continue being the helpless demon clan Heavenly Queen who may be sacrificed at any moment. Or choose to become the true Lord of the Moon, star, a woman of mine. Marry me, and I will sever this shackle for you myself. If the demon clan dares to harm you, because of this I will bring chaos to the 33 heavens. The 13 elder brothers behind me, and these two saints are the foundation of my promise. Wang's words were no longer a cold ultimatum, but a promise so powerful it brought peace of mind. He did not coerce her, but clearly pointed out two entirely different paths and returned the choice to her. Shiha looked at him, then at the luxurious lineup behind him representing the pinnacle of combat power in the primordial wilderness. Pride and reality clashed fiercely within her. To refuse was to choose to be Dijuan's puppet with life and death at his whim. To accept was of course to yield to this overbearing man, but in return she would gain true freedom and the protection of the entire Wu clan. Dignity, pride, what were they compared to the freedom to control one's own destiny? After a long time she closed her eyes. When she opened them again they were clear and calm. I accept. 2 words soft yet firm. A satisfied smile spread across Wang's face. He walked up to Shiha, gently lifted her chin, his gesture tender, but his words still domineering. A wise choice. Remember, from today onward you are a woman I Wang have claimed. In 10,000 years I will come to marry you. When that time comes I hope to see a true Lord of the Moon star living for herself, not a frowning melancholy face. With that he lingered no longer. Pulling the delighted Changxi along, flanked by the Primordial Witches and 2 saints, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished over the moon star's horizon. Only Shiha remained standing beneath the osmanthus tree, letting the cold moonlight stretch her shadow long. Yet no sooner had Wang and the others left than an imperial majesty and a scorching aura that dominated heaven and earth descended from the 9 heavens. Golden solar true fire intertwined with the radiance of billions of stars, dyeing the entire moon star in hues of silver and gold. 2 majestic figures appeared above the Honghuang Palace, the demon clan's heavenly emperor Dijuan and Dongwang Tai. Daoist Shiha, you are the heaven-ordained heavenly queen mother to the world. How can you debase yourself and submit to the barbarians of the Wu clan? Dijuan's voice resounded across the starry sky, filled with the unyielding authority of a sovereign. Tai was even more direct. With a light tremor of the chaos bell in his hand, its sound echoed through the cosmos, as if shouting a challenge to the departing Wang across the void. The moon star is the master star of the all-encompassing star formation, the very foundation of our heavenly court. Wu Wang, you brat, if you dare to lay a finger on it when the million-year term arrives, our demon clan will surely raise Mount Buzhou and turn your Wu clan into a river of blood. Facing the enraged, distant roar of the two demon sovereigns, Wu Wang's smile vanished. He turned, gazing toward the 33rd heaven, his voice low, yet resonating across the entire cosmos. Cease your clamor. Those two words alone sent Di Jun and Tai Yi far away in the celestial court, plunging into icy dread. Brothers, form the formation. Wu Wang's tone held not a trace of fluctuation. Since they so eagerly seek death, let us grant it to them this day. Agreed. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong had long been chafing at the bit. At his command, they roared in unison. The 12 ancestral Wu stepped forward as one, each taking their ordained position. Wu Wang stood at the formation's heart. 13 torrents of Pangu's bloodline power surged skyward, interweaving into a colossal net of annihilation that blanketed the starry firmament. A formation more refined than even Pangu's primordial true body, radiating the raw, world-shattering force of creation itself, began coalescing. The primal chi of the entire Honghuang realm convulsed. 10,000 stars trembled on the verge of collapse. Di Jun and Tai Yi were struck speechless with terror. They had never imagined Wu Wang would dare tear asunder the Dao Patriarch's decree. Ignoring the two quaking demon sovereigns, Wu Wang turned his gaze upon Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti. Behind him, their faces ashen. Two holy ones, it is time you honored your pledge. Zhuan Ti's lips trembled. Fellow Daoist Wu Wang, the Dao Patriarch's decree must not be defied. I have not asked you to defy it. Wu Wang's command brooked no negotiation. I require you to hold back Hongjun for 5 breaths. Within those 5 breaths, I shall eradicate the demon race and raise the celestial court to dust. At these words, not only Di Jun and Tai Yi fell silent. Every great cultivator across the Honghuang who had been secretly observing this scene was struck dumb. Madman. This Wu Wang was a madman through and through. His utter recklessness and the Wu clan's innate unyielding ferocity laid bare in that very moment. No matter how calculating he appeared once provoked, his first instinct was always to overturn the table, to unleash chaos so absolute it shattered heaven and earth. Wu Wang, how dare you? A rebuke imbued with the authority of the heavenly Dao echoed from beyond the 33rd heaven. A figure emerged from the void, utterly still, radiating no cultivation energy, yet embodying the center of all existence. He was the Dao was him, detached and passive, gazing down upon all sentient beings. It was the Dao Patriarch Hongjun himself. Old man, you finally deigned to appear. Facing the Dao Patriarch, Wu Wang showed not the slightest reverence, nor any restraint in his words. Hongjun's form remained utterly unchanged, as if Wu Wang's insult were no more than a breeze brushing past a mountain peak. He simply declared, for 10 million years the Wu and demon clans shall wage no further war. This is heaven's ordained fate. Should you defy heavens, the Wu clan shall be extinguished. His voice was the heavenly Dao's judgment, sparking fury in every one of the 12 ancestral Wu, whose wrathful aura pierced the heavens, driving the formation's operation into even more violent overdrive. Hongjun, you mangy old dog. Was it not 1 million years? Now it's 10 million. Do you truly take the Wu clan for clay dolls? Each of the 12 ancestral Wu bristled with incandescent rage. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti's scalps prickled. They feared Wu Wang might, in a fit of madness, drag them straight into mortal combat with the Dao Patriarch. At this razor's edge, where battle hung by a thread, the savage, annihilating aura emanating from Wu Wang vanished without a trace. With a mere wave of his hand, the terrifying formation, capable of remaking heaven and earth, dissolved into nothingness. His abrupt shift in demeanor was swifter than flipping a page, leaving everyone utterly unprepared. Wu Wang turned away, refusing even to glance at Hongjun, and cast a single parting sentence toward Di Jun and Tai Yi. Cowering deep within the starfields, wash your necks clean and wait. In 10 million years I shall come myself to claim them. With that he prepared to depart with his entourage. Just as all believed the matter concluded, Wu Wang paused mid-step, and without turning addressed Hongjun. Hongjun, spare me your pretense of being the heavenly Dao's embodiment. You know better than anyone. If the Wu clan today truly chose to pay any price and forcibly dragged you back from the threshold of de-emergence, would you ever gain a second chance? His words fell silent. For the briefest instant, the merest flicker, the Dao Patriarch's ageless Dao-fused form faltered, imperceptible to all but the most exalted cultivators. The Dao Patriarch had felt emotion. Once more all eyes turned to Wu Wang's retreating back, not as a reckless brute, but as a primordial demon god who dared to manipulate holy ones, even the Dao Patriarch himself, like puppets dancing upon his palm. Hongjun spoke no further, yet the void around him darkened, deeper than primordial chaos itself. Wu Wang gave a light laugh and strode away, his companions following in his wake. After this confrontation, the celestial court's majesty lay in ruins. Di Jun and Tai Yi withdrew behind closed doors, becoming objects of ridicule throughout the Honghuang. And Wu Wang's name became a gleaming sword suspended above every great cultivator, a blade no one dared provoke lightly. Inside the Lingxiao Palace, silence reigned, thick, funereal, suffocating. Di Jun and Tai Yi sat upon their thrones, faces iron gray. At that moment, a disheveled figure tumbled headlong into the hall. Dong Gong, who had earlier been kicked aside by Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, Heavenly Emperor, Eastern Sovereign. Dong Gong collapsed to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face. I swear fealty to the Celestial Court. I beg to join the campaign against the Wu traitors. Tai Yi stirred to rebuke him, but Di Jun raised a hand, coldly asking, what right does a defeated underling possess to request sanctuary from my court? Dong Gong lifted his head, eyes burning with vengeful fire. Though I lost, I uncovered a secret of cosmic magnitude. Speak. The Wu clan violates heaven's order, abducting the demon sage, coercing the immortal Primus into submission, and even treating the two newly ascended holy ones as menial servants. Such conduct has already drawn the heavenly Dao's wrath. Dong Gong lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. The Dao Patriarch himself holds Wu Wang in profound disdain. The Wu clan's tribulation draws near. At these words, Di Jun and Tai Yi exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes saw boundless ecstatic hope. All prior humiliation and fury dissolved into radiant anticipation. Di Jun slammed his fist upon the armrest of his throne and laughed aloud. Excellent. Truly excellent. The Wu clan's tribulation approaches. Issue my decree. Honor Dong Gong lavishly. Appoint him honorary counselor of the Celestial Court. With the affairs of the Western Kunlun resolved, and the moon of Tai Yi now sworn in fealty, Wu Wang's matrimonial journey had already progressed significantly. His harem now included Bai Ji, of the White Tiger lineage, a Changshi goddess of the moon of Tai Yin, Ho Tu ancestral Wu of the earth, Kuan Peng the demon sage, and most recently, Shi Wang Mu, the primus of female immortals, and Shi He, another goddess of the moon of Tai Yin, both newly betrothed to him. Were this roster made public, it would drive any male cultivator in the Honghuang to green-eyed frenzy. Yet Wu Wang's path did not end here. His next target was one of the most ancient and enigmatic entities in the entire Honghuang, Yuan Feng, the Phoenix ancestor sovereign of the Phoenix clan, and peer to Zhu Long and Shi Qi Lin as one of the three primordial sovereigns of antiquity. After the Dragon Han primordial calamity, the three clans declined. Zhu Long and Shi Qi Lin perished utterly. Yet Yuan Feng, drawing upon the nirvana flames of the immortal volcano, entered an endless slumber, seeking to erode the infinite karmic burden she had accrued during the calamity, and thereby grasp a sliver of salvation. She was a true survivor, forged in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Her seniority and strength rivaled, perhaps even surpassed, that of Di Jun and Tai Yi. 13th brother, are you certain you wish to go to the immortal volcano? On the road southward, Di Zhang's expression grew grave. That place is Yuan Feng's lair. Though she slumbers, no one knows what safeguard she left behind, and forcibly awakening her may forge an unfathomably heavy karmic bond. It matters not. Wu Wang's expression remained calm. I bear karma willingly. As for safeguards, before this company, no safeguard in the Honghuang remains unbreakable. Di Zhang nodded, saying no more. He had grown accustomed to it. Whatever his 13th brother set his mind upon, failure had never once occurred. The immortal volcano lay at the extreme southern tip of the southern continent, perpetually shrouded in Nanmingli fire, its heat sufficient to melt even a great Luo immortal. Yet when Wu Wang and his party arrived, the celestial fire, capable of boiling oceans and scorching heavens, became docile as a kitten before Zhu Rong, the ancestral master of flame. Zhu Rong roared with laughter, opened his maw wide, and inhaled, drawing in all fire across 1 billion miles. Then with relish he belched. Pleasant flavor, but lacking spice. Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti trailing behind, washed with twitching eyelids. This was Nanmingli fire, one of the 5 primordial elemental divine fires. And Zhu Rong had devoured it as though it were a snack. What monstrous constitution did the Wu clan possess? As the flames receded, a colossal volcano, its entire surface a deep arterial crimson, as if cast from solidified blood, rose before them. This was Yuan Feng's nirvana ground, the immortal volcano. The entire mountain was encased in a scarlet golden flame barrier upon which countless arcane Phoenix clan sigils shimmered, radiating an immortal, indestructible Dao resonance. This barrier holds intrigue. Wu Wang observed it with keen interest. 13th brother, allow me to shatter it with one fist. Zhu Rong cracked his knuckles, eager to strike. No need. Wu Wang waved his hand dismissively. When dealing with a woman, gentleness is required. To smash straight in would be too crude. Stepping forward, he gathered his spiritual energy and projected his voice like thunder into the volcano's depths. Wu Wang of the Wu clan, accompanied by my elder brothers and fellow cultivators, respectfully requests an audience with fellow Taoist Yuan Feng. We humbly beg your presence. His voice reverberated across the immortal volcano, yet no reply came. The volcano remained utterly silent. It seems Elder Yu refused to grant this humble servant even the courtesy of acknowledgement. Wu Wang's gaze turned icy. He turned to Jie and Zhuan Ti behind him and said coolly, "Two holy ones, it is time you fulfilled your duty." The pair exchanged a despairing glance, hearts sinking. They had known it. Accompanying Wu Wang could bring only misfortune. To forcibly awaken Yuan Feng was to incur the Phoenix clan's eternal enmity. Yet defiance was unthinkable. Having witnessed Wu Wang's treatment of Zhuan Ti, they understood one immutable truth: offending the Phoenix clan meant gaining one more enemy in the future, but offending Wu Wang meant death now. Alas, fellow Taoist, we beg your pardon. Jie sighed, summoning his Daotainment treasure, the 12-petaled golden lotus of merit. The lotus hovered in midair, showering golden Buddhist light upon the scarlet golden barrier. Zhuan Ti likewise unleashed his 7-jeweled branch, sweeping it repeatedly against the barrier. The combined might of two holy ones was terrifying beyond measure. Though they employed only modest effort, the seemingly impregnable flame barrier began violently trembling, the phoenix sigils flickering erratically. Within the volcano, the dormant presence stirred faintly. Tri-Yaik. A piercing, furious phoenix cry erupted from the depths, soaring high into the heavens. Who dares disturb my serene cultivation? A 7-colored divine light erupted from the crater, coalescing into a phoenix whose wingspan stretched 1 billion miles. Exquisitely beautiful, breathtakingly awe-inspiring. A shockwave of devastating energy exploded outward, reducing space itself across 1 billion miles into primordial chaos. Yuan Feng's countenance darkened. Yet before she could unleash her fury, she found herself confronted by 13 overwhelming presences, and by the two holy ones, Jie and Zhuan Ti. She had merely slept for a few cosmic cycles. How had the Honghuang transformed so utterly? Were there not only 12 ancestral Wu? When had a 13th appeared? And what of those two holy ones? When had they ascended? How had they allied with the Wu clan, behaving like obsequious lackeys? Yuan Feng's mind reeled in confusion. You are Yuan Feng. Wu Wang's voice pulled her from her daze. He offered a faint smile and stepped forward. This is I. Yuan Feng suppressed her internal injuries with great effort, lifting her proud head to fix Wu Wang with a frigid stare. The Wu clan breaches my nirvana without cause. Do you seek eternal war with the Phoenix clan? Eternal war? Wu Wang laughed. Fellow Taoist Yuan Feng, have you slept so long your wits have dulled? Look at yourself now, your origin essence depleted, karmic burdens clinging like chains. You could not withstand even a single blow from me. And look upon your Phoenix clan, decimated, scattered. How many remain? With what strength do you threaten eternal war against the Wu clan? Wu Wang's words were merciless, each syllable a dagger to the heart. Yuan Feng's face paled. She knew full well her own plight, and that of her clan. Had it not been so, why would she hide here in the immortal volcano, barely clinging to existence? What then do you desire? Her voice now carried a fragile tremor. Simply this. Wu Wang stepped closer, locking eyes with her, speaking each word with deliberate weight. I have come to offer you, and your entire Phoenix clan, a chance at rebirth. I require your power, your bloodline. In exchange, I can cleanse your karmic burdens, restore your origin essence, and restore the Phoenix clan's glory of ancient times. But this bargain hinges upon one condition. A sly, devilish smile curled Wu Wang's lips. You marry me. Marry you. These 3 words struck Yuan Feng's mind like 3 heavenly thunderbolts. After a brief moment of shock, a volcanic rage erupted within her, almost flipping her crown. Who is she? She is Yuan Feng, the progenitor of the ancient Phoenix clan, the one who once wrestled with the ancestral dragon and the first Qilin, looking down on all beings as a sovereign. Her pride, her dignity, even more important than her own life. But now this young member of the witch clan who sprung up from nowhere dares to use an almost condescending tone to ask her to marry him. This is the most absurd and jarring joke she has ever heard since her birth. Preposterous. Yuan Feng sternly rebuked. The 7-colored divine light erupted explosively, and the terrifying pressure belonging to the ancient sovereign crashed down on Wu Wang like a mountain avalanche. In front of me, you have no right to act recklessly. However, the royal pressure that could shatter the souls of ordinary Deluo golden immortals collided with Wu Wang, who didn't even have the qualification to blink, his eyelids dissipating like spring snow meeting the blazing sun. Behind him, Zhu Rong nonchalantly curled his lips and muttered, "Tisk, this old bird has quite the temper, but this pressure is not even as formidable as a finger from the Earth Mother girl." Yuan Feng's pupils constricted. She underestimated the situation. The strength of this witch clan member before her had reached a terrifying realm that she could not comprehend. Clearly at the peak of Deluo, why is he so powerful? Senior Yuan Feng, don't be so angry. Wu Wang's smile remained, but his gaze gradually turned cold. I said I am giving you a chance. You better not be ungrateful. I will ask you one last time, do you want to make this deal or not? Yuan Feng bit her teeth tightly. Her nails had already pierced her palm, golden divine blood dripping through her fingers. Do it. Marrying a young member of the witch clan, what face would Yuan Feng have left? What glory would the Phoenix clan have left? Not do it. She had no doubt that as soon as she dared to utter the word no, the divine axe suspended above her head would annihilate her entirely. At that time, what would there be to discuss about the revival of the Phoenix clan? She herself would become dust of history. This is a deadlock that showed her not a glimmer of hope. Looking at the struggle, unwillingness, and despair intertwined on Yuan Feng's face, Wu Wang knew it was time to serve the final course. He spoke leisurely, his voice carrying a deadly charm. Yuan Feng, I know what you're struggling with. It's nothing more than that pitiful face and dignity. But have you thought that if you die here today, the bloodline of the Phoenix clan will be severed? What use is that so-called face and dignity? Only living brings hope. As long as you're alive, you have the chance to wash away today's humiliation. Moreover, Wu Wang's tone shifted, a significant smile playing on his lips. Do you really think that what I value is just your bloodline and power? Know what I can give you far exceeds your imagination. As his words fell, Wu Wang extended his finger. A grayish mist, seemingly harboring the essence of the world's creation and destruction, quietly appeared at his fingertips. The laws encompassing the 3,000 paths, this is. Yuan Feng's expression changed again. As one of the earliest innate sacred beings of the Primordial Chaos, she understood better than anyone what this meant. To contain 3,000 laws within one, this is the pinnacle of the primordial configuration. For instance, the Xianmin celestial arts of the Dao ancestor and the path of strength of the Pangu deity are both like this. Now do you still think marrying me is a disgrace? Wu Wang looked at Yuan Feng's loss of composure with satisfaction, chuckling. Each word struck Yuan Feng's heart like a hammer. I promise you, as long as you nod, I will use the laws of the world to reshape the source for you and all the remnants of the Phoenix clan, washing away their karma. I can even open up an eternal pure land for your Phoenix clan in my inner world, a place free from the control of the heavenly path. In there will be no calamities, no disputes. You can reproduce securely until the ancient glory is restored. At that time, you, Yuan Feng, will still be the exalted Phoenix Empress, and I will be your strongest pillar. Boom. Wash away karma. Reshape the source. A pure land free from the heavenly path. This is simply throwing all her past aspirations. No, it was smashing something she wouldn't even dare to dream of right in her face. Dignity. In the grand vision of continuing her race and restoring its glory, that pitiful personal honor and disgrace is worth nothing. Yuan Feng looked at this man before her, who seemed to be nonchalant yet appeared to dominate everything, and the last bit of her pitiful pride completely crumbled to dust. She slowly knelt down on one knee. This ancient sovereign who once battled against heaven and earth finally lowered her head, which had been proud for countless epochs. Phoenix clan Yuan Feng is willing to serve you as my lord. I only ask you to keep your promise and treat the remnants of my Phoenix clan kindly. Her voice held no more coldness, only a sense of exhaustion, as if a burden had been lifted and a trace of longing for the future. Good. Wu Wang laughed heartily, helping her up. From now on, you are my woman, Wu Wang, and your people are my people. I, Wu Wang, swear that as long as I live, I will protect the Phoenix clan. With this, Wu Wang's matchmaking journey came to a perfect conclusion. The White Tiger, the Taiyin Shi Kunlun, and the Phoenix clan. The several top goddesses and powers of the Primordial Chaos were all within his grasp. The remaining goddesses like Nuwa and those from the Yaoqi were also basically laid out, just waiting for the right moment to welcome them into his home. The influence of the Witch clan had expanded to a terrifying degree, surpassing even the peak periods of the ancient three clans. However, just as Wu Wang was feeling triumphant and preparing to return to court and digest the fruits of this matchmaking journey, in the palace of Zixiao 33 heavens away, the ancient and motionless Honghuang Daozu, who seemed to be one with the heavenly path, suddenly opened his eyes. In his gaze, Wu Wang's figure became increasingly unfathomable, and the power map behind him had grown so vast that even the heavenly path felt uneasy. A variable. This Wu Wang had grown from an inconspicuous pawn into a giant beast capable of overturning the entire chessboard, uniting the marriages of heaven, earth, and humanity, breaking the shackles of the Witch clan, becoming the 13th Ancestral Witch. Restoring the West, he turned the two heavenly path saints, Jin and Zhuanti, into his henchmen. Now he has even taken in top fortune-bearing women like the Queen Mother of the West, Shiha, and Yuan Feng into his harem. The fortune of the witch clan has become so powerful that it is on the verge of losing control. If he continues this way, what will happen to the calamity of the witch and demon that he has plotted for countless epochs? The rising heavenly path of the Xianmin is likely to collapse completely. No, it cannot wait any longer. Must interrupt his rhythm before he fully integrates these forces. Hongjun sighed faintly, his emotionless voice resonating throughout the primordial chaos, reaching the consciousness of every being. The heavenly path has changed and a great calamity is imminent. The 3 lectures will be advanced by 50 years. At that time, I will distribute the primordial purple energy and establish the sacred positions. All fated ones can come to Zhixiao Palace to attend the lectures. Boom. The entire primordial chaos instantly erupted. A lecture ahead of schedule, and the distribution of the Honghuang purple chi for attaining sainthood. All the great beings, whether in seclusion or idly observing, could no longer remain seated. Before the undying volcano, the smile on Wu Wang's face slowly faded. He raised his gaze toward the heavens beyond the 33rd layer, his eyes growing profoundly deep, yet the corner of his mouth curled into an icy arc. That old fox finally unable to sit still, ready to step onto the stage himself. 50 years early. Ha, not even leaving me time to consolidate my forces. Interesting. Let's see who laughs last then. Brothers, sisters, sisters-in-law. Wu Wang turned around, surveying the luxurious lineup behind him. A veritable top-tier assembly of the primordial era, and declared with a hearty laugh, the Dao ancestor is hosting a feast we cannot refuse. As it happens, our last visit to the Zhixiao Palace was rather hastily prepared. This time let's make a grand spectacle. Di Jiang and the others exchanged knowing smiles. They had long grown accustomed to their 13th brother's penchant for stirring up chaos. Soon Wu Wang had everything arranged. Baiji, heavy with child, the twin dragons and phoenixes within her being the future hope of the Wu clan, could not join the venture. Hutu personally laid down a grand formation, leaving her in the Pangu Hall to safely nurture the pregnancy. The rest, all 12 ancestral witches, were present without exception. Changxi, the sisters, Shiha, the demon master, Kuanpeng, the phoenix ancestor, Yuan Feng, the queen mother of the West. Every top-tier goddess of the primordial era recently subdued or betrothed by Wu Wang accompanied him in full. Yet this was still insufficient. Wu Wang's gaze fell upon the 2 figures at the very back of the procession, saints who had kept their heads bowed, nearly shrinking themselves into specks of dust. Daoist Jane, Daoist Juanti. Wu Wang's voice was soft, yet it caused Jane and Juanti to shudder violently. Here it comes again. This poor Daoist is here. Jane steeled himself and looked up, forcing a smile more bitter than tears. What instructions does Daoist Wu Wang have? Juanti was even more direct, adopting an exceedingly humble posture. They had been thoroughly terrorized by Wu Wang. Nothing major. Wu Wang approached with a beaming smile and patted Juanti on the shoulder. It's just that the journey to Zhixiao Palace is long and the chaotic energy is too impure. I wouldn't want it to disturb my family. So I'd like to ask you 2 saints to clear a path ahead and remove the obstacles. No problem, right? Clear a path. Remove obstacles. Jane and Zunti's faces turned green instantly. Were they as heavenly Dao saints to serve as vanguard path clearers for the Wu clan? As security captains? If word of this got out, where would their dignity as saints go? Daoist Wu Wang, this is hardly appropriate. Juanti whined, his face crumpling. We are saints, how can we? Wu Wang's eyes narrowed, cutting him off. Are you saying that the prestige of my Wu clan isn't enough to move you 2 saints? Or do you want to repay the remaining 5 opportunities to strike right now, eh? Wu Wang's voice remained calm, but the faint undercurrent of threat plunged Jane and Juanti into an icy abyss. The terrifying backlash of the heavenly Dao oath was something they had no desire to experience a second time. This poor Daoist is willing. Jane was the first to yield, pressing his palms together and lowering his noble head. Seeing this, Juanti could only swallow his pride and nod in bitter resignation. Thus the most bizarre and domineering scene in the history of the primordial era unfolded. In the vast, boundless chaos, 2 figures led the way. One stood upon the 12-pin merit golden lotus, casting forth myriad beams of Buddha light to stabilize the raging elements of earth, fire, water, and wind. The other wielded the 7 treasures wonderful tree, brushing aside the viscous currents of chaos to carve out a smooth and stable path. These were none other than the newly ascended heavenly Dao saints Jane and Juanti. Behind them, a magnificent procession exuding overwhelming arrogance followed at a leisurely pace. 13 colossal ancestral witch manifestations radiated a terrifying killing intent capable of tearing chaos asunder. Dijiang's spatial laws, Zhulong's temporal laws, Zhurong's flames, Gongong's floods. 12 fundamental laws interwove, guarding the central figure, a perfect Dao body that seemed to command a vast universe. At the heart of those 13 ferocious manifestations were several goddesses of unparalleled grace. Shiha and Changshi, the lords of the Tying Star, were aloof and noble. Kuanpeng, the demon master of the North Sea, was enchantingly seductive. Yuan Feng, the phoenix ancestor, was majestic and commanding. The queen mother of the West, leader of all female immortals, was dignified and elegant. Wherever this procession passed, chaos retreated, and all laws submitted. The remnants of chaos demon gods who had survived by hiding in the depths of chaos, upon sensing this aura, were terrified out of their wits. They cowered in their lairs, trembling and not daring to breathe. Meanwhile, on the primordial continent, the great beings who witnessed this scene through various divine arts were so shocked their eyes nearly popped out. Is that the Wu clan? Heavens! All 13 ancestral witches have left their nest. What are they planning? Are they attacking the celestial court of the demon clan again? No. Look at those two at the very front. They are Saints Jane and Juani. Saints. Clearing the path for the Wu clan. I must be seeing things. How is this possible? Didn't they say all beneath sainthood are mere ants? How can saints stoop below the Wu clan? Across the entire primordial era, the Dao hearts of all great beings watching this scene suffered an unprecedented shock. In their understanding, saints were supreme, the executors of the heavenly Dao beings who looked down upon all creation. Yet now these two newly ascended saints were like diligent security captains trailing behind the Wu clan and attending to their every need. The image was too impactful, too world-shattering. At Kunlun Mountain in the Jade Void Palace, Yuanshi Tianzuan stared at the water mirror, trembling with rage, his face ashen. Shameless, utterly shameless. These two scoundrels have completely disgraced the dignity of saints. And that Wu Wang, relying on the bloodline of Pangu to act tyrannically. He is a stain on our orthodox Xian men. At the Green Touring Palace, Tongtian Jiaozhu watched with sparkling eyes, clapping and laughing heartily. Exhilarating, exhilarating. A true man should be like this, accompanied by beauties with saints leading the way. This Wu Wang suits my taste. At Shouyang Mountain in the 8 Scenery Palace, Taiching Laozu let out a faint sigh, a flicker of complexity in his eyes. The momentum of the Wu clan had become a wildfire. The heavens of the primordial era were truly about to change. Outside the Zixiao Palace, when Wu Wang's entourage, the most formidable lecture-attending group in history, arrived in full force, the 3 pure ones Dijuan Tai, Xinyuanzi Hongyuan, and a host of other great beings who had been waiting fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's gaze was fixed, dazed on the two saints at the front, their faces filled with suppressed bitterness, yet daring not to show a hint of complaint. Then their eyes shifted to Wu Wang and the goddesses behind him. Jealousy, envy, and profound fear. Jane, Juanti. A roar filled with boundless fury shattered the silence. Yuanshi Tianzuan stepped forward, pointing at Jane and Juanti, and thundered, "You two are heavenly Dao saints, disciples of the Xuanmen, yet you willingly serve as the Wu clan's lackeys. This has disgraced the teacher's face all the way into the chaos. And what kind of despicable Dao have you two used to achieve sainthood? Have you no shred of dignity left?" Zunti's face turned the color of pig liver, his grievances unspeakable. Jane simply closed his eyes, adopting an "I hear nothing" demeanor. "Daoist Yuanshi, your words are mistaken." Wu Wang stepped forward with his trademark warm smile. "These two friends merely offered to escort us out of old friendship. How is that being lackeys? And what is wrong with their method of attaining sainthood? Are you questioning the heavenly Dao itself? You, stop with your glib tongue." Yuanshi Tianzuan glared at Wu Wang. "If you hadn't coerced and bribed them, how could they?" "Oh." Wu Wang raised an eyebrow. "You mean to say I can coerce saints, but you cannot? So are you jealous of me?" Yuanshi Tianzuan choked, almost unable to catch his breath. "All talk and no action. What kind of skill is that?" Wu Wang's smile gradually faded, replaced by a chilling coldness. He turned to look at Zhurong behind him. "Brother Zhurong, go and ask Daoist Yuanshi to teach you what dignity really means." On it, Zhurong let out a savage grin, cracking his knuckles, his body ablaze with southern bright fire as he strode toward Yuanshi Tianzuan. The terrifying killing intent and scorching heat began to warp the surrounding space. Yuanshi Tianzuan's face instantly turned deathly pale. Fight an ancestral witch? He dared not. Even if he were a saint facing the 13 ancestral witches, brutes who would fight to the death over a single word, he would have to think twice. You Wu clan, you go too far." Yuanshi Tianzuan shouted, his voice fierce, but his heart weak as he instinctively took a half step back. With that retreat, his momentum collapsed. Before all the great beings, he, one of the 3 pure ones, self-proclaimed orthodox descendant of Pangu, had lost all face. Tongtian Jiaozhu watched from the side, shaking his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. Wu Wang didn't even bother to look at Yuanshi again. His gaze returned to Jane and Juanti. Two friends, before we enter the palace, there is one matter that needs to be settled. Zunti's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over him. What? What matter might that be? Wu Wang didn't answer. Instead, he turned to look at Kunpeng beside him. Kunpeng understood her icy gaze piercing Zunti like a sharp sword. Wu Wang then spoke slowly, his voice soft, yet clear to everyone present. Back at Zixiao Palace, Daoist Zuni snatched my wife Kunpeng's cushion. Do you still remember that? Zuni's face turned ashen. Today, before the living beings of the primordial era, I need you to sincerely apologize to Kunpeng for your shameless act back then. Boom. These words caused an uproar. Make a heavenly Dao saint apologize publicly, and right at the gates of Zixiao Palace. Was Wu Wang insane? Wu Wang, don't go too far. Zhuanti finally snapped, shrieking. I am a saint. A saint cannot be insulted. Is that so? The corner of Wu Wang's mouth curled into a smirk. He did nothing but gently point a finger at the sky. Instantly, a great terror descended. Wu Wang had used one of the remaining strikes he owed, so the moment Zhuanti refused, the heavenly Dao's punishment arrived. You win. Zhuanti trembled all over, not daring to hesitate any longer. With a face full of gloom, he walked step by step to Kunpeng, and under the disbelieving gazes of all, bent down. Daoist Kunpeng, regarding that matter back then. This poor Daoist was wrong. Those words seemed to drain all the strength from his body. Kunpeng looked at this saint who had once humiliated her beyond measure, now bowing his head in apology with such lowly posture. The resentment and hatred that had festered in her heart for so long shattered in that moment. Her Dao heart achieved unprecedented completeness and clarity. Her gaze toward Wu Wang became profoundly complex, filled with gratitude, awe, and a hint of belonging. The great beings of the primordial era were utterly numbed. So saints were not invincible after all. So saints could be forced to kneel and apologize. When had the primordial era become like this? In the past, Dao ancestor Honghuang was the sole saint exalted above all, his words law revered by all beings. But now with two additional saints, they were created by the Wu clan schemes, used as thugs and security, and could be humiliated at will. This inadvertently diminished the awe they held for saints, and even for Dao ancestor Honghuang. After all, if these two saints were so degraded, how much authority could the teacher retain? Insulting the saints was a slap in Hongzhun's face. Amid this eerie silence, Zhuanti slowly straightened up, his face drained of all color. Wu Wang looked at him and nodded lightly. Good. For remaining. With that, he paid no further heed to anyone. Taking Changxi and Hutu by the hand, he walked straight through the gates of Zixiao Palace, surrounded by the ancestral witches and goddesses. The grand gates of the Purple Cloud Palace stood wide open, with the ethereal Dao rhythm flowing inside, ancient and vast, as if it contained the ultimate truths from the dawn of the universe. Wu Wang showed no courtesy, taking the hands of Shi He and Changxi, and with a throng of wives and ancestral witches surrounding him, he was the first to step inside. Behind him, the two saints Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti followed closely like two aggrieved little brides, their appearance causing all the mighty beings witnessing this scene to feel as if their minds were being hammered repeatedly until they shattered. Is this still the saint who looks down upon all beings from above? Inside the great hall, it was spacious and profound. On the high platform, the figure of Hongzhun had yet to appear. Below, 6 purple mats lay quietly, exuding an unfathomable aura. The 3 pure ones and Nu had already taken their seats, occupying the first 4 mats. Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti exchanged glances. After hesitating for a moment, they returned to the remaining 2 mats. Wu Wang surveyed the surroundings, a playful smile dancing at the corner of his mouth. Brothers, let us sit here. Wu Wang waved his large hand casually. This place has a wide view and is closest to the Dao ancestor. The effect of listening to the Dao will surely be the best here. 13th brother is right. This place is spacious and comfortable. The other ancestral witches and goddesses also hurriedly took their seats around Wu Wang. This group of people formed their own faction, occupying the most central position in the Great Hall. The overwhelming murderous aura generated by the 13 ancestral witches intertwined with the noble, cold, and domineering destinies of the goddesses, creating a terrifying atmosphere that made one's heart race. The Yuansher Tianzuan, originally seated on a mat, felt as if a primordial volcano ready to erupt had suddenly appeared beside him. The fierce aura made him uneasy, causing his Dao heart to waver. Meanwhile, Dijun and Tai Yi were pushed back repeatedly by this aura, eventually having no choice but to stand awkwardly in a corner. Inside the Purple Cloud Palace, the 3,000 worldly guests were clearly divided into 3 factions. The 3 pure ones and Nu formed their own faction, standing aloof. The Wu clan and its allies, led by Wu Wang, occupied the center, their aura overwhelming, as if they were the true masters of this place. The remaining scattered cultivators, including Dijun, Tai Yi, and Ming, were pushed into the corner, becoming mere decorations. This silent division of status was more hurtful than any words. Jun felt a surge of blood rising in his chest, a hint of sweetness in his throat. How glorious was his demon clan's heavenly court back in the day, how magnificent was his title as the Heavenly Emperor. Yet now in this purple cloud palace he could not even find a stable seat. At this moment, the Dao rhythm of the entire purple cloud palace suddenly condensed. On the high platform a figure appeared silently. It was as if he had always been there, unchanged throughout the ages. It was the Dao ancestor Honghuang. Hongjuan's gaze swept indifferently across the crowd. When his eyes passed over the three pure ones and newbie on the mats, there was no ripple. However, when he saw those two newly ascended saints with their heads bowed, wishing to bury themselves in the ground, a ripple of emotion stirred deep within his eyes. He had calculated that there should be saints appearing in the west to balance the Xuanmen, but he had not expected that these two saints were forcibly birthed by Wang in this manner. Even more unexpected was that these two saints he had predetermined had now become the enforcers and doormen of the Wu clan. Hongjuan's gaze finally landed on Wang. He saw behind Wang a group of enchanting goddesses, each more beautiful than the last. Shi Wangmu, Shi He Yuanfeng. These were the daughters of destiny, who were supposed to play important roles in the future calamities, even balancing the various forces. Yet now they had all become Wang's playthings. The fortune of the Wu clan had grown so strong that it even made him feel a sense of dread. For the first time, a hint of murderous intent arose in Hongjuan's heart. But soon this hint of murderous intent was forcibly suppressed. Wang was a descendant of Pangu, bearing the merits of creating the world, and possessed the grand formation of the 13 heavenly realms. Before achieving Dao, he had no absolute confidence in being able to kill in one strike. If he missed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Silence. Hongjuan uttered a single word of truth, and the noisy discussions within the entire purple cloud palace instantly vanished. A vast pressure of the heavenly Dao enveloped the scene, making everyone feel as small as ants. Only the Wu clan remained unfazed under that pressure. Hongjuan's brow furrowed slightly, not easily noticeable. This lecture will be the third and final one. Hongjuan's voice was indifferent and imposing, devoid of any emotion. I will elaborate on the method of severing the three corpses to attain sainthood. As his words fell, he deliberately cast his gaze toward Jie'in and Zhuan-Ti. To sever the three corpses, one must seek the innate spiritual treasure embodying the three thoughts of good, evil, and attachment. Once the three corpses are severed, the primordial spirit can be entrusted to the void, achieving the status of Honghuang Daoyuo Jinxian, imperishable and immortal. This method is the supreme orthodox teaching of my Xianmen and the only true path to the Dao. Upon hearing this, Jie'in and Zhuan-Ti's faces instantly turned ashen. What Hongjuan said seemed to be an explanation of the method to attain sainthood, yet each word was like a resounding slap, striking fiercely against their faces. What does it mean to be the only true path? This was clearly saying that their method of achieving sainthood by establishing grand vows was a side path, a deviant way not worthy of recognition. This was in front of all the mighty beings of the wilderness, completely casting them out from the coarse circle of the Xianmen. How malicious was this intention? Zhuan-Ti trembled with anger, but dared not rebut. Hongjuan's words were not without merit. Attaining sainthood through merits was indeed at the bottom of the hierarchy of disdain, especially since Hongjuan planned to merge with the heavenly Dao. Once he succeeded in merging with the Dao, Jie'in and Zhuan-Ti would have to look to him for their survival. Below, a hint of joy appeared on Yuanshi Tianzhen's face. He cast a disdainful glance at Jie'in and Zhuan-Ti as if looking at two beggars. Wang observed everything with a cold smile in his heart. What a Hongjuan! What a Dao ancestor! Unable to defeat me, he begins to sow discord and play the game of lifting one while stepping on another, trying to isolate Jie'in and Zhuan-Ti using the term orthodox Xianmen to weaken my power. Unfortunately, you have miscalculated one thing. From the moment they were forced by me to establish the oath of the heavenly Dao, they were no longer saints of your Xianmen. They would only be saints of my Wu clan. Hongjuan no longer cared about the reactions of the crowd and began to formally lecture. The Dao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Dao. In an instant, within the purple cloud palace, the heavens rained down and the earth sprouted golden lotuses. Endless Dao rhythms transformed into golden runes flying in the air. The three pure ones and newbie on the mats listened entranced. The Taiji Laozu had the mysterious and profound tower of heaven and earth above his head, pouring down 10,000 streams of yellow energy, making him seem to merge into the void, entering the state of non-action. Yuanshi Tianzhen had 3 flowers gathering at his crown, 5 energies returning to the origin. Amidst auspicious clouds, 3 vague figures appeared. The Tongtian cult master, surrounded by sharp sword intent, had streams of piercing sword energy revolving around him, as if he could sever the chaotic void at any moment. On the Wu clan side, aside from Wu Wang Hutu and Xin Yuan, who had already condensed their primordial spirits, the other ancestral witches felt drowsy listening to this profound Dao. Zhurong had even started to snore, his snoring like thunder intertwined with Hong Jun's lecture appearing particularly comical. The corners of Hong Jun's eyes twitched involuntarily. He suppressed the impulse to slap Zhurong dead and continued his lecture. 3,000 years of time in the midst of the lecture passed in the blink of an eye. When Hong Jun stopped lecturing, everyone awakened from that mysterious realm, each face bearing an expression of unfulfilled longing. The method of severing the three corpses I have finished explaining. How much you can comprehend depends entirely on your own fate. Hong Jun's voice resounded again. Everyone's hearts rose to their throats. They knew that the main event was about to begin. Under the heavenly Dao, there will be saints appearing to act on behalf of the heavens and organize the wilderness. Hong Jun said as he slowly extended his hand. 6 streams of purple energy swirled like true dragons in the palm of his hand. That was the Hongming purple qi, the foundation for attaining sainthood. Taiching Yuanshi Tongtian Yu are transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, bearing the merits of creating the world, and shall have a saintly position. Nu Wai Yu shall have great merits in the wilderness in the future, and shall also have a saintly position. The 4th stream of Hongming purple qi flew into Nu Wa's body. The 3 pure ones and Nu Wa were all overjoyed, and quickly stood up to express their thanks. Hong Jun nodded, but his gaze shifted toward the demon clan's camp. Di Jun. Hong Jun's voice stunned everyone. Di Jun was so excited he trembled all over, unable to believe as he lifted his head. You have established the heavenly court of the demon clan, organizing the constellations, and have contributed to the wilderness. However, the Wu and demon clans are in constant conflict, entangled in karma. Today I grant you a stream of Hongming purple qi, hoping you attain sainthood soon in the calamity and restore peace to the wilderness. As the words fell, the 5th stream of Hongming purple qi merged into Di Jun's body amidst his ecstatic gaze. Boom. The entire purple cloud palace erupted in chaos. No one expected that Hong Jun would actually bestow a saintly position upon the demon clan's Di Jun. Zhurong Gong Gong and other ancestral witches were instantly enraged, their overwhelming murderous aura soaring to the heavens. Hong Jun, you are biased. Zhurong pointed at Hong Jun, cursing loudly. What virtue or capability do those 2 feathered birds from the demon clan have to deserve sainthood? Silence. Hong Jun coldly shouted, a terrifying pressure far exceeding before suddenly descended. Zhurong's blazing fire, capable of burning mountains and boiling seas, was extinguished in an instant under this pressure, like a candle flickering in the wind. The saintly position is determined by the heavenly Dao. Oh, how can you speak against it? Hong Jun's gaze coldly swept over the crowd of Wu clan members, the warning in his eyes unmistakable. Di Jiang forcibly suppressed the furious Zhurong, but the look he cast at Hong Jun was equally cold. He understood that Hong Jun was using open schemes. By supporting Di Jun to attain sainthood, he was creating a being capable of contending against their Wu clan's true form of Pangu. He was ensuring that the calamity between the Wu and demon clans continued according to his predetermined script. Di Jun felt the infinite mysteries brought by that stream of Hongming purple qi within him, feeling unprecedentedly powerful. He looked at Wu Wang and the 12 ancestral witches, his face filled with a smug and resentful smile. Wu Wang, Wu clan, your demise is imminent. The day I attain sainthood will be the day your Wu clan is exterminated. Hong Jun gazed at all of this, slightly relieved. He still had one last stream of Hongming purple qi left in his hand. He did not bestow it upon anyone, but instead waved his hand, directly tossing that stream of Hongming purple qi out of the purple cloud palace, casting it into the vast wilderness. This last stream of Hongming purple qi, having fled, is an ownerless object, and all beings in the wilderness may contend for it. As these words fell within the purple cloud palace, aside from the Wu clan and a few others, all the mighty beings' eyes instantly turned red. The opportunity to attain sainthood. It was right before them. In an instant, countless mighty beings transformed into streaks of light, frantically rushing out of the purple cloud palace, eager to seize that last foundation for sainthood. The entire wilderness fell into unparalleled madness because of this stream of Hongming purple qi. Yet just when everyone thought the situation was settled, a leisurely voice rang out in the purple cloud palace at an inopportune moment. Alas, what a bunch of pitiful creatures. Is it worth it to fight to the death for a dog leash? The speaker was none other than Wu Wang. He stood up, stretched lazily as if he had just witnessed a tedious monkey show. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. What did you say? A furious roar erupted like thunder, crashing outside the Zhixiao Palace. It was Emperor Jun. He had just obtained the Hongming purple qi, feeling invigorated and proud when he heard Wu Wang compare this foundation of sanctification to a dog leash. How could he endure that? I say you are all pitiful creatures. Wu Wang dug at his ear, looking utterly bored. Hongmeng purple chi sounds grand. The foundation of sanctification is impressive and imposing. But have you ever thought about what this thing truly is? Wu Wang paused, surveying the puzzled, powerful beings who had halted in their tracks, his voice suddenly rising. This is the shackles of the heavenly Dao. It is the collar that Hongjun has placed around your neck. Boom. As these words were spoken, the world shook. The entire chaotic void seemed to fall into a dead silence because of this declaration. Everyone stared at Wu Wang, doubting whether their ears were malfunctioning. He actually dared to say in front of the Dao ancestor that Hongmeng purple chi was a shackle, that Hongjun was putting collars on them. Has he gone mad? On the high platform, Hongjun's expression darkened instantly, as if it could drip water. He could never have calculated that Wu Wang would have the audacity to directly shake the very foundations of his Zuamin's rule. Nonsense. Yuan Shi Tianzuan suddenly stood up, pointing at Wu Wang, angrily rebuking him. Hongmeng purple chi is the foundation of the Great Dao, the supreme opportunity bestowed upon us by the Dao ancestor. You, a barbarian of the Wu clan, unable to obtain it yourself, come here, spreading slander and defaming the saints. What is your intention? I cannot obtain it. Wu Wang laughed heartily, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Yuan Shi, has your brain been caught in the door? Which of your eyes saw me wanting this thing? I am merely stating a fact that you fools blinded by pig oil cannot see. Wu Wang's smile faded, his expression becoming incredibly solemn. His gaze was piercing, sweeping over everyone present, his voice seeming to carry a power that penetrated the hearts of all. Let me ask you, how did the Pangu Father God open the heavens and earth? Everyone was taken aback, unsure why he suddenly posed this question. The Father God proved the Dao with strength. Emperor Jiang answered in a deep voice, his eyes filled with pride. Exactly. Proving the Dao with strength. Wu Wang nodded heavily. What does it mean to prove the Dao with strength? It means breaking all shackles with supreme power, transcending the heavenly Dao, living freely and eternally. That is the true supreme Dao. And what about you? Wu Wang pointed at Emperor Jun, pointed at the three pure ones, pointed at those mighty beings madly pursuing the Hongmeng purple chi, his face filled with pity and disdain. Relying on Hongmeng purple chi to become a saint, in essence, is kneeling before the heavenly Dao and wagging your tail to beg for mercy. You have entrusted your primordial spirit to the heavenly Dao, thus binding yourselves to it, sharing glory and suffering together. As long as the heavenly Dao exists, you will not perish. It sounds beautiful, doesn't it? But you have lost the possibility of transcending. You have become puppets of the heavenly Dao, laborers of the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao directs you to the east, and you dare not go west. The heavenly Dao commands you to unleash calamity and slaughter all beings, and you can only obey. Such saints, seemingly glorious, are actually no more than higher-level prisoners. What is the difference between them and dogs chained up? Each of Wu Wang's words resonated like a great bell, striking hard at the hearts of every powerful being. Prisoners, dog leashes, the sacred positions they had long yearned for were suddenly rendered so disgraceful by Wu Wang's words. Emperor Jun's complexion shifted from red to white, then from white to green. He could feel the Hongmeng purple chi within him, as if truly transforming into a cold chain wrapping around his primordial spirit, instilling a sense of inexplicable restraint. The three pure ones also showed expressions of contemplation, especially Tongtian, who had always pursued freedom and sought vengeance. After hearing Wu Wang's words, he felt as if the soaring sword intent in his heart was suddenly covered in a layer of dust. And those mighty beings who had crazily pursued the last trace of Hongmeng purple chi had also stopped at this moment. They gazed at the purple stream floating in the void, their eyes revealing hesitation and doubt. Indeed, Wu Wang was right. Pangu was the source of all beings in the primordial world. The path he walked was the most orthodox and the most powerful path. And Hongjun Dao ancestor was merely a being born after the opening of the heavens. Were the teachings he passed down truly superior to Pangu's path? In a moment, the Dao hearts of everyone began to waver. Their gazes toward Hongjun on the high platform shifted from fervor and worship to complexity. Especially Jiejing and Juanshi. The two were almost going mad. Saints are dogs. Then what are we? Are we rushing to take loans to become dogs? Hongjun trembled with rage. To undermine someone's foundation. This Wu Wang is simply undermining the very essence. His words directly shattered the allure of the Hongmeng purple chi over the beings of the primordial world, shaking his supreme authority as the Dao ancestor. If everyone were to pursue that elusive proving the Dao through strength, how could his Xianmen flourish? How could he control the primordial world? No, absolutely cannot let him continue. Heretical words that mislead the masses. Hongjun finally couldn't hold back any longer, letting out a cold shout as the pressure of the Dao descended again, attempting to suppress Wu Wang with absolute force. Roar. However, Wu Wang merely sneered as the 12 Ancestral Witches behind him shouted in unison, dissipating that pressure into nothingness. What? Hongjun, old man, have I struck a nerve making you anxious? Wu Wang retorted without courtesy. Do you dare to swear before the beings of the primordial world that the method of severing the three corpses can truly transcend the Dao? You. Hongjun was left speechless. The method of severing the three corpses was originally a technique he created to align with the Dao. Becoming a saint means being a saint of the Dao. How could one transcend the Dao? Proving the Dao through strength, how easy it sounds. Yuan Shi Tianzun, seeing his master humiliated, jumped out again, sneering how great was the power of the Pangu great god. In the end, did he not also transform into myriad things and meet with a fallen fate? A path even the Father God could not traverse. How dare you mere ants fantasize about it? The Father God sacrificed himself to open the primordial world for us descendants. How could it be said that it was an impossible path? Di Jiang angrily rebuked. Yet he fell too. Yuan Shi Tianzun refused to back down. The facts prove that this path is untraversable. Only the orthodox method of severing the three corpses passed down by the master is the only viable path to the celestial Dao. Both sides held their ground, arguing endlessly. Within the Zhixiao Palace, the atmosphere became incredibly tense. At that moment, the last trace of Honghuang purple chi floating in the void seemed to sense something. It trembled, gently transforming into a stream of light, and to the astonishment of all flew directly towards a good-natured old man in the corner. That person was none other than Hongyun Daoren. Hongyun was completely bewildered. He had only been watching the show in the corner and never expected that this tremendous fortune would fall upon him. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it, and the stream of Honghuang purple chi obediently merged into his body. The entire venue fell into a deep silence again. No one expected that this last trace of Honghuang purple chi would choose the number one good-natured person in the primordial world, Hongyun. In the eyes of Dijun Tai Yi and others, greed and killing intent flashed. How could a scattered cultivator like Hongyun without any sect deserve the foundation for becoming a saint? Everyone understood the logic of having jade brings trouble. Just as the atmosphere turned strange and murderous intent surged, Wu Wang suddenly clapped and laughed heartily. Good. What a cycle of the Dao. Good deeds bring good rewards. He stepped forward, standing right next to Hongyun, and announced loudly, Hongyun Dao friend is one of the rare virtuous individuals in the primordial world. His acquiring this opportunity is the will of heaven. My Wu clan holds such individuals in the highest regard. Today I, Wu Wang, declare here. From now on, Hongyun Dao friend shall be a friend of my Wu clan. Anyone who dares to harm him shall be at odds with my entire Wu clan. Wu Wang's words were powerful, revealing an unmistakable dominance and protectiveness. Hongyun was overwhelmed with gratitude, quickly bowing deeply to Wu Wang. Thank you, Dao friend Wu Wang. I shall never forget this great kindness. Meanwhile, the other mighty beings were once again stunned. They looked at Wu Wang with extremely strange expressions. What does this mean? You just finished saying that the Honghuang purple chi is a dog leash, advising everyone not to fight over it. Yet now, because Hongyun received it, you immediately take him under your wing. You say you do not want it, but your actions speak otherwise. Do you not truly think this thing is bad, but rather because you cannot obtain it you are here sour graping? What a pretty speech. Dijun reacted, mocking. What dog leash, what fetters of the Dao? Ultimately, it is still because your Wu clan does not cultivate the primordial spirit and cannot refine the Honghuang purple chi. Unable to obtain it, you wish to ruin others' opportunities. Wu Wang, your scheme is truly meticulous. Tai followed with a cold laugh. I see you are just itching to have this Honghuang purple chi for yourself, aren't you? Unfortunately, the Dao ancestor looks down upon you barbaric beings who only know slaughter. The two of them played off each other, instantly shaping Wu Wang into a figure of jealousy and hypocrisy. Many mighty beings revealed expressions of sudden realization, their gazes towards Wu Wang tinged with disdain. Faced with this overwhelming tide of skepticism and mockery, Wu Wang merely smiled. That smile was filled with disdain and pity. Fools ultimately just fools. He shook his head gently, then slowly extended his right hand. Do you think I care for this Honghuang purple chi? Do you think my Wu clan has no method to achieve sanctification? Today I shall let you frogs at the bottom of the well see what a true path to the heavens looks like. As his voice fell, a grayish bead slowly emerged from his palm. The bead appeared unremarkable, lacking any brilliance or aura of the Dao. However, at the moment of its appearance, the entire Zhixiao Palace, along with the infinite chaos outside, suddenly fell silent. Time seemed to halt. Space appeared to be completely solidified. On the high platform, Hongjun's pupils suddenly constricted to their utmost. Chaos bead. Chaos. Chaos pearl. Hongjun's voice was no longer aloof and detached, devoid of joy or sorrow. Instead, it was filled with uncontrollable shock, even carrying a tremor he himself had never noticed. These 3 short words seemed to possess a certain magical power of speaking truth into existence. As his voice fell, the entire Xixiao Palace, which had been boiling over with the audacity of Wu Wang's words, was instantly silenced by an invisible force. At this moment, time seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand, halting its flow. Space too appeared frozen like amber, trapping the expressions of all the great beings in place. The grayish pearl spinning in Wu Wang's palm radiated neither light nor any hint of Dao resonance. It was as ordinary as a roadside pebble, utterly unremarkable. Yet the gazes of everyone were drawn to it like iron filings to a magnet, clinging stubbornly, without the slightest ability to look away. A tremor originating from the depths of their souls, a longing from the very essence of their true spirits, wildly sprouted in the hearts of every living being. Gulp. Someone unknown swallowed hard with difficulty. This sound was jarringly loud in the deathly still Xixiao Palace. The sneers and mockery on Dijuan and Taiyi's faces had long since frozen. Replacing them were shock, terror, and a bewildered confusion beyond understanding. The Chaos Pearl. What is this thing? Why could just 3 words cause the exalted Daozu Honghuang, the foremost being of the primordial world, to lose his composure so utterly? They did not recognize it, but they could feel it. When that pearl appeared, the pride of the sun golden crow deep within their primordial spirits, the regal dignity of the demon emperor, trembled and wailed. This is impossible. Dijuan murmured to himself, his gaze completely unfocused. His proud Hichu Luoshu could not even stir a single glimmer of light at this moment, as if utterly suppressed. The chaos bell in Taiyi's hand, this innate supreme treasure, merely emitted a barely audible soft chime before falling silent, losing all its former arrogance. The expressions of the 3 pure ones were even more spectacular. Taiching Laozi stared intently at the chaos pearl with yin and yang qi swirling in his eyes, as if deducing something only to be repelled by an even vaster force. Yuanshi Tianzuan, ever proud, now unconsciously leaned forward slightly, his eyes filled with inquiry. Tongtian Zhaozhu, on the other hand, abruptly turned to Wu Wang, the doubt in his gaze completely dissipated. Hiding it deep enough. With such a supreme treasure, no wonder you dared to call the Honghuang purple chia dog chain. This isn't sour grapes at all. It's having a feast of peaches at home. Who would care about a few rotten grapes? As for Honghuang, who had just been shedding tears of gratitude toward Wu Wang, he was now completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the pearl in Wu Wang's hand, then at the Honghuang purple chi in his own arms that had filled him with ecstasy. For some reason, he suddenly felt that this foundation for sainthood coveted by countless great beings didn't seem so appealing anymore. Wu Wang took in everyone's expressions, the coldness in his smile deepening. He slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the crowd to fix on the supreme ruler of the primordial world. Daozu, you are not without insight. Wu Wang's voice shattered the deathly silence. You even recognize this object. He lightly weighed the chaos pearl in his hand, his tone calm, yet striking like a giant drum hammering in every heart. Pangu the Great split heaven and earth, transforming his body into all things, giving birth to the primordial world. To split heaven and earth, he used the Pangu axe, a chaos supreme treasure. The axe blade became the chaos bell, the axe back became the Taiji diagram, and the axe handle became the Pangu banner. These are the 3 treasures of creation, suppressing the fortune of the primordial world. But the world only knows the 3 treasures of creation, unaware that there are 4 chaos supreme treasures of the same rank as the Pangu axe. Wu Wang's voice echoed through the Xixiao Palace like a teacher imparting the most ancient secrets to ignorant children. The chaos green lotus nurtured Pangu the Great, its seeds transforming into numerous innate spiritual treasures, its lotus platform becoming the 12-pin merit golden lotus, the 12-pin karmic fire lotus, and others embodying infinite creation. The creation jade butterfly records the 3,000 great Daos. Daozu obtained its fragments to comprehend the Dao, opening his lectures at Xixiao Palace and passing down the Xianmen lineage. And the 4th. Wu Wang's gaze suddenly turned as sharp as a blade. He raised the gray pearl high, his voice booming like a great bell. It is the Chaos Pearl. Within this pearl lies a self-contained chaotic world. It belongs neither to the primordial world nor to the heavenly Dao. Possessing it means possessing the blueprint of another primordial world. The Honghuang purple chi is the foundation for heavenly Dao sainthood. Obtain it to become a saint, but from then on you are bound to the heavenly Dao. As long as the heavenly Dao endures, the saint is immortal. But if the heavenly Dao collapses, the saints will fall with it. Ultimately, it is living under another's roof. The Chaos Pearl represents another path. Attaining the Dao through force. Emulating Pangu the Great, splitting heaven and earth within this world to become a truly unfettered, unbound supreme existence. Now tell me, Wu Wang's gaze swept across the faces of all the great beings. Diju and Tai, the three pure ones, Jin Junti, and others. Does I Wu Wang, and does my Wu clan need that so-called Honghuang purple chi of yours? Every word struck like a dagger. The entire Zixiao Palace fell into utter silence. All the great beings had their minds buzzing. Attaining the Dao through force. These four words represented a supreme path that existed only in legends for them. They had always thought it was an unattainable dream, something no one had achieved since Pangu the Great. But now Wu Wang was telling them that the door to this path was in his hands. At this moment, everyone's breathing grew heavy. They stared at the Chaos Pearl in Wu Wang's hand, their eyes no longer filled with contempt, but with naked greed. Though the Honghuang purple chi was precious, it remained under the heavenly Dao. The Chaos Pearl represented the possibility of transcending the heavenly Dao. Which was superior was clear at a glance. On the high platform, Hongjun's expression had returned to calm. That perennial icy face showed no trace of emotional fluctuation. Yet deep within his originally indifferent detached eyes an unprecedented flame blazed. He understood the value of the Chaos Pearl better than anyone. His creation Jade Butterfly was incomplete, but the Chaos Pearl in Wu Wang's hand was whole. What was the purpose of his millennia-long scheming of merging with the heavenly Dao? Was it not to control everything to become truly indestructible and eternal? Yet the heavenly Dao itself had its limitations. The primordial world was also imperfect. Though powerful after merging with the Dao, he was still constrained by the heavenly Dao, needing to maintain the primordial world's operation, unable to truly act as he pleased. But if he obtained the Chaos Pearl, everything would be different. He could create a world entirely his own within it. A perfect world. Then even if the primordial world were destroyed, so what? He would become a new creator god. This temptation was too great. So great that it made him cast aside all reservations. Wu Wang. Hongjun spoke slowly, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. This object is fated for you, but even more so for me. Hand it over to me. I can promise that the Wu clan shall become the protagonist of the primordial world, forever ruling the earth with unending fortune. What an astonishing promise. Trading the position of the world's protagonist for a single pearl. Yet Wu Wang laughed. His laughter was radiant, utterly sardonic. Daozu, are you begging me? Or threatening me? Hongjun's gaze finally turned completely cold. I am merely stating a fact. Within the primordial world, I am supreme. This object should not belong to you. The moment his words fell, an indescribably terrifying pressure descended. The entire Zixiao Palace, along with the boundless chaos outside, trembled violently under this force. Hongjun was finally making his move. When he struck, it was with overwhelming thunder. This object belongs to me. With a cold shout, a crystal-clear jade butterfly, as if formed from billions of Dao runes, slowly rose from the top of Hongjun's head. The creation Jade Butterfly, the supreme treasure bearing the mysteries of the 3,000 Great Daos. As the butterfly emerged, all laws within the Zixiao Palace were instantly under its control. It transformed into a streak of light, carrying an unparalleled force to suppress and obliterate everything bearing down upon Wu Wang. It's here. Facing the descending chaotic Jade Butterfly, Wu Wang showed no sign of fear in his eyes, but rather a glimmer of realization. Everything was within his expectations. In fact, this was the most crucial part of his plan. From the moment he decided to bring out the Chaos Pearl, he knew this battle was inevitable. Who is Hongjun? The first schemer of the primordial era, the mastermind behind ancient plots. For the sake of merging with the Dao, he could scheme against Luo, who sacrificed the Dragon Phoenix and Qilan clans, and treat all living beings of the primordial world as mere pawns. How could someone like him not be tempted when faced with the Chaos Pearl, a treasure that could free him from the shackles of the heavenly Dao and even allow him to recreate the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind? He refrained from taking action earlier because the cost was too great. In the Zixiao Palace, engaging in a full-scale war with the Wu tribe, if it escalated, the self-detonation of the 13 Ancestral Witches would be enough to devastate half of the primordial world. Hongjun was about to merge with the Dao, desiring a complete and prosperous primordial world rather than a mess. Thus, he could tolerate the Wu tribe's disrespect and Wu Wang's provocations. But now the appearance of the Chaos Pearl completely changed his mind. With the Chaos Pearl, what if the primordial world were shattered? He could fully harness the power of the Chaos Pearl to reshape an even more perfect world, a world entirely under his control. Thus he struck, and the moment he did, he unleashed his strongest killing move. Wu Wang's thoughts raced, but he knew very well that now was not the time for contemplation. He understood that if he did not inflict pain and fear upon Hongjun today, allowing him to merge with the Dao smoothly, then the Wu tribe would face true annihilation. A Hongjun who has merged with the Dao would be akin to a heavenly Dao with self-awareness. At that point, even if Jane and Xuantai owed the Wu tribe a huge karmic debt, they would never dare to oppose the entire heavenly Dao for the sake of the Wu tribe. How could a holy one of the heavenly Dao oppose the heavenly Dao? Therefore, it was imperative to delay. He must create enough trouble for Hongjun before he merges with the Dao, to prevent him from having the time and energy to complete that final step. Roar! Almost simultaneously as the chaotic jade butterfly moved, the 12 ancestral witches behind Wang also let out an earth-shattering roar. Although most of them did not cultivate their primordial spirits, their perception of danger was even more acute than that of those powerful beings. The moment Hongjun harbored killing intent, the Pangu bloodline within them began to boil. Protect the 13th brother. Di Jiang roared. The laws of space surged, trying to shift Wang. Boom. Yet under the chaotic jade butterfly, all laws became null. Di Jiang's proud spatial techniques lost their effect. The space around him became more solid than chaos, divine iron, utterly unmovable. Puff! The oppressive might of that force, even as mere residual waves, struck the 12 ancestral witches like a thunderbolt. Strong as the ancestral witch bodies were, they appeared incredibly fragile before this power. The 12 figures spat blood and were sent flying, crashing heavily into the walls of the Zhixiao Palace, producing a series of dull thuds. With just one strike, they severely injured the 12 ancestral witches. This is the power of the Dao ancestor. This is the true terror of Hongjuan, who wields the chaotic jade butterfly. Inside the Zhixiao Palace, all the powerful beings were filled with dread, their scalps tingling. They had thought that although the gap between them and the Dao ancestor was immense, it was still within the realm of understanding. But today, upon witnessing this, they finally understood how incorrect they had been. This was not even a being of the same life level. Before Hongjuan, these so-called powerful beings of the primordial world, these so-called quasi-saints, were no different from ants. Di Jun and Tai Yi were even more frightened, to the point of losing their souls. They had dared to mock Wang before, but now, even if they had 100 boldness, they would not dare to utter another word. They had no doubt that if the target of the chaotic jade butterfly were them, they would not even last a moment before being completely obliterated into ashes. However, just as everyone thought the Wu tribe's situation was dire, and Wang was doomed, Wang, at the center of the storm, let out a resounding laugh that echoed through the skies. "Ha! Come at me. Hongjun, do you think this is the end? Today let me show you the true trump card of my Wu tribe. Brothers, form the formation. 13 Heavens Creation Formation." At his command, the 12 ancestral witches, who had just been heavily injured and sent flying, seemed to hear a holy summons. They leapt up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corners of their mouths, their eyes devoid of despair, instead filled with unprecedented fervor. "Form the formation." The 12 ancestral witches roared in unison, their voices converging into a mighty force that shook the heavens. In the next moment, 12 beams of bloodlight, each a different color, shot up from their bodies. That was their most primal essence, blood. Dijiang's spatial laws, Zhu Meng's life laws, Zhu Rong's fire laws, Gong Gong's flood laws. 12 types of laws representing the essence of the primordial world were unleashed without reservation. These 12 beams of bloodlight intertwined and spiraled in the air, yet instead of coalescing into the true form of Pangu, as before, they transformed into a massive crimson vortex. At the center of the vortex stood Wang, holding the chaos pearl. "In my name invoke the will of Pangu. With my blood forge the foundation of creation." Wang raised the chaos pearl high, and at that moment the Pangu bloodline within him ignited. A surge of blood energy more magnificent and purer than that of the 12 ancestral witches combined soared into the sky, directly pouring into that crimson vortex. Boom! The entire Zhixiao Palace shook violently. That crimson vortex, after absorbing Wang's essence blood, began to spin wildly and contract. A sense of desolation, ancientness, dominance, and unparalleled will to create and destroy began to awaken slowly from the vortex. That will was so grand, so majestic. It was as if the creator god who had opened up the entire primordial world was about to traverse the river of time and return once more. This is the aura of the great Pangu. The three pure ones, as embodiments of Pangu's primordial spirit, felt this aura most acutely. Their faces changed simultaneously, and they leapt up from their cushions, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. They could sense that although this aura was still faint, its essence originated from the same source as the Pangu mark deep within their primordial spirits. No, it was even more pure than their marks, even more close to the origin. How is this possible? The Wu tribe can only condense the true form of Pangu as a projection, right? What is this will? What is this will? Yuan Shi Tian Zun exclaimed in shock. The true form of Pangu merely possessed the power of the great Pangu. Yet now what they felt was the will of the great Pangu. This is an entirely different concept. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, that crimson vortex finally took shape. A towering giant figure appeared within the Zhixiao Palace. This giant's face was blurred, indistinct, yet the aura emanating from him made the entire chaos tremble. He held an illusory giant axe and stood upon an illusory azure lotus. Yet embedded in his brow was a real, tangible pearl. It was none other than the Chaos Pearl. The moment the giant figure fully took shape, he slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? There was no trace of emotion, no impurities, only the path to create everything, to destroy everything. In this moment, it was as if the great Pangu who had opened the heavens and the earth had truly returned. At the moment when the giant shadow with the Chaos Pearl on its head opened its eyes, the entire purple cloud palace, along with the endless chaos outside, fell into an eerie, absolute stillness. It was as if all the laws of the vast primordial world were paying their highest respect to the master who once created them. On the high platform, Honghuang's pupils suddenly constricted. The creation jade butterfly in his hand emitted a mournful, buzzing sound, and the Dao runes flowing upon it momentarily showed signs of chaos. Pangus will it? No, that's not right. This is not merely Pangus will. A great wave surged in Honghuang's heart. He could sense that this giant shadow was not just a product of the blood of the 12 ancestors and Wang. It was also centered around the Chaos Pearl, drawing upon the indelible obsession left by the fallen Pangu after his demise deep within the chaos. He had seen the true form of Pangu from the witch clan before. Though powerful, it was ultimately a crude imitation without a soul. But the giant before him gave him the feeling of facing a living Pangu. How could this be possible? Pangu had already transformed into all things, his form and spirit completely extinguished. How could any will remain? The Chaos Pearl. The laws of the world. The 13 heaven creation array. Creation. Honghuang pondered this name, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes, soon replaced by deeper trepidation. So that's how it is. This is no longer merely the great array of heavenly gods for destruction. Wang, as an anomaly, used himself as the 13th eye of the array, coupled with the Chaos Pearl, which could create its own world, to forcibly transform a primarily destructive array into one primarily creative. What they were gathering was no longer simply the true form of Pangu created for destruction. Instead, it was a Pangu Dao body that possessed the divine ability to create the heavens and the earth. Monster. This child is truly a monster. Even Honghuang's composure could not help but feel a chill at this moment. The other powerful beings within the Purple Cloud Palace had already lost the ability to think, stunned by the shocking scene before them, especially Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. As the golden crows of the sun, their bloodline bore the primal fear of Pangu deep within. After all, their ancestors were the chaotic demons that Pangu had casually crushed to death during the great calamity of creation. At this moment, under the gaze of the giant shadow, they felt their very souls trembling, their demonic power solidifying to the point where they could hardly stand. It was a suppression that stemmed from the depths of their bloodline, utterly unresistible. Is this the witch clan's trump card? Nu's beautiful face turned pale. Jiejing and Zhuanti displayed expressions of agony, as if they had already foreseen the terrifying future of the primordial world shattering and all beings bathing in blood. Only the three pure ones, after the initial shock, had expressions of extreme complexity. They were transformed from Pangus, primordial spirit, theoretically the most orthodox descendants of Pangu. Yet now a group of witches formed from Pangus blood had condensed a Dao body even closer to Pangus' true essence than themselves. This gave rise to an indescribable feeling in their hearts. Was it jealousy? Was it unwillingness? Or was it a trace of envy they themselves were reluctant to admit? Under the gaze of the multitude, the Pangu Dao body moved. It did not cast any divine powers, nor did it employ any laws. It simply slowly raised its right hand, forming a fist, and with a simple motion struck towards Honghuang on the high platform. This punch was very slow, so slow that all the powerful beings present could clearly see its trajectory. This punch was very unadorned. There were no elaborate lights, no overwhelming momentum. Yet at the moment this fist was thrown, everyone felt an illusion. As if the entire Purple Cloud Palace, the entire primordial world, along with the endless chaos outside, were all encompassed within this punch. Before this punch, space lost its meaning and time lost its concept. What remained was merely the purest, most primal, most domineering strength. A power capable of opening the heavens and the earth, reenacting the forces of water, fire, wind, and earth. This was the manifestation of proving the Dao through strength. Without relying on external objects, without depending on laws, solely relying on one's own power, could break all fetters and shatter all illusions. Faced with this world-destroying punch, Honghuang's expression finally changed. He did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent, frantically pouring all his magical power into the creation jade butterfly. Jade Butterfly suppressing the world, all laws return to one. With a furious shout, Honghuang's crystalline Jade Butterfly instantly radiated brilliant light. 3,000 Dao runes surged upon it, evolving into the forces of water, fire, wind, and earth, the sun, moon, and stars, and all living beings. What it represented was the pinnacle of the primordial heavenly Dao, the peak of the power of laws. One was the ultimate strength of opening the heavens and the earth. The other was the peak of the law of the operation of the heavenly Dao. This was not just a confrontation between Wang and Honghuang, but rather the first direct clash of two completely different supreme paths in the primordial world. Boom! There was no sound. Or rather, the fluctuations produced by that collision had already surpassed the limits that sound could carry. A pure white halo, impossible to observe with the naked eye, erupted from the point of contact between the fist and the Jade Butterfly, rapidly expanding outward. Wherever the halo passed, everything turned to nothingness. The walls of the purple cloud palace, forged from chaotic stubborn stones and etched with countless runes, appeared as fragile as paper before this halo, instantly being flattened into the most primal chaotic gas. The powerful beings who had come to listen to the Dao were all terrified, their souls scattering, desperately summoning their protective treasures. Clang, clang, clang. The Eastern Emperor Bell, the Taiji diagram, the Pangu banner, the heavenly and earthly Xianhuang Linglong pagoda. One innate treasure after another shone brilliantly at this moment, yet could only barely protect their owners from being instantly annihilated in this terrifying aftermath. Even so, everyone was shaken, their blood surging, their souls nearly tearing apart. And those two massive beings at the center of the collision bore the brunt of the most terrifying impact. Crack. A crisp, subtle sound of cracking echoed. The towering Pangu Dao body began to crack from the fist, numerous fissures appearing all over its body in an instant. PFF. Wang and the 12 ancestors simultaneously spat out a mouthful of reverse blood, their faces turning as pale as paper in an instant. The 13 heaven creation array was on the verge of shattering under this overwhelming blow. However, Honghuang did not fare any better. The radiant creation Jade Butterfly, after colliding with the fist of the Pangu Dao body, was unexpectedly sent flying away by an irresistible, immense force. It let out a wailing sound in the air, flying back and landing back in Honghuang's hands. Honghuang caught the Jade Butterfly, his body jolting, a drop of bright red blood slowly oozing from the corner of his mouth. He was injured. This exalted Dao ancestor was actually injured. What terrified him even more was when his gaze fell upon the creation Jade Butterfly in his hand. A tiny crack appeared on the surface of the Jade Butterfly. The crack was very fine, so fine that it resembled a strand of hair, making it impossible to notice unless one looked closely. However, it was like the most hideous scar, deeply imprinted in Honghuang's heart, stirring up a tempest in his previously calm Dao heart. The creation Jade Butterfly was shattered. Though it had only manifested a single crack, it signified that its essence had been damaged. This treasure, which had accompanied him since the dawn of creation, aiding him in understanding the Dao, was crucial for him to merge with the heavenly Dao and control the primal authority, had actually sustained damage. This was not merely damage to a magical artifact. It was a direct blow to Honghuang's Dao. He could distinctly feel that the already tight connection between him and the heavenly Dao had developed a slight rift due to the appearance of this crack. His previously foolproof plan to merge with the Dao had been abruptly delayed by this unforeseen event. To repair this crack and restore his state to perfection without several yuan meetings' time, it was utterly impossible. Wu clan. Honghuang raised his head, his gaze fixed firmly on the soon-to-shatter Pangu Dao body ahead. In that moment, the killing intent in his heart surged to an unprecedented peak. However, just as he was prepared to disregard everything and once more activate the creation Jade Butterfly to completely annihilate this group of ants daring to defy him, the massive Pangu Dao body, however, violently trembled before suddenly collapsing. It reformed into the figures of Wang and the 12 Ancestral Witches. All 13 individuals had pale faces, their breaths weak, clearly having sustained severe internal injuries. Yet the leader Wang, after coughing out a mouthful of blood, bore a smile that hinted at a successful scheme. He looked at Honghuang's face, which was so gloomy it seemed ready to drip water, and laughed heartily. Honghuang, thank you for your hospitality. These 4 words floated lightly, yet struck Honghuang's face like a resounding slap. Thank you for your hospitality. You have wounded me, damaged my supreme treasure, delayed my grand path, and then say thank you. How arrogant. How presumptuous. You seek death. Honghuang was utterly enraged, raising the creation Jade Butterfly in his hand as terrifying pressure surged forth once again. Retreat. Wang, however, did not give him another chance to strike. As he shouted those words, he had already issued a retreat command to Dijiang. The plan had succeeded, the goal achieved of staying to clash with an enraged Honghuang was a fool's errand. Di Jiang understood enduring his severe injuries and roared, unleashing all the remaining power of spatial laws within him. Spatial leap. Buzz. A silver portal instantly opened behind the 13 individuals. This time, due to the damage to the creation jade butterfly, Hongzhun's absolute control over the laws had loosened slightly. Di Jiang's divine ability was finally able to manifest. Where do you think you're going? Hongjun roared as the creation jade butterfly transformed into a streak of light, ready to suppress them once more. But it was already too late. Wang turned back, casting a deep glance at the furious Hongjuan, the smile on his lips growing more pronounced. He said nothing further, merely mouthed a phrase. Until we meet again. Having said that, he stepped into the silver portal with the 12 Ancestral Witches. The portal closed, instantly vanishing without a trace. Boom. The power of the creation jade butterfly struck the empty space, completely turning that area into chaos, but it was ultimately a step too late. The Wu clan, right before the eyes of all the mighty beings of the primal world, and in front of the Dao ancestor Hongjuan, after injuring the Dao ancestor, calmly escaped. The entire purple cloud palace fell into a deathly silence. All the powerful beings stood, as if enchanted, frozen in place, their minds blank. What did they just witness? The Wu clan coalescing the Pangu Dao body, directly clashing with the Dao ancestor Hongjun. The Dao ancestor's supreme treasure, the creation jade butterfly, had been cracked. The exalted Dao ancestor, blood seeping from his mouth, had actually been wounded. Even the purple cloud palace had been reduced to ashes. And after committing such a heinous crime, the Wu clan had retreated unscathed. Every single event that transpired in the purple cloud palace today, if recounted, would be enough to stir a 12-point earthquake in the entire primal world. And now all these things had occurred in quick succession. It was as if they were rubbing the Dao ancestor's face into the ground repeatedly. Everyone's gaze cautiously turned to the figure on the high platform, that shadowy presence. They could feel a chilling, killing intent enough to freeze the soul wildly emanating from Hongjun. At this moment, the Dao ancestor resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, capable of dragging the entire primal world into the abyss of destruction at any moment. However, to everyone's surprise, Hongjun stood in place for a long time, ultimately slowly retracting that terrifying killing intent. He lowered his head, gazing at the minuscule crack in his hand, his expression shifting unpredictably. Chase. Where to chase? To the Pangu Hall. There lies Pangu's heart, and with the support of the Buzhou Mountain, who knows if Pangu has left behind any hidden cards. If he truly chased the Wu clan back to their lair, there would be no room for negotiation left, and the primal land would surely perish. Hongjun sighed deeply. Now he could only quickly repair the creation jade butterfly and solidify his grand path. Once he merges with the heavenly Dao, he would have all the time needed to slowly deal with the Wu clan. Wang. Chaos Pearl. Hongjun closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, burying all his anger and killing intent deep within his heart. Once I repair the jade butterfly and merge with the heavenly Dao, it will be the day of your Wu clan's extermination. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze had reverted to the eternal indifference, as if the furious and unruly Hongjun from before was merely an illusion in the eyes of the crowd. He cast a cold look at the powerful beings below, his voice icy and devoid of emotion. The lecture is over. You may leave. Having spoken, he paid no heed to the crowd's reactions. His figure flickered, and he vanished from the high platform, unknown as to where he went. Only a devastated purple cloud palace remained, along with a group of primal mighty beings whose minds were shattered and beliefs obliterated. They exchanged glances, each able to see the horror and confusion reflected in the other's eyes. This journey to the purple cloud palace could truly be described as tumultuous and breathtaking. Everyone understood that the heavens of the primal world were about to change. The era of the Dao ancestors' supremacy seemed to have encountered a slight tremor, and that 13th ancestral, which named Wang holding the Chaos Pearl, was destined to become the most pivotal character in this upheaval. With feelings of extreme complexity, the crowd silently departed this land of strife. Di Jun and Tai Yi had ashen faces, not uttering a word, transforming into two streaks of golden light, rushing towards the heavenly court as they needed to return immediately to discuss how to cope with this new situation. The Sanqing and Yuhua, who had received the primordial purple energy, wore heavy expressions filled with both anticipation for the future and deep apprehension towards the power of the Wu clan. Hongyun trailed beside Xinyuanzi, his demeanor dazed, clutching the primordial purple energy that had once filled him with joy, now feeling somewhat too hot to handle. He did not know whether being forcibly tied to the Wu clan's war chariot by Wang was a blessing or a curse. Soon the vast ruins of the purple cloud palace were left in utter silence. A storm capable of altering the landscape of the primal world had thus drawn its curtains. But everyone knew this was merely the beginning. Beyond the spatial conduit lay the foot of the towering Buzhou Mountain. A flash of silver light, and Wu Wang and the 12 ancestral gods tumbled forth, stumbling unsteadily onto the ground. Who? The moment they touched earth, all 13, Wu Wang included, could no longer suppress their internal injuries and simultaneously spat forth torrents of blood. That blood was not bright red but tinged with a faint dark gold, brimming with terrifying energy that corroded the ground, carving deep craters wherever it struck. The backlash from Pangu's Dao body clashing directly with the creation jade tablet had been utterly catastrophic. Had they not possessed the bodies of ancestral gods, flesh forged to absolute supremacy, they would have disintegrated on the spot, body shattered, soul obliterated. KH. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Zhu Rong, the most fiery-tempered of them all, coughed blood even as he roared with laughter, his face alight with fervent ecstasy. Indeed, how many eons has it been since Father God cleaved heaven and earth? When has our Wu clan ever fought so fiercely, daring even to confront the Dao Patriarch himself? Ha ha ha. Gong Gong wiped blood from his lips and declared with thunderous gallantry. Though each ancestral god bore grievous wounds, their spirits burned with extraordinary exultation. Their gaze upon Wu Wang had irrevocably transformed. Before they had regarded him merely as their beloved younger brother, bound by bloodline alone. Now, however, reverence shone forth in their eyes, authentic, profound, and deeply earned. It was Wu Wang who had led them to accomplish a feat once deemed unthinkable. To strike the Dao Patriarch hidden, to retreat unscathed, to wound the Patriarch himself, and even fracture his sacred artifact. Such a triumph would echo across the Wu clan for countless eons. My lord, are you unharmed? Ho Tu approached Wu Wang, her expression tender with concern. Her delicate hand rested gently upon his back, channeling a warm, profound current of earthly law into his body to soothe his turbulent qi and blood. I am well. Wu Wang shook his head, forcing a faint smile onto his ashen face. Merely spent. I shall recover fully after a period of rest. My elder brothers bear far graver wounds than I. His gaze swept across the 12 ancestral gods, his heart swelling with warmth. This plan had carried incalculable peril. Any misstep would have meant utter annihilation. Yet his brothers and sisters had entrusted him without hesitation, believing, supporting, and surrendering their very lives into his hands. That trust weighed heavier than Mount Tai. Enough. No more standing, boomed Di Jiang, eldest among them. This place is unsafe. We return immediately to the Pangu Hall, activate the grand formation, and enter seclusion to heal. Yes, they answered in unison. Swiftly the 13 departed for the ancient majestic Pangu Hall nestled deep within Buzhou Mountain. As the 13 ancestral gods retook their positions, an invisible grand formation enshrouded the entire Buzhou Mountain, sealing off all external scrutiny. Meanwhile, news of the Wu clan's audacious assault upon the Zhixiao Palace and their direct confrontation with the Dao Patriarch Honghuang spread like wildfire across the vast Honghuang world. A single stone had stirred 10,000 waves. The entire Honghuang realm erupted into chaos. The Wu clan struck the Dao Patriarch. Is this true, or mere rumor? Utterly true. A fellow cultivator with a friend inside the Zhixiao Palace confirmed it. He said the Dao Patriarch himself spat blood, and the creation jade tablet cracked under the blow. Heavens above, have the Wu clan lost their wits to dare provoke the Dao Patriarch? Mad? No, formidably transcendent. It is said the 13th ancestral god Wu Wang wielded the Chaos Pearl, a supreme treasure, and summoned the Pangu Dao body, unleashing such divine might. The Chaos Pearl, the Pangu Dao body. What are these? Who knows? One thing is certain, the heavens of Honghuang are truly about to change. Countless beings spoke of this event, some stunned, others terrified, many disbelieving, a few gloating. Yet without exception, every soul etched one name into memory. Wu Wang. And the supreme treasure he held, the Chaos Pearl. Meanwhile, the celestial Yao clan's heavenly court, so long aloof and sovereign, was shrouded in gloom. Within the Lingxiao precious hall, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi wore faces dark as storm clouds. Unforgivable. The Wu clan dares such outrage. Unforgivable. Tai Yi slammed his fist onto the jade table before him, shattering it into dust. They struck the Dao Patriarch himself. What then do they deem beyond their reach? If this continues, will our Yao clan ever know peace? Emperor Jun remained silent, but his gaze burned colder still. He saw further. That the Wu clan dared strike Honghuang meant they had shed all restraint. Who would be next? There could be only one answer: the Yao clan. Issue the decree. After a long silence, Emperor Jun spoke at last, his voice hoarse, grave, and resolute. Mobilize the Grand Yao army. Activate the Zhou Tian star formation, day and night, without fail. Furthermore, Tai Yi and I shall enter immediate seclusion to cultivate the Hong Meng purple qi. Without attaining sagehood we remain but insignificant insects. Only by ascending as sages may we truly subdue the Wu clan and unite the entire Honghuang realm beneath the Yao banner. Thus Honghuang entered an eerie, unnatural calm. The three pure ones, Nu Hua and Emperor Jun, who had each received the Hong Meng purple qi, announced their seclusion, withdrawing entirely from worldly affairs. Even the Wu clan, now famed across Honghuang, withdrew to the periphery of Buzhou Mountain, licking their wounds, gathering strength. The entire Honghuang world seemed frozen in suspended time. Yet all knew this was merely the hush before the tempest. The next great upheaval would herald the emergence of the supreme sages, those who dwelled high above mortal realms. Deep within the Pangu Hall, Wu Wang sat cross-legged, his complexion restored to healthy ruddiness. Ancestral God's regenerative prowess was legendary, nourished by the dense savage aura of the Pangu Hall. His injuries posed no further threat. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long, turbid breath. Then he began to assess the fruits of his expedition to the Xixiao Palace. Foremost among them was strategic gain. He had successfully delayed Hong Jun's Dao integration, granting the Wu clan precious time to grow and strengthen. Second was deterrence. After this battle, no being in Honghuang would ever again underestimate the Wu clan. Even future sages would pause before acting against them, measuring whether their own bodies could withstand a single blow from the Pangu Dao body. Third was alliance. Hong Yun, the benevolent soul destined to become a paragon of virtue, had now been irrevocably bound to the Wu clan's cause. Though his immediate utility appeared slight, this move might yet yield unforeseen advantages in times to come. Finally, and most crucially, came his personal breakthrough. The 13 heaven and earth creation formation is indeed viable. Excitement shimmered in Wu Wang's eyes. This battle had validated his hypothesis. The Pangu Dao body, forged around the Chaos Pearl, possessed power far exceeding even his wildest expectations. This was the Wu clan's true foundation, their ultimate trump card for survival, ascension, and dominion over Honghuang. Having tallied these gains, Wu Wang's thoughts gradually turned inward, from cosmic ambition to intimate longing. In his mind's eye arose several graceful figures: Xianming, quietly devoted, gentle as flowing water; Shihi, aloof and radiant upon the moon, bound to him by fate's unbreakable thread. And then, Wu Wang glanced toward the side hall of the Pangu Hall, where he sensed a faint, yet infinitely vital life mark. His child, born of Baiji. At the thought of them, the cold, hardened heart he had forged through calculation and combat softened instantly, like ice yielding to spring sun. The time has come, he murmured softly. Once his recovery was complete, he would begin preparations for the wedding to Xianming and Shihi. It would be a ceremony unparalleled in grandeur, proclaiming to all of Honghuang that they were his and his alone. As Wu Wang envisioned this radiant future, within his spiritual sea, the Chaos Pearl, long floating in serene stillness, suddenly trembled without warning. A low, resonant hum filled his consciousness. From its deepest, most primordial core, an ancient, boundless awareness began to stir awake. Who? Wu Wang's expression was at the peak of vigilance. There was no response. Yet the awakening consciousness became increasingly clear, devoid of any emotion, like chaos itself, empty yet encompassing everything. Wu Wang furrowed his brows cautiously, splitting a strand of the world's law's power, attempting to touch it. At the moment of contact, boom. A vast flow of information, unimaginable in its magnitude, surged forth like a chaotic river, breaking its banks, instantly collapsing his nascent soul defenses. Countless images exploded in his mind. These were the scenes from before the creation of the world. 3,000 demons roared within the endless chaos, while the mighty Pangu slept soundly amidst the azure lotus. He witnessed Pangu awaken, splitting the chaos with an axe, blood staining the yellow earth. He saw Pangu exhausted, transforming into all things, his spine supporting the unyielding divine mountain. And at the end of all images, Wu Wang glimpsed a solitary figure. A woman. She seemed to be born from chaos itself, the sole observer of that bloody ancient history. When Pangu fell and the wilderness was initially settled, she appeared to have exhausted her strength, transforming into a stream of light, entering a gray bead and falling into eternal slumber. That bead was none other than the Chaos Pearl. Wu Wang's nascent soul trembled violently, and as he broke free from that epic shock, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He finally understood. Within this Chaos Pearl, there actually lay a being born from chaos, who personally witnessed Pangu creating the world. The Chaos Goddess. Just as his mind was stirred, a cold, ethereal voice devoid of any emotion resonated directly in his consciousness. You. Who are you? Wu Wang's heart trembled as he immediately responded, a descendant of Pangu Wu Wang of the Wu clan. I am also the current master of this pearl. The voice fell silent for a moment, seemingly digesting this information, softly murmuring with a hint of confusion, "A descendant of Pangu. Has so much time really passed? It was you who awakened me." The voice sounded again. Perhaps so. Wang did not deny it. He surmised that the previous clash with the Creation Jade Plate's power had awakened this slumbering existence. Honghuang, Creation Jade Butterfly. The voice chewed on these two names, and a hint of faint sarcasm crept into its tone. So, it was that little fellow who obtained a fragment of the Jade Butterfly. He's still alive. Little fellow. Wang's eyes twitched violently. In the entire chaos, who else could call the Dao ancestor Honghuang a little fellow? Not only is he alive, but he has also become the Dao ancestor of the wilderness, preparing to merge with the Dao. Merge with the Dao. Dominate. The sarcasm in the voice deepened. The heavenly Dao also has its limits. He has taken the wrong path. What is the right path? Wang's heart stirred. The path of Pangu is the righteous way. The voice replied without hesitation. To prove the Dao with strength, transcend everything, is the only eternal truth. These words struck a chord deep within Wang. Just then the long-lost system notification sound unexpectedly exploded in his mind. Ding. Detected a super high-quality destined partner. Generating partner information card. Wang was stunned. A destined partner. Could this chaos goddess be counted? Information card generation complete. Name. True name cannot be spoken, cannot be measured. Race. Chaos deity, manifestation of chaos consciousness cultivation. In slumber partner level SSS, attributes chaos, divine body SSS, level born from chaos, immune to all laws attacks. Affinity with the Great Dao SSS level, naturally attuned to the 3000 Great Daos, can easily control any law. Heart of creation SSS level, its core is the chaos pearl, capable of assisting the host in creating the world and evolving a perfect realm. Upon seeing those three glaring SSS ratings, Wang's breath hitched. SSS? What does this concept even mean? Higher than Hudis rating. Immune to all laws attacks. Assisting in the creation of the world. This is simply a walking Dao, a living bug. A thought wildly bloomed within Wang's heart. Marry her. He must marry her. As long as he could make this goddess his destined partner, what was a Honghuang to Wang? What was there to fear? What do you want? Wang suppressed the fiery excitement in his heart and cautiously asked. He knew that to gain one must pay. The cold voice, tinged with a hint of fatigue, replied, "I am tired. Eons of time too long and too lonely. This pearl is given to you. You need only promise me one thing." "What is it?" Wang's heart leaped to his throat. "When you achieve the Dao, find me a tranquil place where I can rest." After saying this, the consciousness withdrew like a tide, returning to silence, leaving only the echo of a last phrase. "When I awaken once more, I hope you are strong enough." Wang stood frozen in place. He had thought it would be a difficult negotiation, but unexpectedly the other party's request was so simple. Just wanting a resting place. This chaos goddess who had witnessed the ages must have endured loneliness far beyond his imagination. "I promise you." Wang solemnly vowed to the silent chaos pearl, "When I achieve the Dao, I will surely find you a place in eternal home." As his consciousness withdrew from the sea of awareness, Wang felt his connection with the chaos pearl was unprecedentedly close. Detached from the grand struggle of heaven and earth, Wang's mind returned to reality. He thought of those brothers and sisters in the Xiao Palace who had unhesitatingly entrusted their lives to him, and he remembered the heavy trust in their eyes when they looked at him. This trust, this warmth, was far more precious than any supreme treasure. Suppressing his thoughts of the chaos goddess, Wang stood up and pushed open the stone door of his retreat. Outside, the sunlight was just right. Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, and the other ancestral witches had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing him emerge, they all revealed joyous expressions. 13th brother, you finally emerged from your retreat." Wang smiled and waved his hand. "I'm fine now." His gaze swept over the crowd, finally landing on the icy figure who had silently stood in the corner, her eyes filled with concern. Xianming. From the time he gifted her the primordial Dao fetus to her silent protection during his retreat, this bond had always been etched in Wang's heart. He slowly walked up to Xianming and, amidst everyone's astonished gazes, gently took her icy jade hand. "Sister Xianming." Wang's voice was tender yet firm. "Marry me." The moment these words were spoken, the entire place fell into silence. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong's eyes nearly popped out. Even the usually composed Emperor Jiang was taken aback. Xuanming's cheeks instantly flushed with a captivating rosy hue, suddenly adding a touch of human warmth to her icy demeanor. "Huh. Great news. Truly great news." Zhu Rong was the first to react, bursting into laughter and slapping Gong Gong on the back. 13th brother is magnificent. Our Wu clan is about to hold a joyous event again. Exactly. It must be grand. We should make it even more lively than last time when marrying Hudu. Gong Gong joined in the celebration. The entire Pangu Hall was instantly filled with a jubilant atmosphere. Wu Wang looked at Xuanming, who was so shy she nearly buried her head in her chest, and the smile on his face grew wider. He knew she had accepted. His gaze drifted towards the direction of the Tying Star. There another proud goddess of the moon was waiting for him. This time he would marry both goddesses together. He would hold a wedding so grand that it would once again shake the entire wilderness. The news that Wu Wang was to wed both Xuanming, the ancestral Wu god, and Shiha, the goddess of the moon, detonated across the tranquil Honghuang like a thunderclap, shattering stillness into chaos. What in the world? Another wedding, and two brides at once, and one is an ancestral Wu god, the other was destined to be empress of the Yao clan. Does Wu Wang intend to gather every peerless goddess of the Honghuang into his own inner courtyard? Unbearably arrogant, utterly insolent. He holds all under heaven in utter contempt. Shu, lower your voice. Do you wish to die? He dared confront even the Dao patriarch himself. What are you but a nameless stalk of chive? Whispers of the affair echoed across the Honghuang. Some envied, others seethed with jealousy, but most wore expressions caught between awe and dread. The Wu clan's momentum surged like a rising tide. Wu Wang himself now bore a fearsome reputation. Who would dare provoke him at such a time? The celestial court of the Yao clan within the Lingxiao Palace. Crack. Tai crushed yet another wine cup in his fist, golden imperial blood oozing between his fingers. An unbearable insult. Truly an unforgivable affront. His eyes burned crimson, blazing with uncontainable fury and stifled humiliation. Shiha had been destined for his elder brother Emperor Jun, the Yao clan's preordained empress of heaven. Yet now she was to be seized by that reckless youth Wu Wang and paraded before the entire Honghuang as his bride. The blow to their dignity was devastating. Brother, calm yourself. Emperor Jun's voice was hoarse, heavy, and low. Seated upon the celestial throne, his face was grim, but his gaze remained unervingly serene. Beneath that stillness, however, raged a fire fierce enough to scorch the heavens. Calm. Brother, Wu Wang is about to steal our sister-in-law. How am I supposed to stay calm? Tai roared. And then what would you have us do? Jun countered. Storm Buzhou Mountain and wage war against the Wu clan. Tai fell silent, speechless. War? And with what? And even the Dao patriarch Hongjun had suffered grievous defeat at the hands of the Wu clan's Pangu Dao body. What hope did the two brothers hold, even wielding divine treasures? Without attaining sagehood, one remains but an ant. Emperor Jun closed his eyes, murmuring softly, a phrase he'd once heard only from the Dao patriarch. But not until that fateful day at Xixiao Palace did he grasp its meaning, utterly, irrevocably. Before that primordial creation-shattering force, his vaunted abilities and exalted status alike seemed laughably futile. Issue orders, Emperor Jun declared, opening his eyes at last, his gaze resolute and unwavering. Seal the celestial court. No one is permitted to leave. From this moment forth, my brother and I shall enter the core of the sun star and enter eternal seclusion. We shall not emerge until we attain sagehood. Outside storms raged, but Wu Wang paid them no heed. He was wholly absorbed in preparing for his grand wedding. Once again, Buzhou Mountain shimmered with lanterns and ribbons, awash in jubilant festivity. Countless rare celestial treasures were strewn casually across the mountain like trinkets. The fragrance of innate spiritual trees mingled with that of Tentho-sandia-rolled spirit blossoms, creating an ethereal, soothing aroma that drifted through heaven and earth. This wedding surpassed all previous ceremonies in scale, for Wu Wang was to wed not one, but two sovereign empresses. Xuanming, the Wu clan's sovereign of warfare, destined to reign as empress of ice and snow. Shiha, mistress of the Tying Star, and nominally empress of the Yao clan. Their union carried far greater significance than any prior alliance. On the wedding day, myriad immortals gathered in reverence. Below Buzhou Mountain, celestial light blazed skyward. Xinyuanzi and Hongyun, the benevolent elders, arrived first as expected. Laozu Mingyi, lord of the Blood Sea, also appeared, bearing lavish gifts and a broad, ingratiating smile. Even the Sanqing, dwelling afar on Kunlun Mountain, sent disciples bearing congratulatory offerings for the first time. Though only probationary disciples, their presence spoke volumes. The Wu clan was now untouchable. And the ceremony unfolded before the hall of Pangu. When Xianming and Shiha emerged, resplendent in ornate bridal gowns, escorted by Changxi and Hutu, all present stood spellbound. Xianming wore a gown of glacial blue, its hem embroidered with crystalline snowflakes, each step stirring faint eddies of wind and frost. Her normally impassive face now bloomed with a delicate flush of shyness, like a snow lotus unfurling atop an icebound peak, breathtakingly beautiful. Shiha, meanwhile, draped herself in silver-white court robes, her sashes fluttering like moonlight incarnate, as if a celestial maiden had descended from the lunar palace itself. Her bearing was noble, aloof, and profoundly serene. Yet her eyes, fixed upon Wang, held a complex, unconscious depth, resignation, acceptance, and perhaps a flicker of inexplicable anticipation. Wang stood before the hall in crimson ceremonial robes, vigorous, radiant, his confident smile unwavering. With one hand clasping each immortal beauty, he ascended the sacrificial altar beneath countless envious, covetous gazes. They offered reverence to Pangu, as husband and wives bowed in unison, and the rite reached its solemn culmination. Boom! In above the ninth heaven, clouds of golden merit coalesced. Though the ancient celestial, terrestrial, and human marriage rites had long faded, this time the heavenly Dao bestowed more merit than ever before. Evidently, even the heavenly Dao had come to understand, regardless of form, any wedding involving Wang warranted generous merit, lest he find cause to stir trouble. Golden meritorious light split into 3 streams. One poured into Xuanming's body, stabilizing her nascent soul instantly and propelling her cultivation to new heights. Another streamed into Xia, severing her final karmic tether to the celestial court and granting her true, unshackled freedom. Nan, the largest stream, fully 70%, poured entirely into Wang's body. System, store it all, Wang commanded inwardly. Ending. Wedding completed. Reward calculation in progress. Ding. Successfully wed SS steered destined Dao consort Xianming, triggering super critical reward. Ending. Successfully wed SS steered destined Dao consort Xia, triggering super critical reward. Dual critical stacking, rewards doubled. And congratulations, cultivator. You have received the following rewards in 1. Honghuang Dao Embryo 2. 2. Innate Spiritual Tree, Jianmu, Sapling 1. And 3. Innate Divine Treasure, Pangu Shield 1. And 4. Innate Divine Treasure, Kaitian Blade 1. And 5. Grand Dao Insight Card 1. Na cascade of system notifications flooded Wang's mind, filling him with pure, unadulterated elation. A bountiful harvest. And this was without question the most generous reward the system had ever granted. 2 Honghuang Dao embryos, astonishing. And instantly 2 figures sprang to Wang's mind, Zhurong and Gongong. Fiery-tempered, single-minded. These 2 were the Wu clan's sharpest spear and its most volatile liability. In his past life's memory, it was precisely these 2 who had brought calamity upon the Wu clan, one shattering Buzhou Mountain, the other causing the heavenly river to flood backward. Wang had long feared they might be manipulated back onto that path. Now with these 2 Honghuang Dao embryos, the matter was resolved. Once they cultivated nascent souls and awakened wisdom, they would no longer act rashly or lose themselves to blind fury. And beyond the Dao embryos, the remaining rewards stirred equal fervor in his heart. The Jianmu sapling. In legend claimed this sacred tree connected heaven, earth, and mortal realms. If nurtured successfully, its utility would be boundless. The Pangu Shield and Kaitian Blade, in their names alone, proclaimed them a matched set of innate divine treasures, undoubtedly of the highest tier, offense and defense perfected, forged for battle itself. And the Grand Dao Insight Card, the rarest treasure of all. It allowed him to deeply contemplate a single Dao principle, its effects surpassing millennia of lectures by the Dao Patriarch at Xiao Palace. Ha ha! An ecstasy burst within Wang. He laughed aloud, unrestrained. This windfall was beyond measure. In hand with his 2 brides, he descended the altar amid waves of blessing. At the banquet, Wang summoned Zhurong and Gongong. 13th brother, what's the call? I've still got wine to drink. Zhurong boomed, utterly unabashed. Exactly. On a day this joyous, we must drink ourselves senseless. Gongong chimed in, egging him on. Wang merely smiled, then flipped his palm, revealing 2 Honghuang Dao embryos wreathed in violet primordial chi. What is this? Zhurong and Gongong stared, curiosity gleaming in their eyes. They sensed something ineffable, yet intimately familiar, within those fruits' profound arcane resonance. Eat them, Wang said simply. And just like that. Zhurong scratched his head. If the 13th brother gives it, it's surely supreme. I'll go first. Gongong acted without hesitation, snatching one embryo and swallowing it whole without pause. And hey, you clumsy oaf, leave some for me. Zhurong cried out, hastily gobbling down the second. In the next instant, both froze rigid as stone. Boom, boom. Two cataclysmic energies, akin to the birth of cosmos itself, erupted from their bodies. Arg! Both screamed in unison, eyes blazing crimson, muscles swelling, veins pulsing like serpents writhing beneath their skin. Their minds plunged into chaos. The Honghuang Dao embryo's power was violently carving out spiritual space within them, brutal, merciless, primal. The agony felt like their very souls were being torn apart, then stitched back together anew. What's happening? Di Jiang and the other ancestral Wu gods' faces darkened. They surged forward. Hold, and Wu Wang raised a hand, voice commanding. This is their destiny. No one interferes. And he knew well this was the unavoidable crucible of nascent soul formation. Hutu and Xianming had endured the same trial. Endure it, and they would transcend. And under the tense gaze of all present, Zhurongs and Gonggong's auras swelled, fiercer yet increasingly sentient. The raw, unthinking fury and battle lust that once dominated their eyes now softened, infused with dawning clarity. A spark of true wisdom. Who knew how long passed? At last the violent surges subsided. Both men were drenched in sweat, gasping like fish dragged from water. Yet their eyes were utterly transformed. And if before they had been two primordial beasts acting solely on instinct, then now they were two peerless divine weapons finally honed to lethal perfection. In this is a nascent soul. Zhurong lifted his trembling hand, staring at his palm, whispering in wonder. For the first time, thought, true cognition, emerged in his mind. Countless matters once baffling or deemed unworthy of contemplation now resolved themselves with crystalline clarity. So, we truly were that foolish. Gonggong murmured, still dazed. Their eyes met, and both glimpsed a shared quiet embarrassment. Inhotu and Xianming couldn't help but burst into laughter. And congratulations, elder brothers. Felicitations, elder brothers. Wu Wang smiled warmly and offered a respectful bow. Zhurong and Gonggong, flushed crimson, scratched their heads and grinned sheepishly. Painful though it had been, the sensation of rebirth was utterly sublime. They could feel that their mastery over Dao principles had sharpened tenfold, precise, refined, absolute. Should they now face Emperor Jun and Taiyi in combat, they were certain half their former strength would suffice to pin those two fools to the ground. 13th brother, we owe you everything. And for the first time, Zhurong and Gonggong bowed deeply, solemn, reverent, heartfelt. That bow came from the depths of their souls. Wu Wang accepted it calmly, knowing with quiet certainty that from this day forward the Wu clan's two greatest sources of chaos were finally tamed. And thus the great Wu Yao cataclysm ahead held new, unforeseen possibilities. Having resolved the matters concerning Zhurong and Gonggong, Wu Wang was in a remarkably good mood. He returned to his palace, dismissed everyone, and with a thought entered the system space. Before him was a sapling of the Jinmu tree, only about a foot tall, entirely green, as if carved from the finest jade, quietly floating in place. Surrounding it was a thin layer of chaotic air imbued with an ancient essence that connected the heavens and penetrated all realms. Little one, come out. Wu Wang's divine sense transformed into a large hand, gently touching the Jinmu sapling. Buzz! The sapling trembled slightly, and a tender voice echoed in his mind, laced with innate arrogance. Who are you to dare touch this divine tree? The voice sounded like a 7 or 80-year-old girl, childlike, yet trying to sound authoritative. Wu Wang was amused. I am your new master. Master. The girl's thoughts were filled with disdain. You. This divine tree was born from chaos, feeds on chaotic energy, has witnessed the bloodshed of demon gods, and observed Pangu opening the heavens. How could a mere postnatal being like you be worthy of being my master? Your tone is quite bold. Wu Wang laughed. Then why are you here now? This. The Jinmu sapling suddenly had no words. It seemed to realize its current status as a prisoner, its momentum weakened by 3 points. If it weren't for my divine tree being severely injured during the great calamity, with my essence greatly depleted, allowing me to transform into a sapling and sleep, how could I be obtained by such a weak being like you? All right, you are the most formidable. Wu Wang did not argue but smiled and asked, then now would you like to come with me and find a new home? Home. The Jinmu sapling's thoughts carried skepticism. In this world of yours, the spiritual energy is mixed and filthy. What place is worthy of me? Unless you can bring me chaotic energy. It was trying to deliberately make things difficult for Wu Wang. After all, chaotic energy only existed in chaos. In the Honghuang world, it had already transformed into innate spiritual energy. Where could there be chaotic energy? Yet Wu Wang smiled. Chaotic energy, you say? Easy. With that, he focused his mind and directly moved the proud Jinmu sapling out of the system space. Immediately afterward, the Jinmu sapling realized that the environment around it had completely changed. This was no longer the cramped system space. Instead, it was a vast, evolving world. The sky was gray and the ground was a deep yellow. In this realm, there was a primal and fundamental aura. Earth, water, fire, and wind rampaged at the edges of the world, evolving all things. Space-time, yin and yang, the 5 elements. Various laws intertwined and collided here, forming a grand scene of creation. In the center of this world, streams of exceptionally pure chaotic energy were continuously surging from a chaotic singularity. This is Chaos. True chaos. The proud thoughts of the Jinmu sapling were suddenly overwhelmed by shock. How is this possible? How can there be an uncharted chaotic world within the Honghuang world? It was utterly bewildered. Its small head was filled with big question marks. Wang did not explain, he gently planted it in the center of this world. The moment the roots of the Jinmu sapling touched the ground of this world, boom, an indescribable comfort and sense of familiarity spread throughout its body. Its life force, which had been silent for countless years due to the damage to its essence, began to rapidly revive at this moment like parched land meeting sweet rain. Its roots greedily burrowed deep into the earth, absorbing the power of the deep yellow soil. Its branches and leaves spread out freely, inhaling the pure chaotic energy. In just a few breaths, its originally 1-foot trunk visibly grew taller. 1 foot, 2 feet, 1 zhong, 10 zhong. Layer upon layer of emerald green leaves blossomed at the tips of its branches, each leaf seemingly carrying the shadow of a world. A breath that connected the heavens and linked all realms began to emanate from it. At this moment, not far away, a congenital gourd vine that was also rooted here seemed to sense the aura of the Jinmu. On the vine, the 7 gourds of different colors simultaneously emitted brilliant light. Buzzing. The gourd vine gently swayed, responding to the Jinmu divine tree. One was the essence of congenital emu, the other was the wood of chaotic creation. The 2 divine roots resonated mysteriously within Wang's inner world. A massive amount of life essence and transformative energy intertwined, stabilizing Wang's world significantly and making it more vibrant. So comfortable. So comfortable. The Jinmu sapling let out a satisfied moan. Its once proud thoughts had become much more docile now. Hey, you know who? My name is Wang. Oh, Wang. This place is not too bad. The Jinmu sapling said somewhat shyly. This divine tree will reluctantly settle here. You are most welcome. Wang smiled. He felt that as the Jinmu took root, his inner world was undergoing a qualitative transformation. The speed of the world's expansion was now more than 10 times faster than before. Moreover, his connection to this world had become even closer. He had a premonition that as long as he gave this Jinmu enough time to grow, it would likely connect his inner world with the Honghuang world. At that time, he could draw upon the power of the entire Honghuang to nourish himself. That is the true heaven-defying aspect of the Jinmu divine tree. Now that he had tamed the Jinmu, Wang's mood was even more pleasant. He exited his introspection and retrieved the 2 sets of innate spiritual treasures. An ancient stone shield on its surface, engraved with mountains, rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars, seemed to bear the weight of the entire Honghuang world. It was the Pangu shield, a black battle blade, its body devoid of any ornate patterns, only exuding a sharp aura capable of cleaving the heavens and the earth. It was the blade of creation. These 2 spiritual treasures, one for offense and one for defense, were both top-notch innate spiritual treasures. Together, their power likely rivaled that of a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Wang pondered for a moment and decided to give them to Bai Ji. Bai Ji was the first wife he married upon arriving in this world. She was also the woman who bore his first child. Although as his harem expanded, Bai Ji's cultivation and status had gradually lagged behind. Yet Wang had never forgotten that Bai Ji, clad in white cold as ice, had fallen deeply for him back in the Wanjin mountain. He stood up and left his palace, making his way to Bai Ji's residence. At this moment, Bai Ji, with a round belly, was sitting in the courtyard, gently caressing her abdomen, her face radiating maternal glow. Her cultivation had reached the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal under the nurturing of the dragon and phoenix twins. Husband. Seeing Wang enter, Bai Ji's face blossomed with a smile. She attempted to rise to greet him, but Wang quickly stepped forward and gently pressed down on her shoulder. You're about to become a mother, why still bother with so many formalities? Wang sat beside her, gently embracing her, breathing in her faint fragrance, feeling a wave of peace. Husband, why do you have the time to come here today? Bai Ji leaned against Wang, softly asking. Her voice carried a hint of melancholy. Wang sighed inwardly. He knew that he had been preoccupied with various important matters lately, indeed neglecting her. I'm sorry, Wang said softly. Bai Ji's body quivered slightly, shaking her head. Husband is a person of great affairs. I understand. Wang said nothing more, but took out the Pangu shield and the blade of creation, placing them in her hands. This is... Bai Ji looked at the 2 innate spiritual treasures, radiating terrifying energy, her eyes filled with astonishment. Given to you, Wang smiled. The Pangu shield is for defense, the blade of creation is for offense, combining attack and defense, making it most suitable for you. Bai Ji's heart skipped a beat. She realized that the grade of these 2 treasures was even higher than that of her father, Bai Xiao Ocean's companion spirit treasure. Such a precious item, Wang casually gave it to her. Husband, this is too precious. Bai Ji hurriedly declined. No matter how precious, it can't compare to you and our child. Wu Wang held her hand and pressed the treasures back into her grasp, looking at her with gentle eyes. Baiji, I know that these years have been hard on you. I promise you, once our child is born, I will spend quality time with both of you. Baiji's eyes reddened instantly. She could no longer suppress her emotions and suddenly leaped into Wu Wang's embrace, crying loudly. Over the past few days, watching Wu Wang take more and more wives, each one noble and powerful. To say she felt no confusion or inferiority would be a lie. She even worried that she might become a burden to Wu Wang and be forgotten by him over time. But now Wu Wang's words and actions had dissipated all her unease. It turned out he had always remembered her. It turned out she was still so important in his heart. Husband. Baiji cried with tears like rain, but her heart felt unprecedented sweetness and emotion. Perhaps due to the intense emotional fluctuation, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Baiji let out a sound of pain, her face turning pale. What's wrong? Wu Wang's expression changed quickly, supporting her, as a pure force of worldly laws immediately flowed into her body. Just as Baiji began to suffer from a threatened miscarriage, the sky above Buzhou Mountain roiled and shifted. Countless auspicious clouds gathered from all directions, dyeing the entire heavens a brilliant gold. Within the golden clouds, dragons and phoenixes danced in harmony, and Qilins presented their blessings. Heavenly flowers cascaded down, and golden lotuses sprang from the earth. A dense, almost tangible aura of primordial metal mingled with the Wu tribe's domineering earthly turbid energy, coalesced into a massive vortex of fortune. This colossal phenomenon instantly stirred the entire primordial world. Countless mighty beings turned their gazes toward Buzhou Mountain, their eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. What is happening? Another divine treasure appearing. No, that's not it. This aura is brimming with life force. It's the Wu tribe. The Wu tribe is making another big move. Could it be that the 13th ancestral Wu is up to some new trick? Everyone was baffled by this sudden celestial anomaly. Only a few truly great beings glimpsed a sliver of heavenly destiny from that aura. At Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi Tianzuan abruptly opened his eyes. After a quick divination, his expression turned grim. Outrageous. Utterly outrageous. A mongrel born from the union of a beast and a wet-born shell-hatched creature can actually stir such a heavenly phenomenon. Heaven is unjust. Heaven is unjust. He sensed within that aura an innate, flawless, and complete power of the Dao. This meant the child about to be born would be a natural master of laws. Beyond the 33rd heaven, at Pangu Palace, a complex expression flickered across her face. She detected a familiar aura of creation within that life force. Though faint, its essence originated from the same source as her own laws of creation. The union of a Wu and a tiger can actually produce such a perfect life form. Niwa murmured to herself. Gazing toward Buzhou Mountain, a trace of unacknowledged longing crept into her eyes. Perhaps uniting with him truly is my opportunity to attain sainthood. In the side hall of Pangu Temple, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Hutu Changshi Shiha Xuanming Kuanping, Wu Wang's entire harem had gathered anxiously, waiting outside the delivery room. They could clearly sense the two life forces within the room, surging and transforming at an astonishing speed. Outside, the vortex of fortune formed by the celestial phenomenon spun at its peak. Golden light enveloped Buzhou Mountain, making it appear both sacred and majestic. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Huda gently patted Cheng's hand, offering soft reassurance. But her own palms were slick with sweat. This was, after all, Wu Wang's first child, and the first bloodline born from the union of their Wu tribe and an outsider. Its significance was immense, even rivaling Wu Wang becoming the 13th ancestral Wu. Crack. Just then a crisp sound like an eggshell breaking came from the delivery room. Immediately after, a loud, clear cry pierced the skies. Wah! A particularly resounding wail echoed through the firmament. But before it faded, another more steady and deep cry followed. Wah-wah! Two cries, one clear, one deep, mingled together, brimming with vitality and carrying a magical power of divine utterance. As the cries rang out, the massive vortex of fortune in the sky crashed down. It transformed into two blinding golden pillars of light, pouring into the delivery room one after the other. Boom! A perfect and sharp primordial metal law erupted, first sweeping across Buzhou Mountain. But before anyone could marvel, another profound law surged into the heavens. Such powerful metal energy, and that heavy gravity. Shibishi exclaimed. He could sense that the purity of these two laws already rivaled that of an ordinary Great Wu. This was unimaginable. Two newborns, each innately controlling a fundamental law just like the ancestral Wu. Though not as exaggerated as the ancestral Wu, it was still heaven-defying. How were other beings who had toiled in cultivation for countless eons supposed to compete? As everyone stood in shock, the door to the delivery room slowly opened. Wu Wang emerged, a baby in each arm, both wrapped in swaddling clothes, his face beaming with joy. He looked a bit tired, but more so it was the excitement and thrill of being a father for the first time, and double the blessing. They're here. They're here. A pair of dragon and phoenix twins. A son and a daughter. Wu Wang's voice trembled slightly. The women quickly gathered around, craning their necks to curiously peer at the two tiny lives in his arms. In his left arm was a delicate little girl. Her skin was like the finest suet jade, so tender it seemed it could be pinched to water. Her big eyes sparkled like black gems, curiously observing this strange new world. Her hair was Baiji's silver white, but tinged with a faint gold at the tips. Most distinctive were her pair of furry, golden-spotted little beast ears. This little appearance was utterly adorable. The boy in his right arm was a different story. His features were sharply defined, and even in his swaddling one could foresee a future of towering heroism. His hair was pure black, and his eyes were a deep, profound, dark yellow, calmly observing everything, as if harboring the weight of the entire earth. His ears were also beast ears, but black with golden patterns, looking quite imposing. So cute. Even the usually aloof Shiha felt her heart melt at the sight of these two little ones. Let me hold one. Changxi couldn't wait any longer. She reached out and gently took the little girl. The little one seemed to enjoy the cool lunar aura emanating from Changxi. Instead of crying, she reached out a tiny soft hand, grabbed a lock of Changxi's long hair, and giggled. Giggle, giggle. The laughter was like a heavenly melody, softening the hearts of everyone present. Just then a flash of golden light appeared in the little one's hand. A pair of small, exquisite golden scissors radiating an extremely sharp aura materialized out of thin air. The scissors were shaped like two intertwined golden dragons, their open mouths forming the blades. Dao runes flowed over the blades, emanating the aura of a primordial spirit treasure. A birth spirit treasure, Dijiang exclaimed. But before his shout could fade, the boy in Huda's arms stretched lazily. A simple, ancient, dark yellow seal emerged from between his brows and hovered over his palm. The seal was engraved with patterns of mountains and rivers, radiating a terrifying aura of suppressing eternity and bearing the cosmos. It too was a primordial spirit treasure. Everyone was astounded. Innately controlling fundamental laws and bringing their own birth spirit treasures, two of them at that. Such origins and talent were simply too heaven-defying. They truly are my children. Wu Wang laughed with immense pride as he gazed at his twin offspring. Husband, give the children names. Baiji's weak but happy voice came from the delivery room. Wu Wang nodded and pondered for a moment. Looking at his daughter's bright star-like eyes and the golden scissors that seemed capable of cutting through heaven and earth, a name came to him. Our daughter shall be called Wu Xiao. She meant morning light, symbolizing hope and new life. Yao meant beautiful jade, representing her preciousness. Then he turned to his son's steady mountain-like brow and the seal that could suppress all things. Our son shall be called Wu Yu. Xiao. Wu Yu. Hutu whispered the names, her eyes full of affection. Good names. Just then a system notification sounded in Wu Wang's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on the birth of your first offspring. Offspring name Wu Xiao, bloodline primordial Wu tiger, divine body talent, innate control of primordial metal law, birth spirit treasure, primordial spirit treasure, golden dragon scissors, potential rating SS, offspring name Wu Yu, bloodline primordial Wu force, divine body talent, innate control of gravity, law, birth spirit treasure, primordial spirit treasure, mountain suppressing seal, potential rating SS. Due to the immense potential of the host's first offspring, a super critical hit reward has been triggered. Calculating rewards. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the unique reward, Wu Tribe Domain. Wu Tribe Domain unique passive ability. In any place considered Wu Tribe territory, all your attributes receive a tenfold boost. At the sight of this reward, Wu Wang's heart pounded uncontrollably with excitement. A tenfold amplification. This was practically cheating. He instantly grasped the terrifying potential of this ability. This meant that now if he activated the Pangu avatar and added a tenfold boost, the sheer power was beyond imagination. He even felt he could challenge Honghuang, who had merged with the Dao, as long as it's within the Wu clan's territory. A light never seen before gleamed in Wu Wang's eyes. A wild, irrepressible idea sprouted in his mind. What if I turn the entire primordial world into the Wu clan's territory? Wouldn't that mean I could maintain the tenfold amplification indefinitely? Then what of the demon clan's heavenly court, the saints of the Xuanmen, or the heavenly Dao of the primordial world? Under the iron hooves of my Wu clan, they would all be reduced to dust. This notion like a seed took root and grew wildly in Wu Wang's heart. He gazed at the vast primordial land beyond the hall, his eyes brimming with ambition. However, just as Wu Wang was lost in these pleasant thoughts, boom, An immense, supreme, and terrifying pressure descended from the 33rd heaven. This pressure was overwhelmingly powerful. It felt as if the entire primordial world had to prostrate before it. Except for Wang and the 12 Ancestral Witches, every great witch and lesser which was instantly forced to their knees, unable to move. A saint. Dijiang's face darkened instantly. Is it that old scoundrel Honghuang? Does he want to start a war? Zhurong roared, ready to reveal his true form. No. Wang looked up, his gaze piercing through the void toward the demon clan's heavenly court beyond the 33rd heaven. His eyes were chillingly cold. This aura. It's not Honghuang. It's Dijuan. As his words fell, a voice filled with majesty and dominance resounded across the entire primordial world. I, Dijuan. Now sensing the chaos of the primordial order and the endless strife among beings, I vow a great oath. Let the demon clan's heavenly court suppress the stars, regulate the order of heaven and earth, enlighten all demons, and protect the primordial world. Let the heavenly Dao bear witness. Today I shall attain the Dao and become a saint. The demon clan shall prosper. With this proclamation, boundless golden light of merit gathered above the 9 heavens. Its scale was even a third larger than when Jane and Zhuanti had become saints. Within the golden light, a purple chi soared into the sky. The primordial purple chi. Daijin's own primordial purple chi, at this moment completely fused into his primordial spirit. Daijin's aura began to surge wildly. Finally, it broke through that bottleneck. He stepped into the immortal and indestructible realm of a saint. The 4th saint of the primordial world was born, the demon Saint Dijuan. An invisible wave of oppressive pressure descended from the 33rd heaven, washing over the minds of every Wu clan member. Zhurong Gongong and the other ancestral witches, their expressions shifted from initial shock to uncontrollable fury. Damn it all. Zhurong slammed his fist onto the bronze long table before him, shattering the incredibly hard surface into powder. His eyes, blazing with fire, stared intently at the direction of the heavenly court. The southern bright fire around him surged uncontrollably, scorching the surrounding space until it became unstable. That feathered beast, how dare he? How dare he become a saint? Zhurong's roar echoed the thoughts of all the ancestral witches. In their eyes, the saint position was supremely noble, a path even Father Pangu had not completed. It was one thing for the 2 Western rogues, Jane and Zhuanti, to attain sainthood through the despicable means of making great vows. But Dijuan, a defeated foe, a mongrel dog they had pinned down and beaten, whose wife had even been taken from him. What right did he have? What right did he have to attain the Dao and become a saint? That's right. Let's charge the heavenly court. Gongong, surrounded by black rual water, exuded a murderous aura that soared to the heavens. While his foundation is still unstable, let the 13 of us form the Pangu avatar, cleave that bird's nest with one axe, and beat him back to his original form. Charge the heavenly court. Kill that foolish bird. The other ancestral witches echoed in response, their battle intent soaring. It seemed they would rush out of Pangu Hall at any moment to fight this newly ascended saint. They, the Wu clan, were born from the earth and grew through battle. The unyielding battle blood of Father Pangu flowed in their veins. Whom had they ever feared? Not just a mere Dijuan, but even the Dao ancestor Honghuang they would dare to challenge. All of you shut up. A cold shout caused the great hall to hum and tremble. Dijiang, the leader, used a slight fluctuation of his space law to forcibly suppress everyone's agitation. His expression was equally grim, but as the eldest of the 12 ancestral witches, he had to remain calm. His gaze shifted from his furious brothers to Wang. Unbeknownst to this once thin-blooded lesser, which had become the true pillar of the entire Wu clan. Every decision he made concerned the clan's future and fate. Wang did not speak. He stood silently, looking up, his gaze piercing the dome of Pangu Hall through endless time and space, resting upon the sun, star hanging high above the 33rd heaven. His eyes were terrifyingly calm, like a deep, bottomless ancient well, revealing not a single ripple. But precisely because of this, Dijiang and the others could feel the terrifying storm brewing beneath that calm surface. Daijin's sainthood had indeed caught Wang off guard. He had calculated endlessly, predicting Daijin's unwillingness and his attempts to boost his power, but he had never expected it to happen so soon. This was undoubtedly the result of Honghuang shamelessly intervening directly. Imitating Jane and Zhuanti, Dijuan made a great vow and attained sainthood through boundless merit. Although such a merit-based saint was the weakest in combat among their peers, their every move heavily restricted by the heavenly Dao and their own vows entangled with karma and no longer truly free. But a saint was a saint, immortal and indestructible, impervious to calamities. All beneath a saint are mere ants. This saying was never an empty phrase. An existence that could freely wield the power of a saint was enough to fundamentally alter the course of the entire war. Elder brothers. After a long pause, Wang finally spoke. His voice was very calm, yet carried an undeniable force. Dijuan becoming a saint is already a fact. He is now a heavenly Dao saint protected by the heavenly Dao, unkillable within the primordial world. At least unkillable by us as we are now. Zhurong wanted to retort, but was silenced by a single glare from Wu Wang. Wu Wang continued, the Pangu avatar is indeed powerful enough to withstand a saint. But have you considered, elder brothers, how much each activation of the Great Formation drains us? How many times can we use it? Once, twice. But Dijuan can remain in his saint state at all times. With this shift in balance, a forced attack on the heavenly court would play right into his hands. It would be no different from seeking death. Wu Wang's words were like a bucket of cold water dousing the heads of all the ancestral witches. Though impulsive, they were not fools. What Wu Wang said was an undeniable reality right before them. The Pangu avatar was their ultimate trump card for deterrence, not a conventional weapon to be squandered. Then, are we just letting this go? Shishir asked reluctantly. Let it go. Wu Wang suddenly smiled, but that smile sent chills down the spines of every ancestral witch present. How could we possibly let it go? If Dijuan wants to be a saint, then let him be. Let's see just how long he can remain a saint. Wu Wang spoke each word deliberately, as if squeezing them out between his teeth. He has his strategy, and I have mine. From now on I am going into seclusion. A death seclusion. This announcement stunned all the ancestral witches. At this critical juncture with the Wu demon standoff on the verge of war, Wu Wang was choosing to enter a death seclusion. Huta couldn't help but step forward, asking worriedly, Wu Wang you? Wu Wang gave her a reassuring look, then opened his palm. A gray hazy pearl slowly materialized in his hand. It was the Chaos Pearl, one of the 4 supreme Chaos treasures. Elder brothers, do you know why I became the 13th ancestral witch? Why I could condense a primordial spirit? Why I could walk a path so different from the rest? Wu Wang's voice echoed within the hall. Because what I cultivate is not a single law, but the all-encompassing Dao of worlds. The seeds of law I condensed before were too slow, like a mortal stacking mud and bricks, not knowing which year or month a tall building might be completed. And now what I must do is completely fuse this Chaos Pearl with my personal world. Madness gleamed in Wu Wang's eyes. Once the fusion succeeds, my world will no longer be an ordinary lesser thousand world, but a true chaos world, one capable of rivaling or even surpassing the primordial world. At that time, my Dao of worlds will have truly reached great attainment. My own strength will undergo earth-shattering changes. More importantly, Wu Wang looked around at the 12 ancestral witches present. At that time, when we form the 13 heavens creation world Godslaughter formation, what we summon will no longer be the Pangu avatar, but the true creation avatar infused with the power of my world. Combined with the ability I obtained earlier. Wu Wang thought of that heaven-defying passive ability, the Wu clan domain. Within the Wu clan's territory, a tenfold amplification. If the 13 heavens creation world formation were activated on Wu clan land. A creation avatar fused with the world power of the Chaos Pearl and amplified tenfold its power. At that moment, even a saint can be fought. No, even a saint can be slain. Wu Wang's voice was resolute and unwavering. The breath of all the ancestral witches became rapid. Their eyes rekindled with a light even more piercing than before. This was no longer merely a fire of revenge, but a blazing flame ignited by a newfound path, a true hope. Good. Di Jiang nodded heavily. Wu Wang, rest assured, and enter seclusion. Your safety shall be jointly guarded by the 12 of us. Even if Honghuang were to come, he shall not disturb you in the slightest. Yes, we will protect you. Whoever dares to come must step over our corpses. Zhu Rong Gong Gong and others expressed their support. Wu Wang felt a warmth in his heart. He understood this was the most genuine trust unique to the witch clan. However, before I enter seclusion, there is one matter that requires arrangement. Wu Wang's expression suddenly turned serious. With a wave of his hand, several streams of light flew out, landing outside the great hall. Soon 4 figures entered the Pangu hall. It was Kuanping Yuanfeng and 2 top-tier great witches, Xingtian and Kuafu. We greet the 13th ancestral witch. The 4 bowed in unison. Rise. Wu Wang spoke. Dijun has achieved sainthood, and the pattern of the wilderness has greatly changed, but one person will become a thorn in the side of all factions, a piercing pain. Honghuang. Honghuang possesses the last trace of primordial purple energy, and now that Dijun has already become a saint, the demon clan's power is immense, and they will undoubtedly not let pass this opportunity for a second saint position. Yet Honghuang, being kind-hearted, lacks the ability to protect the Dao, and possessing a jewel will surely bring about a calamity. Wu Wang looked at the 4 and issued his orders in a solemn tone. Thus I need you 4 to set off immediately to Wuzhuangguan and covertly protect Honghuang. Remember, your primary task is to ensure Honghuang's life. If matters become untenable, then strive to seize that primordial purple energy. It must not fall into the hands of the demon clan. Understood, the four replied in unison. Wu Wang looked at them, but he still felt some unease in his heart. He knew that under the original course of events Honghuang was undoubtedly destined to die. His repeated interventions were already against the natural order. Yet as he thought he had already changed so many things, he did not mind altering this one more. He wanted to test whether his current strength could completely reverse that predetermined fate. Go. Wu Wang waved his hand. The four figures left the Pangu Hall silently, transforming into streams of light and disappearing into the sky. After arranging everything, Wu Wang finally had no more concerns. He took one last glance at Ho Tu by Ji Changxi and the others, nodding to them. Then he turned and walked into the innermost secret chamber of the Pangu Hall. The stone door shut with a thunderous sound. Inside the secret chamber was a realm of chaos. Wu Wang sat cross-legged, and with a thought the gray chaotic pearl slowly emerged from his brow. A vast aura spread out. Wu Wang's expression showed no hesitation. Let's begin. He opened his mouth and swallowed the chaotic treasure that could drive any saint mad. Boom. It was as if a universe had violently exploded within his body. 33 heavens away in the Lingxiao treasure hall. Golden light rolled like crimson rainbows and auspicious clouds spewed forth purple mist. Dijun, who had just attained sainthood, sat high upon the throne of the heavenly emperor, feeling the boundless saintly power within him, his heart filled with endless vigor. The primordial spirit was entrusted to the void in harmony with the Dao. In an instant, he could comprehend the affairs of the entire universe. Every action and movement resonated with the laws of heaven and earth. This is what it means to be a saint. Immortal and indestructible, unyielding through eternal ages. He could feel the entire wilderness world trembling beneath his feet. The so-called 12 Ancestral Witches, the so-called Pangu Dao body, were nothing but insignificant chickens and dogs under the absolute power of a saint. Wu Wang. Dijun's lips curled into a cold arc. You once said that the primordial purple energy is a dog leash. But how could you know that by wearing this leash the power you can gain is overwhelmingly immense? Without becoming a saint, one remains an ant. You will soon understand this sentence. He even began to imagine himself standing atop Buzhou Mountain, trampling all 13 ancestral witches, and Wu Wang underfoot, watching them kneel and beg for mercy. However, just as Dijun was immersed in this boundless confidence and delight, a supreme will unexpectedly descended upon the Lingxiao treasure hall. Before this, Dijun felt that the saintly power he had just acquired was as insignificant as a speck of dust. His smile instantly froze, and he suddenly stood up from the throne, respectfully bowing to the void. Disciple Dijun greeting the Dao ancestor. The visitor was none other than Honghuang. Dijun. Hongzhen's emotionless voice echoed in the hall. Congratulations on attaining the Dao of Huan Yuan, enjoying great freedom and ease. Disciple dares not. Without the teacher's guidance, disciple would not have today. Dijun hurriedly spoke, humbly lowering his posture greatly. He was acutely aware of how he had attained this sainthood. After the 3 lectures in the Xixiao Palace, Honghuang summoned him alone, not only explaining the method to sever the 3 corpses in detail, but also bestowing upon him 2 supreme, innate spiritual treasures, the Sun Radiant Heaven Wheel and the Starry Longevity Cauldron. These 2 spiritual treasures were extremely compatible with his essence, their grade so high that they were not inferior to the Hichu and Luoshu in his hands. It was precisely with these 2 treasures, along with his own companion treasure, the Hichu and Luoshu, that he could smoothly sever the good, evil, and attachment 3 corpses, achieving sainthood in one fell swoop. It can be said that his sainthood was entirely birthed by Honghuang. The cost involved was of course self-evident. From now on, he, Dijun, along with the entire demon clan's heavenly court, would be the sharpest knife in Hongzhen's hand, a chess piece used by the Dao to balance the witch clan and carry out calamities. As long as you understand. Hongzhen's voice remained calm. You are now a revered saint, and should be tranquil and unperturbed, contemplating the Dao, and should not be burdened by mundane affairs. This throne of the heavenly emperor and the order of this wilderness should have new custodians. What? Dijun suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. Even Tai, who stood beside him, changed his expression drastically. What does the Dao ancestor mean? Does he intend for them, the brothers, to hand over the demon clan's heavenly court that they had painstakingly built? Isn't this akin to killing the donkey after the grind? Teacher, Dijun urgently said, disciple.